Chapter 1: The Return of the Max Level Boss. Grandma, how could you bring my sister back while I was away? She is still sick. It's a common thing for a girl to have been in poor health since she was a child. Why should she be hospitalized? It's not a serious illness. It's a waste of money. That's right, that money might as well be used to honor Grandma. A harsh voice reached Yi Ziqing's ears while he was lying on the bed. Yi Ziqing's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes, looking at the familiar ceiling and familiar room, her heart beating violently, and her emotions agitated. She's back, she's really back. In order to be able to come back, meet her parents and brother, and to take revenge, she finally completed 1,000 quick travel missions and came back. Especially this familiar and disgusting voice, it was her brother whom she longed for, and who had tricked her into going home in her previous life, knocked her out and sold her to human traffickers, and was finally abducted and sold into the ravines, where she could scream at the sky but not the earth. Even though he was bruised, he did not give up and escaped, but in the end he accidentally fell off the cliff. She thought she would die after rolling down the cliff, but she didn't expect to be picked and bound by the system. Completing the task would satisfy one of her conditions, including returning to her original world. Yi Ziqing got up and walked out of the room, seeing his brother Yi Mingyu, who was dressed neatly but with some white clothes. Seeing her familiar relatives, Yi Ziqing was excited. Her eyes were filled with intense expressions, and she was filled with tears. She happily threw herself into Yi Mingyu's warm embrace. Brother. Yi Mingyu looked at Yi Ziqing in his arms anxiously and worriedly. Qingqing, are you awake? Are you feeling well? I'm fine. Yi Ziqing hugged Yi Mingyu tightly, feeling the joy and deep nostalgia of seeing Hong again after a long absence. Feeling the familiar and safe feeling, Yi Ziqing could not control his tears. The tears fell down like a flood, instantly soaking the clothes on Yi Mingyu's chest. I learned from the system that her brother had been looking for her after she disappeared. In the end, he was exhausted and was hit by a car without paying attention. Thinking that her brother was worried about her and caused his car accident to find her, Yi Ziqing felt extremely guilty. In order to come back to change her brother's fate and to get revenge, she went through all kinds of hardships to complete the mission and come back. Yi Mingyu gently touched Yi Ziqing's head and said with concern, "It's okay. Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? If you feel uncomfortable, tell your brother." Yi Ziqing buried her head in Yi Mingyu's arms and shook her head. She just misses her brother too much. Thinking of what will happen to her brother in the future, she feels distressed and guilty. What's more, she blames herself, because she was the one who caused him trouble from the beginning to the end. Yi Mingyu patted Yi Ziqing's back gently and comforted her softly. "Okay, it's okay. My brother is back. He is here. Stop crying." "Yeah." Yi Ziqing nodded dully, but secretly swore in her heart that she would not make things easier for those who bullied her and her brother, and would repay her brother well and let him live a good life. At this moment, a bitter and old voice came, breaking the warm atmosphere. "Look, this damn girl is fine at all. Why should she be in a hospital?" The two Yi Ziqing brothers turned their heads and looked at Mrs. Yi and his precious grandson Yi Haidao. However, when Yi Ziqing saw the old lady, he was immediately attracted by her face. No, it should be her appearance. Yi Ziqing looked at the old lady, his eyes narrowed, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. She actually saw from Mrs. Ye's children's palace that she was destined to have 3 sons, but one of them died in infancy. Chapter 2: Discovering the Big Secret. However, her father did not die until he was in his 30s, so it was definitely not considered a premature death. Is there a hidden secret in this? Isn't the old woman in front of her own grandmother? Yi Ziqing is very confident in her physiognomy. After all, this is the golden finger she has mastered through traveling through thousands of worlds. If this was the case, it would make sense why she treated the siblings differently, and even cold-bloodedly abducted her for money. It is necessary to investigate his father's life experience. Even if he doesn't know how much the old lady and the others know about his father's life experience, they can take advantage of this opportunity to cheat. Yi Ziqing smiled mockingly and turned to Yi Haitao with a sneer on his lips. "Grandma, do you want me to help you recall why I was sick and hospitalized? It was you who forced me to wash clothes, and then I was bullied and kicked into the river by your precious grandson Yi Haitao. If the people around me hadn't discovered it, I might have drowned." Mrs. Yi didn't feel guilty at all, but shouted loudly, "Why are you holding such a grudge? That's your brother. He was just joking with you." Yi Haitao also curled his lips with disdain. "That's right, I was just joking. Why are you so stingy? But because of his joke, I got sick. Shouldn't you pay for my medical treatment?" Yi Ziqing sneered. She knew that this guy didn't feel guilty at all for what he had done. Instead, he took everything for granted. "And that money was all earned by my brother's hard work. When did it become yours?" Old Mrs. Ye's furrowed old face was full of anger. "I worked hard to bring you up, and now it's your turn to repay me. Besides, aren't you okay? Why are you making such a fuss?" So, you use me to force my brother to give up the opportunity to go to college. Grandma, do you know that it is illegal for you to do this, and it is also illegal for you to instigate me to work as a child laborer? I can call the police. Yi Ziqing sneered and threatened in a low voice. Mrs. Yi was so angry that she pointed at Yi Ziqing's nose and yelled, "Why are you calling the police? I'm your grandma. If I had known you were so restless, I shouldn't have allowed you to continue studying. That's right, if you do this, you are unfilial. You will be criticized by the people in the village. Let's see how you survive in the village from now on." Yu Haitao threatened with fake power. A meaningful smile appeared on Yi Ziqing's lips and he sneered, "Are you sure it's a kiss?" Mrs. Ye's old face covered with ravines suddenly became expressionless, and a rare look of guilt flashed in her eyes, but it did not escape Yi Ziqing's eyes, and she secretly said, "Sure enough. Since there is no blood relationship, he can get rid of this family completely in the future." Yi Ziqing is in a good mood and the corners of his lips are raised. He must find an opportunity to get a paternity test. It's just that it's not the time to break up, but she doesn't want to be bullied by them anymore. She wants to give up the old woman's idea of dropping out of school and working. It's best to separate the family, and she also needs to carve out money from these people. With a decision made in her heart, Yi Ziqing no longer hesitated. "Are you sure you are my biological grandmother? Do you want me to call the police and have them check and do a paternity test?" Mrs. Yi suddenly exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She raised her hand and was about to throw it at Yi Ziqing's face. "What bullshit appraisal? I'll beat you to death, you ungrateful girl." However, the current Yi Ziqing was not the submissive Yi Ziqing before. He took a step back and easily dodged her slap. Chapter 3 Play with her and play with the rest. "No one is allowed to hit my sister." Yi Mingyu protected Yi Ziqing with fierce eyes. Yi Ziqing taunted with a joking smile. "Did I tell you right? You. Mrs. Yi was so angry that she could only say one word. How could she, a village woman, be Yi Ziqing's opponent? In the end, Mrs. Yi was so angry that she pushed open the door, ran to the square outside the door, sat down, and cried at the top of her lungs. This posture seemed to call the entire village over. What an unfortunate family. Why did our family have such an unfilial grandson? How can there be such cruel people in the world? Yi Mingyu grabbed Yi Qing's arm and said with concern, "You're not feeling well yet, go back and have a good rest first." He didn't want this kind of trouble to affect Yi Ziqing, for fear that she would be criticized and scolded. Yi Ziqing smiled and patted the back of Yi Mingyu's hand, showing a bright smile. "Brother, don't worry, I will definitely let you go back to school." Her brother cares about her and is worried about her, so he would rather suffer the consequences, but she won't. Now that she is back, she will no longer let her brother have any regrets, let alone let anything happen to him. This time, it was her turn to protect her brother. Yi Ziqing strode out of the door, and Yi Mingyu quickly followed him out with a worried look on his face. Looking at the old lady Yi rolling around, Yi Ziqing sneered in her heart. She was not afraid of this old lady. She could put a hat on her, so couldn't she? Playing with public opinion is something she does frequently in other worlds. It is definitely her unique skill. Play with her and play with the rest. I still don't know who is playing with who. Since Mrs. Yi wanted to call someone over, she would let the 3 generations of their ancestors and grandchildren experience for themselves the feeling of being criticized by thousands of people. Sure enough, although old Mrs. Yi was already old, her voice was no less than that of a soprano. She immediately called the villagers who had nothing to do around her, and they came out of their house out of curiosity, or they ran over from elsewhere to join in the fun. Seeing the audience coming, Mrs. Yi howled loudly again, pointed at the noses of Yi Mingyu's brother and sister and cursed. Yi Ziqing sneered and looked at old Mrs. Yi mockingly. She was the one who led her in her previous life. After Mr. Yi passed away, no one supported the brothers and sisters. Mrs. Yi forcefully ordered them to drop out of school and go out to work to support the family. Yi Mingyu firmly opposed it. He could go out to work, but he must let Yi Ziqing continue to go to school, otherwise he would not give them money. In the end, she was afraid of losing both her life and property, so Mrs. Yi had no choice but to compromise. Yi Ziqing continued to study, while Yi Mingyu dropped out of school and worked, keeping half of the money he earned and giving the other half to Mrs. Yi. It's just that this time Yi Ziqing won't let this damn old woman get her wish. He just waits for this old woman to call friends, and just hopes to call the whole village. In this way, her family separation plan can be implemented. Yi Ziqing counted the time and found that there were enough people watching the show. When the second Uncle Yi, who was gambling in mahjong, probably received the news, he deliberately taunted loudly, "My brother is not filial. How can your second son be filial?" The wailing old lady Yi paused, pointing her hands angrily and yelling, "You bitch, you lose money. How can you compare to my son?" "Your son? Listen to what you say. We are no longer your blood relatives." Mrs. Ye's expression froze, and she pointed an angry finger at Yi Ziqing. "Damn girl, don't talk nonsense over there. How can a girl like you compare to a boy?" Chapter 4. You are the least qualified. Yi Ziqing sneered. She is not a son. What about her brother? I am a girl, but what about my brother? Isn't he a boy anymore? Mrs. Yi was speechless and extremely panicked, but she didn't know how to respond to Yi Ziqing for a moment. She could only point at Yi Ziqing with trembling fingers. You. Mom, what's wrong with you? Second uncle Yi Yiming arrived late. After squeezing into the crowd, he saw Mrs. Yi sitting on the ground. Her face turned red because of Yi Ziqing's anger. She looked like she was about to lose her breath. He quickly came forward to show concern. Seeing Uncle Ye's arrival, Mrs. Yi seemed to have found support. She immediately gained the confidence to file a complaint against Yi Ziqing's 2 siblings and her son. You bitch, how dare you be unfilial to your grandma? Let's see how I teach you a lesson today. Second Uncle Yi was furious. He didn't care about anything else and directly yelled at Yi Ziqing and even raised his hand to hit Yi Qing. In Uncle Ye's heart, his eldest brother's 2 children are basically slaves of their family and can only be bullied by them. However, if second Uncle Yi wanted to hurt Yi Qing, he also wanted to see if Yi Mingyu would give him the chance. He grabbed his hand and said, Second uncle, if you want to hit my sister, ask me first if I agree. You little beast, let go. Yi Mingyu's face was fierce and his eyes were cold and ruthless. Second uncle, if you dare to hurt my sister today, don't blame me for being rude. Yi Ziqing sneered, am I unfilial? Second uncle, are you calling for a thief? Pfft. The surrounding villagers who were shouted at by Mrs. Yi couldn't help laughing. They all agreed with Yi Qing's words and also laughed at Uncle Yi. He was definitely a bad example of preaching to children in their village. Second Uncle Yi suddenly felt that he had lost his face and rushed towards Yi Ziqing angrily. Damn it, I'm going to beat you to death today, you little bitch. He was so angry that he couldn't care less about Yi Mingyu's fierce look just now and rushed forward to beat Yi Qing. However, Yi Mingyu had been protecting Yi Qing. When he saw his actions, he immediately fought back and got entangled with Uncle Yi. Yu Haita saw the 2 people struggling and immediately went to help. However, when he wanted to step forward and hit Yi Mingyu, Yi Ziqing had quick eyes and quick hands and kicked him in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. Yi Haito was suddenly in pain and could only roll on the ground, letting out a painful wail from his mouth. Haito. Seeing their precious son and grandson injured, Mrs. Yi and Uncle Yi were both distressed and angry. Damn girl, how dare you hit my grandson? I'll beat you and me to death. Mrs. Yi stood up angrily and was about to swing the stick at Yi Qing's head. Stop. At this moment, an old and angry voice came. Yi Ziqing turned around and saw that the crowd moved out of the way, and an old man with white hair and a white beard wearing a short-sleeved tang suit came over. This old man is the former village chief, Mr. Tan, who is highly respected in the village. There is no old man in the village who is not afraid of him. The middle-aged man accompanying him is Tan Feng, the current village chief and the nephew of the old village chief. The old village chief, Mr. Tan, glanced at Yi Mingyu and Uncle Yi with dissatisfaction and yelled angrily, What are you doing? As Mr. Tan appeared, Yi Mingyu immediately let go of his hand and retreated to Yi Ziqing's side, while Uncle Yi quickly went to check on his son. Chapter 5. I want to separate the family. Seeing Mrs. Yi opening her mouth to speak, Yi Ziqing preemptively asked the old village chief for help. Grandpa Tan, please make the decision for us. In the previous life, Mrs. Yi was the one who set the pace. This time, Yi Ziqing would not give them any chance. What's going on? Yi Ziqing immediately explained to the old village chief the reason for his illness, how he was forcibly taken out of the hospital when he was seriously ill, and how Mrs. Yi forced his brother and sister to drop out of school and work. In the end, Yi Ziqing's voice was a little more choked up, as if he was suppressing the grievance in his heart. I don't understand. My brother and I are both your biological grandchildren. Why are you so cruel to us? Seeing Yi Ziqing trying not to shed tears made people feel even more distressed. Both the villagers watching the show and the 2 old and new village chiefs who came over looked ugly. Girl from the Yi family, is this true? Mrs. Ye's eyes were filled with guilt. How can a girl live in a hospital? Isn't this a waste of money? That's right, isn't this okay? And you dare to bully her grandma, an old man. Uncle Yi said, dissatisfied. Yi Ziqing sneered and spoke sarcastically, in your eyes, my life is not worth much. Are you happy if I die? Mrs. Yi suddenly panicked, shut up. What is a waste of money? Mr. Tan suddenly became furious and hit the ground with his crutch. This is your granddaughter. Mr. Tan was training people, and Yi Ziqing felt extremely happy when he saw his grandson and grandson acting cowardly. Treating others with their own treatment, she would never give this old woman any chance in this life. Grandpa Tan, Uncle Tan, since you are here, I have a gracious favor. Girl, tell me. As long as it's reasonable, Grandpa will help you achieve it. I want to separate the family. These 4 words from Yi Ziqing were like thunder on the ground, causing everyone present to shout, what? The villagers watching the show all looked shocked. None of them expected that Yi Ziqing would have the courage to say that the family would be separated. Mr. Tan and village chief Tan's uncle and nephew also looked at Yi Ziqing in shock. Split the family? I don't agree. Three voices sounded at the same time, and the source of the voices was none other than the three descendants of the Yi family. Now, in addition to housework and bookmaker income, almost all other sources of money are earned through Yu Mingyu's part-time job. Therefore, the mother and son naturally disagreed with Yu Mingyu and the others' separation. Mr. Tan ignored the objections from the Yi family and his son, and asked Yi Ziqing again, "Are you sure about the separation?" Yu Mingyu glanced at Yi Ziqing, held her little hand and nodded firmly, "Yes, separate the family." He stayed in the Yi family just because Yi Ziqing was worried that she would not have a good life alone. Now that the younger sister is going to separate the family, how can the elder brother not support her? Grandpa Tan, my brother, and I want to separate our families. Please make the decision with your uncle the village chief. People respect me as much as I respect others. Yi Ziqing still treats this old man with respect, and he relies on his uncle and nephew to separate the family. Although in the 1990s, if you wanted to separate your family, you had to obtain the consent of the village committee and report it to the township. After obtaining permission, you can be allocated a land to build a house. Although the process is a bit cumbersome and will take some time, it is inevitable. Okay, I'll make this decision for you. When Mrs. Yi heard this, she immediately exploded and retorted immediately, "No, I don't agree." Chapter 6 Threat. I don't agree either. We have raised you so much, and now we are going to separate our families. You are so ungrateful. Uncle Yi also pointed at Yi Qing's nose angrily and cursed. Yi Haidao also yelled angrily, "Yes, are you worthy of your grandparents? Separate the family? This not only robs their family of their source of income and labor, but also divides their property. This is simply ruthlessly carving out their flesh. How is this possible? Ungrateful? Who are you talking about?" Yi Ziqing sneered mockingly, "Second uncle, you gamble all day long. Have you ever taken care of this family? Have you ever given this family a penny?" Grandpa Tan, village chief, I am an adult and can separate the family. I can take good care of my sister. Whether we live well or not in the future is our own business, and we are willing to take responsibility for the choices we make now. It was inevitable to separate the families, and Yi Mingyu and Yi Ziqing were determined. No, we can't separate the families. Old Mrs. Yu pointed an angry finger at Mr. Tan. "Tan, are you deliberately causing trouble because you see that we are living a good life?" Uncle Yu was also afraid that Mr. Tan would agree, so he yelled angrily, "Yes. You old man, our own affairs are none of your business." The two uncles and nephews of the Tan family were furious at being scolded. The villagers watching the theater also looked at Uncle Yi with dissatisfaction. Yi Ziqing lowered his eyes slightly and raised the corners of his mouth in a slight arc. Uncle Yi is stupid. It is not good to offend anyone, but he wants to offend the most respected person in the village. The family separation will definitely be successful today. Sure enough, village chief Tan, who is his nephew, snorted disdainfully. "Yi Yiming, don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. Don't you just want Mingyu and his sister to go out to work and make money for you? You have no shame in relying on your elder brother's children to support you? Why don't you let your son go out to make money to support you?" "I'm happy to, do you care?" Second Uncle Yi put his hands on his hips, looking very rogue. Village chief Tan mocked disdainfully, "Okay, go ahead, then I want to see if you let the brothers and sisters go to work. It's considered child labor. Let's see whether the police will arrest me or you." Yi Ziqing sneered and added, "There is also gathering a crowd to gamble. I wonder if both crimes will be punished simultaneously. How long will you stay in jail, second uncle?" "I am your second uncle. I'm sorry, I don't dare to recognize a trash that chews on old people as my second uncle. I'll beat you to death, you little bitch." Uncle Yi was so angry that he was called a waste. He raised his hand angrily and slapped Yi Qing in the face. Now Yi Ziqing is no longer the Yi Ziqing that she used to bully. If Uncle Yi wanted to hit her, she would take 2 steps back and easily avoid it. Uncle Yi's attack failed, and his body subconsciously rushed forward. Yi Ziqing turned slightly and raised his right leg to kick Uncle Yi's chest. Touch! Second Uncle Yi was kicked in the chest by Yi Ziqing, and he let out a painful scream. His body fell back, and he fell heavily to the ground. His face was twisted in pain. "Dad! Son!" Mrs. Yi and Yi Haidao exclaimed when they saw Uncle Yi's appearance. "Little bitch, I am your second uncle, and you dare to hit me." Second Uncle Yi sat up with Yi Haidao's help, clutching his chest in pain, and stared at Yi Qing ferociously and angrily. "I am acting in self-defense. If you call the police will arrest you." "I can testify." Village Chief Tan glanced at Yi Ziqing appreciatively, feeling that the little girl Yi Ziqing today was so courageous. Chapter 7 Prison or Separation. Uncle Yi dared to point at his nose and scold him just now. Village Chief Tan would not let him go just like that. He looked at Uncle Yi provocatively and threateningly, "So do you want to go to jail? Or split up? You guys." Uncle Yu was so angry that his face turned red and his body was shaking with anger. I didn't know how to resist for a while, and I was still worried about being sent to jail. After finishing Uncle Ye's second uncle, Yi Ziqing turned to look at old Mrs. Yi. With a meaningful tone, Uncle Tan, please call the police, report my second uncle, and apply to the police to let me and the Yi family do a paternity test. Stop. Mrs. Yi suddenly screamed in horror. Damn girl, that's your second uncle. How could you call the police? Yi Ziqing shrugged his shoulders and sneered in his heart that, even in this situation, he still refused to acknowledge their identities. I only have two conditions: separate the family or call the police. You go first. Although he spoke very calmly, everyone could hear the threat in his words. Mrs. Yi was so angry that she gasped for air and stared at Yi Ziqing as if looking at an enemy, regretting why she didn't kill her. Aunt Yi, let's separate the families. Why make it so ugly? Yes, Mingyu is such a good kid. If he gets the first place in the city, we have to drop him out of school. This is discrediting our village. The villagers watching the show couldn't stand it, and they all started to persuade Mrs. Yi. Old Mrs. Yi covered her chest with her old and skinny hands, trying hard not to faint, and gritted her teeth and uttered one word, okay. Mom, Grandma, Uncle Yi and the others looked at old Mrs. Yi in disbelief. Mrs. Yi took a deep look at Yi Mingyu's brother and sister, and could not let their backgrounds be exposed. It's okay to separate the family, but I have conditions. What conditions? Two conditions. The land that is divided must be bought according to the share. Even if the family is divided, you must use money every month to honor my grandma. Old Mrs. Yi looked at Yi Ziqing calculatingly. The agreement just now was just a temporary solution. These conditions were deliberately difficult, hoping to make the brother and sister retreat in the face of difficulties and give up the idea of separating their families. Yi Ziqing saw through old Mrs. Ye's plan at a glance, and a smile appeared on his lips. It's okay, but you want to regret it? Of course not. We just want to settle the family property with you. A calculating smile appeared on Yi Ziqing's lips, and his eyes moved up to look at the Yi family's house. Old Mrs. Yi glared and cursed angrily. What kind of family property? You brothers and sisters eat and use the Yi family's food. You have no family property at all. Yi Ziqing sneered and said sarcastically, Hey, Grandma, you are legally illiterate and don't know that according to the law, the compensation for my parents' collision was inherited by our siblings as children, but you used the money to build this house. As long as we go to court, this house will be awarded to our siblings. Yes, before my parents were alive, almost all of the family's money came from them. My second uncle never made a penny at all. So this house belongs to our brother and sister. Old Mrs. Yi and the others really don't know. There are probably not many people in the whole village who know, and only those in the village committee know this. Village Chief Tan glanced at the little girl Yi Ziqing with surprise and admiration. He didn't expect that this little girl, who was only 12 or 13 years old, had such a clear mind and knew so much. Chapter 8. The old lady fainted with anger. Girl, Ziqing is right, the law stipulates this. Mrs. Yi, this house belongs to the Yi family brothers and sisters, not you. I guess you are required to move out with your second son and his family. Village Chief Tan explained to Mrs. Yi with a smile. Not only did he sell favors to Yi Mingyu's brother and sister, these two brothers and sisters were both so smart, and their achievements in the future would definitely be extraordinary, not something that could be compared to Yi Yiming's scum. He also deliberately asked Yi Yiming and the others to lose his wife and soldiers, which could be regarded as teaching them a lesson. Mrs. Yi knew better than anyone how much money the family had at that time, so she cursed angrily to cover up her guilt. What? I don't understand the law. What belongs to my son is mine, and you can't even think about taking it away. Don't even think about taking away our house. This is our house and has nothing to do with you. That's your grandma. How could you drive her out so cruelly? You are being extremely unfilial. Looking at the appearance of the three grandparents of the Yi family, Yi Ziqing sneered. Who said I'm going to kick you out? After all, we are all relatives. You can pay off the debt by dividing the family. The old house can be given to you, but half of the family's land must be given to us. After deducting the first condition, Grandma said, we should not have to give it. Leaving nothing behind will cause them to always find trouble. Leaving something behind will divert some energy. Without their brothers and sisters, the Yi family would definitely be very lively. The deduction method, Ziqing said, is very good. Mr. Tan nodded appreciatively. Village Chief Tan responded from the side, then do as Ziqing girl said. It's getting late today. Tomorrow I will convene a meeting with everyone in the village committee to make a family separation agreement. If they don't agree, then call the police. The two uncles and nephews of the Tan family did not ask old Mrs. Yi for their opinions at all, and directly agreed. Yi Ziqing felt happy when he saw the aggrieved expressions of the Yi family's ancestors and grandsons. Thank you, Uncle Village Chief. Brother and sister Yi Mingyu and Yi Ziqing thanked them gratefully. Village Chief Tan smiled and patted their shoulders. Have a good life. We will. With the support of village chief Tan, Yi Mingyu and Yi Ziqing happily went back to pack their things. Naturally, the good house would not be left to Mrs. Yi and the others. Some of the boys with whom Yi Mingyu had a better relationship also came to help and threw everything in the house into the old house, including their beds, wardrobes, etc. As long as it can touch the hearts of the Yi family, Yi Ziqing doesn't mind working a little harder and helping them move. Seeing the things thrown out from the new house quickly pile up into a small mountain, people were stunned for a while. Village Chief Tan and the others couldn't help but shake their heads in amusement. However, everyone looked at Uncle Yi and his family without any sympathy, and some were gloating about their misfortune. Yi Ziqing clapped his hands and looked at Mrs. Yi and Uncle Yi with a smile. "Grandma, Uncle Yi, I'm so sorry. Please go and pack your things. We still have to clean up our own home." Old Mrs. Yi was so angry that she pointed at Yi Ziqing with trembling fingers. Unable to hold on any longer, she rolled her eyes and fainted. "Mom, Grandma." Yi Ziqing raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Mrs. Yi to be so angry that she fainted. Yi Haida suddenly jumped up, pointed angrily at Ziqing's nose and yelled, "Ziqing, you've made your grandma so angry." Chapter 9 Brother's Shock. Death? Don't blame him randomly, he's just fainted. Yi Ziqing glanced sideways at Yi Haitao and pushed him away. "Get out of here." "What are you going to do?" "Of course it's to save people." Yi Ziqing squatted down, turned his wrist, and at some point there was a silver needle in his hand. He gently pierced Mrs. Ye's philtrum and twisted it slowly. "Little bitch, are you trying to kill your grandma?" When second Uncle Yi saw Yi Ziqing's actions, he immediately shouted and wanted to rush towards her. Yi Ziqing quickly pulled out the silver needle, leaned back, stood up to avoid the attack, and said with a smile, "Who said I killed Grandma? See for yourself." Old Mrs. Yi, who was lying unconscious on the ground, let out a low groan, then slowly opened her eyes, leaving everyone stunned. Village Chief Tan looked at Mrs. Yi, who had regained consciousness in surprise, and then looked at Yi Ziqing, horrified in his heart. Unexpectedly, a little girl who was only 12 years old could actually use silver needles, know Chinese medicine, and even revive the unconscious Mrs. Yi. I really underestimated this girl before, but it seemed like I was doing the right thing by helping the brother and sister this time. Yi Ziqing looked down at old Mrs. Yi on the ground. "Grandma, you're getting older, so you'd better be less angry. Go back and have a good rest." After saying that, Yi Ziqing went back to tidy up the new house. However, as soon as Yi Ziqing turned around, she met Yi Mingyu's shocked and questioning eyes. Sister, who did you learn this medical skill from?" Yi Ziqing secretly thought it's over and suddenly panicked. Oops, she actually forgot how to explain her medical skills and the existence of silver needles to her brother. "Brother, I will explain this matter to you tonight." Yi Ziqing hugged Yi Mingyu's arm and whispered in his ear. Yi Mingyu didn't ask any more questions and nodded, "Okay." Seeing that there was nothing wrong with Mrs. Yi, the two brothers Yi Mingyu continued to move and tidy up the house. The abilities displayed by Yi Ziqing caused the villagers to talk a lot. While they admired Yi Mingyu's brother and sister, they also laughed at Mrs. Ye's family, making them feel extremely embarrassed. Even though it was getting dark, Aunt Yi would always be criticized when she came back from doing things in the fields. In fact, the separation was very quick, mainly because the brother and sister Yi Mingyu had very few things, and they were quick to sort them out. The only time wasted was moving the things of Mrs. Yi and Uncle Ye's family. As for them sorting them out, it was none of their business. Moreover, to cause trouble, Yi Mingyu removed some door panels and sealed the passages or doors of the two houses to prevent Uncle Yi and the others from coming over. After solving everything, it was already dark, so Yi Ziqing set up a simple small stove and cooked dinner. The two brothers and sisters had a happy dinner for the first time in their history. After dinner, Yi Mingyu asked Yi Ziqing with concern, "Sister, that medical skill?" Yi Ziqing smiled slightly and took out a few ancient books. "There was an old man who accidentally fell into a trap when he came to the mountain behind us. I rescued him. The old man trained for a while, taught me some medical skills, and left me these books. I learned them by reading these books." Yi Ziqing couldn't explain his medical skills, so he took some books out of the space while moving things. This space was obtained by her in a world of cultivating immortals in the middle of completing a mission across planes. She made a deal with the system for the convenience of the mission. Since then, the space has been owned by her, allowing her to store things and move around easily. Digression. Please collect the new book. Please collect it. Please collect it. Chapter 10 A Car Accident on the Road. It's just that every time you change a world, things that cannot be integrated into the world will be erased by the system by default. However, some of the books, silver needles, and medicinal materials in this world will be left behind, and the medicinal materials that are not in this world will be erased. Of course, money like gold cannot be left behind. This is why Yi Ziqing was able to take out the silver needle and the book from the space. Now it is just right to use these Chinese medicine books to fabricate lies to deal with Yimingyu. Yimingyu looked at the ancient books in his hands, flipped through some at random, and saw that they contained some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, and nodded. I didn't expect that my sister is actually very talented in medicine. Yi Ziqing smiled and explained, yeah, I think so too. Later I borrowed some other Chinese medicine books and studied them together. I didn't expect that what I learned would come in handy. Yimingyu patted Yi Ziqing on the shoulder. That's fine. Since you have this talent, you can learn medical skills in the future. Let's talk about it then. Yi Ziqing smiled. He had not yet decided what he would do in the future, so he curiously asked Yimingyu, what about brother? What are you going to choose? It should have something to do with Jingrong. I'll think about it then. There was a smile in Yi Ziqing's eyes, which was very good. If her brother wanted to go into business, she would help him so that he would not be short of money in the future. Well, then brother, you should study hard and become a big boss in the future. Yimingyu patted Yi Ziqing's head lovingly. Okay, brother will work hard to make money so that you can live in a big house and eat a lot of delicacies from the mountains and seas in the future. Okay. There was a deep smile in Yi Ziqing's eyes. Very good, you can go make some money tomorrow. At night, while Yimingyu was resting and sleeping, Yi Ziqing's soul entered the space. This was also the biggest concession made by the system. Only the soul could enter the space, and the space could only be used as a storage tool. However, this space was quite special. Plants could be grown, but no living things could come in. Yi Ziqing walked around the medicine field, found a 100-year-old ginseng plant with the lowest age in the space, and dug it out. In the 1990s, it was pretty good to be able to dig up a century-old ginseng, but no matter how high it was, it might not be able to sell for a good price. With a good way to make money, Yi Ziqing slept peacefully and went to the city with his brother Yimingyu early the next morning to sell the ginseng. In order to prevent Yimingyu from discovering the problem, Yi Ziqing carried a bag and said that he was going to buy some medicine, because Mrs. Yi left the hospital without getting any medicine for her. When it comes to his sister's health, Yimingyu will naturally not refuse and take her to the city. However, Yi Ziqing asked Yimingyu to take him to the place where he almost worked and made an excuse to buy medicine by himself. After saying goodbye to Yimingyu, he walked to a crossroads and searched through the memories in his mind to find some older and more prestigious traditional Chinese medicine clinics. At this moment, there was a harsh sound, and Yi Ziqing followed the sound and saw a black car rushing towards the roadside in an S-shaped route at extremely fast speeds. Before Yi Ziqing could recover, the car hit the traffic light pole hard on the roadside, making a violent impact. What happened? There was a car accident? How do you drive? Go and save people. Call the police. Call 120. Although everyone was complaining, everyone was not slow in their actions and rushed to the car that had the accident to save people. Chapter 11. I am an enthusiastic citizen. When Yi Ziqing saw this situation, he quickly ran forward to save people. When we ran to the scene of the car accident, the entire front of the car was smashed and white smoke was rising. It looked horrifying. Yi Ziqing scanned the situation inside the car. The driver's head was covered with blood and he was unconscious due to the impact. At this time, several young people had already opened the door and wanted to rescue the driver. The door to the back seat opened automatically from the inside, and a man in a suit fell out. Be careful, Yi Ziqing whispered and hurried forward. Fortunately, someone was trying to rescue the person in the back seat. Passers-by caught him as he fell to the ground and dragged him out of the car. Yi Ziqing stepped forward quickly to check on his condition. He knelt down and saw the appearance of the young man lying on the ground. His heart trembled hard and he felt pain like tearing. His attention was attracted by the appearance of the young man in front of him. The young man's facial features were as clear as a sculpture, impeccable, and his sexy thin lips were tightly pursed. At this moment, Yi Ziqing only had one sentence to describe him. The people on the road are like jade, and the gentlemen are like no other in the world. Little girl, how are you? Are you injured? At this moment, a voice interrupted Yi Ziqing's exclamation. Yi Ziqing came back to his senses, quickly checked on the young man's condition, and said, "It's probably just an impact. It's not a big problem." The young man was only hit by the impact, and his current coma was only caused by a slight concussion due to the impact. As long as it's okay, it's okay. The passers-by around him breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with the young man, Yi Ziqing was about to leave, but suddenly the young man lying on the ground grabbed Yi Ziqing's hand. Yi Ziqing was slightly stunned, looking down at the young man on the ground, looking at his half-open deep eyes, and those two sexy thin lips moving lightly. What are you going to say? Yi Ziqing approached the young man's mouth, but the young man tilted his head and fainted. Yi Ziqing's head was covered with black lines, and he was really incompetent. Now that he had fainted, Yi Ziqing had no intention of staying any longer. He wanted to leave, but found that he couldn't break the young man's hand. Damn it, what's going on with this guy? He's unconscious, Why is he still holding my hand? Yi Ziqing tried several times and asked the older brothers around him to help, but found that he couldn't break the young man's hand. In the end, he had to give up and wait for the ambulance to arrive with him. The ambulance arrived within a few minutes and doctors loaded the 2 injured patients into the vehicle. The doctor noticed that the young man was holding Yi Ziqing's hand and reminded him, "Hello, young lady, can you separate?" Yi Ziqing clicked his tongue and handed his hand to the doctor. "Come and break it open. Break it open and I'll leave." The doctor was very suspicious and went to break it off. He found that the young man's hands were like iron pliers and could not be broken open no matter what. He looked at Yi Ziqing in confusion. Yi Ziqing shrugged. "I'm a passerby, everyone can testify." Suddenly this young man grabbed my hand, and there was nothing I could do. She is also very innocent and depressed. Do you think she wants to follow them to the hospital? She still has to find ways to make money. The doctor was also very helpless and smiled awkwardly. "In that case, little girl, please go to the hospital with us. When the patient wakes up, ask him to let you go." "Okay, thank you, doctor." Yi Ziqing glanced sideways at the unconscious young man and rolled his eyes secretly in his mind. This young man was definitely not short of money. He would definitely ask for the escort fee from him later. Chapter 12, please pay the escort fee. The young man was sent to the hospital and received good treatment, but he was still unconscious. Even so, the young man kept holding on to Yi Ziqing's wrist, and even the doctors in the hospital couldn't break it apart, so he could only let Yi Ziqing stay with the young man. Yi Ziqing could only sit beside the young man blankly, waiting for him to wake up. At this moment, the door of the ward was pushed open with a bump, and a young man rushed in from the outside, Fu-san. However, when the young man saw Yi Ziqing on the bed, he subconsciously froze. "Who are you?" Yi Ziqing nodded to the young man, raised the hand of the young man on the bed that was holding her wrist, and introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Yi Ziqing." "Oh, my name is Duan Yi." Duan Yi introduced himself subconsciously, but his eyes were fixed on Fu Tingjian's hand holding Yi Ziqing's wrist, as if he wanted to see through their hands. Feeling Duan Yi's gaze, Yi Ziqing shrugged and explained, "I helped rescue people during the car accident, but your friend seemed to grab my hand and wouldn't let go." "What?" Duan Yi looked at Yi Ziqing almost like a monster, which made Yi Ziqing feel uncomfortable. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Yi Ziqing touched his arm and asked in confusion. Duan Yi smiled awkwardly. "No. He can't explain that Fu Ting'an has never let any woman get close to him since he was a child, right? Not to mention actively grabbing a woman's wrist now. Let me give it a try." Duan Yi walked to the bed and said with concern. Yi Ziqing didn't care and raised his hand to Duan Yi. "Okay?" Duan Yi stepped forward curiously and tried to break it off, but found that he really couldn't break Fu Tingjian's hand off. A strange expression appeared on Qingjuan's face. "What are you doing?" At this moment, a deep, hoarse, majestic voice came into the ears of Yi Ziqing and Duan Yi. "Fu-san, you wake up." Duan Yi turned around and saw Fu Ting'an, who was unconscious on the bed, opening his eyes with a look of joy on his face. "Yeah. How are you doing? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" Fu Ting'an frowned slightly and uttered 2 words coolly. "It's okay. It's okay." After receiving confirmation, Duan Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The young man who held his hand woke up. Yi Ziqing became a little impatient and kindly reminded, "Hello, can you let go of my hand?" Fu Ting'an seemed to have noticed the little girl caught by his hand. Seeing her young and beautiful face, a touch of tenderness flashed in his eyes. "I'm sorry." After saying that, he released his hold on Yi Ziqing's wrist. Yi Ziqing's hand was released and he suddenly felt relaxed. He rubbed his stiff hand. "It's okay, as long as you don't rely on me and think it was me who caused your car accident," Yi Ziqing said calmly. Fu Ting'an shook his head and looked at Yi Ziqing with gentle eyes. "No, you saved me, I know." "That's good." Yi Ziqing smiled and extended his hand to Fu Ting'an. "Mr. Fu, I sent you to the hospital and stayed with you for a while. Please pay the escort fee." Duan Yi twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at Yi Ziqing almost like a monster. No one has ever dared to ask Fu Ting'an for money so blatantly. He is really brave. Fu Ting'an looked at the slender hand that Yi Ziqing stretched out in front of him. However, the hand was a little rough and there were some small scars on it. He frowned slightly and felt a flash of distress in his eyes. Chapter 13, Do you want ginseng? Fu Ting'an turned to look at Duan Yi. "Give me the money." "Give money? Are you really giving it?" Duan Yi was shocked and looked at Fu Ting'an in disbelief. Fu-san actually asked him to give money? Fu Ting'an nodded, and Duan Yi opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. First, he grabbed the little girl while she was unconscious, and now he gives the little girl money when she asks for it. What is this situation? Anyway, he doesn't understand, so take the money first. Duan Yi took out his wallet and took out a few $100 bills. Fu Ting'an took the money and handed it to Yi Ziqing. "This money should be regarded as a thank you gift for saving my life." Yi Ziqing raised his eyebrows. A hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. As expected, rich people and so on are sometimes annoying, but sometimes they are also liked, such as this time. He knew she was short of money and gave it to her without saying a word. It's just that the money is a bit too much. Yi Ziqing gently took out a $100 bill and said calmly, although Mr. Fu's escort fee is very generous, I only need 100 yuan, which is considered as my travel expenses back and the labor expenses for spending the time with you. Duan Yi was very surprised. Aren't you going to get more? No need. Yi Ziqing waved her hand and said with a smile, a little girl loves money, so get it wisely. Pfft. Duan Yi couldn't hold back his laughter and gave Yi Ziqing a thumbs up in praise. But Fu Ting'en still took the remaining money from Duan Yi's hand and stuffed it into Yi Ziqing's hand. His eyes fell on Yi Ziqing's washed clothes that were a little white, and he said, you can go buy some new clothes. My life is still worth the money. Yi Ziqing lowered his head and glanced at the clothes on his body. A blush appeared on his cheeks. She didn't feel at all that Fu Ting'en was deliberately showing off by the nouveau riche, but that he really wanted to help her and let her change into new clothes. After thinking about it, Yi Ziqing smiled and asked, Mr. Fu also injured his body in this car accident. Does he need ginseng to replenish his body? Fu Ting'en immediately heard the girl's purpose, but did not reveal it. Miss Yi, is there anyone here? Originally, I planned to go out to sell ginseng, but I didn't expect that Mr. Fu had a car accident. If Mr. Fu needs it, I can sell it to Mr. Fu. I can give you a very fair price. Duan Yi looked left and right, his head filled with question marks and confusion. What's going on? One moment it's giving money, the next moment it's selling ginseng? He felt like he couldn't keep up with the brains of these two people. Yi Ziqing put down the backpack on his back and took out a good quality ginseng from it and put it on the bed. This is the ginseng I dug in the hill behind our house. It can be regarded as a century-old ginseng. Mr. Fu, you are so kind, so naturally I will consider you first. She was definitely not trying to trick Fu Ting'en. It was a fair deal. The ginseng produced in space is more valuable than any savage ginseng on Earth. If you buy it, it is definitely worth the money. The stuff is good. Fu Ting'en looked at the ginseng, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as deep as glass. I wonder how much Miss Yi plans to sell it for? The buyer still has the final say. Fu Ting'en looked at the ginseng in his hand, as if he was considering how much the ginseng would be worth and how much it would cost so as not to hurt this girl's self-esteem. Based on the general market price, this ginseng would cost 300,000 to 400,000, plus it's in good condition. If it were put up for auction, it would probably sell for $1 million. Duan Yi blinked and looked at Fu Ting'en in surprise. It was rare to hear him say so many words. Chapter 14, I didn't expect you to be here. Why don't we compromise and I'll give you 650,000, okay? Yi Ziqing looked at Fu Ting'en with a smile. This man was really good. The price would definitely not make her feel like he was giving away a reward. Then 650,000. Not too high, not too low. Okay. Fu Ting'en smiled and turned to look at Duan Yi send money. The corner of Duan Yi's mouth twitched fiercely, and the expression on his face felt very stiff. Fu San had a sense of déjà vu. King Yu of Zhou plays with the princes with beacon fire, and congratulations loses the world with a smile. However, after Fu Sandu said this, Duan Yi still put on a forced smile. Okay. Miss Yi, how can I give you money? Sorry, I don't have a bank card yet, I might have to go to the bank first. Fu San cued Duan Yi again, then let Duan Yi take you to the bank. Okay. Yi Ziqing looked at Duan Yi who was being chased away, and felt that the smile on his face felt like crying. Thank you, Mr. Fu. Everyone was so considerate that Yi Ziqing felt a little embarrassed. He took out a folded yellow talisman from his pocket and handed it to Fu Ting'en. This peace talisman was originally given to her brother in the space last night. Although she would give away most of the things in the space every time she changed to another world, some things still leaked out, such as pen, ink, and cinnabar. Today, she left and returned to give her brother a reason to explain. This is it. Yi Ziqing smiled, Mr. Fu, although you are unlucky, but you have been guilty of bad behavior recently. This peace charm can keep you safe. Reading people's fortunes and telling fortunes has 5 drawbacks and 3 drawbacks. In the past, she had to complete tasks and there were still tasks. She didn't care if the system helped her. But now that the system is gone, Yi Ziqing will not violate it at will, let alone choose to develop in this direction. When I first looked at Mrs. Ye's appearance, I only cared about it because it involved her and her brother's life experience, and more importantly, the future. Fu Ting'en is the person with the richest and purest purple energy that Ziqing has seen in thousands of worlds he has traveled to. Such people usually belong to a world's lucky children, but now there are traces of black energy lingering between his brows. It is obvious that someone has harmed his luck. She can't retaliate against people who help her. Her talisman can be sold for a sky-high price in other worlds, and it can be regarded as repaying the karma. And building a good relationship with such a person will be very beneficial to her future development. Thank you, I will keep it. Fu Ting'en held the peace charm and said with a smile. Duan-yi scratched his head, feeling that he couldn't turn his head and became even more confused. From selling ginseng to selling yellow talismans, the rhythm was getting more and more magical, and he felt that he couldn't understand the little girl in front of him. Then I won't disturb Mr. Fu's recovery here anymore. Okay. Fu Ting'en smiled softly, turned around and ordered, take care of her. Duan-yi couldn't help but clicked his tongue. Knowing that he, the driver, was determined to sit down today, he turned the key on his finger and said, Miss Yi, please. Thank you. Yi Ziqing left the ward, and Duan-yi followed behind. While closing the ward door, he winked at Fu Ting'en and gave him a comforting look, saying that he would take good care of Yi Ziqing. Fu Ting'en lowered his head, looked at the ginseng and yellow talisman in his hand, and raised the corners of his mouth in a perfect and gentle arc. His dry lips moved lightly. I didn't expect you to be here. Duan-yi left and took Yi Ziqing to the parking lot. Miss Yi, what do you do? Chapter 15. Going to the provincial capital to buy a house. Student. Duan-yi's face was full of suspicion, with an expression like, I believe you. Yi Ziqing smiled and didn't explain much. It was very troublesome to explain this kind of thing, so he just didn't say anything. Duan-yi was very curious about Yi Ziqing's life experience. They had a pleasant conversation along the way, but Duan-yi was even more surprised that Yi Ziqing, who was dressed in such simple clothes, actually had the temperament of a young lady from an aristocratic family. Especially Yi Ziqing's attitude toward the 650,000 yuan made it impossible to believe that the girl in front of him was a 12-year-old country girl. With Duan-yi's help, Yi Ziqing quickly applied for a bank card, and 650,000 was directly transferred to the card. Duan-yi sent Yi Ziqing outside the shop where his brother worked. Thank you, Mr. Duan. It should be. Miss, you can call me if you need it in the future. Duan-yi smiled and waved his hand. Okay. Yi Ziqing smiled and waved the business card in Duan-yi's hand, sending Duan-yi off to go back to his brother. When his brother saw Yi Ziqing returning, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was more worried about the danger she would face if she went out alone. Brother, when are we going home? He went back early today to deal with the family separation, and Yi Ziqing couldn't wait. Yi Mingyu patted Yi Qing's head lovingly and said softly, I have asked for leave from my boss. Let's go home now. Okay. Yi Ziqing smiled and took out a triangular amulet and a bank card and stuffed them into Yi Mingyu's palm. By the way, brother, I'll give you this amulet and bank card. Yi Mingyu was confused about the amulet and bank card. He understood the amulet, but he didn't understand the bank card. When did you apply for the bank card? How did you give it to me? Yi Ziqing smiled and explained, didn't I tell you that I saved an old Chinese medicine practitioner before? I learned Chinese herbal medicine under the guidance of the old Chinese medicine practitioner. When I went to the mountains, I found a century-old ginseng plant. I just sold the century-old ginseng for 650,000. What? Yi Mingyu only felt that his ears seemed to be hearing hallucinations. How much did his sister just say? Sister, you, how much did you say? 650,000. Yi Ziqing smiled and secretly said that the price given by Fu Ting'en was very reasonable. The current price has shocked Yi Mingyu so much, let alone any higher price. Sister, are you sure you haven't been deceived? Seeing Yi Mingyu holding the bank card nervously, Yi Ziqing felt amused. Brother, I just created this bank card myself and the money is in it. If I'm going to be cheated, it's because I sold it at a cheap price. Others won't give me 650,000 for nothing. Yi Mingyu pursed his lips and said nothing. His sister was right, but getting so much money all at once felt very dreamy. However, Yi Mingyu still returned the bank card to Yi Ziqing. This is your money, you should keep it yourself. Yi Ziqing smiled and shook his head. No, brother, you're going to college soon and need money. Moreover, I hope you use the money to buy a house in the provincial capital. Buy a house? I plan to go to high school in the provincial capital, and you're also in the provincial capital. Then we, brother and sister, can live together. If possible, Yi Ziqing can follow Yi Mingyu to study in the provincial capital now. However, it would be troublesome for someone with no background like her to transfer to another school. She can only make do with it for 2 years. When she gets good results, she will definitely be able to study in the provincial capital. Even though he doesn't know whether he will be short of money to buy a small house in 2 years, Yi Ziqing is very clear that the real estate industry will explode in the future, and he will not lose money in the future even if he buys a house now. Chapter 16. Shrew and Yer. Although Yi Mingyu was shocked by Yi Ziqing's plan, he was very supportive of her plan. Okay, I'll listen to you. Brother, go buy a house first. In fact, he is also worried that his sister will be bullied by the Yi family if she stays here. It is better to let her run to the provincial capital. With him here, he can still take care of her. He can first help his sister look at high schools in the provincial capital and buy a house nearby. After his sister finishes junior high school in 2 years and obtains a household registration, he can go to the provincial capital to study and stay. In 1995, housing prices were relatively low even in provincial capitals. For a brother and sister who already had 650,000 yuan, buying a house of 70 to 80 square meters in a provincial capital for 300,000 yuan would definitely be enough to move in. With money, the two brothers and sisters finally gained confidence. On the way back, Yi Mingyu went to order a batch of bricks and prepared to go back and build walls to truly separate the house. When they got home, it was almost noon. The two brothers and sisters had a quick meal and headed to the village committee. At this time, a lot of people had gathered in the village committee. Most of them came to watch the fun during the lunch break, and there were also some old men and women watching the show. When Mr. Tan saw the Yi Ziqing brothers and sisters coming over, he smiled and waved. Mingyu, Ziqing girl, you are here. Come and sit down. Grandpa Tan. Brother and sister Yi Mingyu smiled and came forward to say hello. Yi Ziqing glanced around. Grandpa Tan, Uncle Tan, my grandma and second uncle, haven't they come yet? Don't worry, I'll send someone to hurry you up. Village Chief Tan comforted Yi Ziqing with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Tan. Village Chief Tan asked with concern, Mingyu, Ziqing, do you have any requirements for me? It's ours, we won't give up. Brother and sister Yi Mingyu were determined. But Uncle Tan, after all, we brothers and sisters still have to study, and my brother is going to another place. I can't control the fields. If the fields are allocated to us, can I rent them to people in the village who need them? Village Chief Tan nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I will arrange this for you and rent it out for you. Thank you, Uncle Tan. A moment after the words fell, a woman's bitter cry came from outside. What's the rent? This family has started to divide our fields before they are divided. I don't agree. As soon as she arrived, she heard that Yi Ziqing and Village Chief Tan were starting to divide the fields for rent. How could Aunt Yi watch the fields that belonged to them be given out? Yi Ziqing lowered his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Second Aunt Yi is not a good girl. She is shameless, and she is trying to compete with old Mrs. Yi. She probably took advantage of this moment to cause a scene. Mrs. Ye's grandfather and grandson came in aggressively, and they were hostile to almost everyone. Second Aunt Yi came in with one hand on her hip. Tan, everyone tries to persuade us to make peace, but not to leave. Why do you want to tear our family apart? Are you still not a human being? The corner of Village Chief Tan's mouth twitched, and he secretly complained in his heart that just because he was a human being, he would persuade the families to separate. If they didn't, the reputation of the village would probably be ruined. Yi Ziqing sneered and said sarcastically, Second Aunt, Grandma and Second Uncle haven't spoken yet, and you're just yelling over there. Are you planning to usurp the guest? Yes, Grandma. Is it really okay for my second aunt to disobey your wishes? This time, Yi Mingyu showed no mercy. Originally, he had no money and was worried about his sister's future life, which would require the care of Mrs. Yi and the others. But now that he has money, he naturally doesn't have to bow his head, lest they think that his brother and sister are easy to bully. Chapter 17 Uncle Tan, Call the Police. The two brothers and sisters joined forces, and Mrs. Ye's face turned livid with anger. Village Chief Tan felt very happy. Yes, Aunt Yi, you have to take good care of such a disobedient daughter-in-law. Village Chief Tan also reminded Mrs. Yi with a smile. Just now, the second daughter-in-law of the Yi family did not give him any face as the village chief, so there was no need for him to stay. She had to fight her back, otherwise he would not have any authority at all as the village chief in the future. Okay, let's sit down and discuss the separation of the families first. Although they had decided to let Aunt Yi charge into the battle before coming, when they were pulled out and slapped in the face, Mrs. Yi felt that she was so embarrassed that she could only ask Aunt Yi to retreat first. Although Second Aunt Yi was unwilling to give in, she could only retreat obediently. Even though Second Aunt Yi is very aggressive and arrogant outside, she is still afraid of Mrs. Yi at home. Seeing Mrs. Yi bowing her head, Village Chief Tan laughed. The two siblings were smart and knew where to start. Otherwise, just dealing with Aunt Yi would be a headache. Aunt Yi, since everyone is here, let's discuss family separation and household registration changes. Village Chief Tan said with a smile. Aunt Yi slapped the table again. I don't agree to the separation. Yi Mingyu sneered and said mockingly, Aunt Yi, you are the head of the Yi family. Do you have the final say? Aunt Ye's face turned red with anger, and she turned to look at Mrs. Yi. The three of them had a secret conversation late at night last night, and found out about the life experiences of Yi Mingyu's two brothers and sisters. They found it very troublesome, so they decided that she should be the one to appear this time. So now, although the old lady looked ugly, but was angry in her heart, she didn't speak, and she immediately felt confident. This is not a matter of whether you are the master or not. Mingyu, I am your elder and the daughter-in-law of the Yi family. I also have a say in this matter. Second aunt, you are just my identity, not my biological parents. Now that I am an adult, I am qualified to separate the family. Yi Mingyu sneered and mocked. Grandma, second uncle, what do you mean? Do you agree or call the police and go to court? Yi Ziqing leaned back on the chair and said playfully. If she talks nicely and refuses to listen, but insists on making trouble, then don't blame her for being ruthless. Second Aunt Yu was angry and pointed at Yi Ziqing with trembling fingers. You dare, little bitch. Yi Ziqing raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Second Aunt doesn't speak well, and without the support of my parents, we can only call the police. Then he turned to look at Village Chief Tan. Uncle Tan, call the police. Village Chief Tan glanced sideways at Aunt Yi and said shamelessly, okay, I'll call the police. As she was about to stand up, Aunt Yi looked at her and quickly shouted, you're not allowed to go. The second daughter-in-law of the Yi family, yesterday you said that we would separate the family. Your mother-in-law and husband both agreed. Why are you making such a fuss? Do you really need to call the police to solve the problem? Mr. Tan sighed, with a look of hatred on his face. Old Mrs. Yi's old face full of furrows was full of anger. She felt like her old face was being pressed to the ground and being rubbed. She could only utter one word through gritted teeth points. Village Chief Tan smiled and said, Aunt Yi, we still have to talk properly. Look, this is an agreement to separate the family. Take a look. The agreement was made in triplicate, one for Mrs. Yi and the others, one for Yi Mingyu's brother and sister, and one for the village committee as notarization. Yi Ziqing and Yi Mingyu took a look at the agreement in their hands and were very satisfied. The 4-bay old house was divided into two, and the Yi family's original farmland was also divided into two. However, considering the separation of the two families, the village allocated another 1 or 2 acres to them. Chapter 18 The marriage law clearly stipulates. Although Uncle Yi and his wife dropped out of school very early, they could still understand the words in the agreement. When they saw the distribution above, they immediately became dissatisfied. No, I don't agree. Why should it be divided equally? There are 4 of us in the family. Aunt Yi immediately shouted. Although their family could not manage so much land, Aunt Yi was not generous and naturally wanted to get more land in her hands. Village Chief Tan smiled and explained to Aunt Yi, originally, it was planned to be divided according to population, but part of it is that you use the land to offset the 2-bay house. Don't you want it? The house belongs to us, so why should we deduct it? Aunt Yi shouted again. Yi Ziqing raised his chin slightly and spoke loudly, just because the entire house was built with my parents' accident compensation money. As a direct bloodline, we have the right to inherit, but you are not qualified. You. Aunt Yi's face turned red with anger, and she gritted her teeth confidently. That's your grandma. You should also take care of your grandma. Yi Ziqing's lips curled up. It's okay to take care of grandma. I just don't know if second aunt wants us brothers and sisters to take care of grandma. Will you give us living expenses? Or will the 2 uncles share it equally with us and take turns taking care of grandma every day? As long as grandma is not tired, we are willing to share. What kind of bullshit living expenses do you need to raise your grandma? Yi Ziqing couldn't help but laugh, looking at second Aunt Yi as if she was looking at an idiot. Huh, you keep asking us as juniors to be filial to our elders. Second aunt, as my grandma's daughter-in-law, you not only don't take care of grandma, you don't even pay a penny. How do you have the face to let us take care of grandma? Are the 2 uncles the ones who are unfilial? As if he had thought of something, Yi Ziqing said with a playful expression, oh, second aunt, I forgot to tell you. In order to understand the law better, I specifically asked a lawyer. The lawyer told me that Article 28 of the marriage law clearly stipulates that grandparents who can afford it have the obligation to support minor grandchildren whose parents have died or whose parents are unable to support them. Grandchildren who can afford it have the obligation to support their grandparents or maternal grandparents whose children have died or whose children are unable to support them. Although my parents have passed away, my father is not the only grandma's son. Even if my second uncle does not do his job and gambles all day long, there is also a third uncle who works very well. No matter what, it will never be our brother and sister's turn who are still studying to support him. Village Chief Tan and the villagers in the conference room all stared at Yi Ziqing in surprise. They never expected that Yi Ziqing could be so capable and know the law. Yi Mingyu couldn't help but look at his sister with admiration. When did his sister ask the lawyer? Why didn't he know? However, he will never break up the trouble at this time. It should be solved now, right? If Yi Ziqing knew what his brother was thinking, he would probably complain, brother, you think too much. Sure enough, Uncle Yi and Aunt Yi were both stunned by Yi Ziqing's words, and they couldn't think straight for a while. We don't understand the law. We only know that you are juniors and must take care of your grandma. Yi Ziqing was too lazy to pay attention to Aunt Yi's mischief, and looked at Mrs. Yi with a smile. Grandma, do you want to call the police or separate the family? Chapter 19 Family Separation. Sign it. Old Mrs. Yi's old hands trembled slightly, and her weathered eyes seemed to be burning with angry flames, but she did not dare to fight. Separate the family. Sign it. Mrs. Yi could only close her eyes in the end. Mom. Uncle Yi and his wife looked at Mrs. Yi. Although old Mrs. Yi was unwilling to give in, she could only glare at the couple fiercely. If the quarrel continues, I will lose all my face. Old lady, sign it. Yi Ziqing smiled. Thank you so much, Grandma. After speaking, Yi Ziqing and Yi Mingyu signed their names and pressed their fingerprints. After the two parties signed the agreement, even if the agreement came into effect, the household registrations of the two brothers and sisters were moved out of the Yi family and became a separate household registration. Let's go. Mrs. Yi stood up tremblingly and left angrily with her second son and his family. Yi Ziqing stood up and expressed his gratitude to Mr. Tan and Village Chief Tan. Village Chief Tan smiled and waved his hand. Haha, it's okay. This is what it should be. You brothers and sisters, just live a good life from now on. Okay, thank you, Uncle. Yi Ziqing smiled and nodded. Uncle Tan, we may not have time to take care of our fields. If possible, I would like to entrust you to rent these fields out at a cheap price. Don't worry, leave it to me. After this incident, everyone from the Tan family's uncles and nephews to the villagers treated Yi Ziqing differently. In the past, Yi Ziqing was bullied by Mrs. Yi and the others and felt a little introverted. However, now Yi Ziqing is sharp, giving people an unfathomable feeling. For such an outstanding girl, Mr. Tan and Village Chief Tan both felt that her future achievements might be even higher than those of her brother. At least, Yi Mingyu doesn't have the determination to separate the family like Yi Ziqing. Uncle, we won't bother you anymore. We still have to tidy up the house. Go, go, go. Yi Mingyu packed up his household registration agreement and other things and took Yi Ziqing home. I contacted a nearby bricklayer to help build a wall to separate the house so that the two families would not interfere with each other. Yi Ziqing also helped build the walls. In one afternoon, he built the corridors and door frames of two 2.5-story houses with bricks. Although it was spending his own money, Yi Ziqing felt that it was well spent. Seeing the two families separated, Uncle Yu was very unwilling. He glared at Yi Ziqing and others fiercely, and then hurried out. Yi Ziqing glanced at Uncle Ye's stubbornness, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. However, would she be afraid when the third child was here? In one afternoon, the wall was built easily. Although he now has money, Yi Mingyu still continues to work part-time, so he went to work in the city early in the morning. Yi Ziqing, on the other hand, slept comfortably and had a hearty breakfast. Just as he was about to lie down on the bed and read a book, there was a noise outside. Yi Ziqing ran to the window and saw 3 familiar faces. She was indeed right. Yesterday, second Uncle Yi went out to find third Uncle Yi and asked them to come over and cause trouble. After a while of commotion, Uncle Yi stood downstairs and called Yi Ziqing. Yi Ziqing lazily leaned against the window, looking down at Uncle Yi below, looking very surprised. Uncle, why are you here? Compared with second Uncle Ye's slovenliness, third Uncle Yi is very well dressed, but his attitude is very vicious. Yi Ziqing, where is your brother? Yi Ziqing sneered and said playfully, third uncle, shouldn't you know? My brother went to work part-time. What? Does third uncle have anything to do with my brother? Chapter 20. Uncle Yi is here. Uncle Yi hesitated for a moment. He knew the situation of the Yi family very well and waved his hand. You come down first. Okay. Yi Ziqing smiled and walked downstairs slowly. Although Uncle Yu is not as rogue as Uncle Yi, he is harder to fool than Uncle Yu. Today, his brother is not here, so he does not need to worry about dealing with such annoying things. Yi Ziqing opened the door and looked at Uncle Ye's menacing look. He smiled and teased, Uncle, aren't you going to work? I heard that your brother and sister are making trouble to separate the family, and your grandma is so angry that she fainted. Uncle Yu looked like he was lecturing an elder. Uncle Third, you have wronged us. Yi Ziqing complained innocently. It was Yi Haitao who kicked me into the river, made me sick, and refused to let me go to the hospital. Can't we just want justice? Uncle Yu was slightly startled and looked at Yi Haitao, who was standing aside. He really didn't know the reason was because of this incident. He only heard from his second brother that the two brothers and sisters separated because of schooling. Yi Haitao had no regrets at all. Instead, he said confidently, it's obviously you who spent money indiscriminately. Uncle Yu was so angry. Sure enough, the second brother's family were all useless, and they were holding him back. Third uncle, you have seen that if I stay in this house any longer, I'm afraid I will die before I grow up. Yi Ziqing spread his hands innocently and aggrievedly, and then smiled slyly. Besides, we are also imitating third uncle. Didn't you also split up the family in order to go to the city to work? Why can you split, but we can't? Pfft. The surrounding villagers who were enjoying the cool air couldn't help but laugh when they heard Yi Ziqing's words. Yi Zitong saw her father being laughed at and looked ugly, and immediately retorted angrily, what qualifications do you have to compare with my dad? My dad was going to work and had to change his household registration. But you're going to separate the family and don't even take care of your own grandma. That's unfilial. You are filial, so how many days have you taken grandma to the city to take good care of her? Yi Ziqing asked mockingly. It would be great if the third uncle and his family could come to the countryside to meet the old lady from time to time. They didn't even give them money for the New Year and festivals, but the old lady still regarded them as treasures and pride. The surrounding villagers who were watching the show laughed again. They were all from the same village, and they all knew that Mrs. Yi only visited Uncle Ye's house a handful of times. The third uncle's family didn't do as much as other brothers and sisters. Everyone laughed at Uncle Ye's family, who only talked but didn't do anything. These laughters were like crisp slaps on Uncle Ye's face. If you want to be filial and take care of grandma, that's fine. Yi Ziqing said teasingly. Everyone signs an agreement, and each family will take turns taking care of grandma. Yi Ziqing knew that this third uncle had always looked down on the old lady and would never agree to take her back to live in the city. Sure enough, Uncle Yi looked around and spoke to him, pretending to be an elder and lecturing him. Ziqing, what we are talking about now is not taking care of your grandma, but you brothers and sisters are living well. Why should we separate the family? And the separation of families is not like this. You two brothers and sisters don't need to live in so many rooms at all. Uncle Yi was very angry, and more importantly, he was envious, jealous, and hateful. In order to transfer his household registration, he left all the fields and houses in the countryside to the old lady. Now he knows the importance of the land. Even if he doesn't sell it and rent it out, he can still get money every day. No matter how few mosquitoes there are, they're still meat. And now that pair of trashy brothers and sisters are assigned to a house. How is this allowed? Chapter 22, Let's Buy a House. At this moment, Uncle Yi couldn't help but feel depressed and aggrieved. Yi Ziqing said with a smile, Second uncle, you'd better think clearly. Even if you part with some from me, are you sure you can keep more than what you have now? Second Uncle Yi glanced at Third Uncle Yi warily and stopped thinking about Yi Qing. Both of them were greedy masters, and it was easy for them to be instigated by Yi Ziqing. The two brothers who had originally been together broke up instantly, which made Yi Ziqing laugh for a while. He was too lazy to pay attention to how the two brothers were fighting among themselves, and even the final quarrel broke up. Yi Ziqing didn't care, and went into the space early to tinker with her own medicinal materials. Today's events must not be hidden from Yi Mingyu. When Yi Mingyu came back from work, he heard the villagers talking about Uncle Ye's arrival and hurried home. Sister, are you okay? Yi Mingyu grabbed Yi Qing's shoulders and looked up and down her body to see if there was any damage. Yi Ziqing smiled and shook his head, patting his brother's shoulder comfortingly. Brother, don't worry, it's okay. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Yi Mingyu looked remorseful. He should have thought a long time ago that Uncle Yi would never give up and would definitely come to cause trouble. Yi Ziqing smiled and waved his hand. It's okay. Didn't I solve it easily? Seeing that his sister is so sensible and has become so powerful that he, the elder brother, doesn't know what to do, Yi Mingyu feels even more distressed and blames himself. My elder brother should do this kind of thing, not you. Yi Ziqing blinked. She seemed to be a little too pushy and hurt her brother's self-esteem. After thinking about it, Yi Ziqing quickly hugged Yi Mingyu's arm and said coquettishly, Brother, you should be more at ease with me. After all, you will go to college in the future. How will you help me then? I will be independent sooner or later. This is the reason, but Yi Mingyu still feels that his brother has neglected his duty. He was not there when his sister needed him, so what qualifications did he have to be an elder brother? But if you need it now, you should still call me brother. Even if my brother goes to college, you can still call me brother. He will definitely come back. Yi Mingyu said with concern. Yi Ziqing smiled and nodded, with a bright smile on her young and beautiful face. Okay, I will never forget my brother. Yi Mingyu patted Yi Ziqing's head lovingly. Yi Ziqing's eyes flickered and he suggested with a smile, Brother, I plan to go to the school tomorrow to look at houses and want to buy a second-hand house. Do you still want to buy a house? Well, after all, there is a long distance between here and the school. You could take me to school in the past, but when you go to study in the future, I will have a headache facing the Yi family alone, so I want to buy a house nearby. Okay, I'll take a day off tomorrow to go shopping with you. Although buying a house is painful, the money belongs to my sister, and she can spend it however she wants. Moreover, Yi Mingyu is not Uncle Yi, but Uncle Yi can see the importance of land. How could he not see the development of real estate? It is cheaper to buy a house now. When his sister graduates from junior high school, he will sell it. It is a school district house, and he will probably make a little profit by then. Okay. Yi Ziqing smiled and nodded, took a look at the house and suggested, Brother, let's rent out this house. If no one lives in this house, it will be occupied by old ladies and others sooner or later, so renting it out is the best way. Chapter 23 Fu San is interested in her. Yi Mingyu pondered for a moment. Okay, I will listen to you. The commotion in the Yi family here also reached the ears of Fu Ting'an, who had been paying attention to Yi Ziqing's situation. Duan Yi couldn't help but gasp. This girl is really capable. She just made her two uncles fight among themselves. If you want to deal with these two families, to be honest, if you have too many concerns, you can't deal with them without being ruthless. But now that Yi Ziqing was tied to the same boat, the people who were originally tied to him were fighting among themselves. Without his companions, he would naturally lose his fighting ability, and his ability was even higher. Well, you did the right thing. Fu Ting'an raised the corners of his mouth and smiled very fondly. After all, those two people were also uncles and elders, so what Yi Ziqing did was the last thing that would go unnoticed. Fu-san, are you interested in this girl? Duan Yi looked at Fu Ting'an curiously. Although Yi Ziqing impressed him, Duan Yi still found it a bit difficult with such a family background. After all, the Fu family is still quite complicated now. Look at Fu Ting'an now, still lying on the hospital bed. Pay more attention. Seeing no answer from Fu Ting'an, Duan Yi refused to give up and asked jokingly, won't you help me get revenge? Fu Ting'an frowned slightly. No, she doesn't like it. How do you know she doesn't like her? Duan Yi looked at Fu Ting'an in surprise. Why did he think Fu San knew him well? Fu Ting'an glanced at Duan Yi lazily. Don't mind your own business. She knows Yi Ziqing's character best. When dealing with enemies, she likes to take matters into her own hands. If others interfere at will, they will only end up badly. Duan Yi shrugged helplessly. Okay. Having said that, Duan Yi became even more curious about Yi Ziqing. If Fu Ting'an didn't plan to pay attention to him, he wouldn't stop either. He was still very interested in such a smart and calm girl. Yi Ziqing didn't know that her information was sent to Fu Ting'an. She and Yi Mingyu made a decision and went to the city early the next morning. The store where Yi Mingyu works part-time is much further away than the school, so he first puts Yi Ziqing at a second-hand housing agency near the school and lets his sister take a look first, and then make a decision when he comes. Yi Ziqing entered the second-hand housing agency store, and there was only a young man in his 20s inside. When the young man saw Yi Ziqing's appearance, he was only 11 or 12 years old. How could he have the money to buy a house at this age? He looked behind Yi Ziqing again, but didn't find an adult, so he simply lowered his head and played the game console by himself. Yi Ziqing didn't pay attention to the young man and just looked at the house information posted on the wall. He just looked around and found that the size of the house and the distance from the school were almost unsatisfactory. Brother, I would like to ask, are there any second-hand houses of about 70 to 80 square meters near this school? Yi Ziqing walked up to the young man and asked. The young man lowered his head and said in disgust, little sister, the house is very expensive. Knowing that she was being underestimated, Yi Ziqing wanted to throw a few stacks of rectangular cubes in front of the young man and slap her in the face. She could afford a house. However, she couldn't do it, so she could only explain, I am a pioneer, and the adults will come over later. The young man then raised his head and glanced at Yi Ziqing, but mostly he didn't believe it. Then let's wait until your excellency comes. Yi Ziqing clicked her tongue. If it weren't for this agency nearby, she would never stay any longer. I need to buy a house to study in a school nearby. Little brother, please show me first and I won't miss a piece of meat. If you can make my order, won't you still get a share? Chapter 24 Encounter with Fu Ting'an. The young man paused while playing the game. He had to say that Yi Ziqing's words made sense. He could only take the time to take a stack of folders and put them on the table. Read it yourself. Thank you. Yi Ziqing smiled, pulled up a stool and sat down to watch. Although she mainly lives in this house, her brother also has winter and summer vacations and will definitely come back to live there. The house must be 2 bedrooms and the minimum area must be 70 square meters. I watched this for more than half an hour. Brother Yi Mingyu also took a half-day leave and came back and entered the store. Brother, you're here. Yi Ziqing saw Yi Mingyu, smiled and waved. Yi Mingyu nodded and asked with concern, well, is there anyone you care about? There are a few that I like, but I have to go check them out. Although Yi Ziqing also saw the floor plan, he still wanted to take a look at the environment. Okay, let's go take a look. Yi Mingyu looked at the young salesman. Hello, we want to buy a house. Can you take us to see the houses that my sister values? The young salesman saw Yi Mingyu. Although he seemed to be an adult, could he really buy it at this age? Where are you adults? Yi Mingyu looked a little ugly when he was questioned. He knew that the salesman felt that they could not afford a house, even a second-hand house. I am the master and we have money. The salesperson still didn't believe it and said with a kind-hearted look, brother, buying a house doesn't cost a few hundred yuan. It costs tens of thousands, or even 100,000 yuan. Yi Ziqing glanced at Yi Mingyu and saw that Yi Mingyu was wearing washed white clothes just like the salesman, with a few small holes in the collar, but he was thinking that now that he had money, should he buy some new clothes for his brother? Yi Mingyu knew this was human nature. He didn't look like a rich person at first glance, but he was still very angry in his heart. I have money. If you don't believe me, you can go to the bank with me to see your bank card. Salesman, shut up, Yi Mingyu said so. He could only agree, okay, then I will take you to see the house. As long as we are satisfied, we will buy a house for my sister to study. The salesman glanced at the beautiful but immature Yi Ziqing, seemed to understand something, and nodded, okay, I'll take you there. With that said, the salesperson tidied up and took Yi Ziqing and the others out to look at the house. You still have to look at the houses carefully and compare each house. I looked at 2 houses and walked around inside. The houses are not old houses. Many of them are like Yi Ziqing. They are for studying in nearby schools. After their children graduate, some families simply sell the house. This also made it convenient for Yi Ziqing and the others, as they still had a few places to check out. Because there were several houses and they were not in the same community, the sales youth took Yi Mingyu and the two of them to another community. When the three of them were walking across the street to see a house in the opposite community, a black car stopped in front of them and the window slowly opened. Yi Mingyu and the sales youth looked at the car in confusion. Why was it parked in front of them? Only Yi Ziqing saw the rich purple aura in the back seat of the car and could guess who it was without even looking. Ms. Yi, what a fate, we meet again. The rear seat window rolled down, revealing Fu Tingjian's handsome face. Yi Ziqing smiled and nodded in greeting. Hello, Mr. Fu. Yi Ziqing felt an indescribable feeling of familiarity with Fu Tingyan, but he couldn't remember where he felt familiar. Chapter 25 Mr. Fu, we are not familiar with each other. This feeling of not being under control made Yi Ziqing very unhappy. The sales young man who originally felt that he was being played by the two brothers and sisters Yi Mingyu closed his mouth instantly when he saw the person sitting in the car. He felt like his face was being slapped, but he was in a happy mood. It's only 1995, so anyone who can drive a car must be of extraordinary status. Yi Mingyu stood in front of Yi Ziqing and asked with concern, do you know them? Yes, I know you. Yi Ziqing said with a smile, this is the rich man who bought my ginseng. Yi Mingyu also knew what happened to Yi Ziqing the day before yesterday, but he didn't expect to meet them here. Fu Tingyan opened the car door and walked out, smiled and asked, why is Miss Yu here? Duan Yi, who was sitting in the driver's seat, couldn't help curling his lips, but he was muttering in his heart. It was obvious that he was being asked to inquire about Yi Ziqing's information. Knowing that Yi Ziqing and the others were looking at second-hand houses, they came here on purpose to meet by chance. Yi Ziqing didn't know Fu Tingjian's purpose. I plan to buy a second-hand house with my brother. Do you need my help? No, I'm just looking at a house. It's okay, I'm just bored. Fu Tingyan said with a smile, I still have some ideas about buildings. Not to mention the young salespeople were shocked by Fu Tingjian's words, let alone Yi Mingyu. Originally, it was just a chance encounter on the roadside to chat, which was relatively normal. After all, they didn't know each other very well. However, now that he had to go to see the house together, Yi Mingyu became wary and showed his kindness for nothing. Mr. Fu, we are not familiar with each other after all. Isn't it appropriate for you to go along? Fu Tingyan ignored Yi Mingyu's hostility and introduced himself with a smile. Is this Miss Ye's brother? My name is Fu Tingyan. Duan Yi lay on the roof of the car and looked at Yi Mingyu curiously. He always felt that he had seen this long face before, but he couldn't remember it. Brother Yi, I see you are kind-hearted. Have we met somewhere? The corners of Yi Ziqing's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at Duan Yi with strange eyes. He always felt that these words were awkward to hear. It seems like this is something a man would say when chatting up a woman, right? Now she has goosebumps for her brother. Yi Mingyu also twitched the corner of his mouth, but still showed a polite smile. Sorry, we haven't met before. Duan Yi also realized that what he said was wrong and smiled awkwardly. I just think your face looks familiar, Brother Yi. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Sorry. It's okay. Yi Mingyu just smiled and didn't take Duan Yi's words to heart, but Yi Ziqing kept it in mind and took a deep look at Duan Yi and Fu Tingyan. Fu Tingyan smiled at Yi Ziqing. Actually, I have something to ask Miss Yi about what she said when she left the hospital. Yi Mingyu turned his head and looked at Yi Ziqing, not understanding what his sister said. Yi Ziqing pursed his lips. Fu Tingyan was probably talking about his recent luck, right? So Mr. Fu has been suffering from insomnia recently? Duan Yi was suddenly surprised. Miss Yi, how do you know that Fu-san has been suffering from insomnia recently? You can tell. Yi Ziqing glanced sideways at Duan Yi as a friend. Mr. Duan should take Mr. Fu back to have a good rest. After all, there was a car accident. Duan Yi curled his lips. He thought so too, but Fu-san's thoughts are all on you and he doesn't want to leave. Fu Tingyan smiled and asked, since Miss Yi can see that I have insomnia, do you have any way to treat it? Chapter 26, can you help me sleep? Yi Ziqing shrugged his shoulders and said in a distant tone, please go to the hospital to see a doctor. I don't have a medical qualification certificate. Fu Tingyan looked at Yi Ziqing tenderly and trustingly. You can see that my insomnia can definitely be cured. I believe you even more. My treatment is very expensive. I still have some spare money for medical treatment. The sales young man looked at Yi Ziqing with admiration and envy. This little girl is really good. Why was he blind in the first place? How come this 11 or 12-year-old girl has no money to buy a house? Okay, I do have a soothing incense here to help you sleep. Yi Ziqing said with a playful smile. Okay. Duan Yi couldn't help but be speechless. He didn't expect Fu-san, who avoided women, to have a perfect flirting skill. It's just that a certain girl didn't get Fu-san's charm at all. It seems that Fu-san is not cold at all. Miss Yi, where are you going? Shall I see you off? Duan Yi asked Yi Ziqing with a smile. Yi Ziqing shook his head, glanced at the community opposite and said, it's right inside. It's okay, I'll send you in. It's quite hot today. Duan smiled and said nonchalantly. Yi Ziqing hesitated and turned to look at Yu Mingyu. They came to see his sister, and Yu Mingyu was too embarrassed to refuse. After all, he was still around, and I believe he would not bully her. Several people got into the car and the air conditioner was on. Yu Mingyu and the three of them immediately felt very comfortable. It was rare for the young salesman to take a ride in the car, and he was still so cool, sitting in the passenger seat and giving directions. Yu Mingyu sat between the two of them and prevented Fu Tingyan from getting close to his sister. If you have any questions, Mr. Fu, you can ask him now. Fu Tingyan said in a very embarrassed tone, when it comes to personal matters, let's wait until you finish buying the house. I'm not in a hurry. Yu Mingyu only felt a breath holding in his chest. What is the purpose of this man? It's best not to take advantage of his sister, otherwise he won't let them go even if they die together. Next, with Fu Tingyan following him, the young salesman did not dare to neglect Yu Mingyu and the others. It was obvious that the attitude of the salesman had changed drastically. Yu Mingyu had to look at Fu Tingyan and knew it was him. After that, they looked at several more houses. Finally, Yi Ziqing and Yu Mingyu discussed it and decided on the community opposite the school playground. It was 75 square meters, with 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. The environment was very good. And just as Yi Ziqing guessed, the house may have been resold after their children graduated from a nearby school. After it was settled, Yu Mingyu signed the contract with the salesman and paid, while Yi Ziqing and Fu Tingyan walked out of the store and stood under the shady tree. Mr. Fu, it's useless to ask me about your problems. I can't control the affairs of rich people like you. Fu Tingyan blinked his eyes, smiled, and said, at least we are all familiar with each other. Please call me Brother Fu. Yi Ziqing didn't hesitate and nodded, Brother Fu, I can't help you with your matter. It can be seen from Fu Tingyan's face that his trouble is his love affair and a family matter, so she is unwilling to interfere. How could it be? Can't you help me sleep? Fu Tingyan chuckled and said nonchalantly. Yi Ziqing was speechless for a moment. Why was this man's words so confusing? Okay, I will make some soothing incense for you when I get back and give it to you tomorrow. A glint flashed in Fu Tingyan's eyes, and there was a bit of joy in his tone. Then I'll come to the new house to find you tomorrow. Chapter 27. Miss Zheng Yu doesn't accept this trick. Okay. Yi Ziqing nodded. Yu Mingyu will go to work tomorrow, and she will definitely clean up the new house. There are a lot of things that need to be repaired in your new house. Do you need my help? I still know some friends who can give you a cheaper price. According to Yi Ziqing's habit, he didn't care about money, but he was afraid that his brother would feel sorry for the money if he spent too much, so he could only agree shamelessly. Okay, thank you very much. You were also injured in the car accident. I will give you some medicine for bruises tomorrow. At most, she owed a favor, and she could give him some more soothing incense for free. I believe that Fu Tingyan will not like it very much after using Onchen incense. If it is recommended to be sold by then, the brothers and sisters will not have to worry about making a living for the time being. Thank you very much, Miss Yi. Duan Yi, who was standing under another tree to enjoy the cool air and listen to the corner, couldn't help pouting and his eyes were a little sore. He looked at Fu Tingyan, who was a gentleman and as gentle as jade, but no matter how he looked at it, he felt flirty. If it were any other woman, she would have fallen completely for it. However, judging from the situation, it seems that a certain girl doesn't like this. Yu Mingyu took care of the house affairs, paid the money, took the contract and other things and walked out, glanced at Fu Tingyan and the other two, and greeted Yi Ziqing. Ching, let's go to the new house. Here we come. Yi Ziqing smiled and ran to Yu Mingyu's side. Fu Tingyan smiled and said to Yu Mingyu and the others, I'll send you off. Yu Mingyu refused vigilantly, no need. Fu Tingyan always pesters his sister, which makes Yu Mingyu worried that his sister will be deceived. What this kind of rich second generation likes most is to play with little girls. Duan Yi immediately gave Fu Tingyan a look of sympathy. How miserable. It was just these two siblings. If it had been anyone else, in this situation, they would have sent Yi Ziqing to Fu Tingyan directly to his bed. But people were so wary of him, afraid that Fu Tingyan would bully their little girl. Yi Ziqing looked at Yu Mingyu with a smile, but his heart felt warm. Only his brother could love her so much, and he would even be an enemy of a rich man for her. Who doesn't love such a brother? That's why she was willing to complete the mission and come back to change her brother's fate of dying young. Yi Ziqing hugged Yu Mingyu's shoulders and smiled to comfort him. Brother, don't worry, he can't bully me. Aren't you here? Well, Yu Mingyu touched Yi Ziqing's head, turned around and said, Master Fu, we have to clean the new house next, so I won't accompany you. After choosing a house and looking at the house, the relationship between the four of them was much closer than before, and they found out that Yu Mingyu was only a few months older than him. Fu Tingyan originally wanted Yu Mingyu to call him Fu San, but Yu Mingyu knew that Fu Tingyan was a rich man and was unwilling to call him Fu San Shao. The intention of alienation was very obvious, so Fu Tingyan could only slowly close the relationship for the time being. We're fine, we can go help together. After all, there is some furniture that girls can't move. I have to say that Fu Tingjian's words touched Yu Mingyu's heart. Yu Mingyu felt sorry for his sister and didn't want her to move. He really needed someone, preferably an adult man. Looking at the two grown men, Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi, they could only compromise temporarily. Then thank you, Mr. Fu, Mr. Duan. Yu Ziqing glanced at Fu Ting'an speechlessly. This bitch really knew how to grasp people's hearts. She knew that her brother's weakness was hers, so she could control it easily. Chapter 28: The Weaknesses of Brothers and Sisters. Duan Yi's mood was very complicated at this time. This should be the scene of the legendary battle between Fu Ting'an and his uncle. He didn't know whether it was admiration or resentment. He admired Fu Ting'an for easily handling Yu Mingyu, but his resentment was that he wanted to scream angrily, I have something to do, I want to go back and lie down and blow on the air conditioner. Wouldn't it be nice to lie down and eat ice cream with the air conditioner blowing on? Asking him to help on such a hot day? Then don't be exhausted. It was just Fu Tingjian's decision, and it might have been to pursue a woman, so he couldn't resist. Yu Mingyu agreed, and Fu Ting'an invited Yu Ziqing, Miss Yi, the car has air conditioning, take my car. Yu Ziqing smiled and hugged Yu Mingyu's arm. No, I like riding my brother's bicycle. This is definitely a typical example of I would rather laugh on a bicycle than cry in a car, but the scene is slightly wrong. Brother Yi is tired from riding a bicycle. He may have to move things later, so it's better to take it easy. Fu Ting'an had a gentle smile on his gentle and handsome face, and his words were very considerate, but why did it sound so unpleasant to Yu Ziqing's ears? Then I'll take the car. The two siblings had each other's weaknesses. Although Yu Ziqing was very reluctant, she still chose to take Fu Tingjian's car. Duan Yi secretly gave Fu Ting'an a thumbs up. He was worthy of being the third young master who could hold the entire Fu family in his hands. He was awesome. Mr. Yi, I can drive slower, you can just follow me. Okay. Yu Mingyu glanced at Yu Ziqing and nodded without refusing. In such a small way, these two people couldn't bully his sister. The four of them headed to the new house together. Although this new house is a second-hand house, it is still relatively new, but it still needs to be decorated. Yu Ziqing didn't like a lot of the taste and planned to sell it and get a new one. The four people moved out of the house what they didn't need and then sold them all to make some money. Originally, this second-hand house was going to be sold, and the original owner didn't have many things left behind. The whole house became almost empty after moving for a while. Seeing that the house was still a bit dirty and my sister would live here often in the future, Yu Mingyu asked with concern, Sister, do you want to decorate it? For a little decoration, I still need to buy some furniture and appliances. The smell of paint at this time was not suitable, so Yu Ziqing planned to put up wallpaper. For a house of 70 to 80 square meters, it only takes half a day to install it. Fu Ting'an said with a smile, if Miss Yi needs furniture and home appliances, I can introduce you to them at a much cheaper price and can deliver them the next day. Looking at the smile on Fu Tingjian's face, Yu Ziqing always felt that it was like the smile of a 1,000-year-old fox. However, she was really not afraid of him having any evil thoughts. If he dared to do so, she would let him know why the flowers were so red. Okay, thank you very much. Miss Yi saved my life, I deserve it. Fu Ting'an smiled modestly. Yu Ziqing turned to look at Yu Mingyu. Brother, don't you still have to go to work? Go first, I will take care of it here. Yu Mingyu also wanted to go to work, but he couldn't bear to worry about these two men pestering his sister. He glanced at Fu Ting'an warily. His sister was still so young, so he had to protect her. No need, my brother should stay with you. The corners of Yu Ziqing's mouth twitched slightly. Why do you feel that the control attribute of this brother and sister is stronger than in the previous life? I know you don't trust me, brother, but I'm not young anymore. You will leave me to go to college in the future. I have to be independent. Yu Ziqing quickly comforted and persuaded Yu Mingyu, let me deal with my own house first. Chapter 29: Ignorance is the highest form of contempt. Yu Mingyu couldn't resist Yu Qing, so he had to go to work first, but he still decided to come back early today. After finally seeing Yu Mingyu off, Fu Ting'an asked with a smile, Miss Yi, where do you plan to go shopping? Go to the mall and look at the furniture and appliances first, and then go to the supermarket to buy some cleaning supplies. Fu Ting'an smiled and nodded, okay, let's go buy car. It just so happens that the car can hold a lot of things. Thank you so much, Brother Fu. Yu Ziqing nodded politely in thanks. Since people always come forward, there is no need to refuse. After all, you will still have to make money by attracting customers in the future. Duan Yi couldn't help but feel stunned in his heart. After seeing so many girls of all kinds, he was very sure that Yu Ziqing really didn't like Fu Ting'an. Only Yu Ziqing could face Fu Ting'an in such a normal manner, and thinking about it made him feel a little gloating. Duan Yi drove. Fu Ting'an and Yu Ziqing sat in the back seat, and the three of them went to the furniture store and selected 2 beds, a dining table and chairs, a sofa and coffee table, a shower set, a toilet, etc. Along the way, Fu Ting'an looked at Yu Ziqing with a smile and asked, what furniture and appliances do you need? I can have someone arrange it and deliver it tomorrow. I don't know if it's good or bad yet. I'll go to the mall to check first. Yi Ziqing did not refuse, which made Fu Tingyan very happy, okay? Duan Yi looked at the two of them through the rearview mirror. He always felt that there was a wonderful tacit understanding between the two, but he couldn't put it into words. Sure enough, they were not two people he knew. Arriving at the furniture mall, Yi Ziqing inquired and made a mental note of the brand and model for Fu Tingyan to arrange. It only took an hour to select the furniture, which made Duan Yi speechless. After getting rid of the furniture and bathroom, the three of them moved to the only and largest shopping mall in Linjiang City. The three of them first went to the home appliance floor. Air conditioners, refrigerators, range hoods, washing machines, etc. all need to be purchased first. Write down the brand and model and hand them to Fu Tingyan as usual. Fu Tingyan liked Yi Ziqing's gradual change from alienation to getting used to it, and how he made phone calls in a happy mood to make arrangements. Time passed quickly, and it was already noon. The three of them had something to eat in the mall, and then headed to the lifestyle supermarket. Duan Yi patted his calf and said with admiration, "Miss Yi, your speed is really amazing." Yi Ziqing smiled slightly. "Don't you rich people just buy whatever you like without considering it?" Duan Yi smacked his lips, thinking of his mother and sisters at home. That's true. Actually, there is nothing to hesitate about. I believe that the first impression will make you hesitate after seeing too much. After all, this house can only be lived in for 2 years at most, so Yi Ziqing only wants to live comfortably and does not have high requirements for other things. You are right. Duan Yi gave Yi Ziqing a thumbs up again. I will tell my mother the same thing in the future. As a son, his destiny is always to carry bags and make choices. Yi Ziqing's first words are the best way to fight back. He can apply what he has learned in the future and solve many headaches. I have to say that Duan Yi did a good job. He solved all the headaches in one sentence in the future, and in the end he only had a job of carrying bags. The three of them, Yi Ziqing, each pushed a large cart and threw the things they needed into the cart one by one. The speed at which the salespersons around them widened their eyes. Although it was Yi Ziqing who picked up the items, the salesperson did not dare to stop him because he did not think that Yi Ziqing, who was wearing clothes that were washed a little white, could not afford it. Chapter 30. I knew it was like this. Because, beside Yi Ziqing, there were two handsome young men dressed in famous and noble clothes. It was obvious at first glance that they had extraordinary status. But it also made these salesmen look at Yi Ziqing very strangely. A girl who looks very clean already knows how to seduce men at such a young age. TSK, I really don't know how her parents taught her. The world is getting worse. Today's children hate the poor and love the rich so much. The salesman's discussion reached the ears of Yi Ziqing and the others. What are you talking about? Duan Yi swiped his sharp, cold eyes at the salesman. These slanderous salesmen suddenly trembled with fear and lowered their heads, not daring to look at Duan Yi. The look in his eyes just now was too scary. There is no need to waste time on these people. People with dirty thoughts will always have dirty thoughts. Yi Ziqing didn't even look at those people and completely ignored them. Ignorance is the highest form of contempt. Walking and sitting upright, Yi Ziqing was not afraid of these people's advice and abuse. There is no need to argue with these irrelevant strangers. It is a waste of time. Duan Yi gave Yi Ziqing a thumbs up. You're absolutely right. I guess they want to seduce men, but they don't have the capital. Why would they be so ugly? You are right, so even if they are flirting here, no man can take notice of them. Fu Tingyan chuckled. Those who respect others will always be respected. Brother Fu, do you think they understand what you are saying? Yi Ziqing tilted his head slightly, showing a naughty smile. Duan Yi couldn't hold it back, burst out laughing and mocked. Pfft, I guess you don't understand, right? The three of them sang in unison, mocking the person for being ugly, having bad conduct, being short-sighted, and being illiterate, which made the salesman feel ashamed but did not dare to refute. Yi Ziqing didn't care if he was angry with someone who didn't matter. He went on a cleaning spree and bought a lot of cleaning supplies, pots and pans, and other daily necessities. The shopping carts of the three people were piled up into a small mountain, and they could barely buy enough for their temporary needs. Fortunately, there is a car. Putting all the things in the trunk is not enough, but also stuffing them into the passenger seat until the whole car is full. The three of them returned home with a full load, which made Duan Yi's eyelids jump wildly, secretly admiring that the woman was indeed a shopping madman. After returning to the new house, I moved all the things from the car into the house, almost filling the living room. Putting down the last thing, Yi Ziqing clapped his hands and politely dismissed the guests. Thank you, Brother Fu and young Master Duan, for today. You can go back if you are busy. We're fine, we can help you clean up first. Fu Tingyan smiled, picked up the broom and threw it to Duan Yi. Duan Yi rolled his eyes towards the sky, and the expression on his face clearly read 7 characters. I knew it was like this. Yeah, we're fine, let's help you clean up. Duan Yi had a bright smile on his face. Since Fu Sen wanted to pick up a girl, he naturally had to help as a brother. Yi Ziqing shrugged helplessly. Since they wanted to stay, she couldn't chase them away. Thank you. You can't just kick people out after using them, right? Moreover, it seems that I haven't used it all yet, and can be used as a cleaner. However, when Yi Ziqing watched two handsome guys in high-end clothes cleaning the house for her, she always felt a sense of disobedience, but she felt a sense of pride for some reason. Yi Ziqing reached for the bucket, and Fu Ting'an reached for the same place. Their hands overlapped each other in the air, as if an electric current flowed through their bodies. Chapter 31. I am redundant. In an instant, a mist flashed in front of Yi Ziqing's eyes. In the mist, something seemed to be coming out, but it was fleeting like the wind. What's wrong? Fu Ting'an asked concerned Yi Ziqing, who was in a daze. Yi Ziqing was brought back to his senses by Fu Ting'an's voice. He glanced at Fu Ting'an unnaturally and looked away. It's okay. The ambiguous atmosphere between the two made Duan Yi roll his eyes repeatedly and couldn't help but complain in his heart, I'm superfluous. I should go home and lie down with the air conditioner on and eat ice cream. As if sensing Duan Yi's actions, Yi Ziqing quickly picked up the basin and rag and ran to the bathroom. This was the second skin-to-skin contact between two people, but this time the feeling was sudden, catching her off guard. Duan Yi walked up to Fu Ting'an with a smile, biting his ear and teasing, how do you feel? What? Duan Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Tisk, it's really boring. Sure enough, first-hand melons are not that delicious after all. The three people joined forces and started cleaning from the inside out, dividing the purchased items into the rooms to be cleaned according to their ownership. This cleaning lasted all afternoon. After the hard work of three people, the new house was instantly cleaner. Except for the dirty walls, the floor was already very clean. Seeing the changes in the new house, Duan Yi's original aggrieved and depressed mood was instantly wiped away. Fu Ting'an also smiled with satisfaction. Someone will be here to put up the wallpaper tomorrow morning, and furniture and home appliances will also be allowed in the afternoon. If you hurry up, you can move in on the same day tomorrow. Yeah, the speed is pretty good. We'll just make do, and we'll only be here for 2 years. Yi Ziqing didn't expect how fast it would be. If it weren't for Fu Ting'an, she and her brother probably wouldn't have been able to finish it in less than half a month. Fu Ting'an seized the time in Yi Ziqing's words and asked with concern, where does Miss Yi plan to study in high school? It should be to the provincial capital, but the details haven't been decided yet. Yeah. Duan Yi glanced at Yi Ziqing and then at Fu Ting'an, feeling a little nervous in his heart. Is Fu San going to the provincial capital as well? While he was talking, there was a sound of the door opening, and Yi Mingyu walked in from outside. Yi Mingyu, who came back from work early, didn't expect that Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi were still in the new house. The whole house was much cleaner, and there were already a lot of things in the hall. Brother, you're back. Yi Ziqing smiled and ran to Yi Mingyu, hugging his arm and acting coquettishly. Yi Mingyu gently touched Yi Ziqing's head. Are you exhausted today? Fortunately, Brother Fu and young Master Duan are here to help me. Yi Mingyu looked at Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi with confusion, but he didn't expect that these two rich young men would help. Fu Ting'an knew it was time to leave and said goodbye. It's getting late, so we'll leave first. We'll come tomorrow to get the soothing incense and bruise medicine. Duan Yi smiled and waved goodbye. Yi Ziqing also smiled and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your help today. I will give you more tomorrow. Fu Ting'an smiled at Yi Mingyu, nodded, and left with Duan Yi. Watching Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi leave, Yi Mingyu turned to look at Yi Ziqing. When did you get some soothing incense and bruise medicine? Yi Ziqing smiled and started to blame the blame again. The Chinese medicine master from before gave it to me as a thank you. Yi Mingyu frowned, but still warned carefully, Qing, you should have less contact with them in the future. Chapter 32. The old lady makes trouble again. Why? Yi Mingyu gently touched Yi Ziqing's head and said dotingly, you are still young, so you still have to be wary of strange men. Yi Ziqing was amused and wanted to reply, she is not young anymore. The total time it would take to complete the mission would be 1,000 years old, right? However, this was his brother's concern, and Yi Ziqing accepted it all. Yeah. Got it, brother. We have bought some vegetables, and we'll cook something delicious when we go home. Although Yi Ziqing also felt that Fu Ting'an had other intentions for her, she was not afraid and planned to make money by expanding his clientele. How could she have less contact with him? However, facing Yi Mingyu's relationship, Yi Ziqing could only agree. Anyway, Yi Mingyu would go to college in the future and could not control her. Okay, go home. Yi Ziqing pretended to go upstairs to get vegetables, but in fact he picked vegetables from inside the space. It's a pity that the original deal did not allow any living creatures to enter the space, including chickens, ducks, and fish. No living creature can enter. So now we can only grow some vegetables in the space, but they are hundreds and thousands of times better than vegetables grown outside, and they can also strengthen your body. There are also medicinal materials grown in the space to refine soothing incense and bruise medicine for Fu Ting'an, otherwise it would be difficult to explain the source of the medicinal materials to Yi Mingyu. Taking the vegetables in this space, Yi Ziqing happily returned to the village with Yi Mingyu. When I returned to the village, I saw Mrs. Yi lying on a lounge chair outside their house, eating melon seeds. There were melon seed shells all over the ground. A flash of anger flashed in Yi Ziqing's eyes. This old lady really dared to go to the house and uncover the tiles without giving her a lesson. Grandma, why are you in front of our house? Have you been kicked out by your second uncle? Pfft. The surrounding villagers who were enjoying the cool weather in front of their houses all knew about old Mrs. Ye's dilemma, and at first they sympathized with Yi Mingyu's brother and sister. But now Yi Ziqing's words made him happy instantly, and everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Cough, cough, cough. Originally, Mrs. Yi wanted to deliberately discuss the Yi Mingyu brothers and sisters by saying, "Brothers and sisters, please go outside. I'm here to look after the door for you. Look how nice Grandma is to you." But Yi Ziqing's words were enough to dispel old Mrs. Ye's momentum in an instant. She accidentally choked on the melon seeds she had just eaten and coughed violently, making her whole old face turn red. "Grandma, what's wrong with you?" Yi Ziqing's pretty face showed concern. "It's better to sit at the dining table and eat to avoid choking." Second Aunt Yi came out and pointed at Yi Ziqing's nose and yelled, "Damn girl, you dare to curse your grandma." Yi Ziqing chuckled and said sarcastically, "Second Aunt, weren't you the one who kicked Grandma out so that she could only choke when eating in front of our house? Fart. Who chased us away?" Second Aunt Yi was frothing at the mouth. "Obviously the old lady deliberately soiled your doorstep to disgust you." When she said these words, Aunt Yi actually regretted it. Yi Ziqing accused Aunt Yi and the others of the crime, and told the truth as soon as his head got hot. Oh. The surrounding villagers who came out to watch the show looked at Aunt Yi mockingly, with gloating faces on their faces. Although they actually knew that this was the old lady's deliberate act, it was completely different if Aunt Yi said it. Don't be afraid of enemies who are like gods, but be afraid of teammates who are like pigs. That's what the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are talking about. Shut up. Cough, cough, cough. Mrs. Yi also glared angrily and shouted at Aunt Yi. Digression. Please recommend. Please collect it. Please support. Chapter 33. Who is restless recently? Yi Mingyu was amused and very proud in his heart. His sister did a good job and made them confused. Even so, Yi Mingyu still looked angry and sarcastic. "You are really our good grandma." Old Mrs. Yi didn't know whether she didn't understand Yi Mingyu's words, or her face was really thicker than the city wall, and she didn't feel guilty at all. "So God is punishing you because he can't stand it anymore." Yi Ziqing sneered, her young and beautiful face full of ridicule. Mrs. Yi suddenly blushed and shouted angrily, You are talking nonsense. It is obvious that you are unfilial, and you will get retribution." "Retribution? Grandma, do you want me to remind you, who has the retribution? You have lost us brothers and sisters, and even more my brother's money. You have not been able to have peace in the past 2 days. Yi Ziqing glanced at Aunt Yi and the others teasingly. Then he proudly showed off the vegetables in his hands and the fish and meat bought from the market. "Without you, we can all eat delicious food, so life shouldn't be so good." Aunt Yi's expression froze when she was mentioned, and her face turned red with shame and anger. Without the money handed over by Yi Mingyu, Aunt Yi alone would not be able to afford Uncle Ye's gambling, so the couple could not rest for a day. Old Mrs. Yi and second Aunt Yi stared at Yi Ziqing with anger and jealousy. Even if they bought it in the past, it only belonged to them. It was not the turn of Yi Mingyu and his sister, so they could only eat some leftovers. "Oh, this is your favorite son-in-law, Grandma. I wonder if I have given you such a good meal in the past 2 days. Yi Ziqing looked gloating, and what he said was even more infuriating. "If you are better than us, then we will really get our comeuppance." Humph. The villagers laughed unkindly again, looking at old Mrs. Yi with mocking and gloating eyes. Everyone knows very well that with the virtue of the second son of the Yi family, it would be great if he could not bring down the family and still eat good food. After all, they were neighbors, and they were laughing at her. No matter how thick-skinned old Mrs. Yi and the others were, they couldn't bear it, and they were so embarrassed. Yi Ziqing sneered and greeted Yi Mingyu, "Brother, I will cook today and prepare delicious food for you. I originally planned to cook in person in the evening, add the medicinal materials in the space, and make a table of medicinal meals for Yi Mingyu to condition his body. Although Yi Mingyu seems to be in good health, for the Yi family and for her, Yi Mingyu has almost been overdrafting his body over the years. If he doesn't take good care of his body now, he will have problems when he is 40 or 50 years old. Now that she is back, she will not let Yi Mingyu suffer." "Okay." Yi Mingyu looked at Yi Ziqing lovingly, smiled and nodded. Yi Mingyu felt a little relieved that his sister could easily deal with his second uncle's family. His sister had really grown up. In the future, he would not have to worry about being bullied when he went to the provincial capital to study. If he hadn't cared about that blood relationship, he would have just wanted to stay away from them. Yi Ziqing pushed Yi Mingyu into the house, turned around and taunted, "Grandma, if you want to eat melon seeds, keep eating them. I won't stop you." Mrs. Yi and second Aunt Yi were so angry that they could do nothing. They felt that they had lost their wives and lost their troops this time, which was a disgrace. Damn you, bitch. Mrs. Yi stamped her feet angrily, turned around angrily, and went into the house. Where would she have the leisure to eat melon seeds again? Chapter 34. The bitch is hiding her clumsiness. Second Aunt Yi glared at the villagers watching the show fiercely. What are you looking at? Is there anything good to see? TSK. You deserve it. The surrounding villagers all mocked the Yi family's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law with disdain and looked down upon them. Not long after, Yi Ziqing took advantage of Yi Mingyu to clean up the ingredients, took a broom and walked outside the house, sweeping all the melon seed shells at the door of Uncle Ye's house. Yi Ziqing had the same idea as Yi Mingyu. He did not intend to face the old woman again and would move to a new house as soon as possible. After taking care of the outside matters, Yi Ziqing went back to prepare dinner. Half an hour later, the aroma of medicinal food came out from the window and filled the inside and outside of the house. People around him smelled the aroma. It smells so good. What does this smell like? I've never smelled it before. Yeah, it smells so good. I feel so hungry. When the surrounding villagers smelled the fragrance, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Some of those who had finished their dinner felt hungry again. After cooking dinner, Yi Ziqing filled 2 boxes and said to Yi Mingyu, "Brother, take a look at the fire again. I'll be back soon. Go." Yi Mingyu smiled and waved his hand. Yi Ziqing carried 2 packing boxes to Mr. Tan's house. They were given to the old man as a way of repaying Mr. Tan and Village Chief Tan for taking care of them in the past few days. Moreover, I will ask Village Chief Tan to help rent out this house, so I have to thank him very much. At this time, there was no meat on the table of Uncle Ye's family. The only thing they had was probably a plate of sausages, which looked unappetizing. The aroma coming from next door made them feel even more unable to eat, and they felt that the things in front of them were just garbage. Uncle Yi slammed his chopsticks on the table and cursed in dissatisfaction. "What are you burning?" "It's rubbish." "That's right, I can't even eat anymore." Yi Haidao also had a look of complaint and dissatisfaction. Aunt Ye's face suddenly darkened and she cursed angrily, "If you don't want to eat it, don't eat it. If you can, go next door to eat it." Aunt Yu had just suffered a loss from Yi Mingyu's brother and sister, and she was holding her breath in her heart. Now that Uncle Yi was mocking her cooking skills, it just added fuel to the fire. Uncle Ye's face darkened, and he felt even more depressed. Suddenly he saw Yi Ziqing walking out, seemingly carrying vegetables in his hand. He suddenly felt happy, thinking that maybe this girl knew how to deliver food to them. However, he soon saw Yi Ziqing striding away and became even more furious. "You damn girl, where are you going with the food?" Uncle Yi slammed the table angrily. Yi Ziqing didn't give the food to them, but gave it to others. This was a slap in their face. Yi Haidao curled his lips and said, "They have already separated from us, and just now they had a quarrel with Grandma and the others outside. How could they give it to us?" Uncle Yi was even more angry and gritted his teeth. "Damn it, this little bitch. What did they cook so deliciously? I've never seen her cook anything so delicious before." "That's right, it didn't taste that good before. Why did it taste so good after I left? It was all intentional that it was so bad before." Yi Haidao also complained deeply. They all felt that Yi Ziqing's burning was just average before, but now it was so fragrant. He must have been hiding something secret before. Old Mrs. Yi and Second Aunt Yi felt the same way. They both felt that Yi Ziqing was hiding something clumsy and held a grudge even more. But he didn't care how much the family held grudges against Yi Ziqing and came to Village Chief Tan's house. Mr. Tan's children all work in the city and are alone at home, so most meals are eaten at Village Chief Tan's house. Chapter 35. I'm so angry. A middle-aged woman who opened the door looked surprised when she saw Ziqing. "Hey, Ziqing, why are you here? Come on, stop standing outside." Yi Ziqing smiled and said, "Thank you, Aunt Tan. Have you had dinner? I made some food here and wanted to give it to you to try, as a thank you for taking care of us brothers and sisters." Aunt Tan smiled and waved her hand. "Oh, this is what we should be doing. What can we be grateful for?" "Aunt Tan, is Uncle Tan here?" Zai, come in." Aunt Tan smiled and quickly led Ziqing into the house. "Old Tan, Ziqing is here to see you." "Coming." Village Chief Tan walked out of the back room and was surprised to see Ziqing. "Ziqing, why are you here?" "I made some extra dishes and brought them here. By the way, I wanted to ask Uncle Tan to do me another favor." Yi Ziqing put the dishes on the table and said sheepishly, "It's okay. If you have anything to say, Uncle will help you. I'm thinking about renting out your apartment for me, Uncle Tan, in a couple of days." Village Chief Tan was stunned, surprised and puzzled. "Rent it out? You can't live there anymore?" "Well, my brother is going to the provincial capital to study at university, and it's not convenient for me to be here alone, so he found me a house near the school. In order to avoid trouble and not want to expose the source of the money, Yi Ziqing just made an excuse to rent it out, and Village Chief Tan was convinced of this. Yes, sure enough, Village Chief Tan also understood very well. "Okay, I will help you." Without Yu Mingyu as his brother, he was really worried that this girl would be bullied by the Yi family, even if she lived out. Try to rent as much as possible so that you can offset the money this girl spends renting outside. Thank you, Uncle Tan. Village Chief Tan smiled and patted Yi Ziqing's shoulder to comfort him. This is what I should do. Just take good care of yourself. At this moment, Aunt Tan opened the lid, and the strong fragrance hit her nostrils, and she exclaimed, "Well, it smells so good. It smells so good. Why does it smell so good? It makes me hungry." Village Chief Tan also exclaimed. Yi Ziqing smiled confidently. "I made this myself, Uncle Tan, try it." When Village Chief Tan heard this, he became even more happy. "Thank you so much, girl. You haven't had dinner yet, right? Go back and eat quickly, Uncle won't keep you any longer." "Then I'll go back first." Yi Ziqing smiled and waved back home. Aunt Tan sent Yi Ziqing away with a look of emotion on her face. Old Tan, not to mention, not only is this girl a good character, but her cooking skills are also top-notch, and her cooking is delicious. Village Chief Tan nodded and sneered. "Oh, the Yi family will regret it sooner or later." Tisk, yes. These brothers and sisters will rise up sooner or later, and the Yi family will regret it sooner or later. Anyway, we can take advantage of the opportunity to help these two brothers and sisters. Got it. After completing the task, Yi Ziqing returned home happily. As he approached the door of his home, he bumped into the person he least wanted to see. When Uncle Yi saw Yi Ziqing coming back, he immediately asked angrily, "Damn girl, where did you just send the vegetables? You don't even send them to your grandma if you send them to outsiders." The most important thing is that this damn girl not only didn't cook such delicious food for them before, but now she doesn't even give it to outsiders, even these relatives. Uncle Yi was so angry just now, and there was such a fragrant smell coming from next door. How could he still have the desire to eat? So he stood outside smoking and unexpectedly bumped into Yi Ziqing. "Does Grandma want it, or does second uncle want it for yourself?" Yi Ziqing sneered and mocked. "If Grandma wants to eat, you can eat it yourself. As for second uncle, who is in his prime, you can rely on your own ability to get food, so don't come." Chapter 36. Is it a reminder or a threat? You. Uncle Yi suddenly became furious and his face turned red. "Second uncle, are you going to bully my sister again? Have you ever asked me?" Yi Mingyu's dissatisfied and angry voice reached Uncle Ye's ears, and he was immediately startled. Second Uncle Yi saw that it was Yi Mingyu, came to his senses, and cursed angrily. "Yi Mingyu, what are you yelling at?" Yi Mingyu chuckled lightly. His eyes were sharp, and his words were full of threats. "I didn't yell. I just reminded my second uncle that I will never show mercy if you bully my sister. Of course, you can also take it as a threat from me." Yi Ziqing smiled and walked to Yi Mingyu's side. The brother and sister looked at each other and turned to mock second Uncle Yi teasingly. "Second uncle, you are an elder. Do you still have the face to beg for food with a junior?" Uncle Yi was so angry that his fingers trembled. "You guys." Tisk. Yi Ziqing curled her lips in disdain and turned to Yi Mingyu to act coquettishly. "Brother, let's go back for dinner. I'm already hungry." Yi Mingyu glanced sideways at Uncle Yi, then touched Yi Ziqing's head lovingly. "Okay, go back and ignore him." Uncle Yu could only watch helplessly as the two brothers, Yi Mingyu and Yi Ziqing, turned around and entered the room arrogantly, with excited laughter in their ears, and he was breathing heavily. Yi Mingyu had already placed the pots and bowls for dinner, and he couldn't help but be amazed when he tasted the food. "Ching, when did you learn this craft?" Yi Ziqing smiled and said the excuse he had thought up for a long time. "I have always done it. I was too lazy to make such delicious food at that house before, and then I made some medicinal meals with that old Chinese medicine practitioner." Yi Mingyu nodded without any doubt. Well done. What my sister said was absolutely correct. If she had such good cooking skills, the Yi family would probably have done something uncontrollable before they knew it. In the past, he thought he stayed in the Yi family for the sake of his sister, but after the separation, his sister was more cheerful than before. It seemed that his decision was wrong. As long as my sister is happy, I will listen to her from now on. In the blink of an eye, the next day came, and Yi Mingyu brought Yi Ziqing to the new house. He originally thought that he would need to clean and decorate the house today, so he simply asked for a day off to help. "I just didn't expect that my sister and the others had almost cleaned the house yesterday, except for putting up wallpaper and bringing in furniture and appliances." The person who put up the wallpaper was Fu Ting-en, so the workers came over early with the wallpaper, one step ahead of the Yi Mingyu brothers and sisters. "Who are you?" Yi Mingyu looked at the 6 or 7 workers in confusion. The leader, a middle-aged man, quickly introduced himself with a smile. "Brother, are you the owner of this house?" "We are here to put up wallpaper." Yes. Yi Ziqing showed his head from behind Yi Mingyu and responded quickly. "We will open the door right away." Yi Ziqing didn't expect these people to come so early, but it was good if they came early, so they could finish the work as soon as possible. Knowing their identities, Yi Mingyu quickly opened the door and let them in. With Fu Ting'an as his backer, although this place seemed a bit inappropriate, the orders from above were given. As the bottom class, they naturally carried out the orders unconditionally and had to do their best. As soon as the workers entered the new house, they started working on the walls. It looks like we can finish the wall treatment today. The foreman smiled and nodded quickly and said, "Don't worry, boss. With the high temperature in summer, I will definitely be able to finish it for you in the morning." Chapter 37. It's all what my sister likes to eat. Yi Mingyu and Yi Ziqing expressed their gratitude together. "Thank you so much, master." It should. The foreman responded quickly, looking flattered. "Boss, you can have a good rest first, or you can watch from here. If you are dissatisfied, you can raise some points." Yi Ziqing had no doubts about the foreman's attitude. The people Fu Ting'an found must know their identities, dare not neglect them, and would handle them well. Yi Mingyu was very curious. "Qingqing, where did you find the workers?" "It's in the home furnishing mall, but it was introduced by Fu Ting'an. It's cheaper." "It's him again." Yi Mingyu frowned slightly, worried. What on earth is that guy going to do? He covets my sister when she is so young? Is he a pedophile? Yi Ziqing sensed Yi Mingyu's repulsion and had already read through his mind, probably suspecting Fu Tingyan's intentions. But she is not afraid at all. If Fu Tingyan dares to play tricks on her, she will never let him go. Now Yi Ziqing can't let her brother scare away the god of wealth. "Brother, I think Brother Fu is also a person who repays kindness. After all, I saved his life. Moreover, if he really wanted to do anything to me, he would have done it long ago, so don't worry." Yi Mingyu nodded thoughtfully. Yi Ziqing was right, but he was a bit dissatisfied. Seeing that her brother had finally let go of his guard, Yi Ziqing breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and happily went to supervise the work of the workers. Several masters worked together throughout the morning, and the weather was hot, so they could put it up quickly. However, before the new house was posted, two distinguished guests arrived. Naturally, they were Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi, who brought two huge thermos boxes. Yi Mingyu's face was full of surprise. "San Xiaofu, Mr. Duan, why are you here?" Duan Yi smiled, lifted the thermos box in his hand, and said, "I know you guys must be too busy to have time to eat, so I brought lunch. How about it? Do you like it? Then thank you very much, Mr. Duan." Yi Ziqing smiled and stepped forward to thank him. Duan Yi instantly felt a chill on his back, and the smile on his face became stiff. He knew very well where the chill came from, and couldn't help but secretly complained that Fu Ting'an was jealous that Yi Ziqing only greeted him. Knowing that the situation was not good, Duan Yi quickly said something nice. "Fu Sen felt that you guys definitely didn't have time to get food, so he ordered some food. Can we all eat together?" "Thank you, Brother Fu." Yi Ziqing smiled and thanked the free meals. "Brother Fu, have you eaten?" Fu Ting'an looked at Yi Ziqing gently. "No, can we come together?" "Okay. Brother Fu, you all brought everything. Of course we can eat it together." "Then hurry up. Come on, let's eat." Because the furniture hadn't arrived yet, Duan Yi quickly moved some boxes and put the lunch boxes on top of the boxes to start eating. There were no stools for the four of them, so they could only eat while standing and squatting with the food in hand. Open the thermos box. There are hot and sour potato shreds, braised fish cubes, mushroom and black chicken soup, tomato scrambled eggs, and a portion of stinky tofu. Looking at the 5 dishes brought out, Yi Mingyu looked up at Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi in surprise. Unexpectedly, 4 of the 5 dishes prepared by this man were his sister's favorites. Yi Mingyu once again doubted the intentions of Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi. After all, who would prepare so many favorite dishes for his savior? Chapter 38. Just eat if you like. Yi Mingyu could tell, and so could Yi Ziqing, but he didn't expect that the 5 dishes Fu Ting'an brought were all her favorites. Just because of geographical reasons, there are relatively few mushrooms and they have never cooked them at home, so Yi Mingyu didn't know that mushroom black chicken soup is also one of Yi Qing's favorite dishes, especially all kinds of mushrooms, which taste best when dipped in seasonings. While Yi Ziqing was thinking about it, Fu Ting'an took out a bag and poured out seasonings made from spicy millet, minced garlic, etc. Seeing this, Yi Ziqing's eyes deepened, and the look he looked up at Fu Ting'an was also somewhat meaningful. Fu Ting'an prepared everything, raised his eyes, and met Yi Ziqing's inquiring eyes. He explained with a smile, "I like to eat like this. I wonder if Miss Yi likes it." Yi Ziqing was stunned for a moment, then nodded, "I like it." That's what he said, but there was doubt in his heart. Did he really like to eat like this? Duan Yi was also suspicious. He glanced at Fu Ting'an with a strange look. Why didn't he know that Fu Ting'an liked to eat like this? Fu Ting'an lowered his head, with a smile flashing in his eyes, and helped Yi Ziqing fill a bowl of soup. "Ms. Yi, try it." "Thank you." Yi Ziqing smiled and took the chicken soup and took a sip. The lingering taste of chicken soup and mushrooms lingered in her mouth, and she felt a sense of relief in her heart. "It tastes good." Fu Ting'an said very humbly, "I don't know what you like to eat, so I just made some. Whatever you like." "No, I like it all, thank you." Fu Ting'an nodded, said nothing more, and lowered his head to eat. Although Duan-e was muttering and suspicious of Fu Tingjian's actions, he also knew that talking too much would be wrong, so he did not speak. As a result, during the meal, except for the sounds of workers working, the four of them barely spoke. However, Fu Tingyan saw Yi Ziqing eating with gusto, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Hiccup. At this time, I remembered an inappropriate voice. Yi Ziqing had a funny look on his face. He didn't expect Duan-e to be full of food like this. Fu Tingyan glanced at Duan-e with disgust as he touched his belly and burped. He was really a little expert at ruining the atmosphere. Duan-e felt a chill on his back and quickly showed an embarrassed smile. I'm full. But just as the wall coverings were all put up, the foremen and the masters cleaned up all the garbage from the work, respectfully said goodbye to Yi Ziqing and the others and left. Duan-e quickly found an excuse to leave and go look around the room. It's pretty fast. Fu Tingyan was quite satisfied with the speed. Well, we can deliver furniture and appliances in the afternoon. I'll contact you and ask them to deliver it quickly. Duan-e quickly took out his cell phone and ran out to urge him. Yi Mingyu was shocked that the speed was so fast. With Fu Tingyan as his backer, the furniture and appliances did not dare to neglect. It didn't take long for them to arrive one after another, and the installation master followed suit. In one afternoon, the originally empty house suddenly became rich and full of people. In the blink of an eye, it was 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and all the furniture, home appliances and bathrooms were installed, and they were all brand new. Comfortable. Duan-e lay on the soft sofa and couldn't help but sigh. Yi Mingyu poured a few glasses of water and put them on the coffee table. He didn't expect that the new house would be completed in one day. This speed was beyond his imagination. And Yi Mingyu knew very well that Fu Tingyan should be the reason for all this. Chapter 39. He dares to eat shit. Thank you so much this time, Mr. Fu and Mr. Duan. Duan-e waved his hand and said with a smile, it should be done. After all, Missy saved Fu-san. It was a great kindness. Everything we do now is what we should do. In fact, Duan-e really wanted to say, I owe you the favor of saving my life, but seeing Yi Mingyu's vigilance towards them, he could only change his mind. Yi Mingyu nodded. Sure enough, it was because of repaying his kindness. In this case, he shouldn't do anything to hurt his sister. Duan-e glanced at Yi Mingyu's change in attitude toward them, smiled inwardly, and turned to ask Yi Ziqing curiously, Missy, when do you plan to move to a new house? It depends on the time, but it's only for these 2 days. Fu Tingyan nodded and asked with concern, if you need help moving things, you can call us. Having a car will be more convenient, and it can also reduce some physical energy. Although the 2 brothers and sisters were poor and didn't have much, they still needed to move a lot of things, and Yi Mingyu alone couldn't do it. Yi Mingyu and Yi Ziqing actually felt that they had no reason to refuse. They didn't want the other party to be forced to accept Fu Tingjian's kindness because of the move. Anyway, I've already asked people to help me so much, so I don't mind one more time. Thank you very much. Yi Mingyu thanked him with a smile. Fu Tingyan smiled modestly, that's right. Thinking of the things he bought at the mall last time, Duan-e, who was somewhat psychologically distressed, quickly asked, are there many things? How many cars are needed? Yi Ziqing pondered for a moment. 1 car is enough. She has already put many things into the space. When the time comes to put them in the room, no one knows how she got them. Duan-e was skeptical and a little unbelievable. Is 1 car really enough? Well, that's enough. We don't need to move the furniture. We only have our clothes, quilts, and some things that bring memories over there. We don't need anything else. We can leave it to the tenants. Originally, they were in a hurry to separate from second Uncle Ia's family, so the siblings only took things that belonged to them and held memories of their family, not even a few pots and bowls. In addition, she had already bought everything she needed to buy at the mall last time, so even if there was something missing, she could still make up for it. Fu Tingyan nodded in agreement. That's okay. You can move some unused items over tomorrow. Yi Ziqing needs something to buy. If he doesn't have money, he can use money to buy tranquilizing incense. It has to be said that Yi Ziqing and Fu Tingyan thought about this aspect together and had a good understanding. Thank you. Yi Ziqing invited with a gentle smile. I'll treat you to a meal when we move the day after tomorrow. Fu Tingyan nodded, looking forward to it. Okay, I must try Miss Ya's craftsmanship if I have the chance. Okay. Yi Ziqing nodded, by the way. I brought the Enshengxiang and the traumatic plaster. Brother Fu can take them back. Saying that, Yi Ziqing went to get something and handed Fu Tingyan a box of soothing incense and a ceramic jar containing bruises and plasters. Duan-e stretched out his head to take a look curiously, and couldn't help but curl his lips when he saw Fu Tingyan seemed to have taken a treasure. If Fu Xin said now that he had no intentions towards Yi Ziqing, he would dare to eat shit. Fu Tingyan smiled lowly. Thank you, Miss Yi. It's a small gift, but it's not worth mentioning. After all, it's all thanks to Brother Fu that the new house went so smoothly. Master Fu, it's getting late, we plan to go home. The two of them thanked each other, and Yi Mingyu couldn't stand it anymore. He was even more worried that his sister would feel guilty and cause trouble. Chapter 40. No wonder he is a loser. Then it's time for us to go. Will we help you move tomorrow morning? Okay. After receiving Yi Ziqing's consent, Fu Ting'an was in a happy mood. He smiled and said goodbye to Yi Ziqing's brother and sister before leaving. After getting in the car, Duan Yi lay on the driver's seat and looked at Fu Tingyan expectantly. Fu-san, give me one of the Anshengxiang to try. Fu Tingyan gently stroked the box of Anshengxiang and raised the corners of his lips from an invisible angle. Well, just one. You can try out the effect with just one stick, and the rest are his. After all, he is also recruiting customers for Yi Ziqing, and I believe she will also be happy to see it happen. Duan Yi was stunned. He didn't expect Fu-san to be so easy to talk to this time, but he didn't know someone's plan and wanted to cheat him out of his money. Early the next morning, Duan Yi stretched out comfortably and exercised his limbs, feeling very excited. I slept so comfortably. I have never slept so comfortably before. This soothing incense is amazing. It's even better than sleeping pills. Duan Yi never expected it. He took one out of Fu Tingyan's hand and lit it. He didn't expect the effect to be so good. He wanted to try a dozen of these soothing incense. Fu-san, and Shengxiang is really awesome. Duan Yi ran to find Fu Ting'an and shouted excitedly. Fu Ting'an straightened his collar and glanced sideways at Duan Yi. You can pay for it. Buy, you must buy. I want to buy 100 sticks first. Duan Yi nodded in agreement, with excitement on his face. This kind of soothing incense can not only be used by him, but can also be taken back to the elders. I just don't know how many sticks of this soothing incense are there. Duan Yi happily drove to Yi Ziqing's village to help them move their things, thinking that they could get closer and get more soothing incense. As the car drove into the village, it immediately aroused the curiosity and attention of the entire village. After all, four-wheeled cars were almost impossible to see in rural areas in 1995. Everyone was extremely jealous and envious when they saw Duan Yi's car. Hey, whose car is this? Yeah, this car looks so expensive. Which restaurant are we going to? Go check it out. The villagers followed Duan Yi's car curiously. Duan Yi looked left and right but couldn't find the Yi family's house. He opened the car window and waved to a villager who was looking at the car curiously. Uncle, I want to ask, where is the Yi family? Seeing the young man opening the car asking for directions, the villagers were flattered for a moment. Yi family? Which Yi family? Yi Mingyu's house. As soon as the villagers heard about Yi Mingyu's house, they immediately gave Duan Yi directions. The surrounding villagers who were watching the excitement exclaimed after hearing this. Going to the Yi family. TSK, I really didn't expect that Yi Mingyu would know such a powerful person. Yeah, haha, now I really want to see the reaction of the old lady of the Yi family. There must be something exciting to see, so hurry up and check it out. Knowing that there was a good show to watch, the villagers followed with anticipation. The car parked on the field in front of Ye's house. Duan Yi looked around and said, this should be it. Duan Yi and Fu Ting'an opened the car door and walked out, immediately attracting the attention of Mrs. Yi and Uncle Ye's family. Old Mrs. Yi was sitting in front of her home with nothing to do. Suddenly she saw this car parked in front of their home. Surprise flashed in her eyes and she stood up from her chair. Similarly, Uncle Yi, who was sitting on a small stool at the door and drinking porridge, also opened his eyes curiously and looked at the car parked in front of their house. Chapter 41. Sinister Intentions. The car door opened and Fu Ting'an, who was handsome and dressed in fresh and capable casual clothes, but gave off a cool and noble aura, and Duan Yi, who was also wearing expensive casual clothes, walked out of the car. When Uncle Yi saw these two young men in extraordinary clothes, he immediately put down the bowls and chopsticks in his hands and asked enthusiastically, may I ask your names? Do you need my help? Duan Yi also read the Yi family's investigation data and recognized Uncle Ye's identity at a glance. Duan Yi curled his lips disdainfully. Tisk, no wonder he's a wimp. Uncle Yi, who was ridiculed as a wimp, suddenly changed his face and showed anger. You little bastard, who are you calling a wimp? Duan Yi curled his lips and taunted disdainfully, whoever takes it will do it. You. Uncle Yi never expected that he would be laughed at when they met for the first time. His face turned red with anger and his body trembled. Pfft. The villagers who knew there was a good show and came to join in the fun did not expect to see such a wonderful show when they arrived, and they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Old Mrs. Ye's ravaged old face also showed anger. Who are you? Fu Ting'an glanced at the mother and son, his eyes full of disgust. He couldn't even dote on Yi Ziqing, but there were people who dared to bully her and wanted to avenge her. However, now that he was taking revenge for Yi Ziqing, he could only suppress the anger in his heart. You have no right to know who I am. Mrs. Yi was so angry that she pointed at Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi with trembling fingers. You. Just then, Yi Ziqing walked out and saw Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi with a look of surprise on his face. He said yesterday that he would come to help them move, but he didn't expect Fu Ting'an and the others to come so early. Brother Fu, Mr. Duan, why are you here so early? Duan Yi smiled and waved. Hello, Miss Yi, good morning. It's cooler in the morning, so it's less likely to get heat stroke when moving things. Fu Ting'an explained with a smile. Thank you. When old Mrs. Yi saw that Yi Ziqing and Fu Ting'an knew each other, she immediately vented her anger on her. So it's you damn girl. You didn't learn well at a young age, you flirted with others outside, and you brought shame on our Yi family. After the words fell, not only did Yi Ziqing's expression darken, he was already used to the old lady's attitude. But Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi didn't look good either. They didn't expect that this old woman could be so sinister and vicious, and slander Yi Ziqing so much. She was her granddaughter. Second Aunt Yi also walked out, her eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred, and her words were equally vicious. For being so imprudent at such a young age, our Yi family has been disgraced. It's a good thing we separated the family, otherwise no girl would be willing to marry into our Yi family. Second Uncle Yi chuckled, his ambiguous eyes scanning back and forth on Fu Ting'an and Yi Ziqing, and he taunted sinisterly, "Two gentlemen, don't be fooled by this little bitch. Who knows if she only seduced you?" Fu Tingjian's words just now made him embarrassed. Since he was someone Yi Ziqing knew, it ruined Yi Ziqing's reputation. Most of the surrounding villagers believed in Yi Ziqing's character, but some still had misconceptions and pointed at Yi Ziqing. Duan Yi frowned and glanced at the talking villagers with dissatisfaction. His heart was filled with anger, and he opened his mouth to explain that Yi Ziqing had saved Fu Ting'an. Chapter 42. My brother is my savior. But Fu Ting'an looked at Mrs. Yi and the others coldly, and spoke before Duan Yi. We are here because Yi Mingyu saved my life, and then I met Miss Yi. They are my life saviors. How come we have such a sordid relationship in your mouth? Hearing Fu Tingjian's explanation, Duan Yi was slightly startled, and soon understood the intention of Fu Tingjian's explanation. He gave a thumbs up in his heart, and even more admired Fu Ting'an. No wonder he could easily take care of a family. There was also a flash of surprise in Yi Ziqing's eyes. He didn't expect Fu Ting'an to explain that it was Yi Mingyu who saved him. However, the thoughtful Yi Ziqing knew Fu Tingjian's purpose, so he did not reveal it. So that's it. The villagers watching the show suddenly understood after hearing Fu Tingjian's explanation, and they all believed what he said. In their hearts, a person with such extraordinary magnanimity should not tell such lies. Moreover, no one believed that Yi Ziqing was who Uncle Yi and the others said. The character of this brother and sister was much better than that of Uncle Yi's family. That's right, it was me who saved Mr. Fu. Mr. Fu only cares about us, and you out of gratitude. Yi Mingyu also walked out of the back room. Following Fu Tingjian's words, he looked at Mrs. Yi and the others with dissatisfaction and ridiculed them. Yi Mingyu also came out after hearing the commotion outside. Hearing Fu Tingjian's explanation, he knew that he was trying to protect his sister's reputation, so he immediately shamelessly accepted the role of his sister's savior. If it was his sister who saved Fu Ting'an, who knows if these villagers would think it was his sister who seduced Fu Ting'an. Uncle Yi curled his lips with disdain on his face. Humph, who knows if this is the excuse you think of? Fu Ting'an glanced at Uncle Yi lightly. Only dirty people have dirty thoughts. Hehe. You are just a family of rubbish. Even if you save the rich, those rich people won't even bother to look at you. Duan Yi sneered and taunted. I'll give you $1 at most. Duan Yi's words were simply an insult to Chiguagua. They were only worth $1. You. What am I? Duan Yi raised his eyebrows, his face full of disdain and pride. It's your honor to give you $1. Pfft. The surrounding villagers couldn't help laughing again, looking at Uncle Ye's family with gloating and ridicule. Although Duan Yi scolded Uncle Ye's family, the brothers Yi Mingyu and Yi Ziqing did not feel embarrassed. Instead, they felt very comfortable seeing their embarrassed looks. However, they could not act too much and laugh as loudly as the surrounding villagers. Yi Mingyu apologized very apologetically. Master Fu, I'm so sorry for making you laugh. Because of Fu Tingjian's protection of Yi Ziqing, Yi Mingyu's attitude also underwent a 360-degree change, and there was no longer the alienation he had before. Fu Ting'an waved his hand. It's okay, there is always a piece of mouse droppings in every house, and some should be cut off. Duan Yi nodded, glanced at Uncle Yi and the others with a smile, and pointedly said, yes, in our family, regardless of whether they are blood relatives or not, the garbage should be cleaned. Feeling the coldness and murderous intent in Duan Yi's eyes, Mrs. Yi and her family felt a chill running from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads, and couldn't help but shiver. The Yi family, who had grown up in the village and had never seen the world, were immediately frightened into silence, and did not dare to embarrass themselves again. Chapter 43. Orphans and Widows. Wrong word used. Hey, what's going on, Yi Lauer? Why are you bullying Mingyu brother and sister again? At this time, Village Chief Tan squeezed through the crowd and scolded Uncle Yi and the others in dissatisfaction. Uncle Yu was so angry that his face turned red again, and he felt that his face was being pressed to the ground and rubbed hard again today. Village Chief Tan also heard that distinguished guests were coming to his village and came to take a look, but he didn't expect to see what he just saw. Knowing that the two distinguished guests were here for Yimingyu's brother and sister, I was shocked and excited. Sure enough, what he thought was right. Yimingyu and his sister are hidden dragons, and they will take off sooner or later. Even before they go out, they have made friends with such a noble person. Being able to afford such a car in the 1995s demonstrated their identity and status. People are very friendly to the Yi family brothers and sisters, but the Yi family people don't have the brains to offend them, which is really an embarrassment to their village. Seeing Village Chief Tan arrive, Yi Mingyu smiled and said, "Hello, Uncle Tan. Why are you here? Girl Ziqing, don't you want to rent out your house? I have no news about this, so I came to tell you." Village Chief Tan, who originally came to watch the excitement, immediately changed his mind to sending messages because of Fu Ting'en and the others, and the relationship immediately became closer. Rent. Village Chief Tan's words immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially Mrs. Yi and the others. Uncle Yu had the most intense reaction, shouting crazily, "What is renting? Why don't we know?" Seeing Uncle Yu's anxious look, Yi Ziqing sneered, "Haha, this is our house. We have the final say whether to rent it out or not." Yi Mingyu also fought back without showing any signs of weakness. "We have already separated. Even if we sell the house, you have no right to interfere. I am your second uncle." Seeing the furious second Uncle Yi emphasizing his identity, Duan Yi couldn't help but sneer. "Brothers know how to settle accounts, let alone you are just someone's uncle?" Second Uncle Yi was furious again, pointing at Duan Yi's nose and shouting, "What qualifications do you, an outsider, have to interfere in our family affairs?" Duan Yi put his hands on his hips arrogantly, taunting and provoking, "You have a mouth on me, so you can say whatever you want. Even if you are a police officer, you can't control me." Pfft. That's right, you have a mouth on our body, so you have no right to control us. The villagers who were watching the theater in the same village gave Duan Yi a thumbs up in admiration, and they all insulted Uncle Yi. Village Chief Tan also felt ashamed and interrupted with a dissatisfied scolding, "Yi Lauer, shut up. You're shameless and we still have shame." Second Uncle Yi was immediately red-faced from being scolded, and he felt extremely resentful towards Village Chief Tan. If it weren't for him, how could they have separated their families, and how could their quality of life have dropped so much? Even now, Uncle Yi does not reflect on who is responsible for the poor quality of life in his family. He only attributes all the reasons to the Yi family brothers and sisters and Village Chief Tan. Uncle Yi was repulsed by KO, and Mrs. Yi took the lead to fight against the enemy. "Xiao Tan, even if you are the village chief, you can't bully us orphans and widowed mothers." Fu Ting'en smiled lightly and reminded in a gentle tone, "Old lady, you used the wrong word. Orphans and widows are the children and women left behind after a man dies. The person who can speak is your daughter-in-law, and your son must be dead before you can speak." The villagers also looked at Fu Ting'en with admiration. He was indeed a rich man from the city, and he spoke with such class. Chapter 44. Aunt Yi was persuaded to leave. Yi Mingyu and Yi Ziqing also secretly gave Fu Ting'en a thumbs up, using the gentlest tone but saying the most touching words. Duan Yi clicked his tongue in disdain. "Besides, my parents are both dead, and my brother and sister are dependent on each other." Mrs. Yi choked and glared at Duan Yi with dissatisfaction, her eyes like knives poking at him. But Duan Yi was not afraid at all and still looked provocative, which made old Mrs. Ye's teeth itch. Village Chief Tan also finally seized the opportunity to do the hard work for the Yi brothers and sisters. "That's right, Aunt Yi, your family is happy, but Mingyu and Ziqing can only stay together as brothers and sisters. It's already miserable enough. What else do you want from them?" "That's right, old lady, it's useless for you to glare at me." "Am I wrong?" Duan Yi teased with a mocking smile. "Brothers and sisters support themselves with their own hands, but what about you? A big man with hard work only knows how to chew the old, and you are still proud of it? I can guarantee that no one will think highly of your family, see your jokes behind your back, and laugh at you." The villagers who were secretly laughing at Uncle Ye's family had their expressions stiffened and their eyes wandering, looking left and right, but not looking at the Yi family, which made old Mrs. Yi look ashamed. Duan Yi smiled proudly and encouraged Aunt Yi, also. "Auntie, do you have any brains? Do you want a man like this? Let me tell you, after the divorce, you will be alone. Even if you only live with your son, you will still be able to live a better life than you are now." Fu Ting'en smiled softly. "Which is easier, raising one or raising three? Everyone can settle the score." Not to mention Yi Mingyu, even the entire village watching the show gave a thumbs up and admired him immensely. As the saying goes, it is better to persuade peace than divorce, but these two people are really good at it. They keep urging divorce and make the Yi family uneasy. Yi Ziqing also had a smile on her lips and her playful eyes swept over Uncle Ye's family. "Second aunt, you must listen to these two rich young masters. After all, they manage such a large company and are very good at settling accounts. If you don't want to be dragged down, it's best to think about it carefully. You and I persuaded each other to get a divorce, but Aunt Ye's face kept changing. She didn't know whether she was angry with Yi Qing and the others, or with her terrible life. Fu Ting'an smiled and nodded. I'm not very talented, but I still have some experience in managing a company. Since my aunt is Yimingyu's second aunt, I can help you calculate how much you will pay before you die. The muscles on Duan Yi's face twitched, and he tried hard to calm down his thick smile. He smiled and reminded kindly, stop the loss in time, too much is too much. Second aunt may not understand what it means. I can explain it. Overdoing something is just as inappropriate as underdoing it. At this time, timely measures need to be taken to avoid greater losses. There was a teasing and mocking smile on Yi Ziqing's lips. He had never looked down upon the father and son of the Yi family. Just those two men, I and my son were nothing. Yi Haito is still sleeping now, otherwise he would have come out to cause trouble long ago. The trio of Yi Ziqing sang and sang together, as if they were talking about crosstalk, making the villagers laugh heartily. Village Chief Tan couldn't help but admire him, praising that these two distinguished guests from extraordinary backgrounds had such vicious mouths that they were the only ones who dared to say such things. After all, everyone is from the same village, and it's hard to say that even the brother and sister Yimingyu are like this. These two distinguished guests are not so restrained and can say whatever they want. They deliberately slap them in the face in front of so many people and embarrass them. Chapter 45. No one can take care of you when you are angry and sick. This is really not caring about the face of the Yi family at all. You. Mrs. Yi was so angry that her fingers were trembling and her face was red, but she was too angry to say a word. Duan Yi chuckled and reminded him sarcastically, old lady, don't be so angry. If you get sick from anger, there will be no one to help you. You'd better go back and have a good rest so as not to break your body from anger. Village Chief Tan was also dissatisfied and ordered Uncle Yi, yes, Yi Lauer, take your mother in quickly. I really want to lose all my face. Uncle Ye's face was very ugly. Looking at the mocking and disdainful smiles of the surrounding villagers, he felt even more embarrassed. No matter how stupid he is, he knows that he will lose face even more if he stays any longer, so he can only grit his teeth and turn around to go into the house. Uncle Yi just went in alone. Village Chief Tan was very dissatisfied and quickly reminded Aunt Yi, second daughter-in-law, please help your mother-in-law go back to rest. Second Aunt Yi glanced at Fu Ting'an and the others with a complicated expression, then turned to look at old Mrs. Yi and reluctantly helped the old man in. Seeing Mrs. Yi and the others entering the house, Village Chief Tan waved his hand for the villagers watching the theater to leave. He called Yi Ziqing and the others to go inside to talk. Village Chief Tan asked Ziqing with concern, Ziqing, when do you plan to move? We can move out tomorrow. I will move some things to the rental house today. That's just right. There are too many people in their family, and the house they live in now is not enough. I know you are renting it out, so I hope to move here as soon as possible. Yi Ziqing frowned slightly and asked with concern, are they willing to live here with me? I feel like my second uncle and the others might not give up just like that. Village Chief Tan smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, you should know them. They are Lao Wang's family. They are not afraid of you, Uncle Yi. Yi Ziqing instantly remembered who it was. Lao Wang's family were from outside the area and rented some land in the village to grow vegetables and fruits. They were not qualified to allocate land to build a house, and they didn't have enough money to buy land to build a house, so they had been renting an old firewood house owned by a family in the village. However, recently, his parents had become ill in old age, and after moving them in, the family of 7 was crowded. Now that we know that Yi Ziqing wants to rent it out, the price is not much more than that of the old firewood house, and there are so many rooms, there is nothing to hesitate about. The big man in that family is not so easy to bully from outsiders. Uncle, you can definitely take a sip of cold water. That's great. We will move out tomorrow morning. Uncle Tan, you can also ask them to move some things over tomorrow morning. It would be better to move in as soon as possible so that I can stop thinking about Uncle Yi and the others as soon as possible. Okay, I'll go talk to them later. Village Chief Tan nodded happily with a smile and asked with concern, do you need any help with your move? Duan Yi smiled and refused, no, we've brought the car. We'll just move it today and do it again tomorrow. Even if he really couldn't finish the move in 2 trips, he could move it a few more times without anyone else's help. That's good. Village Chief Tan nodded with a smile and stood up very wisely. If there's nothing else, I'll go tell Lao Wang first and let them get ready. Okay, thank you, Uncle Tan. Brother and sister Yimingyu and Yi Ziqing sent away Village Chief Tan with a smile. This family is really great. Move quickly. Duan Yi immediately encouraged the brother and sister when they came back. Fu Ting'an glanced at Duan Yi and said calmly, we will move tomorrow. Chapter 46. Only state officials are allowed to set fires. Duan Yi choked, feeling as if his words were in vain. He even felt that Fu Ting'an had hit him in the face on purpose, but he had no proof. Yi Mingyu smiled and said gratefully, "We have packed most of the things today, and this time we have Master Lao Duan and Master Fu to help." Today's scene of confronting Uncle Yi made Yi Mingyu's attitude change a lot, and he was no longer alienated. Fu Ting'an smiled and nodded, "Okay, we can leave at any time." Yi Ziqing stood up and asked with concern, "Don't worry, have you had breakfast? If not, you can have some." "Not yet. I was worried that you were in urgent need of a car, so I came here first." Duan Yi explained with a smile. "That's just right, I make more breakfast." Fu Ting'an also stood up and followed behind Yi Ziqing. "I'm here to help you." "I'll do it." Yi Mingyu wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Duan Yi. How could Fu Ting'an let Yi Mingyu destroy it if he found a rare opportunity for the two of them to come together? "Brother Yi, come on, don't you have a lot of things to take? Let's move things first and put them in the car." Yi Mingyu looked at the kitchen, then looked at Duan Yi and nodded and led Duan Yi up to get something. The two parties cooperated, had breakfast, and Duan Yi drove away in the car, which once again attracted the jealousy of the villagers. Their brothers and sisters have finally come to an end after all their hardships. Yeah, who would have thought? As for their siblings, I've long thought that they would be good, but now it's too early. Well, they're just the second oldest child in the Yi family. Hee, I just want to watch their good show. The villagers had been talking about it since they watched the good show, and they were mostly mocking Uncle Ye's family. It was a rare occasion that Uncle Yi didn't go gambling today, but he just lay on the bed at home and did nothing. Then he made Aunt Yi fly into a rage. Yi Ziqing didn't care about what would happen to Uncle Ye's family today. As soon as he left the village, Fu Ting'an apologized. "Brother Yi, I'm sorry for making you pretend to be my savior just now." "It's okay, I know you are doing this for Qingqing's good." Yi Mingyu smiled and said gratefully, "Thank you for protecting Qingqing's reputation." Being able to change his words considering Yi Ziqing's reputation, Yi Mingyu felt that these two people might not be the kind of rich people who would play with girls casually. "This is what I should do." Duan Yi also responded quickly, "Yes, Brother Yi, Miss Yi is Fu San's savior." The relationship between the two is innocent. How can their reputation be slandered by others? "Yeah. Anyway, thank you for your help. If you want to thank me, that's fine." Duan Yi rolled his eyes and asked with a smile, "Miss Yi, do you sell your Anshan incense? I want to buy more." Fu Ting'an raised his eyes, his sharp and cold gaze directed at Duan Yi's back. Duan Yi, who had a smile on his face, immediately felt a cool breeze blowing on his back. His body froze, and he almost couldn't step on the accelerator. Yi Ziqing was overjoyed. As expected, no one could resist and Shengxiang. He smiled and nodded, "Okay. Haha then, thank you Miss Yi." Duan Yi thanked him quickly, and then kept silent, feeling extremely resentful in his heart. This should be the legendary saying that only the officials are allowed to set fires and the people are not allowed to light lamps. Duan Yi could only accept his fate and take Yi Ziqing and the others to their new house. The four of them were busy in the new house, washing and drying things that needed to be done. Chapter 47-101. In the meantime, the broadband company they contacted sent staff to activate the broadband. When the electrical appliances were delivered yesterday, they included computers, which Yi Ziqing strongly needed. This was her capital to make money. Yi Mingyu didn't say anything to Yi Ziqing about spending more money to buy a computer. As long as his sister liked it, he would buy her one. He didn't have money before, but now that he has money, if his sister likes her, he won't stop her and refuse her. After a busy morning, because the new house cannot be opened yet, the four of us went to the fly house around the community for lunch. Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi did not show disgust or dissatisfaction with this kind of fly house. Instead, they ate with gusto and chatted excitedly with Yi Ziqing and the others. Fu Ting'an asked Yi Ziqing with concern, "Miss Yi, I plan to buy a batch of Anshan incense with you." "How to sell the Anshan incense?" Yes, I want to buy it too." Duan Yi glanced at Fu Ting'an and quickly agreed. Duan Yi had no choice but to follow Fu Ting'an because he had been beaten earlier. 100 sticks. Pfft. Cough, cough, cough. Except for Fu Ting'an, Yi Mingyu and Duan Yi were both frightened and choked by the price. Yi Mingyu looked at his sister with an expression of disbelief and shock, as if he were looking at a robber. Yi Mingyu has also experienced the effect of calming incense in the past 2 days, and it is really good. However, he didn't expect Yi Ziqing to be so aggressive and offer such a high price. Ching, do you want to sell one for 100? Don't blame Yi Mingyu for showing such a worldly look. The price quoted by Yi Ziqing is really shocking. Such a high price made Yi Mingyu frightened, wondering if it would scare away Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi. However, Fu Ting'an nodded without hesitation and said 2 words, "Okay." Gudong. Duan Yi looked at Fu Ting'an like a prodigal. He also knew that Fu Ting'an was interested in Yi Ziqing, but he didn't expect that this guy would be so foolish sometimes. Before Duan Yi could recover, Fu Ting'an spoke again, "I want 100. Yi Ziqing's eyes lit up slightly, "Very good, it's 10,000 yuan at once." In these 1995 years, 10,000 yuan was already a huge amount of money. Duan Yi turned to look at Fu Ting'an, his lips twitching. He felt that this boy was really so unscrupulous that he didn't even discuss the price. Okay, you'll definitely get your money's worth. The corner of Duan Yi's mouth twitched slightly. Beauty is misleading. This is not how you give money as a gift. This is really a gift of money. However, Duan Yi quickly looked at Yi Ziqing and apologized. Then I will also order 100. Since Fu Ting'an wanted to find an excuse to give money to Yi Ziqing, he couldn't lag behind. In fact, if such a good thing was resold to those insomniac rich people, he would probably be willing to pay $1,000 for one piece. After all, a lot of money can't buy a good heart. Fu Ting'an and Yi Ziqing both looked at Duan Yi and felt a little confused. What are you looking at? What if I can't do it too? Okay. Yi Ziqing nodded with a smile and changed the subject again, but I may not be able to make 200 at once. It's okay, just pay it as you watch. I'll have someone transfer money to your bank card later. Yi Ziqing thanked Fu Ting'an with a gentle smile. Thank you. Yi Mingyu took a deep breath and placed the order as if there was no one around. The two of them had 100 pieces each, which was 20,000 yuan. Earning 20,000 yuan easily, it feels like a robbery, which makes me a little scared. Digression. Please recommend. Please collect it. Please comment. Get some good reviews. Chapter 48. In ancient times, there was King Yu of Zhou, and now there is third young Master Fu. Earning 20,000 yuan easily, it feels like a robbery, which makes me a little scared. Yi Mingyu started to feel a little frightened, worried that something might happen to his sister. Qing, are you sure you want to sell it at this price? If this thing didn't belong to his sister, if Yi Ziqing were his sister, he would definitely yell, "You're robbing me." Yi Ziqing nodded and explained seriously, well, making Anshan incense is quite complicated. If I weren't skilled in making it, I might not be able to make it successfully in one go. Besides, I have to focus on my studies in the future, so I can't make it often. Well, Miss Yi, you still have to put your studies first. Things are rare and expensive, and this price is very reasonable. Fu Ting'an echoed from the side, as if he was not the one who was defrauded, and seemed to be trying to help Yi Ziqing raise the price. Duan Yi raised his hands to cover his face, feeling a little blind. Sure enough, men who fall into the whirlpool of love will lose their minds. Even Fu San, who is repulsive to women, is no exception. In ancient times, King Yu of Zhou used to smile at beauties and play tricks on the princes with beacon fire. Now, third young Master Fu gives money to beauties and deceives his brothers. Yi Mingyu also glanced at Fu Ting'an in surprise. His eyes seemed to be looking at a fool. Fu Ting'an was the only one who raised the price to the seller. Yi Ziqing smiled and winked at Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi. Of course, this is also the price given to you. If others buy it, it won't be that cheap. The price is so scary, how can I calm my nerves? The corner of Duan Yi's mouth trembled. This price was still a friendly price. Should he be grateful? However, he still put on a forced smile and said, "It seems this is our honor. You have helped me so much. You are my friends. I have always been very generous to my friends." Yi Mingyu felt that his heart and liver were trembling. He felt that it was a bit too cruel. He couldn't help but curiously asked Yi Ziqing, "Qing, if others want to buy it, how much will you sell it for?" Yi Ziqing shook his head and said arrogantly, "It depends on my mood. When it's cheap, it costs 200 or 300, but when it's expensive, it still costs 1,000 or 800. Cough, cough, cough. Duan Yi almost choked on his own saliva again and looked at Yi Ziqing with admiration. It seems that it is really cheap for them. This friendly price is just a cabbage price, right? At this price, Yi Mingyu swallowed his saliva again. He had spent 1,000 yuan in the past 2 nights. Suddenly, Yi Mingyu felt that he had the potential to be a spendthrift. He will have to save some money in the future, and he can still make some money by selling an extra stick. Fu Ting'an nodded in agreement. Sure, if someone wants to buy it in the future, I will recommend it to you. 1,000 yuan apiece. Duan Yi suddenly turned his head to look at Fu Ting'an, his eyes filled with waves, as if he were looking at a profiteer. It's so cruel. 100 turns into 1,000. This is treating a wealthy family like a pig butchering it. I wonder what the expressions and moods of those wealthy families will be like when they find out. Even before they were together, their elbows began to turn outward. I don't care about the friendship between everyone at all. Yi Ziqing smiled and gave Fu Ting'an an appreciative look, as expected of Mr. Fu. The price is very good. Haha. Duan Yi and Yi Mingyu had stiff smiles on their faces, and for some reason they always felt a chill on their backs. Unconsciously, Duan Yi felt that the two people in front of him were a perfect match. Duan Yi could already imagine that if Yi Ziqing and Fu Ting'an were together, the entire business world would be crushed by them. Digression. Please recommend new books. Please collect it. Please review. Chapter 49. The troublesome guy is here again. In the evening, Yi Ziqing and the others took Fu Tingjian's car back to the village. When they came back, they went to the market to buy some vegetables, and Yi Ziqing invited them home for dinner. Regarding Yi Ziqing's invitation to have dinner with them, Duan Yi said that he must eat. Duan Yi felt that and Shangxiang was so expensive, so he had to get his money back. Yi Mingyu didn't refuse. After all, Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi had helped them so much, so it was appropriate to treat them to a meal. Driving to the village again, the villagers stretched their heads and looked at it in surprise. This happened again. Seeing Yi Ziqing and Yi Mingyu get out of the car, they started talking again. Uncle Ye's family felt bad again when they saw Fu Ting'an and the others coming again. Damn it, why are those two troublesome guys here again? Yes, for Uncle Yi and the others, Fu Ting'an and the others are nosy and meddle in their Yi family's affairs. After calming down for a day, Uncle Yi wanted to talk to Yi Ziqing and the others about the rental, but he didn't expect Fu Ting'an and the others to come again, which interrupted his plan. Yi Haitao was lying upstairs, looking at the cars parked below, and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He slept until midnight today. When he got up, he realized that so many things had happened in the morning. Now that he saw the brand new car, Yi Haidao's eyes grew hot. But he was secretly thinking, is it possible to sell that bitch Yi Ziqing to that rich man, and then he can buy a car like this? After all, every man loves cars, but since his family has no money, Yi Haidao can only look at the cars covetously upstairs. Yi Haitao ran down quickly, ran to the side of the car, and stroked it gently. What are you doing? Second Uncle Yi saw Yi Haidao's behavior and shouted dissatisfiedly, for fear of offending Fu Ting'an and the other two people in the room. Yi Haitao waved his hand dissatisfied. I just took a look, it's okay. Naturally, the movements outside could not be hidden from Yi Mingyu and others inside the house. Yi Mingyu frowned dissatisfied when he saw Yi Haidao's actions outside, stood up and wanted to go out to stop him. Brother Yi, where are you going? Duan Yi smiled and took Yi Mingyu's arm. Yi Mingyu said worriedly, he will damage your car. It's okay, no need. Fu Ting'an took a sip of tea and said calmly and soothingly. Duan Yi rolled his eyes and nodded in agreement. Yes, it's better if it's broken. How can this be done? Duan Yi had a calculating fox smile on his face. If something goes wrong, we can ask them to compensate you, and we can also help you get revenge. As a brother, how could he not understand what Fu Ting'an meant? This is helping the Yi family brothers and sisters to break the news. After all, favors are the hardest to repay. As long as Fu Ting'an can catch up with Yi Ziqing, it doesn't matter if the car is scrapped. Yi Mingyu was stunned for a moment after hearing this. He felt grateful, but also guilty and worried. We will take revenge ourselves. There is no need to damage your car. It's okay, it's just a car. Duan Yi smiled, thinking to himself, what I want is for you to remember this relationship. Fu Ting'an nodded with an evil smile on his lips. Well, don't worry, we have our own sense of proportion in this matter. Brother Yi, just watch the show from the side. If Yi Haidao doesn't cause something to happen, he will do something. Now that he is here, he will let the Yi family shed another layer of skin. Chapter 50. That's your friend. In the information, Yi Haitao, a cousin, had bullied Yi Ziqing a lot, and even kicked her into the river and almost died. Now he just asked him to compensate a little money, which was already his mercy. Yi Ziqing glanced helplessly at Fu Ting'an and the others, and couldn't help but secretly light a row of wax for Uncle Ye's family. However, it didn't matter to her. Since Fu Ting'an wanted to please their brother and sister, it was just a little car repair fee, so he didn't care at all. At most, he just sent a few sticks of soothing incense to express his gratitude. With the care in mind, Yi Ziqing could just worry about making dinner by herself. However, sometimes Yi Haidao is too arrogant but not courageous. He just looks around the car, which makes Duan Yi a little anxious and even more contemptuous. He is not helpful at all. It feels really bad to hang up and not touch his car like this. Fu Ting'an glanced at Yi Haidao's actions. Suddenly, a stone appeared on his finger, and he flicked it towards Yi Haidao's heel. Yi Haitao was walking to the side, but suddenly there was pain in his heel, and he let out a cry of pain, and then his head hit the hood, making a dull impact sound. What sound? What happened? Hearing the sound, everyone looked for it out of curiosity. Uncle Yi and others in the house were also startled by the sound and ran out quickly. Damn it, who doesn't have the guts to dare to damage my young master's car? Duan Yi hurriedly walked out of the house, yelling angrily, as if he wanted to let everyone in the village know. Hey, we're in trouble. Who is so bold as to destroy the cars of those two distinguished guests? When the villagers heard this sound, they couldn't help but exclaimed, and everyone ran out to watch the show worriedly. Yi Haitao was a little stunned by the impact. Duan Yi's sudden burst of shouting frightened her body, and she quickly got up from the front of the car. Duan Yi ran out and looked at the car. Although there were no big marks, there was a small piece of slightly dented car cover. He was very happy. You brat, how dare you damage my young master's car? Duan Yi grabbed Yi Haidao's back collar and lifted him up. No, I didn't. Uncle Yi saw Duan Yi's actions and roared angrily, let go of my son. Duan Yi turned his head and glanced at Uncle Yi coldly. Let go? What qualifications do you have to let me let go? You. Uncle Yi suddenly turned red with anger. Oh, what am I? Your son damaged my car. It's an honor for me to destroy him. Aunt Yi ran out and saw her son being grabbed by the collar by Duan Yi. His neck tightened. Her face gradually turned red. Let my son go. Please let my son go. Mrs. Yi also hurriedly came out of the back room. She was confused when she saw the situation outside. When she saw Duan Yi bullying his precious grandson, she immediately accused Yi Qing. Damn girl, what are you standing over there for? Tell him to let go of your brother. Yi Ziqing chuckled lightly, with a mocking look on his face. Grandma, my brother is Yi Mingyu, and he is not this troublemaker. Moreover, it was your precious grandson who damaged the old man's car. It was a car, and you have to pay for it. But Mrs. Yi still had a commanding tone. Those are your friends. Let them waive the car repair fee. Digression. Please collect it. Please recommend. Please comment. Chapter 51 2 million. Yi Mingyu stood in front of Yi Ziqing and said dissatisfiedly, Grandma, your precious grandson destroyed someone else's car. What does it have to do with us brothers and sisters? One person does the work and the other takes responsibility, not to mention that we have separated and we have to take care of our own affairs. Yi Ziqing teased in a funny way. Old Mrs. Ye's face froze, and she glanced angrily at Yi Ziqing's brother and sister. Duan Yi sneered and threatened, Old woman, don't think that I will listen to the Yi family brothers and sisters, because they are your grandsons. Today you damaged my young master's car, and you have to compensate me for the loss. I only look after your grandson. As he spoke, the force in his hand became stronger, and Yi Haidao screamed in pain. Let go of my son. Aunt Yi heard her son scream and rushed over immediately. Although Duan Yi was a rich second generation, he had also received training. He quickly dodged and avoided Aunt Ye's flying attack. Because he was avoiding Aunt Yi, Yi Haitao, who was being dragged along, let out another scream. Tisk, Aunt, you'd better stand still and don't move. Otherwise, your son will only be in pain. Duan Yi glanced at Yi Haitao, whose face was full of pain, and continued to threaten with a smile. You. Old Mrs. Yi and second Aunt Yi both stared angrily, with Duan Yi hostage in hand, and they were helpless. How can you let my grandson go? Duan Yi's eyes flashed with a cunning look. It's very simple. Pay money. Just pay it. Let my grandson go quickly. Mrs. Yi didn't care in her heart. She just paid money. How much can she pay? Duan Yi rubbed his thumb and index finger. My young master's Mercedes-Benz is imported from abroad, and the bits and pieces add up to 2 million. Hearing Duan Yi say 2 million almost didn't frighten everyone in the village. Oh my god, 2 million? The car is so expensive. What did you buy? 2 million. Even if you sell me, you won't get that much money. Some villagers who had been watching and were very close backed up, fearing that they might have damaged the car. The price of a car isn't that much even if the entire village's money is added up, right? Yi Mingyu was also surprised. He didn't expect this car to be so expensive, 2 million. He had never ridden in such an expensive car. Although Yi Mingyu, a man, also likes cars, he usually works part-time besides studying, so he has no time to study these things. He doesn't know the brand of the car, let alone the price of the car. Now that he knew the price, Yi Mingyu quickly thought about whether he had damaged the car in the first place, for fear of having to pay compensation. Not to mention Mrs. Yi and Uncle Yi, they almost fainted when they heard the price. How? Why is it so expensive? Duan Yi raised his chin arrogantly. I have money, and I can buy as many cars as I want. Can you take care of it? Pfft. Yi Ziqing couldn't help bursting into laughter and said sarcastically, if you have money, you can buy whatever you want, but I don't know how much compensation you will pay. Duan Yi gave Yi Ziqing an appreciative look. Missy is right, the money is mine, I can buy whatever I like. Second Uncle Yi and the others turned their heads and cast dissatisfied and angry looks at Yi Ziqing. Yi Ziqing shrugged indifferently. What do you want me to do? Mr. Duan said what I said was right. Chapter 52 really called the police. What are you looking at? Duan Yi glared at Uncle Yi and the others. He really deserved a beating. Now let's calculate how much it will cost to repair the car. Although the mark is not big, after all, my car costs 2 million and it costs tens of thousands. What? Why don't you go and rob? Hearing the price, Uncle Yi and Yi Haitao, father and son, couldn't help but scream. Duan Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at the Yi family playfully. Don't want to give it? You are robbing us, we won't give you anything. That's right, you are blackmailing me. Duan Yi was secretly proud of himself. What he wanted was your attitude, you don't want to compensate. Okay, then I'll call the police. With that said, Duan Yi took out his mobile phone, dialed 110, and deliberately turned on the speakerphone. A woman's voice soon came from the phone. Hello, this is 110. When they heard the voice on the phone, Mrs. Yi and the others were immediately frightened by Duan Yi's actions. They didn't expect Duan Yi to be so straightforward and actually call the police for such a trivial matter, or call the police just as he said, without giving the Yi family time to think. The villagers who had gathered around to watch the show could not help but take a step back in fright, looking at Duan Yi with deep awe. Yi Mingyu and Yi Ziqing glanced at Duan Yi with admiration, and in their hearts they were gloating to Uncle Yi and the others. Duan Yi looked at Mrs. Yi and Uncle Yi playfully. Hey, hello, are you the police lady? I want to report a crime. Duan Yi's words immediately crushed Mrs. Ye's and the others' fantasies. They were really calling the police, not the threat that Yi Ziqing had done before. Compensate. We kept it private. We want to keep it secret. Young master, we are willing to compensate. Please don't call the police. Old Mrs. Yu and the others immediately begged for mercy, no longer as arrogant as before. The plan succeeded. Duan Yi's lips curled up. Haha. I'm sorry, Miss Police. The other party apologized to me, but if you want to keep it private, forget it. Seeing Duan Yi hang up the phone, Uncle Yi and the others heaved a huge sigh of relief. Duan Yi stretched out his hand and hooked it. Since you want to keep it private, then give me money. Uncle Yi and the others instantly blushed again, not sure if they were angry or ashamed. We don't have that much money. Second Aunt Yi looked at Duan Yi pleadingly. Young master, please do your best. Can you please take a little less? Haha, are you making fun of me? Duan Yi sneered, not bothering to say more to them. He took out his phone and waved it with a threatening tone. I'll continue to call the police. Sure enough, the clamoring father and son were like ducks being strangled by the neck, and they immediately gave up. Auntie immediately knelt on the ground and begged, we really don't have that much money. Please be lenient and ask for less. Duan Yi quickly stepped aside. I have no money. It's okay, then use your land as compensation. I am kind and will give me 2/3 of your land. Duan Yi's words made Mrs. Yi and Uncle Ye's expressions change again. Impossible. We won't give it to you. Old Mrs. Yi pointed her skinny finger at Yi Mingyu and his sister. Yes, if you want money, you can go to Yi Mingyu and the others. Uncle Yi also responded quickly. Yes, look for their brothers and sisters. They are rich. No one expected that Mrs. Yi and the others would not give up. The villagers were a little angry to blame all this on Yi Mingyu and his sister. We are all one family. Why are there such big differences? Digression. Please collect it. Please recommend. Please praise. Chapter 53. Are you tempted? Yi Ziqing rolled his eyes and looked at Duan Yi teasingly. Young Master Duan, I will give you money. Do you want it? Haha, there is a wrongdoer and a debtor. Whoever damaged my car will pay it back. Either pay back the money or give me the land. Duan Yi snorted, with a gloomy look on his face, and took out his mobile phone. If you don't pay, I'll call the police. Seeing Duan Yi holding his cell phone again and pressing 110, Uncle Ye's family suddenly panicked. Here, I'll give it. The one who felt most distressed was Aunt Yi, who was a mother. When she saw that Duan Yi wanted to call the police again, she immediately agreed. Uncle Yi immediately shouted angrily, shut up. This time, second Aunt Yi stood up for a rare moment and angrily stood up and threatened fiercely, shut up? Do you want your son to go to jail? That's your son. If he goes in, we will divorce. It can be seen that Aunt Yi was extremely angry at this time. She had never been so courageous to file for divorce. Uncle Yi was confused and unbelievable for a moment. Duan Yi was still adding fuel to the fire. Yes, divorce. You can still get some land after divorce. That's enough. Mrs. Yi glanced at her anxious son and daughter-in-law with dissatisfaction, her face full of sorrow. Here, we will give it. Duan Yi laughed and teased Mrs. Yi again. Oh, this is only right. The old lady should keep it secret to see the current situation. Mrs. Yi's old face covered with ravines was very ugly. She glared at Duan Yi fiercely. Young master, if we pay for your land, you can't send my grandson to the police station. That's natural. Duan Yi smiled and waved to Village Chief Tan in the crowd. Mr. Tan, could you please draft a transaction contract? Village Chief Tan, who was suddenly called, was stunned and nodded quickly. Okay, I'll make arrangements right away. Although it was a bit late, the village committee was almost made up of people from the village, and Duan Yi was a rich man, so they had to go to work even if they didn't want to. Duan Yi winked at Fu Ting'en proudly, and Fu Ting'en gave him a satisfied look and nodded lightly. Yi Mingyu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Young Master Duan's method is really powerful. This is a must-have skill for rich second-generation people like them. Yi Ziqing took it for granted. After traveling in so many worlds, she had seen quite a few rich second-generation people who cheated and bullied others. However, Duan Yi was being reasonable this time, and he was still a victim even when he arrived at the police station. The only thing to blame is that the Yi family offended people they shouldn't have offended. Thinking of who Fu Ting'en and Duan Yi did everything because of, Yi Ziqing turned his head and cast a grateful look at Fu Ting'en. Fu Ting'en also turned his head as if he was feeling something. The two looked at each other, and the corners of Fu Ting'en's mouth raised, revealing a gentle and jade-like smile. Suddenly, Yi Ziqing felt his heart skip a beat and subconsciously turned his head away from Fu Ting'en. Yi Ziqing covered her chest. What was going on with this faint sweetness? Does she like this man? How is this possible? They had obviously only known each other for a few days. Moreover, she had never met a man who could make her fall in love in all the worlds, so why did she fall in love with him as soon as she came back? Yi Ziqing immediately shook his head to get rid of the incredible thoughts in his mind. Fu Ting'an had been watching Yi Ziqing, and when he saw the girl's behavior, he felt that she was very cute, and a doting smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, no matter which world they are in, the two of them are a perfect match. Digression. Starting today, there are 4 chapters every day. Please collect it. Please recommend. Please comment. Chapter 54 White Wolf with Empty Gloves. With the help of village chief Tan, the contract was quickly drawn up and sent for both parties to sign. Duan Yi raised his eyebrows at Uncle Yi and the others sign. Even now, Uncle Yi still looks unwilling. Only Aunt Yi quickly signed the contract for Yi Haitao. As long as Yi Haitao was safe and sound, it didn't matter whether he wanted the land or not. Duan Yi chuckled, just 2 people? Who in the Yi family is in charge? Second son of the Yi family, stop wasting your time and sign it quickly. Otherwise, your son will be arrested and imprisoned. Who will support you then? Village Chief Tan was also speaking to help, reminding Uncle Yi. Uncle Yi felt like he was being roasted on the fire at this moment. His face looked ugly, and he looked at Village Chief Tan as if he was looking at bandits, gangsters, and outsiders bullying their own people. Yi Ziqing smiled and teased. Second uncle, hurry up, the 2 distinguished guests are still waiting to eat the dinner I cooked. Yes, second uncle, hurry up, everyone is waiting for you to sign and go home for dinner. Yi Mingyu was also smiling beside him, feeling relieved. Second uncle Yi immediately vented his anger on Yi Ziqing and shouted loudly, shut up. Duan Yi's face darkened. He actually dared to yell at Yi Ziqing. I wonder if this girl is Fu San's heart, okay? What's it called? If you don't want to sign, you'll go to jail. Duan Yi took out his cell phone and pressed the 3 numbers, 110. Mrs. Yi waved her hands quickly. Don't fight, we'll sign it right away. Sign it right now. Duan Yi would not be polite to this old woman who only knows how to bully Yi Ziqing. He threatened fiercely, I'll give you 1 minute to sign quickly. If you don't sign, I'll call the police immediately. The originally aggressive Uncle Yi and the others suddenly lost their confidence, and Mrs. Yi reluctantly signed her name and pressed her fingerprints. Seeing the 4 members of the Yi family signing and fingerprinting, Village Chief Tan handed the contract to Duan Yi. Young Master Duan, as long as you sign, the land will be yours. Duan Yi took it, glanced at the contract, turned around and handed it to Yi Mingyu with a smile. Brother Yi, give it to you. This sentence was like an atomic bomb, exploding all around, and everyone was stunned. All the villagers looked at the 2 brothers and sisters Yi Mingyu in shock and admiration. These Jedi were nothing but white wolves. This is no different from a white wolf with empty gloves. Everyone looked at Duan Yi as if they were an idiot, thinking that Duan Yi was just a prodigal. Although the land price is not high, it is still a huge sum of money for them. What? Give it to us. Yi Mingyu was also stunned on the spot, with a look of surprise and disbelief on his face. Duan Yi smiled and nodded. Yes, the land here is actually of no use to us. Just give these to you. No need, it is your car that was damaged after all. How can we take it? Yi Ziqing also shook his head and refused. No reward for no merit. Just accept it yourself. Duan Yi waved his hand indifferently and blinked at Yi Ziqing. It's okay. You also know that this bit of land is of no use to us. At worst, you can give me more Anshan incense. Although the calculation was not that way, Yi Ziqing still smiled in agreement. That's right. Second Uncle Yi and the others did not expect that the land that Duan Yi asked them to compensate would be given to the Yi Mingyu brothers and sisters with such disgust. This was deliberately embarrassing them, not to mention how aggrieved and angry they felt. Chapter 55. Eat the soft stuff but not the tough stuff. Seeing that they were really going to take the kiss from Yi Zi, Uncle Yi yelled angrily, how dare you? Yi Ziqing, who was still hesitant at first, heard Uncle Ye's threat and accepted the contract without hesitation. She, Yi Ziqing, dared to threaten them even though she was soft-hearted, with a proud smile on her lips. Of course we dare. We will accept these lands. Thank you Master Duan for your generosity. No, as long as Miss Yi is happy. Duan Yi looked at Uncle Yi provocatively with a bright smile on his face. Uncle Yi and his family were so angry that they really wanted to rush forward and tear Yi Qing's proud face apart. The villagers turned to look at Uncle Yi this time, with deep sympathy and gloating in their eyes. Everyone knew in their hearts that this was Master Duan supporting his brother and sister. Also, for such a rich young man, the 2 million car is just a little dented, so why would he care about that little money? Yi Ziqing clicked his tongue provocatively at Uncle Yi and the others, and smiled brightly at Duan Yi and Fu Ting'an. In order to thank Mr. Duan for his generosity, I will definitely cook a sumptuous dinner for Mr. Duan. Okay. Duan Yi clapped his hands. When are you going to eat? I'm a little hungry after all the fuss. Please wait a moment. I'll do it right away. Yi Ziqing didn't even look at Mrs. Yi and the others, and turned around and went into the house to make dinner. The indifferent attitude of Yi Ziqing and the others was more like a heavy slap on the face of second Uncle Yi and the others, making their faces feel burning and painful. Yi Mingyu also thanked with a smile that was equally exasperating. Second uncle, thank you very much for your generosity. Ha ha. Fu Ting'an put his hands in his pockets and glanced at Uncle Yi and the others lightly, but this very faint glance gave people a strong impression, as if they were in an ice cellar, making their whole bodies stiff and covered in cold sweat. By the time Mrs. Yi and the others came to their senses, everyone around them had already dispersed, leaving them standing there blankly, especially since there was a burst of vegetable aroma filling their noses from the next door. Old Mrs. Yu only felt her legs were a little weak. She leaned on crutches tremblingly and asked Uncle Yu to help her in. The look in Fu Tingjian's eyes just now was so terrifying that they didn't dare to bother Yi Ziqing and the others. And Yi Ziqing was cooking, and the food he cooked made even Duan Yi, a young master who was used to eating delicacies from all over the world, a little greedy. Duan Yi swallowed and looked at the food with curiosity. Miss Yi, it smells so good. How can you make it so delicious? It should be delicious, right? Of course. Yi Mingyu looked proud, but he didn't want his sister to cook often. However, my sister said that she wanted to seduce the Yi family next door to death, so she asked Yi Ziqing to cook to make them angry. Duan Yi rubbed his hands and couldn't help but watch Yi Ziqing cooking in anticipation, just waiting for dinner. 4 people sat around the dining table. Duan Yi ate the food excitedly and kept giving thumbs up with one hand. It's delicious. It's delicious. Miss Yi, you're better than the chef of a 5-star hotel. It's so delicious. Yes, my sister's craftsmanship is the best. Yi Mingyu showed off proudly. Well, it's the best. Duan Yi nodded and looked up at Yi Ziqing. Ms. Yi, your craftsmanship is so good. Do you plan to be a chef in the future? Chapter 56. Want to retire? Yi Ziqing shook his head. I never thought about it. It's a waste. It's such a waste if you don't become a chef with such good skills. Fu Ting'an glanced at Duan Yi with disgust. Girls should try not to enter the kitchen as much as possible. Yes, Master Fu is right. Girls should not go into the kitchen. Yi Mingyu was also rarely on the same front as Fu Ting'an and gave him an appreciative look. If it weren't for inviting Fu Ting'an and the others today, Yi Mingyu wouldn't have allowed Yi Ziqing to go to the kitchen. In the past, Mrs. Yi and Yi Ziqing had to go to the kitchen, but now, Yi Mingyu feels that as long as he is at home, his sister must not be allowed to enter the kitchen. Duan Yi looked at the 2 men defending Yi Ziqing and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. These 2 doting sisters and doting wives in the future are really rare. Moving is tomorrow. Are you interested in cooking in your new home, Ms. Yi? After all, we have moved, so we can celebrate. Duan Yi said that he just wanted to eat delicious food, regardless of whether Fu Sin felt sorry for his future wife's inability to cook. No need. No need. Okay. The first 2 voices belonged to Fu Ting'an and Yi Mingyu, while the last one belonged to Yi Ziqing. Yi Mingyu frowned and objected. Qing, you don't need to cook. Since it's a good thing to move, we have to celebrate it properly. Of course I will cook. Yi Ziqing smiled nonchalantly, and I also like that everyone likes to eat the food I cook. Yi Ziqing didn't care about cooking or not. She learned cooking just to satisfy her appetite. Now, Yi Ziqing wanted to cook for his brother, make delicious food for him, and at the same time, take care of his body through medicinal food. That's good. Fu Ting'an glanced at Duan Yi coldly, stabbing his eyes with daggers. Duan Yi felt a chill on his back and glanced at Fu Ting'an speechlessly, feeling very depressed. He's not married yet, so he just maintains it like this. If he gets married in the future, won't he have no chance to eat such delicious food? No, you have to encourage Yi Ziqing to open a restaurant or something, otherwise it will be difficult to satisfy his craving. By the way, Miss Yi, what do you plan to do in the future? Make money and retire. Duan Yi's mouth twitched. You want to retire so early? No. Yi Ziqing raised her eyebrows. After traveling all over the world for so long, Yi Ziqing was already tired of it and wanted to retire early. She came back for her brother and wanted him to live a good life. Yi Mingyu blamed himself for causing his sister to suffer due to his indecisiveness. He patted Yi Qing's head lovingly. Well, my sister can do nothing in the future, and my brother will support you. Yi Ziqing rubbed Yi Mingyu's palm with great enjoyment, smiled and nodded. Okay, then I'll wait for my brother to support me. Duan Yi's mouth twitched slightly, and he glanced at Fu Ting'an sympathetically. Sure enough, he saw someone's face turn dark. To be honest, Duan Yi wanted to laugh out loud. Brother raising a sister. What does this mean for Fu Ting'an who wants to marry Yi Ziqing in the future? It's just that they're brother and sister, so there is nothing wrong with relying on his brother now, and Fu Ting'an has no right to object and refuse. The 4 of us ate the dinner with gusto, finishing all the 6 dishes and 1 soup on the table. Duan Yi could hardly walk after eating, and it took him a while to feel comfortable. It was getting late, so Fu Tingyan and Duan didn't stay long to say goodbye and left, saying they would pick them up tomorrow to take them to their new house. Chapter 57 Losing Troops and Generals. Brother and sister Yi Mingyu and Yi Ziqing saw off Fu Tingyan and the others before returning to the house, and Uncle Ye's family followed them in. What are you doing here? Looking at Mrs. Yi and her family of 4, Yi Mingyu frowned. Uncle Yi snorted coldly. Don't you know what we are here for? Hurry up and hand over the contract. You are not eligible to take the land. Mrs. Yi ordered the Yi Mingyu brothers angrily. Also, who allowed you to rent a house? Have you asked me? Yi Ziqing sneered. Grandma, is your memory declining as you get older? We have separated our families. Once we separate, this house will be at our disposal. Yi Mingyu also showed no signs of weakness and mocked. Even if we bulldoze it, you have no right to care. Yi Ziqing smiled and added, of course, we won't give you the rental money. The provocation of the two siblings Qi Guogua made Mrs. Yi and Uncle Yi furious. You two scoundrels. Second Uncle Yi wanted to hit Yi Ziqing, but Yi Mingyu wanted to step forward, but was blocked by Yi Ziqing. Yi Ziqing grabbed Uncle Ye's wrist and twisted it to bend Uncle Ye's arm, causing Uncle Yu to scream in pain. Yi Ziqing did not let Uncle Yu go. He raised his foot and kicked his calf. With a pop, he knelt down on one knee on the ground. Seeing his sister's skills, Yi Mingyu was slightly stunned, with a look of surprise on his face. Let go of my dad. Yi Haitao originally wanted to see Yi Ziqing's jokes, but after seeing his father's jokes, he immediately felt angry. Yi Haitao shouted loudly and was about to attack Yi Ziqing. Yi Ziqing glanced at Yi Haitao with disdain, turned around and grabbed Uncle Ye's wrist, pulled Uncle Ye's head and slammed it into Yi Haitao's chest. Ugh. Yi Haitao's stomach was hit hard by Uncle Ye's head, and he almost vomited out today's dinner. Yi Ziqing was not going to let Yi Haitao go just like that. When he was holding his stomach and bowing, he kicked Yi Haitao's calf bones again. Yi Haitao's feet were unsteady and his head fell to the ground. Plop. Yi Haitao's head hit the ground hard, and instantly there was a cut on his forehead, and blood stained the ground red. Haitao, how are you? Are you okay? Seeing that her husband was injured, Aunt Yi had no reaction, but when she saw that her son was injured, she could no longer bear it and rushed towards Yi Haitao in distress. Mom, it hurts, I hurt so much. Yi Haitao cried to Aunt Yi, covering his bruised forehead. You little bastard, how dare you hit your uncle and brother? When old Mrs. Yi saw her precious son and grandson being beaten, she immediately cursed angrily and picked up the crutch in her hand to swing it towards Yi Ziqing's head. Yi Mingyu came to his senses, immediately stepped forward and grabbed Mrs. Ye's crutch and pulled it out of Mrs. Ye's hand. His face was gloomy. Grandma, if you want to beat my sister, you have to ask me if I agree. You. Mrs. Yi looked at her empty hands, her body shaking with anger. Yi Mingyu's eyes were fierce and threatening. Grandma, I call you grandma and respect you as an elder, but don't use my respect as a capital for indulgence. I won't recognize you as a grandma if you hurt my sister. You evil son. Mrs. Yi howled with anger and unwillingness. Yi Ziqing glanced at Mrs. Yi coldly. Grandma, you can shout again and call all the villagers over. Let everyone see how shameless you are. Chapter 58 Another chat topic. You. Seeing Mrs. Ye's frustrated look, unable to do anything, Yi Ziqing felt happy and waved Uncle Yu in his hand. Yi Ziqing's actions immediately caused second Uncle Yu to scream in pain. Second Uncle Yu knelt on the ground and tried hard to resist, but the pain in his arm prevented him from fighting back. He could only yell at Yi Qing angrily, you little bitch, let me go. Yi Ziqing lowered his eyes and looked down at Uncle Yi and sneered, okay, then I'll let you go. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ziqing swung Uncle Yi so hard that he fell at old Madame Ye's feet, so hard that it felt like all the bones in Uncle Ye's body were about to break. Son, Mrs. Yi shouted anxiously when she saw her son's painful appearance. Yi Ziqing crossed her arms and said, Grandma, you'd better take your second uncle away. They are causing trouble. Don't blame me, my niece, for being ruthless. Second Uncle Yi was lying on the ground, glaring at Yi Ziqing angrily. Yi Ziqing. Hey, second uncle. What's the matter with you calling me? Yi Ziqing raised his eyebrows and looked at second Uncle Yi teasingly. Uncle Yi was so angry that he gritted his teeth and glared at Yi Ziqing fiercely. Mom, let's go. Mrs. Yi raised her head unwillingly, and when she saw Yi Ziqing's fierce and threatening eyes, she couldn't help but flinch and quickly helped Uncle Yi leave. Villagers who happened to be wandering nearby were watching the show. When they saw Mrs. Yi and the others were leaving, they quickly turned around and left. Although there is no good show to watch next, everyone has another topic to chat about. This time he caused trouble, which meant he lost his wife and lost his troops. Yi Mingyu stepped forward and closed the door, then turned to look at Yi Ziqing, looking at her as if he were looking at a monster. Yi Ziqing smiled, shook his fist, and said with a smile, that old Chinese doctor's 5 animals play is really good. Wu Qinshi. Yi Ziqing smiled and nodded, yeah, That's right, the old man said that the 5 animals play can not only strengthen the body, but also prevent problems before they happen. That's good. Yu Mingyu breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that his sister was possessed by some monster. Seeing the change in Yu Mingyu's expression, Yu Ziqing smiled and stepped forward to hug Yu Mingyu's arm. Brother, you can rest assured from now on. Yeah. Yu Mingyu touched Yu Ziqing's head lovingly. Yu Ziqing blinked. Brother, do you want to learn too? Not only can you strengthen your body, but you can also defend yourself. Okay. Yu Mingyu readily agreed. He could deal with second Uncle Yi and the others with ease, but that would not necessarily be the case if he met other people in the future. If he can learn something now, Yu Mingyu will be better able to protect his sister in the future, especially if he meets a rich man like Fu Ting'an. If he really wants to bully Yu Ziqing, he can just find a group of people. Now he can't beat 4 hands with 2 fists, so he must learn some kung fu to feel at ease. Yu Ziqing smiled and taught Yu Mingyu how to learn Wu Qinshi and the breathing technique. Although there is an inheritance of Wu Qinshi now, it is not as authentic as hers. Not only did they not follow Yu Ziqing's standards for Wu Qinshi, but they also lost the breathing technique early on, and their learning was in vain. In the evening, when the 2 brothers and sisters were practicing Wu Qinshi, Uncle Ye's painful screams came from next door, and then he cursed again. Although they have been separated from Uncle Ye's family, their conversations can still be heard, especially Uncle Ye's angry roar. It is difficult not to hear it. Digression. Please recommend. Please collect it. Please praise. Chapter 59 New Ways to Make Money. Yu Mingyu and Yu Ziqing stood behind the newly built wall, listening to the yelling and cursing on the other side, and even more secretly looking for trouble. Ching ching. Yu Ziqing raised his hand to stop Yu Mingyu from what he was saying, pulled him far away, and closed the door. Ching ching, if they do this, how can we rent a house? Yu Ziqing smiled proudly and said nonchalantly, don't worry, didn't Uncle Tan say that it's Uncle Wang's family, and there are mostly men in the family, so they are not afraid. But you also know the temper of my second uncle. I guess things are a bit troublesome. Yu Mingyu sighed softly, if it doesn't work, I won't rent it out. Yu Ziqing's lips curled up, and a fox-like sly smile appeared on her young and beautiful face. How could you not rent it out? I found a way for them to make money. What do you mean? Yu Mingyu was slightly stunned and looked at Yu Ziqing curiously and puzzled. Why does this have anything to do with the way to make money? Yu Ziqing smiled proudly and explained, according to my second uncle's temperament, he will never talk nonsense and will definitely cause trouble. And in this trouble, there will be bumps and bumps. If the things are damaged, they will have to pay compensation according to the price. They definitely won't want to. Oh, we can't help him. Yu Ziqing sneered, if they dare to destroy it, let them call the police. If you don't want to go to jail, you have to pay. This is like using my second uncle's money to exchange for new ones. Yu Mingyu twitched the corner of his mouth. He felt that Yu Ziqing's idea was a bit bad, but he also thought it was quite good. Can your method work? Yu Ziqing smiled confidently. Why not? We can't do it, but others can. Even if I rent the house for free, I still want to give my second uncle lessons. That's fine. With the discussion in hand, Yu Mingyu stopped worrying and learned a few more rounds of Wakingsi from Yu Ziqing. When he saw that it was getting late, he stopped studying. As long as Yu Mingyu becomes more proficient, he can practice by himself in the future. Early the next morning, Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi came to the village again. Because what happened yesterday had already happened, everyone was not so surprised by the arrival of Fu Ting'an and the others. However, everyone lamented that Yu Mingyu and the others had climbed into the wealthy ranks. Only Uncle Ye's family has not yet seen the situation clearly, and they're looking for trouble. Especially since he was beaten up yesterday and Yi Haitao even saw blood. Good morning. Duan Yi smiled and waved to Yu Ziqing, who was putting bits and pieces into the cardboard box. Yu Ziqing shrugged, with a look of regret on his face. Good morning, there is no breakfast today. I have to go to the new house to burn it. It's okay, this is custom. Others don't know that Yu Ziqing bought a new house, but they know that buying a new house has local customs, and you have to go to the new house in the morning to open a fire. For this reason, Yu Mingyu also bought some glutinous rice balls, pastries, rice dumplings, and other things. Are everything ready? Fu Ting'an looked at a red plastic bucket filled with things, and a sugar cane leaning against the door. Everything is ready, let's move these things into the car first. Okay. While Yu Ziqing and others were busy moving things into the car, Uncle Wang, who was renting a house, heard the news that Fu Ting'an had entered the village and immediately brought his son to Chu Jifeng's house. Chapter 60 Learned. Seeing Chu Jifeng and the others loading things into the car, he waved his hands. Girl Ziqing. Uncle Wang, you're here. Uncle Wang nodded repeatedly and looked at Fu Ting'an and the others with a smile. Yes, let's take a look at your situation. Do you look like you're moving? He was busy with things in the fields yesterday and only found out about Fu Ting'an and the others afterwards. Now looking at this brand new car, Uncle Wang felt envious in his heart. Because they had to move today, the whole family didn't go to the fields today. They were just waiting for Yi Ziqing and others to move in before they could leave. Yes, it will be ready soon. Uncle Wang, you can go back and prepare before moving. Okay. I'll go back and make arrangements right away. They came here just to see if anyone was gone. Since they were leaving, it was time for them to move. Uncle Wang, please wait. Thinking of what happened to you yesterday, Yi Ziqing took Uncle Wang into the house, talked in a low voice, and told Uncle Wang what she had said to Yimingyu last night. Uncle Wang also knew about Uncle Ye's character, but he was not afraid. After hearing Yi Qing's idea, his face was filled with shock. Ziqing, can you do this? Of course it's possible. I'm the second uncle's niece, and I can't call the police, but you can. You can use the excuse of breaking into a house to cause trouble for them. Yi Ziqing said with a confident face. You can also make up some excuses at will, such as the money is lost, and impose charges on the second Uncle Yi. There is no evidence. It is true that he destroyed your things, but who knows if he stole the money? Uncle Wang was stunned for a while, and finally couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Yi Ziqing. Awesome. So, Uncle Wang, don't worry and don't be merciful. You are the tenant, not me. If something breaks or is lost, you have to find someone, right? You can also take this opportunity to replace the old things with new ones. The more Uncle Wang listened, the brighter his eyes became. This method is very good, okay. I'll learn it. I just might make Uncle Wang get into trouble every day. It's okay. Just spend a little more time and get something new. Uncle Wang waved his hands indifferently. He really couldn't wait for such a good way to deceive people. It's old enough to be used and I don't plan to buy a new one. The compensation money can be regarded as making money. What a good thing. Then I'll leave this apartment to you. I probably won't come back often in the future. Uncle Wang is very happy. It's better if you don't come back. They can live in this house comfortably in the future and no longer have to squeeze into that shabby house. Okay, don't worry. Leave it to me. I won't let your second uncle ruin it. After telling Uncle Wang to hand over all the keys to the house, Yi Ziqing went to move some bits and pieces with peace of mind. Uncle Yi, who had suffered a big loss yesterday, glared at Yi Ziqing and the others with hatred, and also at Uncle Wang, who wanted to rent a house. Uncle Wang was not afraid before leaving. He glared back at Uncle Yi with a calculating smile on his face. I have to say that Yi Ziqing's idea was a bit bad, but he liked it very much. As expected of two brothers and sisters, they were so smart. They were not afraid of Uncle Yi before, and they were even less afraid now. Instead, they regarded him as their god of wealth, and were still expecting him to cause trouble for them. Second Uncle Yi didn't expect that Uncle Wang would dare to provoke him, and he became furious again. However, the pain still felt faintly in his arm, which was very frustrating. Chapter 61 Bullying Others with a Borrowed Knife. The last separation of the family had already fallen out with Uncle Yi. For a moment, second Uncle Yi didn't have the shame to go to Uncle Yi, so he had to endure this mood for now. After moving all the things, the four people set off again. This time they left without knowing when they would return. This time only Yi Ziqing was in the car, and Yimingyu also had a bicycle, but the trunk of the car was full, so it was impossible to stay here, so he had to ride. In the car, Duan Yi gave Yi Ziqing a thumbs up, admiring him very much. Miss Yi, your plan just now is really brilliant. He had also listened to the idea that Yi Ziqing had given Uncle Wang just now, and felt that although it was a bad idea, it was also very good. Fu Ting'an looked a little confused and asked, what's the plan? Duan Yi quickly explained to Fu Ting'an excitedly, and in the end he kept praising him. Fu-san, do you think it's great? I feel like I've already seen the miserable appearance of those people in the Yi family. Fu Ting'an's eyes flashed with pride and satisfaction, and he turned to look at Yi Ziqing. Killing with a borrowed knife is very smart. Just because Uncle Yi Air, a countryman, was really no match for Yi Ziqing, he was easily manipulated by Yi Ziqing. Yi Ziqing accepted the compliment happily. Thank you for the compliment. Duan Yi glanced at the two people looking at each other through the rearview mirror. He seemed to see pink bubbles surrounding the two people. Inexplicably, he felt his stomach was a little full. What was going on? If you need help, you can come to me. Thank you. You don't need to take action to deal with them. Yi Ziqing declined with a smile. As the three of them chatted, the car quickly arrived at the new house. This house belongs to Yi Ziqing, and since their parents are gone, the customary rule of who gets in first and last does not apply to them. However, Yi Ziqing was the first to walk into the new house carrying a red plastic bucket, followed by Fu Ting'an and others carrying other things. I'll go down and move things. Miss Yi, please get some food. Duan Yi reminded Yi Ziqing with a smile. Okay. Thank you very much. Yi Ziqing happily agreed and took out the prepared glutinous rice balls to cook. Fu Ting'an stepped forward with concern. Do you need my help? No, brother Fu. Go and sit down. You'll be fine soon. It's okay, let me take a look. Fu Ting'an refused with a smile, standing at the door of the kitchen and watching Yi Ziqing working in the kitchen. Duan Yi was moving things alone and felt a bleak autumn wind blowing from his back for no reason. He looked at Fu Ting'an very depressedly and looked at Yi Ziqing with a crazy expression. He couldn't help but look up and rolled his eyes. Duani lowered his head and looked at the things in front of him and then thought about the things inside the car. Duani secretly felt sorry for himself again. Sure enough, beauty can be misleading. When Yi Mingyu came over, Yi Ziqing also prepared glutinous rice balls, ready to eat at any time. After riding all the way, Yi Mingyu was also a little hungry, and he gulped down the glutinous rice balls cooked for him by his sister. After all the provocation, it was soon approaching noon, so Fu Ting'an and the others deliberately stayed for a lunch cooked by Yi Ziqing before leaving. After sending Fu Ting'an and the others away, Yi Ziqing lay down comfortably on the sofa. Brother, this is our first home. Yi Mingyu smiled and sat next to Yi Ziqing, patting her head lovingly. Well, this is all thanks to you, sister. Yes, if the sister hadn't sold the ginseng root, they wouldn't have had the chance to get so much money, let alone be qualified to buy this house. Chapter 62. Are you going to the provincial capital too? I am also lucky. I didn't expect to find such a good ginseng, just this once. Yi Ziqing waved his hand modestly. Well, my brother will make more money in the future and give you more money. Yi Ziqing turned sideways, looked at Yi Mingyu's full of fighting spirit, and chuckled. Okay, brother, study hard now and you can really make money to support me after graduation. Okay, my brother will also wait for you in the provincial capital. Brother, let's go to the provincial capital in advance to have some fun and see the high school. With money, and not wanting my brother to worry about dealing with the Yi family all the time, it would be better to go to the provincial capital early. Yi Mingyu nodded in agreement. Okay, I have to take a good look at the high school. After I start school, I will also inquire more. Yi Mingyu was not worried at all about whether Yi Ziqing could be admitted to the provincial capital high school. His sister's grades were already good. As long as she worked a little harder later on, it would be easy to go to the provincial capital. When it comes to his sister's study, Yi Mingyu doesn't dare to look down upon it. Then let's go buy a suitcase tomorrow. Brother, you are also going to report and you need to get a big suitcase. Okay, it's all up to you. Yi Mingyu nodded, but I have to quit my part-time job first. Okay. So, the brother and sister went out to buy 2 suitcases in the past few days, and the 2 brothers bought each other's clothes. Yi Mingyu felt that his sister was too old to wear old clothes and had to change into new ones, so he encouraged Yi Ziqing to buy clothes. Now that she has money and in Xinxiang as a way to make money, Yi Ziqing also feels that she needs to change her clothes, not only her own, but also her brother's clothes. Especially my brother has to go to college for military training, so the image of going to college is still very important. After careful preparation, Yi Mingyu and his 2 brothers planned to go to the station to check for tickets to the provincial capital in the next 2 days. However, before they could buy tickets, there was a knock on the door and a tourist came. Third young Master Fu, young Master Duan, why are you here? Come on, please come in. Yi Mingyu looked at Fu Ting'an and the others standing at the door in surprise, but because of their help, Yi Mingyu was very grateful and warmly invited them into the house. Brother Fu, why are you here? Fu Ting'an explained with a smile, we plan to go to the provincial capital in a few days, so we wanted to say goodbye to Miss Yi. Yes, Fu-san also plans to invite Miss Yi to visit the provincial capital. Duan Yi quickly put in a good word for Fu Ting'an. When Yi Mingyu heard this, a look of surprise appeared on his face. You are also going to the provincial capital? Not long after they decided to travel to the provincial capital, Fu Ting'an and the others were about to go to the provincial capital. Yi Mingyu felt as if the other party was monitoring them. However, Yi Mingyu quickly rejected this idea. Why did he spend so much time on it? It's not necessary. After thinking about it, I felt that I really wanted to go back. After all, the economy in Linjiang City was not very good. Rich people must develop in the provincial capital. Yi Ziqing also raised his head and glanced at Fu Ting'an thoughtfully. When Fu Ting'an heard Yi Mingyu's words, a smile appeared on his lips. Go to the provincial capital to deal with the company's affairs, and come back when you're done. Duan Yi nodded quickly and looked at Yi Mingyu and Yi Ziqing expectantly. Yes, yes. So Fu-san and I thought about inviting Miss Yi to the provincial capital to have fun together, and we will reimburse the travel expenses. Yi Ziqing waved his hand. Forget the reimbursement. My brother and I plan to go to the provincial capital to have some fun, and then my brother will go to participate in military training. Chapter 63 Self-Taught Without a Teacher. Duan Yi glanced at Fu Ting'an with admiration and spent his time chasing women as he calculated his enemies. No woman could escape. Fu Ting'an had read Yi Mingyu's personal information. He was going to report on military training next week. He guessed that Yi Ziqing might go to the provincial capital with Yi Mingyu. Therefore, Fu Ting'an explained to Yi Mingyu's brother and sister in advance, so that the 2 brothers and sisters would not doubt their intentions. Now, everything is as he expected. That's great. After we handle the affairs in the provincial capital, we can bring Miss Yu back. Fu Ting'an smiled and nodded, and directly told the benefits of setting off with them. Since Brother Yi is going to report, it's just right. It can help you save a lot of fares, and our car is more comfortable than the bus. Yes, yes, and Brother Yi, are you sure you can let Missy come back alone? We can send Missy off when we come back, so you don't have to worry. Duan Yi also quickly analyzed the pros and cons and tempted Yu Mingyu. Yi Ziqing really wanted to take a bus to the provincial capital with Fu Ting'an and the others, but she really couldn't praise the buses of this era. Now she could enjoy it as long as she could, so she looked at Yu Mingyu with a bit of expectation. Yu Mingyu also seemed to understand his sister's expectations, and also felt that Duan Yi was right. Although Yi Ziqing has some skills, Yu Mingyu is still worried that she will be in danger. With the help of Fu Ting'an and the others, he can feel at ease. Okay, then thank you, Mr. Fu. Fu Ting'an smiled gently at Yi Ziqing. We are all friends. Duan Yi glanced at Fu Ting'an in admiration again. Yes, yes. We are all friends, and when we go to the provincial capital together, we have someone to look after us, right? This guy's skills at flirting with girls are really getting better and better. Even this cold and noble Fu Ting'an is self-taught. Sure enough, love can really change people. Yu Mingyu thought about it and refused. No, we are going to the provincial capital to find a high school for my sister. Duan Yi's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. Ms. Yi, are you planning to go to the provincial capital to study? Yi Ziqing nodded. Well, my brother went to the provincial capital to study, and he should also develop in the provincial capital in the future. Duan Yi's eyes lit up and he glanced at Fu Ting'an excitedly. Do you need to transfer to another school now? We can help you. Although Linjiang City also has the Fu family's industries, it is only a third-tier city after all and is hardly valued by the Fu family. If Fu Ting'an hadn't stayed in Linjiang City for recuperation, he wouldn't have stayed until now. He would have gone to the provincial capital or returned to the capital long ago. If Yu Ziqing went to study in the provincial capital, it would be the most convenient arrangement for Fu Ting'an. Yi Ziqing shook his head and declined with a smile. I just bought a new house just to study, and I spent a lot of money to renovate it. I can't live without it for a day, right? Yi Ziqing had carefully considered staying in Linjiang City to study in the 3rd grade of junior high school. She wanted to take advantage of the year when Yu Mingyu went away to study and the brother and sister were separated to solve the Yi family's problem. In case Yu Mingyu is here, her mood will always be affected by the Yi family. She can do the bad things. She wants to leave a future without worries. If it weren't for them in the previous life, how could their brothers and sisters have suffered so much? How could they have lost their lives so early? And how could they have lost all hope for the future? Duan Yi suggested with a smile, you can also just leave it without selling it. Now that real estate is slowly starting to pick up, it would be good to keep it for appreciation in the future. Digression. Please collect it. Please recommend. Please praise. Dear friends who like it, give me some support. Chapter 64. Only those who are capable can find a wife. Yu Mingyu frowned and declined again. No, we don't know which high school is best yet, and it's a temporary transfer. This is not good for my sister. Yi Ziqing smiled and explained, well, that's what I mean too. I plan to use these 2 years to research which school is the best. I'd like to thank Brother Fu and Mr. Duan for the help first. Both siblings know very well that the most difficult thing to repay is a favor. Although Yi Ziqing saved Fu Tingjian's life, Fu Ting'an and the others had already helped them a lot, so there was no need to bother them anymore about studying. Everyone said this. Duan Yi could only helplessly sigh deeply and cast a helpless look at Fu Ting'an. Fu Ting'an didn't take it seriously and nodded in agreement. Well, you can choose slowly. Yes, yes, high school is very important. If you find a good high school, you can get into a good university. Duan Yi responded quickly, but received a cold look from Fu Ting'an, which made him feel a little confused. However, Duan Yi soon figured it out, and a flash of embarrassment flashed across his face. After all, how could a girl as smart as Yi Ziqing not get good grades in the exam? Yi Ziqing smiled and asked with concern, then when will you go to the provincial capital? We originally planned to go anytime the day after tomorrow. It's up to you. Yu Mingyu said nonchalantly, we'll take a ride and listen to you. Then the day after tomorrow, you can prepare again tomorrow, especially since Brother Yi is probably going to the provincial capital and won't be back for a while. Brother Fu is still thoughtful, so thank you. Fu Ting'an looked at Yi Ziqing with a smile and said goodbye warmly. If nothing happens, we will go back to handle the work first and pick you up the day after tomorrow. I'll send you off. With the help of Fu Ting'an and others, Yi Ziqing also saved a lot of trouble and happily sent Fu Ting'an away. As the car drove out of the community, Fu Ting'an took out his mobile phone and made a call. Duan Yi watched in surprise as Fu Ting'an, who was sitting in the back seat, called his assistant and asked him to collect information about high schools in the provincial capital. Fu-san, are you planning to help Yi Ziqing find a school? Fu Ting'an put away his phone and said calmly, let's take a look first. In fact, they have already rejected it. She will always make a choice. With the information, she will make a better choice. Duan Yi couldn't help but give Fu Ting'an a thumbs up. Fu Sandu, an old man who eats young grass, spent so much thought on his wife. This idea, in order to get a wife, you really can't get one without any ability. The brothers Yi Mingyu and Yi Ziqing did not know about Fu Tingjian's arrangements. At this time, the two brothers and sisters were sitting on the sofa in the living room, watching TV and talking about their next trip to the provincial capital. Especially since Yi Mingyu needs to study, some things can be bought in advance. 2 days later, the brothers Yi Ziqing and Yi Mingyu got into Fu Tingjian's car and headed to the provincial capital. Compared to Yi Ziqing, Yi Mingyu was out of the market for the first time and was a little excited. He always looked at the scenery outside through the car window from time to time. When the car drove into the provincial capital, both the architectural style and the cultural atmosphere gave people a simple and solemn feeling. The bustling streets also made Yi Mingyu feel excited. Duan Yi drove and took Yi Ziqing and the others to Jincheng Business Hotel first. Jincheng Business Hotel is located in the city center. The decoration is not gorgeous, and the mahogany furniture in the lobby looks a bit antique. Chapter 65, A little bit of a connection. Duan Yi brought Yi Ziqing to the front desk. 2 of us, book a room. Okay. The front desk clerk took Yi Mingyu's ID card. Yi Qing was under 18 years old and did not have an ID card. To apply for an ID card, you must have a guardian. In the past, their grandfather protected them, and they could logically apply for an ID card for Yi Mingyu. However, the Yi family felt that it would be a waste of money to apply for an ID card if Yi Ziqing could not go out, so they naturally did not apply for it. Now they only have Yi Mingyu's ID card. The front desk clerk looked at the name above, with a look of surprise on his face, and then quickly looked at the 2 names written under the table and compared one of them, which was exactly the same. After hesitating for a moment, the front desk clerk looked up at the 2 siblings, Yi Mingyu and Yi Ziqing, and asked, "Hello, Mr. Yi, what is the relationship between the other person and you, and what is his name?" "I need to register." Yi Mingyu had no doubts, thinking that the front desk clerk was serious. "My sister, Yi Ziqing." The front desk clerk lowered his head to compare the other names under the table, then raised his head to see Yi Mingyu and Yi Ziqing, who had somewhat similar looks. A flash of excitement flashed across his face, and he quickly lowered his head again. "Okay, please wait a moment." Yi Mingyu didn't see the change in the expression on the front desk clerk's face, but Yi Ziqing did. Yi Mingyu doesn't know, but Yi Ziqing knows very well that the era of 1995 is not the 21st century, and the check-in status is not so strict. As long as someone books a room, it will definitely not be necessary for both people. Therefore, Yi Ziqing thought more and saw the change in the expression on the front desk clerk's face. The front desk clerk quickly filled out the information. "Hello, your standard room is 20 yuan. When Yi Ziqing heard the price, his thoughts changed slightly. He turned to look at Fu Ting'en and Duan Yi, who were standing aside, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Fu Ting'en felt Yi Ziqing's eyes and smiled softly at her. He seemed to understand the meaning of her eyes and nodded gently. Yi Ziqing raised his eyebrows. It was indeed arranged by them. It turned out that the hotel recommended by Fu Ting'en and Duan Yi was rigged. Of course, this was not a bad move. Knowing that Yi Mingyu and his sister would never agree to stay at the place they arranged, Fu Ting'en arranged for a hotel early and reduced the price of Yi Mingyu's accommodation by more than half. However, the 2 brothers and sisters did not know this. Now that he was discovered, Yi Ziqing didn't expect that this guy would admit it openly. But Fu Ting'en was so honest, which made Yi Ziqing feel much better about him. Even Yi Ziqing didn't notice that there was very little gratitude in her eyes, but more tenderness of empathy. Duan Yi couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw the interaction between the 2 people, and couldn't help but admire Fu San. This girl is really Huizalengsan. She found out so quickly that we arranged it. Fu Ting'en nodded slightly. Well, she is. Duan Yi's mouth was a little stuffy, and he felt like he couldn't talk anymore that day. He never expected that Yi Mingyu would discover something that Yi Mingyu hadn't noticed, and that it would happen so quickly. But now Fu Ting'en was showing off Yi Ziqing's carefulness and intelligence, which really shocked him. In fact, because Yi Ziqing was reborn, he had some understanding of hotel prices. Coupled with the change in the front desk clerk's expression, he could guess some clues. Chapter 66. There is more and more tacit understanding. Yi Mingyu has never been to the provincial capital, let alone stayed in this kind of hotel. He doesn't realize anything is wrong because he doesn't know the specific price yet. After driving all the way, Fu Ting'en and the others sent Yi Mingyu and his sister upstairs, put away their luggage, and prepared to go out for lunch. The hotel arranged by Fu Ting'en is not far from here, and it is also near Lakeside Park, a scenic spot in the provincial capital. After lunch, you can walk around. Yi Mingyu secretly admired it when he saw that the decoration was elegant yet elegant, giving people a calm and mature feeling. It must be expensive to eat here, right? The 4 of them came to the private room and opened the window to see the beautiful scenery of the huge lakeside park. Duan Yi proudly walked to the window and showed off to Yi Ziqing. How is the view of the hotel we chose? Is it beautiful? Beautiful. As expected of a rich man, his food is exquisite. Yi Ziqing nodded appreciatively. Duan Yi touched his nose nonchalantly, inexplicably feeling that there was some sarcasm in Yi Ziqing's words. Why? Fu Ting'an came over with a teacup and handed it to Yi Ziqing. This restaurant sells this style, so it can only attract a few tourists. Yi Ziqing seemed to take the tea handed over by Fu Ting'an as if he was used to it, took a sip, and nodded gently. Good tea. I have some good tea, do you want it? Really? Then give me some. Then I'll give it to you when I get back. I also have a tea set someone else gave me that I haven't used yet. I can give it to you too. Okay. Duan Yi looked at Fu Ting'an and then at Yi Ziqing, feeling that he was a bit redundant. Since when did these two people become so in tune with each other? Is this the legendary appearance of husband and wife? As for this, even I, Yi Ziqing, didn't notice it. Yi Mingyu withdrew his gaze from the distance and turned to look at Yi Ziqing. Qingqing, do you want to go around this afternoon? Okay. Yi Ziqing nodded with a smile. I also want to see the beautiful scenery here. Duan Yi laughed, glanced at Fu Ting'an, and took credit for him. I knew you would definitely like it, so Fu Sin booked an afternoon lake tour for you. Yi Ziqing turned around and looked at Fu Ting'an. Brother Fu is the most thoughtful. Fu Ting'an lowered his head and chuckled. To be honest, I'm busy with company matters and don't have the chance to travel, so I plan to take the opportunity to take a good look at the scenery while you guys are having fun. Yes, Fu San was busy studying before, and then he was busy managing the company, and he didn't have time to play. It just happened to be a chance to have fun for a few days. You can treat it as Fu San's company. It's quite comfortable to travel for free, isn't it? After hearing this, Yi Mingyu declined in embarrassment. Isn't this bad? Brother, since Brother Fu wants to find a chance to play, let's fulfill his wish. Yi Ziqing looked at Fu Ting'an with meaningful eyes. Qingqing, isn't this bad? Yi Ziqing smiled disapprovingly. There's nothing wrong with it. Brother Fu should have arranged everything. If you refuse, you won't give Brother Fu face. Okay. Even though Yi Mingyu felt a little uncomfortable, his sister had already spoken, so he could only agree. That's right. Duan Yi laughed and pulled Yi Mingyu to sit down. Brother Yi, I've ordered a few of the specialties here. Let's see what else we order. Digression. Please collect it. Please recommend. Please praise. Chapter 67 Brother Fu, what are you doing for? No need, Mr. Duan, just order it. Seeing Duan Yiji pulling Yi Mingyu away, Fu Ting'an approached Yi Ziqing's class and thanked with a low smile. Thank you, Miss Yi, for your kindness and granting my wish. Yi Ziqing cast a sidelong glance at Fu Ting'an. To be courteous for nothing is to commit adultery or theft. I really want to know, Brother Fu, what are you doing? Fu Ting'an lowered his eyes and smiled, looking at Yi Ziqing tenderly. Maybe you don't believe me now, but you will know later. Yi Ziqing raised his eyebrows and shrugged. Okay then. The dishes were served very quickly, and the four of them ate them with gusto. The taste was pretty good, but it couldn't compare with Yi Ziqing's craftsmanship. After lunch, everyone poured a cup of tea and took a short rest. Yi Ziqing stood on the observation deck downstairs, looking at the sparkling waves on the lake, feeling very comfortable. Why are you here? Fu Ting'an stood beside Yi Ziqing, looking into the distance as well. Come out and get some air. Yi Ziqing turned around with a bright smile on his face. Brother Fu, do you really want to play? Fu Ting'an also turned around, lowered his head slightly, and met Yi Ziqing's eyes. If you say yes, it's yes. If you say no, it's no. For a moment, the observation deck space seemed to be still, with only the breeze blowing the hair of the two people. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Ziqing raised his head and looked at Fu Ting'an's handsome face. He felt his heart beating suddenly. He subconsciously moved closer to Fu Ting'an and murmured two words, old Fu. Fu Ting'an's body trembled slightly, his dark eyes filled with emotion. However, before he could say anything, a cry came from above his head, ching ching. This cry quickly brought Yi Ziqing back from his thoughts. When he came back to his senses, he saw that he and Fu Ting'an were very close. He subconsciously took 2 steps back and asked, what happened to me just now? An awkward smile appeared on Fu Ting'an's face. It's nothing. Maybe you were not so dazzled by the beautiful scenery that you were distracted. Oh. Yi Ziqing nodded as if he had found something out. I'm sorry. After saying that, Yi Ziqing quickly turned around and ran upstairs to the hotel. At this time, she felt very panicked in her heart. What happened to her just now? It seemed like he had done something incredible. Seeing Yi Ziqing leaving in a hurry, Fu Ting'an put his hands behind his back and showed a proud smile on his lips. The body's reaction is the most honest. Yi Ziqing hurriedly ran upstairs. Yi Mingyu saw his sister's little red face and asked with concern, why is your face so red? Is it red from the sun outside? Thinking of the distance between him and Fu Ting'an just now, Yi Ziqing only felt his face getting hotter. He quickly covered his face with his hands and retorted guiltily, yes. No. Duan Yi smiled with evil intentions, but he knew in his heart that he must have been provoked by Fu Ting'an. Ms. Yi, let's take a short rest and then go swimming in the lake. What do you think? Duan Yi stepped down for himself and Yi Ziqing quickly nodded in agreement. Okay. Brother, let's go to the lake to relax first. It will definitely be fun. Seeing how interested his sister was, Yi Mingyu could only nod in agreement. Okay. The four of them did not drive, but walked all the way to the lakeside pier to admire the lake. Because it was summer vacation, there were still many tourists at the lake, but the scenery at the lake was completely different from what Yi Ziqing remembered 10 years later. Chapter 68, Sudden Myocardial Infarction. 10 years later, the scenic road will be crowded with people, and there will be a sea of people at a glance. Today's young people rarely travel. Even if they have money, wouldn't it be nice to stay in a cool home? Therefore, there are more elderly people under the trees and pavilions by the lake, adding a bit of humanistic atmosphere to this ancient city with cultural heritage. When passing by a pavilion, there was a quarrel and then a scream. Old Yuto, what's wrong with you? Hurry, call an ambulance. Duan Yi looked over curiously. What's going on? Something seems to have happened. Want to take a look? Fu Ting'an looked down at Yi Ziqing. Yi Ziqing pondered for a moment and stepped forward. Well, something must have happened to someone. Fu Ting'an helped Yi Ziqing push through the crowd and saw an old man with white hair lying on the ground holding his chest. This is a sudden myocardial infarction caused by anger. Yi Ziqing knew exactly what happened when he saw the old man's appearance and squatted down to feel the old man's pulse. Yes, these two old people were arguing, and then the old man was so angry that he fainted. Little girl, can you watch? Do you want to call an ambulance? Yi Ziqing nodded, and when he turned his wrist, he held a silver needle between his thumb and fingers. It will take some time, but it can only provide temporary relief. As the old man is getting older, he still needs to call an ambulance. The old man who was playing chess with the old man had a look of remorse and self-blame. Girl, please, this old man is too petty and only plays a game of chess. Why is it like this? Old man, don't let anything happen to you. Obviously, the old man who fainted was related to this old man. An old man in tang suit next to him asked Yi Ziqing worriedly, Little girl, are you really okay? Yi Ziqing nodded confidently. I have studied some Chinese medicine, and I am still somewhat confident. Besides, it will definitely be too late for the ambulance to get here. Why don't you let me try first? The old man in tang suit nodded. Okay, little girl, you try it first, and we can all testify for you. Thank you so much, Grandpa. Yi Ziqing nodded with a smile and lowered his head to lift up the old man's clothes. Okay, we've called an ambulance. You can see if you can save him first. I think the old man is almost out of breath. The passers-by looked at the old man on the ground worriedly. Ching, are you really okay? Missy, can you really save people? Fu Ting'an, Yi Mingyu, and Duan Yi must be worried. Even though they don't know how serious myocardial infarction is, they also know that it is easy to cause problems. Yi Ziqing had already stabbed the old man with a silver needle and said in a firm and confident tone, okay. Everyone held their breath and looked forward to Yi Ziqing treating the old man. Yi Mingyu was also extremely worried and anxious. Although Yi Mingyu knew that Yi Ziqing had learned some Chinese medicine, he didn't know if she could revive the old man. If she can't be revived, I'm afraid the crime will be pinned on my sister. However, under Yi Ziqing's treatment, the old man took a few breaths, his breathing became calmer, and he slowly opened his eyes. Wake up. It's okay, I finally woke up. Are you really awake? Is everything okay? This little girl is so amazing, she really woke up. The passers-by around were extremely surprised when they saw that the old man was awake. Digression. Please recommend. Please collect it. Please praise. Chapter 69 Aimu Hongbin. Duan Yi couldn't help but look shocked and admired at Yi Ziqing, looking at her like she was looking at a monster. Is this girl really 12 years old? How can he have such good medical skills? Who learned this? Yi Ziqing did not take back the silver needle from the old man's body. He stood up and said to passers-by, don't pull out the silver needle from the old man's body at will. Tell the doctor and let them take it off when they go to the hospital for rescue. Okay, thank you. Little girl, you saved Lao Yuto. The little girl's medical skills are so amazing, she woke up in just a few minutes. Passers-by admired Yi Ziqing's medical skills and praised him profusely. Yi Ziqing turned around and looked around and asked, do you have any pen and paper? Yes. The old man in tang suit who just asked Yi Ziqing about his medical skills said quickly, I'm painting here, can you look at these pen and ink? Yi Ziqing followed the old man in tang suit to a table next to the pavilion. On the table were placed the 4 treasures of the study and a third of the ink paintings. The old man in tang suit took away the drawing paper on the table and took out a new piece of paper. Little girl, can you take a look? Okay. Yi Ziqing nodded, picked up the brush, lowered his head and wrote down a prescription. The old people who can be here are all relatively leisurely old people. Their status and knowledge are not comparable to the ignorant old people like Mrs. Yi. The old people couldn't help but their eyes lit up when they saw Yi Ziqing's writing posture. This was the posture he often used when writing with a brush. Hiss, good words. I didn't expect that the little girl not only has excellent medical skills at such a young age, but she is also so good at calligraphy. For these old people, what matters is not the prescription, but Yi Ziqing's words. Seeing Yi Ziqing's delicate calligraphy, she couldn't help but exclaimed. The old man in Tang's suit also touched his beard and nodded in admiration, it swaying freely and elegantly with vigor and strength. Not bad, not bad. After writing the prescription, Yi Ziqing handed it to the sick old man. Grandpa, this is the prescription I gave you. If you believe me, you can take the medicine I give you. Okay, thank you so much, little girl. The old man had just walked away from hell and knew that it was Yi Ziqing who saved him, so he trusted Yi Ziqing's words very much. I will definitely take your medicine. It's nothing, let's go first. Yi Ziqing smiled and nodded, saying not to leave. When the old man in Tang's suit saw Yi Ziqing and the others were leaving, he quickly chased after him. Wait a minute. Old man, what can I do for you? The old man in Tang's suit looked at Yi Ziqing curiously and asked with a smile, has the little girl learned medical skills? Yi Ziqing smiled and nodded. Yes, I studied under an old Chinese medicine doctor and learned medical skills for several years. What a hero. His medical skills are so outstanding at such a young age. The old man in Tang's suit gave a thumbs up in admiration and praised. Wu Hongbin, do you know what the little girl's name is? Fu Ting'an was stunned for a moment and took a closer look at the old man in front of him, as if he had seen through everything, then turned to look at Yi Ziqing again, with a hint of amusement on his lips. My name is Yi Ziqing. Duan Yi only felt that the name of the old man in Tang's suit was familiar, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Are you Mr. Wu, the old principal of Yingda High School? Because of Fu Ting'an, I also looked at some information about the provincial high school, especially the teaching staff. There was also a list of information about the principal, but there was no specific photo. Chapter 70. Mr. Fu is the contact person. Now that Duan Yi heard the old gentleman's self-introduction, he immediately thought of it. I just didn't expect that the old man in Tang's suit in front of me turned out to be the first old principal of the #1 high school in the provincial capital, but now he has retired because of his age. But even so, as long as Mr. Wu wants to, he can arrange for Yi Ziqing to study at Yingda High School. There was also a look of surprise on Mr. Wu's face. Yes, young man, do you know me? Haha, Missy plans to come to the provincial capital to attend high school, so she has researched the school information. And we also know that Yingda High School is the best high school in the provincial capital. Yi Mingyu and Yi Ziqing looked at Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi in surprise. These two people had already done so much. Not long ago, they said that Yi Ziqing was going to study in the provincial capital, and they investigated the high school in the provincial capital. They were faster than him, an older brother, and they felt a little bit behind. Yi Ziqing dug his palms with his lowered hands and looked at Fu Ting'an's eyes with a mixture of emotions such as emotion and complacency, and felt very complicated in his heart. So that's it? The old gentleman looked at Yi Ziqing with a look of surprise on his face. Does the little girl want to join our Yingda? Duan Yi smiled and nodded quickly, glancing at Fu Ting'an and Yi Ziqing. At this moment, he really didn't know what to say. This fate was so perfect. Yi Mingyu had a look of disbelief on his face. Just now Duan Yi said that Yingda High School was the best school in the provincial capital, but now the school was so arrogant that he wanted to invite his sister. Yi Ziqing smiled and said apologetically, Dean, I'm so sorry. I'm only in the 3rd grade of junior high school now, and I won't be able to go to high school until next year. It's okay. It doesn't look like this girl is going to high school. If you want to study in the future, you can contact me. Principal, aren't you afraid that if I don't get good grades, I won't be able to enter the school? Although Yi Mingyu believed in Yi Ziqing's results, he was also a little worried. Yes, if you want to enter Yingda High School, you have to take an exam, right? Mr. Wu laughed and said, haha, we at Yingda are not recruiting students who are obsessed with studying. Miss Yi, not only are your medical skills so superb, but your writing skills are also very good. It is rare for someone like you to achieve such an achievement at your age. Moreover, Miss Yi has such good medical skills and calligraphy at a young age, and her grades should not be bad. I believe that Miss Yi can definitely be admitted to our school. Mr. Wu's trust gave Yi Mingyu and the others a huge shock. A confident smile appeared on Yi Ziqing's lips. Thank you very much for Mr. Wu's trust. I will apply for Yingda High School next year, and then I will study at your old school. Okay, then I'll wait for Miss Yi. Fu Ting'an took out a business card and handed it to Mr. Wu. Principal, this is my business card. Yingda High School will hold an enrollment event next year, so you can contact me. Mr. Wu took the business card and saw that there was only a name and a mobile phone number on it. He glanced at Fu Ting'an, who was dressed in a cold and noble manner. He looked like he was not an ordinary person, but this had nothing to do with him. He cared about Yi Ziqing. Okay, when the school enrolls students, I will notify Mr. Fu first. After saying goodbye to Mr. Wu, Duan Yi felt that his steps were a little erratic, and he turned his head to look at the direction of the crowd from time to time. Miss Yi, you are really lucky. You haven't even chosen a school yet, but you have already been selected by the provincial capital's #1 high school. Duan Yi gave Yi Qing a thumbs up in admiration. Chapter 71. Have you investigated the high school? Fu Ting'en took it as a matter of course and looked at Yi Ziqing approvingly. Ms. Ye's superb medical skills shocked Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu also has the heart to cherish talents, so he extended the invitation. Yeah, I didn't expect that in addition to being able to make soothing incense and bruises, Miss Yi also has such good medical skills. Duan Yi looked at Yi Ziqing with admiration again. The more he looked at it, the more amazing he felt. How could a little girl have such good medical skills at such a young age? I didn't expect that medical skills could help me enter high school. Yi Ziqing shrugged and smiled modestly. Yi Mingyu rubbed his face and turned to look at Yi Ziqing proudly. I have always known that Qingqing is very smart, but I didn't expect that you can still be appreciated. I believe that as long as your grades are good, Qingqing, you will definitely be able to study in the provincial capital. Yes, that's for sure. Duan Yi nodded in agreement. Brother Yi, you are so good. As your sister Miss Yi can definitely do it. After solving the big problem in his heart, Yi Mingyu felt a lot more relaxed. He patted Yi Ziqing's head lovingly. Now one of the most troublesome things has been solved. At least there is a school. That's true, so Miss Yi is the most capable and can solve the problem as soon as she comes. You can ask Fu San to help you with your application next year. Duan Yi glanced at Fu Ting'en with a smile. I have to say that Fu Tingjian's move was truly brilliant, as he directly replaced Yi Mingyu's job. Who made Yi Mingyu have no postcards, let alone mobile phone contact information? Yi Mingyu hasn't discovered this yet. Yes, Yi Mingyu ignored Fu Tingjian's move because he was so happy for his sister and was happy to be admitted to into high school so quickly. Master Duan, have you investigated high schools in provincial capitals before? Yi Mingyu looked at Duan Yi in surprise, his eyes a little more probing. Duan Yi's heart skipped a beat. It was hard to explain. Fu Ting'en smiled and explained, Ms. Yi is very kind-hearted, and I just want to do my best. Then, Yingda High School is really that good. Yi Mingyu seemed to believe the explanation. Duan Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, of course, come on, let's get on the boat first. After we get on the boat, I will tell you about Yingda High School. Of course, I will also introduce other schools to you. Then thank you very much, Mr. Duan. While they were talking, they had arrived at the dock and were ready to get on the boat. Duan Yi pulled Yi Mingyu into the cabin and made a thumbs-up gesture to Fu Ting'en, indicating that he had helped him deal with his brother, and he could do other things. Yi Ziqing and others were preparing to go boating on the lake. The old man who had been treated by Yi Ziqing was sent to the hospital and received Western medical treatment first. But the old man was grateful to Yi Ziqing for saving her life, and he used a few silver needles to revive her, and he trusted her medical skills. In addition, elderly people believe more in traditional Chinese medicine, so they ask for a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. It was also a coincidence that the hospital the old man was sent to was the Jiangzhou Provincial Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine. As the director, Yu Zimin happened to be in the emergency department and was very curious when he heard the old man's strong request. What's going on? A resident doctor quickly reported the report. Dinu, this is how it is. This old man had a sudden myocardial infarction. A little girl who knew traditional Chinese medicine happened to be nearby and rescued him. Now he wants the traditional Chinese medicine doctor to prescribe medicine according to his prescription. Chapter 72. You stole my brother's job. Oh. Dinu was a little surprised when he heard this. The one who saved the life was a little girl? The resident doctor nodded quickly. Yes, the other party didn't leave his name, and he doesn't have the right to prescribe, so we don't dare to just listen to him. I'll go take a look. Dinu led a group of hospital leaders into the ward and looked at the old man lying on the bed. Hello, old man. I am a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, shall I show you? Dinu said to the old man while sitting by the bed with a smile. The old man nodded with a smile and handed his hand to Dinu. Doctor, I have a prescription prescribed by a Chinese doctor here. Are you going to give it to me according to her prescription? I heard that a little girl saved you, and she also prescribed this medicine, right? The old man nodded quickly. Yes, that little girl is only 12 or 13 years old, but her medical skills are really good. She saved me in just a few seconds. I believe in her medical skills. Can you show me the prescription? Here. The old man immediately handed the prescription to Dinu. Dinu took the old man's prescription and opened it. What caught his eye was the beautiful calligraphy written by his hand. He couldn't help but exclaimed, what a wonderful calligraphy. After admiring Yi Ziqing's calligraphy, Dinu looked at the compatibility of the medicine above. When he saw the medicine above, combined with the situation he had checked for the old man, Dinu couldn't help but praise again. Okay, great. This prescription is very suitable for the disease. I didn't expect that this little girl would have such superb medical skills at such a young age. I really don't know whose disciple she is. Dean, this prescription? The doctors who came in all looked at Dinu in surprise. Dinu signed his name and handed it to the resident doctor. Just follow this prescription to prepare the medicine. This prescription is the best treatment plan. Everyone was stunned when they heard Dean use words. They never expected that they would not read the prescription because the old man said the girl was only 12 or 13 years old, but now they would be praised by Dean Yu so much. Dean Yu asked anxiously, "Old man, do you know the name of that little girl and where she lives?" The old man shook his head. "I don't know about that." "That's it. I really want to meet that little girl." Dean Yu was very sorry. Why didn't he know? He has such good medical skills at a young age. If he can be cultivated more, he will definitely be the hope of the Chinese medicine world when he grows up. At the same time, in the center of the lakeside park, Duan Yi and Yi Mingyu entered the cabin, while Ziqing and Fu Tingyan stood on the bow of the boat admiring the lake view. "Brother Fu, you took my brother's job." Fu Tingyan knew what Yi Ziqing was talking about. Yi Mingyu didn't notice it, but this girl definitely did. "Do you mind?" Yi Ziqing tilted his head slightly and thought for a moment. "No." "That's good. Are you doing this for my soothing incense formula? Or for something else?" Yi Ziqing turned sideways and looked at Fu Tingyan. Fu Tingyan stretched out his finger and tapped Yi Ziqing's nose. "You are so smart. How could you not think of it?" The moment Fu Tingyan touched the tip of his nose with his finger, Yi Ziqing felt as if there was an electric current in his body, flowing from the tip of his nose throughout his body, and his heart skipped a beat under this electric current. Yi Ziqing subconsciously said, "Are you sure it's not an old cow eating young grass?" However, Yi Ziqing regretted it after saying that. Digression. If you think a win is good, please give it a good review. Give me a recommendation. Save it again. Chapter 73 Old Cow Eats Young Grass. Seeing Yi Ziqing covering her mouth with her small hands, revealing only a pair of wide, watery eyes, Fu Tingyan chuckled. "No, I'm not a few years older than you." Yi Ziqing was stunned for a moment, and his lovely black eyes widened in surprise. "Are you serious? What do you think?" Fu Tingyan lowered his head and got close to Yi Ziqing's face. "I believe that, even if you are only 12 years old, you should be able to make a decision, right? In ancient times, this age was almost enough to get married." Yi Ziqing's cheeks suddenly turned red, and he glared at Fu Tingyan angrily. "Do you know that this is very rogue?" "Really?" Fu Tingyan looked thoughtful. "Qing, what are you thinking?" Yi Ziqing pursed her lips and turned her head arrogantly. "The forest is so big, I don't think I'm going to hang myself from a tree." Fu Tingyan sighed softly. "But I just want to hang myself on a tree. What should I do?" Yi Ziqing looked at Fu Tingyan resentfully. "Why do you feel like I have done something heinous?" "No, how could it be?" "Qing, you are so kind. You are the best girl in the world." Yi Ziqing's cheeks suddenly turned red again. "Slick. Do you always lie to girls like this?" "You can say that." Yi Ziqing's face suddenly darkened, and just when he was about to question, Fu Tingyan smiled and spoke again. "I'm just lying to you." Yi Ziqing's slightly opened mouth closed again, and he glared at Fu Tingyan shyly and angrily, feeling aroused. This man looked serious and modest, but how could he be so skilled at teasing women? But why was she so happy and looking forward to the man's teasing? And she always felt that this feeling was very familiar and natural, as if she had experienced it before. But Yi Ziqing searched through the memories of when she had completed her mission across the heavens and worlds, and she didn't find that such a person had done such a thing to her. But where does this familiar feeling come from? Did she forget something? Have we known each other before? Fu Tingyan smiled and said nothing, which made Yi Ziqing feel like a cat was scratching him in his heart. However, Yi Ziqing felt that they must know each other and had met before. But this also made Yi Ziqing even more puzzled. Looking at Fu Tingyan's appearance and tone, it seemed that he didn't know this guy in this world. Real or fake? Yi Ziqing looked at Fu Tingyan with surprise. Could this guy have been to other worlds? But how is this possible? Could it be that besides her, there are also people in this world who are completing the mission of fast travel? But it's hard to talk about this kind of thing, so Yi Ziqing could only suppress the curiosity in his heart. Forget it. If you don't want to say it, just say it. Then I won't say it either. That's sloppy. Fu Tingyan lowered his head in amusement, feeling a little regretful. Yi Ziqing glanced proudly at Fu Tingyan. Humph. Fu Tingyan came close to Yi Ziqing's ear, and his deep and hoarse voice made people's ears feel pregnant. "Qing, I just want to be nice to you in a legitimate way." Sure enough, Fu Tingyan's voice made Yi Ziqing's cheeks blush shyly, and his ears became even hotter. "Besides, I'm afraid that if I tell you now, I'll regret it later, so I think it's better not to tell you." Yi Ziqing wrinkled Xiaoqiang's nose again and snorted. "I won't regret it." Digression. Save it if you like it. Give me a recommendation vote. Ask for praise. Chapter 74 Puppy Love is not allowed in school. But I can. Fu Tingyan smiled mysteriously. "So for the rest of my happy life, let it be difficult now." Yi Ziqing pointed angrily at Fu Tingyan's nose. "You. Don't be angry." Fu Tingyan grabbed Yi Ziqing's slender and white hands and stared firmly at the angry face in front of him with his dark eyes. "Qing, can you believe me?" Yi Ziqing took out his hand and turned his back to Fu Tingyan. He was somewhat reluctant and snorted, "Puppy love is not allowed in school." Fu Ting'en lowered the corners of his raised mouth and looked at Yi Ziqing amusedly. "Okay, but don't refuse my kindness to you, okay? As you wish." Yi Ziqing would naturally not refuse the opportunity to fight against the rich, and in fact, she didn't have any feelings for Fu Ting'en. Maybe the two of them really had something, but she forgot about it and suddenly felt a little wronged, so let's leave it like that for the time being. After chatting enough, Yi Ziqing turned around and entered the cabin. Looking at the scenery outside with Yimingyu, he felt very comfortable and happy. We played on the boat for an hour or two and then walked around the lakeside park in the evening. The four of them found a restaurant to have dinner and went back to rest for the time being. After all, they just came to the provincial capital today and were a little tired after taking the bus all the way, so they stopped playing in the evening. After sending Yi Ziqing and the others back to the hotel, Duan Yi and Fu Ting'en left first. Back in the room, Yi Mingyu poured a glass of water for Yi Ziqing and asked with concern, "Qingqing, I listened to Mr. Duan's introduction to the provincial capital high school today. This Ingda High School is indeed the best choice, but it is not easy to get into this Ingda High School. Can you really do it? Will there be any pressure?" Yi Mingyu was not worried that Ziqing would fail the exam, but he was more worried that if Ziqing passed the exam, he would be stressed and tired from studying. Yi Ziqing comforted Yi Mingyu in a funny way, "As long as you can get in, nothing will be a problem. Brother, you are so powerful, how can I embarrass you? You're right, you can definitely do it." Yi Mingyu smiled proudly. "Then you decided to go to Ingda High School?" Yi Ziqing nodded and said with a smile, "Well, since Ingda High School is the best school in the provincial capital, then Ingda High School. And with Mr. Wu as the introducer, I believe there will be no problem." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Yi Mingyu touched Yi Ziqing's head. "I will check the information of Ingda High School for you later, and then look at the previous admissions examination papers of Ingda High School. It will be helpful to you in the future." Yi Ziqing hugged Yi Mingyu's arm and smiled coquettishly. "Okay, thank you, brother. We will study in the provincial capital from now on. Do you want to go and see the school?" Yi Ziqing nodded. "Okay. By the way, we can also take advantage of this opportunity to buy a house." "Okay." With the decision made, Duan Yi and others came to Yi Ziqing and others early the next morning to ask about today's itinerary. "Miss Yi, Brother Yi, where do you plan to go today?" "We are going to visit Ingda High School." Duan Yi looked puzzled. "Going to Ingda High School? It's summer vacation now and there's no one there. We're just going to take a look, walk around, and buy a house nearby. Then my brother and I will live in the provincial capital." Yi Ziqing explained with a smile. Chapter 75, Buying Another House. Duan Yi laughed and winked at Yi Ziqing. "Yes. We can also help you make references. We have inside information and we can guarantee that the house you buy is the best value." Yi Ziqing looked at Yi Mingyu. "You can have this." Even though Yi Mingyu, who initially didn't want to trouble them, changed his mind, "I heard that the provincial capital is planning to build a subway. Is this true?" Duan Yi smiled and raised an eyebrow at Fu Ting'en. "Yes. The bidding has been completed, and Fu San's company is also participating in the construction, so it is most appropriate for you to ask him." "Well, it's up to you." Yi Ziqing nodded and looked at Fu Ting'en with a smile. "Brother Fu, then you can introduce me to me." Fu Ting'en nodded. "Yes. I can also help you negotiate the price of the house." Regarding yesterday's boating incident, Yi Ziqing accepted Fu Ting'en's help generously. "Thank you so much, Brother Fu." "Thank you, Mr. Duan and Mr. Fu." Yi Mingyu also expressed his gratitude. We should. Duan Yi chuckled. "Let's go to Ingda High School." "Okay." Yi Ziqing and the others first arrived outside the campus of Ingda High School. Because it was summer vacation, there was no one in the school. Fortunately, Duan Yi gave the guard some money and asked the guard to give them some time to visit. For the sake of money, the guard uncle gave Yi Ziqing and the others a chance to sneak into the school and visit it. Yi Mingyu looked at the school with a rich cultural atmosphere and was very satisfied. "Qingqing will study in this school in the future. It will be really good." "Yes, I think so too. This Ingda High School is second to none. Brother Yi, you can rest assured that your sister will study here." Duan Yi smiled and strongly recommended it. "Yeah, I'm relieved." After walking around, he felt the humanistic atmosphere of Ingda High School. In addition, Yi Ziqing would be close to him, and he could come over at any time. He felt more at ease, and Yi Mingyu was even more satisfied. After a rough tour and learning more about Ingda High School, everyone was very satisfied. After watching Ingda High School, Yi Ziqing and others started watching the surrounding properties under construction. After browsing several real estate properties, looking at several apartment types, and asking about the time to get a house, I finally settled on Xinghai Mingcheng, which is 3 kilometers away from Ingda High School. Moreover, the intersection next to Xinghai Mingcheng has also been positioned as the exit of a subway station. Although Yi Ziqing and the others may have graduated by the time the subway is completed and opened, the housing prices at that time will definitely skyrocket, and you can make a lot of money by selling at that time. The general manager of Shanghai Mingqing received the news and immediately came to entertain him personally. Mr. Duan, which house do you value? However, the general manager was very curious and confused about Duan Yi buying the house here. How could a young master like Duan Yi value this kind of relatively ordinary community suitable for white-collar life? Duan Yi handed the floor plan to the general manager and asked, "How many houses do you have for this 109 square meter house? How many per square meter?" The general manager quickly checked the explanation. You can save more on a house of 109 square meters, and the average price is around 5,000. Duan Yi nodded and turned to look at Yi Ziqing. "Third young master, Miss Yi, brother Yi, what do you think?" Being able to be the general manager of this sales building is no ordinary person, and he also has a quick mind. I heard Duan Yi call Fu Ting'an the third young master. If someone like Duan Xiao could be called the third young master, his status would definitely be no worse than that of Duan Yi. Chapter 76 350,000. Fu Ting'an looked at Yi Mingyu and his sister with a smile. "Brother Yi, Qingqing, what do you think? If you like it, we can find their boss to get a cheaper price." Yi Mingyu smiled and handed over the decision-making power to Yi Ziqing. "I will listen to you anyway. Qingqing, you decide." "I can do that. Can I get this house this year?" The general manager smiled and nodded quickly. Yes, you can get it by the end of the year." "Then let's take this apartment type. The 11th floor here is quite good, so let's just go to this floor." "Okay, let me help you negotiate a preferential price." Mr. Duan smiled, glanced at Fu Ting'an, and then took the general manager to discuss the price. Yi Mingyu lowered his head and calculated, and breathed a sigh of relief. If it can be cheaper, we should have enough money left. This house and his university can be reached in less than an hour if there is no traffic jam on the bus. They are relatively close. It would be better to be cheaper if possible. Originally, if it was 5,000 per square meter, there would be nothing left. After all, the ginseng was sold for only 650,000 yuan. Yi Ziqing bought another house in Linjiang City. Now he has spent nearly 100,000 yuan and has 550,000 yuan left. Don't worry, this boss cooperates with the Duan family, so he can get a lot cheaper. Fu Ting'an nodded and comforted Yi Mingyu. Yi Mingyu was very grateful. "Thank you so much this time. We are all friends, and we should help each other. We also count on Qingqing's soothing incense. This incense is magical and cured my insomnia." Fu Ting'an glanced at Yi Ziqing tenderly. "Well, if you want it in the future, you can ask me for it. Of course, I will give you a preferential price." Yi Ziqing grinned. Fu Ting'an smiled and nodded, echoing Yi Ziqing's words. "That's the best. Then I can buy some more and give them away, which is enough to offset the discounted price of this house." Yi Mingyu said nothing and seemed to acquiesce to the arrangements made by Yi Ziqing and Fu Ting'an. After agreeing on the price, Duan Yi came back with a smile. "I've already negotiated the price for you. It's 3,500 square meters. Do you think this price is still acceptable?" 3,005%? Isn't that nearly 350,000? Yi Mingyu never expected that there would be only 150,000 left, which would reduce a lot of pressure on their future. "Yes, I'll give you a small change. It's only 350,000 yuan and a car parking space will be given as a gift." Duan Yi encouraged with a smile. "How about it? Just buy one, it's a bargain." Yi Ziqing nodded in agreement without hesitation. "Then buy it." "Then brother Yi, please go with me to go through the formalities." "Okay, Qingqing, I'll handle it then. Go." Yi Ziqing waved his hand and asked Yi Mingyu to make arrangements. Watching Yi Mingyu, Duan Yi and the others leave, Yi Ziqing turned to look at Fu Ting'an. "Did you buy it too?" The corner of Fu Ting'an's mouth curved slightly. "Clever. Buy next door or upstairs?" Fu Ting'an chuckled. "The people upstairs bought them." Yi Ziqing rolled his eyes angrily and regretted asking. These were simply heartbreaking words. "It's okay, I believe in you. You can do this too in the future." "You mean you support me?" Fu Ting'an tilted his head slightly, with a successful smile on his lips. "So that's what you think?" Yi Ziqing slapped his mouth and said the wrong thing again. Is this guy his nemesis? With this mouth, why does he always become so stupid every time he meets Fu Ting'an? Fu Ting'an chuckled and blew lightly into Yi Ziqing's ear. "As long as you are willing, I can give you everything I have." Digression. If you think one is okay, please give me some recommendations. Add to bookshelf. Ask for support. Chapter 77 Sending Brother to School. Yi Ziqing felt a warm feeling on his neck, and goosebumps appeared on his body. "Get out." Fu Ting'an let out a burst of magnetic laughter that made people feel pregnant. Yi Ziqing could only lower his head to drink tea to cover up his guilty conscience. Fu Ting'an looked at her tenderly with a doting smile on his lips. "I have been busy with Ingda High School and buying a house all day, and I didn't have the chance to go shopping, but today I gained the most." In the next few days, Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi took brothers and sisters Yi Mingyu and Yi Ziqing out to play together. After the fun, it was the day for Yi Mingyu to report. It was the parents and elders who sent their sons to school, but it was Yi Mingyu's sister who sent him to report. came to Jiangzhou University. Because it is the annual report day for university freshmen, there are people everywhere accompanying their children and relatives to report at the university, and the whole Jiangzhou University is very crowded and lively. Brother, you will study in college here from now on. Yi Ziqing hugged Yu Mingyu's arm with a look of joy on his face. If anyone was to say who was happiest at this moment, it was definitely Yi Ziqing, who was even happier than Yi Mingyu himself. In his previous life, Yi Mingyu gave up the opportunity to go to college because of the Yi family and her. Now that she has finally sent her brother to the university, Yi Ziqing is extremely happy. She has finally fulfilled one of her big wishes after returning. Well, thanks to you, sister. Yi Ziqing tilted her head and smiled coquettishly. No, this is what my brother deserves. From now on, brother, you must study hard. Pfft. Duan Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud at Yi Ziqing's words. Yi Ziqing glanced sideways at Duan Yi. What's so funny? Duan Yi smiled awkwardly and quickly waved his hand to explain. I feel like Ms. Yi from the conversation just now seems to be Brother Ye's sister. The two brothers and sisters glanced at each other subconsciously, and they both laughed. They really did. Yi Mingyu touched Yi Ziqing's head tenderly. My sister is strict, and my brother must obey my sister's arrangements. That's because we have a good relationship. Well, I envy brother and sister's good relationship. Duan Yi nodded, very envious. Fu Ting'an looked at Yi Ziqing's doting smile and reminded him with concern. Stop standing here. The sun is shining brightly. Go through the admission procedures first. Yes, let's go through the admission procedures first. After helping Yu Mingyu complete the admission procedures, Yi Ziqing and others went to the arranged dormitory. There was Fu Ting'an's car, and Yi Mingyu's luggage was put in the car, which was relatively relaxed. The car drove to the downstairs of the dormitory before unloading the luggage. Yi Mingyu had a large suitcase and some other bits and pieces, all of which Yi Ziqing took Yi Mingyu to buy in the past few days. I bought a house in the provincial capital with an extra 150,000 yuan, so Yi Ziqing bought a lot of things, mainly buying a lot of clothes for Yi Mingyu. After all, my brother has gone to college. Those clothes that had been washed for a long time and turned white were all thrown away by Yi Ziqing when he went back, so that his brother could go to college with a new look. Yi Mingyu couldn't laugh or cry at Yi Ziqing's move, but if his sister wanted to do it, he could only dote on her and obey her arrangements. The four of them went upstairs. Yi Ziqing was still looking at the boys' dormitory curiously. Today is a reporting day, so the entire boys' dormitory is very lively as students are sent to school. Arriving at the door of Yi Mingyu's dormitory, the door was already open, and there was a burst of lively sounds from inside. It was obvious that someone had arrived first. Chapter 78 Brothers Roommate. The four people walked into the dormitory and saw that there were already 6 people in the dormitory, 2 middle-aged couples and 2 young people. The new roommate is here. Yi Mingyu entered the dormitory and greeted the other 2 people with a smile. Hello. Hello, uncle and aunt. Okay. This is my son, Zhang Haixiang. Hello, my name is Xiang Chong. My name is Yi Mingyu. Hello, everyone. Everyone introduced themselves to each other. The 2 families looked at Yi Mingyu and the 4 of them. They were all young people and none of them were elders. Yi Ziqing smiled and waved hello to Xiang Chong and the others. Hello everyone, my name is Yi Ziqing, and I am my brother's sister. Hello sister. Xiang Chong and Zhang Haixiang both smiled and greeted Yi Ziqing. They thought Yi Ziqing was soft, beautiful and cute. They were a little envious and wanted to have such a cute sister. Even the parents of the 2 roommates are very fond of Yi Ziqing. Who wouldn't like such a well-behaved daughter? Brother, where's your bed? Here. Xiang Chong quickly patted the bed next to him. Next door to me. Thank you. Yi Ziqing nodded gratefully, and then went to help Yi Mingyu make the bed. Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi didn't say anything and helped silently, which surprised both Xiang Chong and Zhang Haixiang. Are the 4 of you brothers and sisters? Duan Yi smiled and waved his hand. We are not. Fu San and I are their friends, and we came to see them off. Knowing that they were here to help Yi Mingyu today, Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi were dressed more casually, which caused some misunderstandings among the Xiang and Zhang families. Mother Zhang smiled and asked with concern, That's it, then your parents didn't come? My parents died in a car accident a long time ago. It's just me and my sister. They are all my friends. Sorry, we didn't know. After hearing this, the 2 middle-aged couples showed a bit of guilt and exposed their scars. Yi Mingyu smiled and waved. It's okay. The 2 families looked at Yi Mingyu's brother and sister more kindly, especially the 2 parents, who felt that the brother and sister were too sensible. Especially my sister, she is so sensible at such a young age and knows how to make her brother's bed, and she does it in a decent way. Xiang Chong and Zhang Haixiang's family were much earlier than Yi Ziqing. They made their beds and stopped staying in the dormitory, planning to go out and buy some daily necessities. Since everyone has their own families here today, the 3 roommates in the dormitory did not go out to eat together and gathered together before they left. Brother and sister Yimingyu also visited Jiangzhou University after lunch. As evening approached, a group of people visited the garbage street of Jiangzhou University. Garbage street is a specialty of every university. There are mobile food stalls on both sides of the entire street, which is the first choice for college students to have 3 meals a day. For dinner, Yu Ziqing planned to finish it here. He had missed the atmosphere of the garbage street for a long time. Duan Yi looked at this lively scene and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He felt that it was not very hygienic. Ms. Yi, are you sure you want to eat here tonight? That's right. Don't you want to eat? Yi Ziqing nodded and turned to look at Duan Yi. Young Master Duan doesn't need to be here. We brothers and sisters can just eat here. Fu Ting'an nodded and said nonchalantly, you can leave if you don't want to eat. Duan Yi just wanted to roll his eyes in the sky. What he said made him nobler than Fu Ting'an, so he couldn't even eat these things. How could it be? I just think today is the day that Brother Yi is here to report, so he should go out and have a good time. Chapter 79 Fu San also wants to be controlled. Third young Master Fu is so supportive. How dare Duan Yi express his disdain? Don't look at these mobile stalls. They come from all over the country and their snacks are quite authentic. Yi Ziqing's words still made Duan Yi a little suspicious. Really? Then I want to try it. Although Duan Yi felt disgusted, he ate it with gusto in the end. Yi Ziqing even shared the meal with Yimingyu and Fu Ting'an, and they were very happy. A portion of the food is divided among 3 or 4 people, and each person only has 1 bite. Everyone can eat a lot of good things on the same street, and they can try all kinds of special delicacies from different places. Even if the 4 of us didn't eat the same snacks, all 4 of us were full and felt very comfortable. Of course we walked around, ate and drank, but the sky had darkened and it was getting late. I'm full, now I just want to go back and lie down. Duan Yi touched his belly and sighed. It's time to go back. Fu Ting'an nodded and looked at Yimingyu. Where do you plan to stay today, Brother Yi? Brother's clothes have been moved to the dormitory. He should be living in the dormitory. Yimingyu nodded and looked at Yi Ziqing with concern. Qingqing, can you do it alone? Brother, don't worry. Sooner or later I will be on my own. After I go back, I will go to and from school alone. That's good. If anything happens, you can call Mr. Fu. Yimingyu looked up at Fu Ting'an and told his sister. Although the hotel has a phone, Yimingyu does not have a mobile phone, so he has no way to contact him but Fu Ting'an, who has a mobile phone. Fu Ting'an nodded. Brother Yi, don't worry. I will take good care of Qingqing. Thank you, Mr. Fu. This is what I should do. Yi Ziqing hugged Yimingyu's arm and said with a smile, Brother, you should also take good care of yourself. Use the money if you want to. Don't save it. It's okay, I live in school and don't need much money. Yi Ziqing sighed softly. Brother, you can think about what you want to do with the remaining money. You can start preparing when you are in college. It will be too late after graduation. Take the rest of the money. We need to decorate a new house next year. This money all belongs to Yi Ziqing, and Yimingyu has never had any thought of spending it on his sister. Yi Ziqing blinked his eyes proudly. Brother, are you still worried that I won't make money? My and Shengxiang is very profitable. Yimingyu shook his head in a funny way, and nodded his sister's nose helplessly. Hey, you are in the 3rd year of junior high school now, and your studies are already difficult. Don't worry too much about money. I know, but the soothing incense is very simple and it doesn't take long to make. I want to use it myself. It doesn't matter if I make it more or less. Well, you can just take care of it yourself. After solving the main mission of coming to the provincial capital, the 2 brothers and sisters started to play with peace of mind until the day when Yimingyu started school. Of course, brother, you have to use what I give you. Don't be afraid of wasting it. If you don't have any, you can ask for it from me. Yimingyu had to participate in military training, so Yi Ziqing gave him a lot of sunscreen and bruises. Of course, soothing incense was also a must, so he gave him a lot. Being controlled by his sister, Yimingyu was not angry at all. He only felt warm in his heart. Okay, I understand. Little housekeeper. Fu Ting'an from behind listened, staring at Yi Ziqing's back with faint eyes. He also wanted to be controlled. Digression. If you like Wen, add it to your collection. Give me a recommendation vote. Chapter 80 Living at Fu San's house. On the way back to the dormitory, Yimingyu didn't feel annoyed at all by Yi Ziqing's various instructions and nodded in response with a smile. Duan Yi put his hands on the back of his head and rolled his eyes. Okay, I'm here, Qingqing. It's been a busy day today. You should go back and rest. Yimingyu touched Yi Ziqing's head and reminded him with concern. Well, bye brother. Yi Ziqing waved his hand and said goodbye to Yimingyu. Master Fu, I leave my sister to you. Yimingyu still warned Fu Ting'an worriedly. Yes, I will. Fu Ting'an nodded, took Yi Ziqing into the car, and left under Yimingyu's reluctant eyes. The 3 of them left Jiangzhou University in a car. Fu Ting'an turned around and asked with a smile, Qingqing, do you want to stay at my house? Yi Ziqing moved his gaze from the window to Fu Ting'an, with a playful look in his eyes. Invite me to your home? Well, I'm not worried about you being alone there, so why not go to my house? My house is a villa with many rooms. Duan Yi, who was driving, glanced at the two people in the rearview mirror and secretly admired him. This deceptive method was self-taught. Yi Ziqing leaned against the window, holding his chin behind his hand, smiling at Fu Ting'an, with a smile that he made up again and again. Fu Ting'an was not afraid of Yi Ziqing's smile at all. He still had a gentle and jade-like smile on his face. I'm worried about you. Yes, Miss Yi, your brother just told you to ask Fu San for help. In this case, you might as well go to his house. Duan Yi also hurriedly helped Fu Ting'an. If your brother is in need, he will naturally help. Okay. With Yi Ziqing's consent, both Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi were delighted that the opportunity had come. The three of them first went to the hotel to help Yi Ziqing get his luggage, and then headed to Haiyan Villa where Fu Ting'an currently lives. Fu Ting'an helped Yi Ziqing's suitcase to be taken out of the car and carried to the villa, then turned to look at Duan Yi, who was about to come in with him. Aren't you going back? Duan Yi opened his mouth and felt aggrieved. Is this a brother? How unkind. It's time to kill the donkey. Return, why not? Fu Ting'an seemed to turn a blind eye to Duan Yi's forced smile, turned around and opened the door. Ching, come in. Yi Ziqing nodded, ignoring Duan Yi, who was swaying in the autumn wind behind him. With a touch sound, the door closed, and Duan Yi felt that he was in the cold winter, and his heart felt cold. Duan Yi scratched his head hard. Haha, these are brothers. They value sex over friends. After entering the villa, Yi Ziqing curiously looked at the decoration style of the entire villa. The black and white colors gave people a very cool and calm feeling. Ching, can I take you to your room? Okay. Yi Ziqing nodded and followed Fu Ting'an up to the second floor. Fu Ting'an opened the door and told Yi Ziqing with a smile, your room is next to mine. If anything happens at night, you can call me. Before Yi Ziqing had time to look at the decoration in the room, he turned around and glanced at Fu Ting'an, but someone didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with this at all and made a gesture of invitation. Yi Ziqing didn't say much. When he walked into the room, he saw that the decoration inside the room was completely different from that in the hall. The white walls and logs gave people a fresh and simple feeling. However, this kind of decoration style is Yi Ziqing's favorite. After completing tasks in so many worlds, Yi Ziqing wants to relax every time, and only in this kind of natural place can he feel relaxed. Chapter 81: The Woman Who Absorbs Purple Energy. Do you like this style? Fu Ting'an's voice reached Yi Ziqing's ears. Yi Ziqing nodded appreciatively. I like it. This man seemed to be a roundworm in her belly. He seemed to know all her preferences clearly. The decoration style of this room seemed to be specially prepared for her. As long as you like it. This room was indeed arranged by Fu Ting'an. In fact, after meeting Yi Ziqing, he had already arranged for the decoration of the room in this house, hoping that she would have the opportunity to live there. Today I finally have a chance. Ding dong. At this moment, the doorbell rang. I'll open the door. Fu Ting'an was very dissatisfied with the people who rang the doorbell now. It was a rare opportunity for him and Yi Ziqing to spend time together, but someone came to disturb them. Go. Yi Ziqing waved his hand and planned to pack his suitcase. Fu Ting'an went downstairs to open the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a girl in a lace dress, with a bright smile on her well-dressed face, Brother Yan. Seeing the girl, Fu Ting'an's face turned darker, and his words were extremely cold. Xueling? What are you doing here? Xueling was not sad at all about Fu Ting'an's attitude. She seemed to have become accustomed to it, but the smile on her face was much less. I heard that Brother Yan was injured, so I flew over to see your body. I'm fine, you can go back. Xueling's face was like a Sichuan opera face, turning into a pitiful and aggrieved look, her eyes filled with tears. Brother Yan, I'm really worried about your health. Don't drive me away so quickly, okay? As she said that, Xueling reached out to grab Fu Ting'an's hand. But Fu Ting'an took a step back and avoided Xueling's hand. This scene was seen by Yi Ziqing, who came down from upstairs. There was a look of surprise on his face, and he raised his eyebrows. His eyes were fixed on Xueling with a somewhat probing look in his eyes. Although Fu Ting'an dodged very quickly, Xueling still accidentally touched his arm. The moment Xueling's fingertips touched Fu Ting'an, Yi Ziqing saw that the purple energy on Fu Ting'an's body seemed to be attracted by something, and a ray of purple energy entered her body through Xueling's fingers. Yi Ziqing tilted his head slightly, looked at Xueling, and finally understood that what happened to Fu Ting'an before was because of the Xueling in front of him. Fu Ting'an turned around and saw Yi Ziqing standing on the stairs. A flash of panic flashed across his face. Ching, why are you down? Brother Yan, who is she? Xueling looked at Yi Ziqing on the stairs with a trembling voice. Xueling didn't expect to see guests, especially girls, in Fu Ting'an's villa. She had known Fu Ting'an since she was a child, but she had never seen him get close to any woman, especially when he let women come to his house at will. Moreover, what made Xueling flustered was that Fu Ting'an immediately explained their relationship to the girl in such a panic. Even though Yi Ziqing looked only 11 or 12 years old, Xue Ling still felt a crisis. There was a playful smile on Yi Ziqing's lips, and his eyes flicked back and forth between Fu Ting'an and Xue Ling. If I don't come down, I probably won't be able to see the wonderful scene. Fu Ting'an suddenly felt flustered and quickly explained, Xue Ling and I are not familiar with each other. It doesn't matter. When Xue Ling heard Fu Ting'an's words, she burst into tears and said, Brother Yan, we are married at the fingertips. How can we say we have nothing to do with each other? Chapter 82. Mr. Fu is panicking. Yi Ziqing glanced at Xue Ling appreciatively. Although this little girl was young, she was very scheming and named the relationship between the two people in one sentence. It can be regarded as a deliberate attempt to intimidate her and remind her of the relationship between the two of them. Fu Ting'an glanced sideways at Xue Ling, his eyes as cold as a hawk. That's just your mother's wishful thinking. Our Fu family doesn't agree to it. This was also an explanation to Yi Ziqing that she wanted to cling to the Fu family when she was still in her belly, but the Fu family didn't agree. Otherwise, why haven't the two parties held any engagement banquet after 18 years? Xue Ling didn't expect Fu Ting'an to be so merciless. She pinched her palms tightly with the fingers of her fists, trying to suppress the anger in her heart. But even so, Xue Ling still did not leave, lowering her head and sobbing aggrievedly, Brother Yan. Yi Ziqing couldn't help but clicked his tongue. What a big white lotus. No wonder it could become Fu Ting'an's peach blossom disaster. Maybe Fu Ting'an will die young because of this green tea white lotus. If you don't want me to ask the security guards to drag you out, get out of here. Fu Ting'an was in a panic at this time and wanted to explain to Yi Ziqing anxiously. He didn't have a good temper towards Shui green tea either. Xue Ling bit her lower lip tightly. Her pitiful appearance made people feel distressed, but the two people here had no idea of pity for her. Xue Ling raised her head and glanced at Yi Ziqing, but saw the playful smile on her face. She felt aggrieved, but there was nothing she could do about it. She knew that she couldn't do anything out of the ordinary now, otherwise it would make Fu Ting'an even more unhappy. Since Brother Yan has guests today, I won't disturb you. Xue Ling looked gentle and virtuous, and her tone was soft and weak. However, before leaving, she greeted Yi Ziqing like a hostess. If this young lady needs anything, just tell Brother Yan. Yi Ziqing raised his eyebrows and gave this woman a high look. He was very mean. This was causing her to misunderstand. Fu Ting'an frowned impatiently. He wanted to explain it to Yi Ziqing immediately. You have nothing to do here. Get out of here. Xue Ling's carefully decorated face paled slightly, and she felt extremely depressed and aggrieved, but she could only agree weakly. Brother Yan, I'm leaving then. Xue Ling just walked out without giving her any chance to say goodbye. Fu Ting'an couldn't wait to close the door and shut Xue Ling out. Fu Ting'an quickly walked up to Yi Ziqing and explained, Qing, I have nothing to do with that woman. Yi Ziqing went downstairs with a smile, went to sit on the sofa in the living room, and said in a calm tone, Do you have a relationship with other women? What should you explain to me? Qing, I just explained that their family wants to rely on our Fu family to spread rumors outside. There was a disbelieving smile on Yi Ziqing's young and pretty face. Is it spreading randomly outside? If it's not really such a thing, which Miss Xue would say it so confidently in front of you. It must be such a thing, right? Fu Ting'an choked. In fact, there was such a thing. Xue Ling's mother and his mother were distant cousins. When he was having a full moon, Xue Ling's mother came to see him with a pregnant belly and said she wanted to get married. His mother just said it casually, but she didn't expect them to take it seriously, and everyone else took it seriously. But whether it can be done or not, you still have to ask what he means. Digression. Dear friends who like wine, please add it to your collection. Add to bookshelf. Give me a recommendation. Yeah. Chapter 83. Meeting you is a blessing in disguise. I have always been very repulsive to women in the past. My family has always been worried about my significant other. Even if the Xue family spread rumors, they did not stop it. Fu Ting'an looked at Yi Ziqing solemnly, but now that I have you, I can explain it clearly to my family. I will ruin this engagement immediately. Aren't you afraid of breaking the girl's heart? Don't you still know my heart? Not wanting to answer for the time being, Yi Ziqing turned his head and looked at the tea sets placed on the coffee table. Is there water and tea? Yes, I'll get it. Although he didn't get an answer, Fu Ting'an secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least it meant that Yi Ziqing wouldn't talk about the engagement again. It seems that the two of them have reached a tacit understanding. Fu Ting'an does not treat Yi Ziqing as a 12-year-old girl, but Yi Ziqing only treats herself as a girl in her 20s, discussing love with Fu Ting'an. Fu Ting'an took the tea and handed it to Yi Ziqing, Mingqian longing. Yeah. Yi Ziqing nodded lightly and began to boil water, looking serious and careful. Fu Ting'an sat on the edge, quietly watching Yi Ziqing's smooth tea-making movements, looking fascinated. Unknowingly, the tea was ready. Yi Ziqing poured 2 cups of tea and handed 1 cup to Fu Ting'an. Try it. Okay. Fu Ting'an took it with both hands, put it on the tip of his nose and smelled it gently. It smells good. Yi Ziqing smiled confidently, picked up the tea and took a sip, nodding appreciatively. It sure tastes good. You can take it if you like. No need. Yi Ziqing declined with a smile, but her eyes fell on the teacup. However, I can also give you a word of advice. If you want to survive, stay away from that woman. Fu Ting'an stopped drinking tea and looked at Yi Ziqing in confusion. What do you mean? Do you believe in luck? Let her. Yi Ziqing raised his eyes slightly and was surprised by Fu Ting'an, who said this word without hesitation. I believe everything you say. The 6 words were like a heavy hammer hitting Yi Ziqing's heart, causing ripples in his heart. The corners of Yi Ziqing's mouth raised. As long as you come into contact with that Miss Shui, your luck will be absorbed by her. Fu Ting'an looked troubled, but he looked thoughtful. 2 days before my last car accident, I was touched by Xueling. It was so easy to talk to smart people. Yi Ziqing couldn't help but admire Fu Ting'an's brain for drawing inferences so quickly. It seems you know. Fu Ting'an nodded, his tone even more firm. Well, I also remembered what you said. In the past year, Xueling and I have met 3 times, and I had something wrong every time. It's okay if you don't think about it carefully, but when you think about it carefully, Fu Ting'an's face becomes darker. Then just remember it. Yi Ziqing nodded with satisfaction and said no more. After all, telling people's fortunes and reading fortunes would reveal secrets. She reminded Fu Ting'an that she definitely didn't care about him, but that Fu Ting'an was her god of wealth. However, Fu Ting'an soon became happy and looked at Yi Ziqing with a smile. But this car accident was a blessing in disguise for me. What blessing can you get if you're injured? Fu Ting'an looked at Yi Ziqing tenderly with a smile on his face. Because I met you. Isn't it a blessing in disguise? If it wasn't for that car accident, how could he have met Yi Ziqing? Yi Ziqing paused in the act of pouring tea. A blush appeared on his cheeks, and he cursed in his heart. He really confessed all the time. Chapter 84 System. I want to destroy that woman. Yi Ziqing, who looked a little uncomfortable, poured Fu Ting'an another cup of tea. Drink tea. Seeing that Yi Ziqing was at a loss, Fu Ting'an was very happy and laughed. The laughter in the villa spread to Xueling's ears, who had not yet left. Xueling, who was kicked out, was stunned for a while before she came back to her senses. She didn't expect that Fu Ting'an would treat her like this. This had never happened before. Xueling felt extremely clear in her heart. She knew why Fu Ting'an treated her like this. It must be because of the little bitch on the stairs. Now that she continued to hear the laughter coming from the villa, Xueling felt like she had been slapped hard several times on the face. Xueling's eyes were red, and her face was extremely ferocious. She pinched her palms with both hands, and the red blood slowly overflowed along the gaps, and she gritted her teeth. System, I'm going to destroy that woman. Fu Ting'an and Yi Ziqing didn't know what was going on with Xueling at the door. Yi Ziqing felt uncomfortable because of Fu Ting'an's laughter, so he found an excuse to go upstairs to rest. Fu Ting'an didn't stop him and asked Yi Ziqing to take a good rest today. He returned to his room and took out his cell phone to call his assistant. Investigate Xueling and find out all her information. The assistant's voice came from the phone. Do you want something small? Yes. Okay, Mr. Fu. Fu Ting'an put down his cell phone and tapped his fingers on the table, but a cold light flashed in his eyes as he recalled what happened to Xueling in the past year. Absorbing purple energy, it seems that Xueling has a deep secret hidden in her body. If it hadn't been for Yi Ziqing's reminder, Fu Ting'an wouldn't have thought of this for a while. Since it started a year ago, something extraordinary must have happened to Xueling a year ago. Someone has been sent to investigate, and Fu Ting'an no longer thinks about Xueling. He sits at his desk and starts working, dealing with the work accumulated in recent days. In order to play with Yi Ziqing and the others during the day, Fu Ting'an could only handle work at night, which he was happy with. The next morning, Yi Ziqing got up early and helped Fu Ting'an make breakfast as a way of repaying the kindness of living here. Fu Ting'an was sitting at the dining table, drinking hot white porridge, with a look of enjoyment on his face. It tastes good. Yi Ziqing was speechless at Fu Ting'an's exaggerated appearance and couldn't help but complain. It's just pickled vegetables and white porridge. There was nothing in the refrigerator, so a clever woman couldn't make a living without rice, so she only cooked porridge, packed pickles for food, and made fried dumplings from the quick-frozen dumplings in the refrigerator. Fu Ting'an looked at Yi Ziqing tenderly and ambiguously. Everything you cook is delicious. Yi Ziqing twitched the corner of his mouth and lowered his head to eat breakfast in silence, not wanting to talk to this flirtatious man. Fu Ting'an chuckled. Ching, when do you plan to go back? Tomorrow. After sending Yu Mingyu off to school and leaving the Yi family alone for a few days, Yi Ziqing felt it was time to go back and meet them. There's an auction tomorrow night. Do you have anything you want to auction to make some money? Yi Ziqing was slightly startled. Auction. Yes, of course, rare medicinal materials can also be sold at antique jewelry auctions. Yi Ziqing's eyes rolled. After buying 2 houses, she really didn't have much money. Moreover, she still wanted to make money, and it was difficult without startup capital. You want me to sell rare medicinal materials? Fu Ting'an smiled and nodded. I believe you should have it. Digression. Please recommend. Please collect it. Please give me more support. Chapter 85. I also want this man. Yi Ziqing narrowed his eyes, feeling more and more that he had no secrets from him. Does this guy know the existence of space? I'll think about it. Okay, anytime. The two of them had breakfast, and Duan Yi drove over to pick them up and take them to Jiangzhou University. Yi Mingyu reported yesterday that on the first day of living in school, Yi Ziqing planned to visit Yi Mingyu again, and then she was ready to return to Linjiang City. However, Yi Ziqing also listened to Fu Tingjian's suggestion. Since she had the opportunity to make money, she would not refuse and simply stayed one more night. However, Yi Mingyu could not let Yi Mingyu know about this matter. Brother, I plan to return to Linjiang City tomorrow. Yi Mingyu nodded and asked Yi Ziqing with concern, well, take good care of yourself when you go back. If you can't go to the village, don't go to the village. If you want to go back, wait until I come back. Okay, I know. If they bully you, don't worry, fight them back and my brother will help you get revenge after you go back. Letting Yi Ziqing go back alone, Yi Mingyu was most relieved that his sister could take care of him, but he was most worried about the Yi family, who was worried that they would bully and harm Yi Ziqing. Yi Ziqing patted his chest to comfort Yi Mingyu. Allah, brother, am I so easy to bully? They tried to bully me before, but they couldn't, and I beat them back. Although she now has enough money to buy a mobile phone, Yi Ziqing has no plans to do so because she is worried that Yi Mingyu will definitely pry into her affairs if he has a mobile phone. If Yi Mingyu knew that she had solved the Yi family's affairs, he would definitely be worried. Of course, what I was worried about was whether she would be wronged or bullied, and definitely not about the Yi family. So in this case, it is better not to encourage Yi Mingyu to buy a mobile phone for the time being, and just contact the public phone to call the new house. I am going to Linjiang City to work in the near future. I will help you take good care of Miss Yi and won't let the Yi family bully her. Yi Mingyu looked at Fu Ting'an gratefully. At this moment, he was worried about his blood relatives, but he believed in Fu Ting'an, an outsider. Then thank you, Mr. Fu. Fu Ting'an smiled modestly and nodded politely. We are all friends, and we help each other. To thank third young Master Fu and young Master Duan for taking care of our brothers and sisters, I'll treat you two to dinner tonight. Yi Mingyu felt very embarrassed that he always troubled the two young men, Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi. Now he could only treat them to dinner to express his gratitude. Okay, thank you so much, Brother Yi. Duan Yi agreed with a smile, also to reassure Brother Yi that he would hand over Yi Ziqing to them. This is a rare opportunity for Brother Yi to treat Fu Ting'an to dinner. It's okay. I'm the one who should say thank you. Yi Mingyu waved his hands with a smile and looked at Yi Ziqing beside him. Fu Ting'an smiled softly. I think Brother Yi and Qingqing need to say goodbye properly. I have to deal with the company's affairs later. We'll pick you up in the afternoon. Okay, thank you, Brother Fu. Yi Ziqing smiled and met Fu Tingjian's eyes, nodding lightly. She knew how to advance and retreat. She didn't want other women to covet this man. Duan Yi waved to Yi Mingyu and his sister and left in the car with Fu Ting'an. However, when he sat in the car, Duan Yi looked at Fu Ting'an through the rearview mirror with curious eyes. I heard that Xue Ling came yesterday. Fu Tingjian's face was a little dark, and his expression changed. Yeah. Chapter 86. Mr. Fu exudes cold air. Tisk, there's no fight, right? Duan Yi was even more curious. As Fu Tingjian's brother, he naturally knew Xue Ling and knew her purpose towards Fu Ting'an. Duan Yi was curious. Did Xue Ling get angry when she saw Yi Ziqing? Did the two women fight over Fu Ting'an? No, I drove him away. Okay. Duan Yi was more or less regretful that he couldn't see two women fighting over Fu Ting'an. Although I see him often, this time is different. There is one person that Fu Ting'an likes and he is considered the real owner. Fu Ting'an glanced at Duan Yi's regretful look with dissatisfaction. Just as he was about to speak, his cell phone rang. Say, Mr. Fu, when you asked me to investigate Xue Ling's news, I received news that she was sending someone to investigate Miss Ye's matter. As an assistant, Fu Ting'an has always ignored the company's affairs recently, and he naturally knows the reason very well. Fu Ting'an could let Fu Ting'an put down the company's affairs to accompany Ziqing. The assistant knew that Ziqing's status in Fu Tingjian's heart must be high. Therefore, after learning what Xue Ling had done, the assistant reported the matter to Fu Ting'an without thinking. Fu Tingjian's expression suddenly darkened, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed across his gentle and elegant face. It seemed that his vigilance was correct. This woman actually wanted to target Yi Ziqing. Intercept all information about Yi Ziqing and prevent anyone from investigating her. Yes, very good. My salary will be doubled this month. Thank you, Mr. Fu. The assistant was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, he got a salary increase with just one phone call. It seems that what he thought was right. That girl named Yi Ziqing holds a very important position in Fu Tingjian's heart. Fu Ting'an hung up the phone, the coldness in his eyes getting even worse. Ling, that bitch group, had better not do anything to hurt Yi Ziqing, otherwise, he would make the entire Shui family pay a heavy price. Duan Yi heard Yi Ziqing's name and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Fu Ting'en raised his head, his whole body still exuding a cold aura. "Don't tell anyone about Qingqing's affairs." Understood. Duan Yi couldn't help but shrink his neck and didn't dare to be verbose. Although Fu Ting'en usually looks like a humble gentleman, elegant and noble, but if he really offends the prince, a hole will be poked out of him. Otherwise, how could Fu Ting'en, who was only 18 years old, take control of the entire Fu family in 1 year? Prepare an invitation letter for tomorrow's auction. Are you going to attend the auction? Duan Yi was stunned for a moment, then thought immediately, are you going to take Miss Yi to the auction? Fu Ting'en nodded, with a smile on his lips. Well, say hello, I also have something to auction. Although Yi Ziqing hasn't replied yet, he knows that she will definitely agree, so he makes arrangements first. Duan Yi asked curiously, what do you want to sell? You'll know then. Duan Yi couldn't help curling his lips and pretending again. Indeed, Yi Ziqing has discussed with Yu Mingyu what he plans to do in the future, but now Yu Mingyu is still confused, so Yi Ziqing can only give up for the time being. Yu Mingyu couldn't decide, but Yi Ziqing had already made up his mind. After all, she was a master who had traveled through all the worlds to obtain full-level skills. There was almost nothing she couldn't do, and she had countless formulas on hand. Chapter 87. Do you want to sell something? Money doesn't matter, but what matters most now is talent. After all, she still has to study and doesn't have much time to take care of the company's affairs. The same goes for her brother. So if he wanted to start a company, Yi Ziqing had to find someone first. The day passed quickly, because Yi Ziqing planned to attend the auction tonight and asked Yu Mingyu to treat Fu Ting'en and Duan Yi to dinner early. After dinner, Yi Ziqing found an excuse to leave with Fu Ting'en and the others. Sitting in the car, Yi Ziqing looked at Fu Ting'en. Can we add anything to the auction now? Yu Mingyu didn't know what to do, so she made preparations first. Funds were capital, so she would get more money now that she had the chance. Duan Yi exclaimed curiously, Miss Yi, do you want to sell something? Yi Ziqing smiled and explained, I picked a century-old Ganoderma lucidum before, so I plan to take this opportunity to auction it off. The corner of Duan Yi's mouth twitched, and he felt a surge of admiration. Miss Yi, you are so lucky. Fortunately, SOSO. Yi Ziqing smiled modestly. I've already said hello, you can add me at any time. Duan Yi understood now. It turned out that Fu Ting'en knew that Yi Ziqing wanted to sell something. Yi Ziqing smiled and gave Fu Ting'en an appreciative look. That's good, I want to auction a century-old Ganoderma lucidum. Since Fu Ting'en seemed to know that she had space, she didn't talk nonsense or explain. Maybe she would understand later. Judging from the tacit understanding between the two people, Yi Ziqing understood that they must have known each other and were very familiar with each other. But why she has no memory? There must be something wrong. It may be related to the system. She can only restore her memory on her own. Okay. Fu Ting'en smiled with satisfaction, knowing that this girl would never let go of such a good opportunity. Duan Yi drove to the auction venue. The auction was held in a resort village. The parking lot of the resort was filled with all kinds of expensive cars. You couldn't get in here without a little capital. Fu Ting'en opened the door and got out of the car first, then walked to the other side to open the door for Yi Ziqing. Yi Ziqing looked up at Fu Ting'en's actions, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, stretched out his hand and placed it on his palm before walking out of the car slowly. Duan Yi glanced at the actions of Fu Ting'en and Yi Ziqing behind him and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. When did Fu Ting'en become so humble and polite to a girl? Has the auction started? Don't worry, we still have time. Fu Ting'en approached Yi Ziqing's ear and whispered comfort. With me here, your Ganoderma lucidum can be used as the final auction item. Yeah. Yi Ziqing nodded and followed Fu Ting'en into the auction venue. Although there was only one invitation letter, Duan Yi could bring as many people as he wanted, and Fu Ting'en and the others walked behind him. Yi Ziqing looked around, and it didn't match the splendid decoration of the resort hotel and her clothes, which only cost 100 yuan in total. When the doorman checking the invitation at the door looked at Fu Ting'en and the others, he was slightly startled when he saw Yi Ziqing wearing cheap clothes. Yi Ziqing didn't feel ashamed at all about her attire. She exuded an aura of dignity and inviolability of a young lady from an aristocratic family, which made the doorman dare not neglect her. In addition, Fu Ting'en and Duan Yi next to them were dressed in expensive suits, since they were following the two noble young men. Chapter 88. Please call me Mr. Fu. The three of them entered the auction venue. Many guests who came to attend the auction had already gathered inside, all of them dressed in gorgeous clothes. Duan Yi glanced at Fu Ting'en and said, We're almost there. Fu Ting'en nodded. Let's go sit down first. With that said, Fu Ting'en led Yi Ziqing to their seats. According to their status, they were naturally at the first seat. But before the three people reached their seats, there was a cry from behind. Brother Yen. The cry of these 3 words immediately made Duan Yi's body tremble violently. He was disgusted. When he turned around, he saw Xueling's familiar, surprised smile. Damn, why are you so unlucky? Why is this sticky candy here? Duan Yi couldn't help but curse secretly. Although Xueling's Xue family is not as good as the Fu family and Duan family, they can still be regarded as the second or third-rate big family in northern Beijing. When they came to Jiangzhou province, there were many people who wanted to join the Xue family. After being defeated by Fu Ting'en, Xueling was still able to find her self-esteem in front of others. Xueling came to attend the auction this time because she wanted to have the pleasure of being praised by everyone, but she didn't expect to see Fu Ting'en at the auction. What shocked her most was that the little bitch she saw in Haiyan Villa was also there. However, even though Xueling was jealous and hateful towards Yi Ziqing, she did not show it. She directly ignored Fu Tingjian's attitude towards Yi Ziqing and called Fu Ting'en happily with a bright smile on her face, "Brother Yan. Why are you here too? Did you know that I came here on a special trip?" Fu Ting'en frowned in dissatisfaction and spoke with merciless disgust. "Don't call me that, it's disgusting." Pfft. Duan Yi couldn't hold it back and burst out laughing, looking at Xueling with gloating eyes. I have to say that Fu Tingjian's mouth is really poisonous. The word disgusting instantly made the smile on Xueling's face stiffen. The faces of the young masters and ladies around her also changed, and their eyes became a little weird. "Brother Yan. Shut up." Fu Ting'en shouted, and his gentle and jade-like demeanor suddenly changed, as if he had turned into an unsheathed sword, cold and sharp. "Please call me Mr. Fu." Hiss. The ladies and ladies around all had expressions of wonder on their faces, and they all looked at Xueling with a bit of questioning eyes. Since they were able to surround Xueling, it was because they knew her identity, the young lady of the Xue family, and she was rumored to be engaged to the Fu family. However, looking at this situation, it is not the case at all. Not only did Xueling fall in Fu Tingjian's eyes, she was also disliked. Unconsciously, these women secretly had a little more emotion in their hearts. Xueling's eyes were filled with tears, and she felt really aggrieved. Her performance was very real, and her voice was even louder. "Yan. Third young master Fu. Tisk, Xueling, I told you that Fu-san is not interested in you, so don't humiliate yourself." Duan Yi shook his head and smiled. "Leave her alone." Fu Ting'en said gently to Yi Ziqing without even looking at Xueling. "Qingqing, let's go sit down." Yi Ziqing smiled and nodded, okay. When the ladies saw Fu Tingjian's change of expression, they turned their curious eyes to Yi Ziqing. Just seeing Yi Ziqing's attire at this time, these ladies couldn't help but frown. They didn't expect that Yi Ziqing, who could make Fu Ting'en lie, would be dressed so plainly. Digression. Please collect it. Please recommend. Asking for a monthly ticket. Please praise. Yeah. Chapter 89 Order you to leave Brother Yan. However, the aura exuded by Yi Ziqing is unmatched by others like them, so is she really simple, or is she doing it on purpose? Could this be the woman Fu Ting'en chose? Not Miss Xueling? It seems they need to talk to their husbands and fathers about this. Fu Ting'en took Yi Ziqing away. Duan Yi glanced at Xueling mockingly, leaving Xueling alone standing there blankly. This is the legendary third young Master Fu. As expected of Mr. Fu, his aura is so strong. Who is the girl next to Mr. Fu? Master Fu is so cruel to Miss Xue, but so gentle to the other little girl. Seeing Fu Ting'en and the others leaving, all the ladies were extremely excited. And their exchanges were like slaps hitting Xueling's face one by one, making her face burn with pain. Looking at Yi Ziqing's leaving back, her eyes were filled with deep hatred. Even with his back to Xueling, Yi Ziqing could feel the strong gaze coming from his back and sneered in his heart. As soon as he sat down, Yi Ziqing rolled his eyes at Fu Ting'en angrily. "You're really good at making me an enemy for no reason." Fu Ting'en chuckled and leaned closer to Yi Ziqing. "I know you won't be afraid." "Who says I'm not afraid?" "I am. I'm here." Yi Ziqing rolled his eyes. What he said was so nice. However, as Fu Ting'en said, she is really not afraid at all, even if she has nothing now. Duan Yi sat on the edge and shook his body, feeling that he was probably superfluous. Ahem, when does it start? Fu Ting'en glanced at Duan Yi, who quickly sat up straight and said, "Come on, there are still 3 minutes. Then let me go to the toilet first." Fu Ting'en stood up slightly. "I'll accompany you." "Are you worried that Xueling will cause trouble for me now?" Fu Ting'en smiled fondly. "How could it be? Of course you won't be afraid. Isn't that okay? Don't worry." Yi Ziqing waved his hands nonchalantly and walked outside alone. Duan Yi saw Fu Ting'en looking at his wife, and the corner of his mouth twitched unconsciously. "Fu-san, you're not that bad, are you?" "I'm just going to the toilet." Fu Ting'en looked away, turned his head and glanced at Duan Yi coldly, and immediately saw Duan Yi smile awkwardly. "The main thing is that Xueling is here. I am still a little worried." On the other side, Xueling saw Yi Ziqing leaving, and she was still alone. Xueling quickly got up and followed behind. Xueling quickened her pace and rushed in front of Yi Ziqing. Xueling blocked Yi Ziqing's path, raised her chin, looked down at her, and spoke in a commanding tone. "Little bitch, I order you to leave Brother Yan." Yi Ziqing touched her nose helplessly. She knew that this kind of thing was inevitable. "You should tell your brother Yan. He is the one who clings to me." Yi Ziqing shrugged innocently. However, Xueling was so angry that she wanted to be beaten. She turned against Fu Ting'an, and Fu Ting'an didn't even speak politely to her, which made her lose face in front of so many people. Listening to Yi Ziqing's tone, she really disliked Fu Ting'an, but Fu Ting'an clung to her, and Xueling's face felt hot and painful when compared to each other. "Bitch, I'll tear your mouth apart." Chapter 90. The system cannot find the reason. Xueling was furious and wanted to hit Yi Ziqing, but Yi Ziqing easily dodged, grabbed her wrist, and held it tightly. The pain from her wrist made Xueling angrily command, Let go of me. You chase your man, but don't mess with me, otherwise I won't mind destroying you." Yi Ziqing approached Xueling, her lazy eyes narrowing slightly. Her voice was gentle, but her words sent a chill down one's spine. Although she didn't want to use the metaphysical skills she had learned in other worlds to deal with people, if Xueling truly touched her reverse scale, she wouldn't let her off even if it meant violating the 5 evils and 3 shortcomings. "You." Xueling glared at Yi Ziqing, both shocked and furious. Yi Ziqing flung her hand, sending Xueling crashing into the wall. She coldly glanced at Xueling before turning around and walking gracefully to the restroom. After using the restroom, Yi Ziqing returned to her seat, but didn't mention what had just happened to Fu Ting'an. There was no need to bother Fu Ting'an with such a trivial matter. However, this woman named Xueling was worth paying attention to. Having someone like her, who might possess unusual methods, watching her was quite troublesome. Xueling sat in her seat, her face expressionless, but her eyes, fixed on Yi Ziqing's back, were filled with intense hatred. Thinking about what had just happened outside the restroom, she felt as if her face had been trampled and rubbed into the ground in front of Yi Ziqing. The resentment in her heart deepened. "System, I want to destroy this woman. Help me." "Host, the system is only responsible for providing tools and absorbing luck." "Then I'll absorb her luck." "I'm sorry, host, you cannot absorb her luck." Xueling's face twisted with rage as she roared inwardly. Why? She could even absorb Fu Ting'an's luck, so why couldn't she absorb that bitch's luck? "I don't know. The system cannot find the reason." Xueling was almost driven to death by the system's unhelpful reply. The villain in her heart screamed crazily, "Damn it, aren't you supposed to be an omnipotent system? Why can't you absorb that little bitch's luck? The system cannot find the reason." Do you only know the sentence? The system cannot find the reason. Xueling nearly fainted from anger. This damn system was useless when she needed it. What was the point of having it? At this moment, Yi Ziqing had no idea about Xueling's conversation with the system, or that she had nearly driven Xueling to death with anger. Watching the auction items, Yi Ziqing could only sigh. Even though it was only 1995, the rich still didn't treat money like money. But that was fine. It gave her a chance to take advantage and fill her small wallet. Fu Ting'an leaned down and whispered in Yi Ziqing's ear, "Want to buy something? I'll buy it for you." "No, I prefer to buy these things myself," Yi Ziqing said confidently, crossing her arms. Duan Yi couldn't help but give Yi Ziqing a thumbs up. "Miss Yi, you've got guts." Fu Ting'an glanced at Duan Yi with disdain. Could he get rid of this clueless friend? Yi Ziqing watched the exchange between Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi and covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Time passed as auction items were sold one by one, and they waited for the final item, the century-old purple lingji. This purple lingji was the youngest one Yi Ziqing had dug out from her space. The others wouldn't fetch a high price if sold. Off topic. If you think the story is decent, please bookmark it and give a recommendation. Add it to your bookshelf. Yeah. Chapter 91. Third Young Master Fu is mine. After finally waiting for the last item to be auctioned, the host excitedly introduced to the guests, "Next is the grand finale of our auction, the century-old purple Ganoderma lucidum." A slender hostess wearing a bright red cheongsam came up with a tray and stood on the podium. On the tray is an umbrella-shaped purple Ganoderma lucidum. I believe everyone knows the value of the 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. It is a rare treasure for everyone, especially those with elderly people at home. The 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum is the best health gift for them. The host excitedly introduced to the guests, elevating the value of the 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. Centennial purple lingji. This is great stuff. Yes, you can no longer buy 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. I bought this. It's a good thing to give to the elderly at home. It's a good thing to prolong life. For wealthy people like them, this legendary medicine is not easily available and available for purchase. Now that they see the century-old Ganoderma lucidum, many people are interested, especially those with elderly people at home, and they rely on the elderly to maintain their current families. As long as the old man is around, their family will be able to survive, and buying the century-old Ganoderma lucidum can be considered as an emergency need. As a result, the price of century-old Ganoderma lucidum has continued to rise under the support of everyone. Yu Ziqing listened to the shouts around him with a satisfied smile on his face. It would be better if the price could be higher. How high do you think the price will go? Duan Yi asked Yu Ziqing curiously. Yu Ziqing smiled nonchalantly. At least it won't be lower than the price you gave me. That's right. It seems that Fu San's price is too low. Duan Yi laughed and glanced at Fu Ting'an teasingly. Fu Ting'an smiled and asked Yu Ziqing, do you want to make up for it? Yu Ziqing rolled his eyes gracefully. Forget it. I'm not short of money now. If I'm short of money, I'll just sell some soothing incense. Duan Yi slapped his mouth, feeling a little flustered for no reason, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He always felt that Yu Ziqing was speaking as if he was trying to trick him. Well, we can do more. Fu Ting'an nodded seriously. I can still afford this little money. Yu Ziqing blinked. I love killing rich people like you. Duan Yi raised his hands to cover his face, not wanting to look at Fu Ting'an and Yu Ziqing, trying his best to treat himself like air. In the end, the century-old Ganoderma lucidum was auctioned for about 850,000 yuan. What's the price like? Duan Yi asked Yu Ziqing curiously. It's okay. Excluding commission, there are still 760,000. Yu Ziqing nodded, yes. This is enough. Money, contentment always brings happiness. Okay, today's auction is over. Duan Yi clapped his hands. I'll get the money and then go back. Seeing Duan Yi excitedly going to trade, Yu Ziqing felt like it was as if the items sold above were his. Fu Ting'an stood up and stretched out his hand to Yu Ziqing. Let's go. Okay. Yu Ziqing raised his hand and turned his head slightly. When he saw Xue Ling glaring resentfully in their direction, he raised the corner of his mouth and gently placed his hand on Fu Ting'an's palm. Fu Ting'an led Yu Ziqing away from the auction. Xue Ling could only stare at their backs resentfully, but could do nothing. Xue Ling gritted her teeth. Little bitch, I won't let you succeed. Third young Master Fu is mine. Chapter 92, Sending a Troublesome Talent. Duan Yi handed the bank card to Yu Ziqing and escorted them back to Haiyan Villa. Is the money enough? Fu Ting'an handed Yu Ziqing a glass of warm milk and asked with concern. Yu Ziqing held the cup, tilted her head, and smiled. It's okay, enough for now. Then where do you plan to use this money? You must have a plan, right? Well, I plan to open a pharmaceutical company using the formulas I have on hand. But for now, I'm mainly focused on studying and don't have time to manage the company. I lack a professional manager who can help me run it. At the end of her sentence, Yu Ziqing sighed deeply. I can help you find someone. Yu Ziqing shook her head. I don't want someone from your company. Although she knew her relationship with Fu Ting'an might be unusual, she hadn't confirmed it yet, so she didn't want to use his people. Don't worry, it's not someone from my company. It's a friend I know who studied professional management abroad. Yu Ziqing looked at Fu Ting'an with suspicion. Your friend can't find a job? Fu Ting'an rubbed his nose and explained sheepishly, his situation is a bit awkward. He has a disgusting stepmother at home, and now that he's strong and healthy, he can't start a career. There might be some trouble in the future, but don't worry. If his family issues affect your company, I'll help you solve it and won't let them interfere. Yu Ziqing understood completely, it was just family troubles. But to her, none of that mattered. As long as he was talented, those things weren't an issue. That's fine. As long as he's talented, I don't care about his family background. Alright, then I'll notify him and ask him to come over. Yu Ziqing raised an eyebrow and teased Fu Ting'an. Are you so sure I can make him willingly work under me? Fu Ting'an tapped Yu Ziqing's nose. I believe in you. With a slap, Yu Ziqing swatted Fu Ting'an's hand away and glared at him. Keep your hands to yourself. Alright. Fu Ting'an chuckled affectionately. So, what kind of company are you planning to open? What will you sell? A pharmaceutical company? Yu Ziqing thought thoughtfully. I have a lot of formulas. When people open a pharmaceutical company, they need researchers to develop formulas, but we don't need that. They're already ready-made. As long as we have formulas, land, and workers, we can produce them. But I need to remind you that applying for drug administrative approval takes a long time. Really? Yu Ziqing frowned. Honestly, she didn't know about that. Fu Ting'an nodded. Yes, because the review and verification process for drugs at various stages is troublesome. Depending on your abilities, it should take about half a year. Yu Ziqing stroked her chin, starting to feel conflicted. She didn't want to rely on others and also wanted to test Yuzhou's abilities. The review process for health products and food is simpler and easier. Do you want to switch? Or apply for both drugs and food products? That's possible. I actually have quite a few sauce recipes on hand. Yu Ziqing snapped her fingers. Then I'll make a chili sauce. Sure, you can discuss the specifics with Yuzhou and take it slow. No rush. Yeah. Yu Ziqing nodded thoughtfully. Fu Ting'an didn't disturb her, letting her make her own decisions. Off topic. Please recommend new books. Asking for monthly tickets. Please bookmark. Please give praise. If you think the story is okay, give me some support. Yeah. Chapter 93 Starting a Company? Are you kidding? The next day, Duan-e came to Haiyan Villa. Fu-san, when are you leaving? I'm not leaving yet. Duan-e was stunned for a moment, with a look of confusion on his face. Aren't you leaving? Why? Fu Ting'en glanced at a room on the first floor and said, Qingqing plans to go back a few days later. Okay. Duan-e could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. Since it was Yi Ziqing's intention, it was normal for Fu Ting'en to change his mind. Go pick up Yuzhou at the airport this afternoon. Duan-e looked confused. Huh? Yuzhou is coming? What is he here for? Help him find a job. Fu Ting'en signed his name on a document and replied calmly. Come to your company? He definitely won't want to. Of course I'm not the boss. Fu Ting'en raised a playful smile and looked towards a room on the first floor. What do you mean? Duan-e looked confused and then quickly understood. Are you doing this for Miss Yi? Is she going to start a company? Are you kidding me? Yi Ziqing is only 12 years old. How can he start a company so early? Even more awesome than this guy Fu Ting'en. Fu Ting'en glanced lazily at Duan-e. Qingqing only provides the secret recipe, leaving the company to Yuzhou. Duan-e touched his chin. That's okay. He knew Yuzhou's character and would never want to work in their company, but if he was given a company and Yi Ziqing could provide her with secret recipes and help her work, maybe it would be possible. After all, everyone knows each other, is in the same circle, and wants to help if they can. But I haven't told him about opening a company yet. Let him come to Jiangzhou province and explain the details when he comes. Okay, I get it. I'll pick him up at the airport in the afternoon. Duan-e nodded, looking left and right curiously. By the way, where is Miss Yi? Why can't I see her? Making a new batch of soothing incense. And Shengxiang? That's good. Duan-e immediately rubbed his hands excitedly, with excitement on his face. A calculating smile flashed across Fu Tingjian's lips, but Duan-e was too excited to notice it at this time. Near noon, Duan-e almost fell asleep while smelling the rich fragrance of making soothing incense, but fortunately, Yi Ziqing had already made it and put it in boxes and took it out. Duan-e looked at the dozens of boxes of soothing incense placed on the coffee table and couldn't help but swallow, his eyes bursting with excitement. Wow, you made so many soothing incense? Yi Ziqing raised the corner of his mouth and teased with a smile. Do you want it? I'll sell you a few boxes. The problem of talent was solved, and she didn't want to delay, so she got up early in the morning and started making incense, planning to sell a batch and try to raise more money. Okay, I want a few boxes, no problem if you give them to me. Duan-e rubbed his hands excitedly and looked at Yi Ziqing expectantly. Are you really selling it? Well, I will give 3 boxes to my brother, and I can sell the rest. Then give it all to me. Duan-e almost rushed over and took all the ancient incense on the table into his arms. It's just over 100,000. It's nothing at all. As long as he sends some of these home to his parents and grandparents, he will probably be rewarded 10 times. Who knows that Fu Ting'en is so stingy? He doesn't even have enough for himself. How can he think of giving it to his family? I would also like to trouble Mr. Duan to go to school and give these 3 boxes to my brother. Duan-e smiled and waved. No problem, leave it to me, and I will definitely deliver it to your brother. Chapter 94 The Schools on Lianxiang. Although Yuzhou hadn't arrived in Jiangzhou province yet, Duan-e left early because he was going to Jiangzhou University. When I arrived at the school dormitory, I went directly to the dormitory to find Yimingyu. The weather is hot, and we have to attend military training early tomorrow morning, so all the roommates in the dormitory are resting in the dormitory today. Yimingyu saw Duan-e coming, with a look of surprise on his face. Young Master Duan, why are you here? Duan-e handed a bag to Yimingyu. Missy asked me to give this to you. Qingqing. Yimingyu was stunned. He opened the bag and took a look. When he saw what was inside, he understood instantly. Thank you, Mr. Duan. It's okay, this is what I should do. Missy said it for you to handle on your own. Duan-e smiled and waved his hand. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. If you need anything, you can come to me and Fu-san later. Okay, then has my sister gone back? The fact that Yi Ziqing is still in Fu Tingjian's villa must not be known to this doting sister. Duan-e quickly smiled and comforted Yimingyu. Don't worry, he has been sent back to Linjiang City. He is living well alone. That's good. Afraid that it would be difficult to answer Yimingyu's questions about what happened to Yi Qing after he returned, Duan-e waved his hand and ran away. Duan-e left. Xiangchong and the others surrounded Yimingyu curiously. Old Yi, what is this? And Shengxiang, this is a good thing. Are you sending so many more? As roommates, after Yimingyu lit the soothing incense, they also enjoyed the effect of the soothing incense. They thought that after coming here, they would not be able to sleep. After all, they would not be accustomed to changing beds. But unexpectedly, Yimingyu lit the soothing incense on the first day and fell asleep quickly, and he slept very comfortably. After experiencing the soothing effect of the incense, all the roommates in the dormitory were extremely curious. Can you give me some? Su Guang, another dormitory roommate who arrived late, asked with his eyes glued to the box. Su Guang, who had already experienced the effect of the soothing incense, coveted it and wanted to get some. Yu Mingyu gathered the bag and said, "We all share the same dormitory and can use it together. We will share it with everyone after the semester ends with whatever is left." Xiang Chong also nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. There's no need to separate now. Let's wait until the end. You're right. There's no need to separate now. We don't all live together. Zhang Haixiang also echoed from the side. They didn't covet Yi Ziqing's soothing incense. They felt that Yu Mingyu gave it to everyone because they were roommates, and it was their intention to give it to them in the end. The other two roommates had said this, and Su Guang couldn't say anything else. He said with a dry smile, "Your sister is really amazing. When will you take me to meet your sister?" Yu Mingyu smiled fondly and packed up his things. There will be a chance in the future. To be honest, Yu Mingyu didn't really want to give it to Su Guang, so he asked for Anshan incense as soon as he opened his mouth. Not to mention that this soothing incense costs 100 per stick, which is very expensive. It hurts his body to use it, and he usually saves when he can. In addition, my sister spent a lot of effort to make this. Maybe it is only for one semester. If it is given to people randomly now, it will be gone now. Should he ask his sister to specially make a batch for him? Of course, even if he runs out, he won't ask for it from his sister, adding pressure to her. After all, his sister is now in her 3rd year of junior high school and has to study in the provincial capital. She is already very tired from studying and can no longer be distracted by other places. Chapter 965, Holy Shit. Robbery. If a friend would sever ties over something like this, Yu Mingyu felt there was no need to cherish such a friendship anyway, better to have one less friend like that. Yu Mingyu, can you make this calming incense? Su Guang asked curiously. Yu Mingyu shook his head. My sister apprenticed under an old Chinese medicine doctor and learned from him. Only she knows how to make this calming incense. Xiang Chong couldn't help but show admiration. How is your sister so amazing? Well, right now, our living expenses as siblings depend on this calming incense. Xiang Chong and Zhang Haixiang knew that Yu Mingyu's parents had passed away, leaving the siblings to rely on each other, and immediately thought about whether they could help out. How much do you sell this calming incense for? I'll buy some. Yu Mingyu coughed, looking a bit embarrassed as he spoke. My sister sells it to friends for $100 a stick. Holy shit. Robbery. Xiang Chong and Zhang Haixiang exclaimed upon hearing the price. Su Guang was no exception, staring at Yu Mingyu as if he were a bandit, thinking it was way too exploitative. Yu Mingyu's face turned a bit red. He felt the same way, but what could he do? Scarcity made it precious. And that's still the friend price. Since she's focused on her studies now, she sells it to strangers for $1,000 a stick. Gulp. The three of them swallowed hard, shocked by the price. $100 was still the friend price. $1,000 was the real robbery. Zhang Haixiang and Xiang Chong no longer felt that these siblings needed their help. One stick could cover his entire semester's living expenses, right? Su Guang asked curiously, so why is it only your sister making this? You could do it too. Yu Mingyu frowned, feeling uncomfortable with Su Guang's comment, as if it implied his sister was hoarding the formula and not sharing it with him. I've tried many times, but they all failed. Both the dosage and the heat are the most important. I don't know Chinese medicine, so I've failed. Even my sister, who's skilled at it, takes a long time to make a box and still fails several times. The more failures, the higher the cost. That's pretty impressive. Yeah, if I had a sister that amazing, I'd wake up laughing. Xiang Chong and Zhang Haixiang both looked at Yu Mingyu with envy. Yu Mingyu nodded, a proud and smug expression on his face. Yeah, my sister is my pride. On the other side, Duan Yi finished delivering the calming incense and headed to the airport to pick up Yuzhou. Outside the airport, Yuzhou, a young man in a casual sportswear outfit, dragged his suitcase out of the airport exit. Over here. Duan Yi smiled and waved. Yuzhou walked up to Duan Yi with a smile, raised his hand, and lightly punched Duan Yi on the chest. So it's you picking me up. Duan Yi raised an eyebrow and asked in a machinoid tone, what, am I not qualified to pick you up? No, I'm just curious. The one who called me here was third young Master Fu. I didn't expect you to come pick me up. Duan Yi chuckled, a teasing smile on his face. Him? He's busy right now, no time to deal with a nuisance like you. What do you mean? Yuzhou looked at Duan Yi confused. Duan Yi smiled mysteriously, slung an arm around Yuzhou's shoulder, and led him out. You'll know when we get there. Let's go. Yuzhou shrugged, not caring either way, and got into Duan Yi's car heading to Haiyan Villa. Duan Yi brought Yuzhou to Haiyan Villa and knocked on the door. Inside the living room, Fu Ting'an, who had been waiting for someone to arrive, stood up. I'll get the door. Third young master. Yuzhou called out respectfully as soon as he saw Fu Ting'an. Chapter 96 I am as protective as jade. Fu Ting'en nodded and stepped aside to get out of the way. Come in. Yuzhou quickly followed Duani into the living room. However, as soon as he entered the living room, he saw Yi Ziqing sitting on the sofa and subconsciously stopped. This. Yuzhou never expected that he would see a woman in Fu Tingjian's villa. No, it was a girl. But the person in this villa was a woman, which shocked him enough. From the moment Yuzhou walked in, Duani had been looking at him with an expression as if he were watching a show. Seeing the wonderful expression on his face, he couldn't help feeling gloating about his misfortune. It seemed that he was not the only one who was shocked. Fu Ting'en sat on the sofa. Sit down first. Come on. Sit down first. Duani smiled and pushed the stunned Yuzhou down on the sofa to sit down. Take it easy, you will get used to it in the future. Yi Ziqing poured the prepared tea into the teacup and handed it to Duani and Yuzhou. Duani picked up the teacup and said, Miss Yi, wait a moment. Some people need some time to calm down. Yi Ziqing glanced at Fu Ting'en with a smile. Did you cause it? Fu Ting'en straightened his collar and smiled proudly. It's okay. After all, I never let any woman in my house. What this means is that before I met you, I was almost as protective as a jade. How could Duani and Yi Ziqing not understand what Fu Ting'en said? Duani tried hard not to laugh out loud and secretly gave Fu Ting'en a thumbs up. Yi Ziqing smiled and nodded. It seems that Mr. Fu is usually very clean and self-possessed, which is pretty good. Yes, Miss Yi, you can think about it carefully. Duani reminded with a bright smile on his face. Yi Ziqing didn't answer, just gave him a smile, which made Duani feel like he had been punched on cotton, leaving Fu Ting'en with an indifferent look. Yuzhou came back to his senses and looked at Fu Ting'en in confusion. Third young master, why did you ask me to come here? Duani smiled, put his arm around Yuzhou's shoulders, and teased with a smile, I want to find you a job. Yuzhou's expression froze, and he quickly refused. Third young master, forget it. Are you doing this for your father? Yuzhou's expression became a little cold. From the day my mother died, he is no longer my father. I just don't want my grandpa to die in peace. Isn't that okay? People are bullied for their kindness, Yuzhou. You can think about what I say. If the Yu family is ruined because of them, I will feel even more sorry for your grandfather. Duani rolled his eyes angrily. You might as well prove your ability. You are the most suitable to inherit the Yu family, make your father regret it, drive the mother and son out of the Yu family, and avenge your mother. Yuzhou pursed his lips and thought, seeming to be shaken. Fu Ting'en smiled and introduced Yi Ziqing. I forgot to introduce you. This is Yi Ziqing. Hello, Miss Yi. Yuzhou came back to his senses and greeted Yi Ziqing with a smile. Being able to be introduced by Fu Ting'en and also being brought to his home, his status must be extraordinary. Yi Ziqing smiled and nodded to Yuzhou. I heard that Mr. Yu is a professional manager? Yes. Since he wanted Yuzhou to work under him, Yi Ziqing was not going to beat around the bush and got straight to the point. I wonder if Mr. Yu plans to help me open a company? Yuzhou blinked his eyes, stunned for a moment, and turned to look at Fu Ting'en and Duani, with a look of confusion on his face. Digression. If you like one, please give me some recommendations. Save it. Thank you dear friends for your support. Chapter 97 Are you feeling aggrieved? Fu Ting'en leaned back on the sofa. That's what Qingqing said. She wants to open a company, but because of her age and studies, she cannot manage the company, so she plans to find a professional manager. I will introduce you to her. You can consider it. Duan-yi also smiled and tried to persuade him. Yes, we have nothing to do with your company. It's like Missy giving you a way to show off your skills. But Yuzhou still frowned, as if he was very unwilling. Yi Ziqing didn't know the reason for Yuzhou's hesitation, and she didn't need to know. She just needs a useful person to help her now, and in 2 years her brother should also be able to manage the company. Yi Ziqing raised 2 fingers. I don't need Mr. Yu to sell himself to me for the rest of his life. I only need 2 years. Just help me get through the first 2 years. What do you mean? Duan-yi put his arm around Yuzhou's shoulders and explained Yi Ziqing's situation. Now Yi Ziqing has a lot of formulas on hand. She is not old enough and needs to go to school. She has no time to manage the company. Now he only needs to help her get started. If Yuzhou wants to leave in the future, that's fine, because Yi Mingyu is still studying and should be able to continue Yuzhou's job in 2 years. It's enough to handle studying and working at the same time. Fu Ting'en tapped the armrest of the sofa with his fingers, looking sharply at Yuzhou, who was frowning and hesitating. Yuzhou, I know what you are thinking about, but are you sure you want to waste your life like this? Yuzhou opened his mouth. Third young master, you also know my situation, and I don't want to implicate this Miss Yi. It seems that Mr. Yu is very confident. You are not worried at all that your abilities will not be recognized by me. Duan-yi couldn't help but laugh at Yi Ziqing's teasing. This was deliberately provoking Yuzhou. Yuzhou also heard the meaning of Yi Ziqing's words, and a rare confident smile appeared on his lips. I am still very confident in my own professional abilities. Brother Fu told me about your situation, but that's not the reason for you to reject me. Your rejection will only make me think that you don't have the ability. The confident smile on Yu Zhou's face froze, and he felt a little aggrieved to be mocked like this by a 12-year-old girl. Are you feeling frustrated? Yu Zhou blushed because Yi Ziqing was right. Oh, isn't it? If you don't even have the courage to face those people, where does your confidence come from? Yi Ziqing raised his eyes and spoke coldly and confidently. If you feel that your ability cannot deal with that stepmother of yours, then there is no need for us to discuss it anymore. Yes, Yu Zhou, sometimes giving in will only make them push forward. It's better to face the difficulties. There are only two ways for your future. One is to explode in silence. The other is to perish in silence. Which one are you going to choose? Duan Yi twitched the corner of his mouth and secretly gave Yi Ziqing a thumbs up. This was so straightforward that Yu Zhou had to face it. However, there is indeed a need for some big news, otherwise this guy doesn't know how long it will be delayed. Sure enough, Yu Zhou seemed to have really listened to Yi Ziqing's words. Fu Ting'en gave Duan Yi a hint in his eyes, and Duan Yi nodded. You should think about it carefully first. I'll give you Miss Ye's stuff to try out tonight. It's really easy to use. I can give you time to think about it and give me an answer tomorrow. Yu Zhou nodded gratefully. Thank you, Miss Yi. Chapter 98 1.3 million. Is it enough? Yi Ziqing cooked dinner, which made Yu Zhou's eyes light up. Like Duan Yi, he also had a full meal. Only Fu Ting'en and Yi Ziqing were half full, so there was nothing surprising. Yu Zhou, who was still a little hesitant at first, unconsciously changed his attitude more or less because of this meal. Maybe he could really give it a try with Yi Ziqing's men. After dinner, Fu Ting'en didn't intend to keep Duan Yi and Yu Zhou around, and drove them away directly. Since there is no answer, there is no need to leave these 230-watt light bulbs to disturb their world. As soon as the person left, Fu Ting'en asked Yi Ziqing with concern, Qingqing, what do you think of this person? Yi Ziqing curled his lips and said, aren't you very satisfied? He cares too much about his old relationship. Yi Ziqing gave Fu Ting'en a satisfied smile. Sure enough, this guy still understood her best. Well, it's good to be affectionate, but sometimes it's a burden. Fu Ting'en laughed, but people like this are more worth using, aren't they? Only those who value love can avoid betrayal. It just depends on how Yu Zhou chooses. Things have pros and cons. It depends on how to avoid them. Let's see his decision. Yi Ziqing gently rubbed the rim of the teacup with his fingertips. Only 2 or 3 years. There is no doubt in employing people and no one in them now. Otherwise, a somewhat indecisive person like Yu Zhou would not be suitable for managing the family's property. As long as Yu Zhou's father is still alive, it will affect Yu Zhou's decision-making. It's no wonder that Yu Zhou's grandfather only gave him shares in the company and did not hand over the company to Yu Zhou. Without Fu Ting'en and Yi Ziqing, Yu Zhou also had other thoughts and curiously asked Duan Yi, Mr. Duan, who is that Miss Yi? Duan Yi smiled and explained to Yu Zhou how Fu Ting'en and Yi Ziqing met. I have to say, even you can't compare to this girl's decisiveness. Yu Zhou nodded in agreement. Miss Yi is indeed the most special girl I have ever seen. Right? You can try it first. Regardless of whether you continue to work under Miss Yi in the future, you can treat it as a career. You are better off than just squandering the shares of your grandfather's company outside now. Do you really want to hand over the Yu family to your stepmother and useless brother? The Yu family was destroyed, and you are sorry for your grandfather. Yu Zhou nodded. I know, and I want to prove it too. Hee, you won't regret your decision today. Duan Yi laughed. It's really nice to go back and use that girl's things for you. Okay. Yu Zhou was looking forward to seeing what was so special about this 12-year-old girl. The next day, Yu Zhou and Duan Yi had breakfast and came to Fu Tingjian's villa. It was Yu Zhou who came to sign the contract with Yi Ziqing today. Just make final confirmation before signing the contract. Before signing the contract, I have one thing to ask. Yu Zhou made a gesture of invitation with a very respectful attitude. Miss Yi, please speak. If my company faced your family, how would you choose? A firm look flashed in Yu Zhou's eyes. Since I have become your subordinate, I will do my best to prevent them from harming Miss Yi's company. I hope you can keep your word. Yu Zhou asked with concern, I wonder how much Miss Yi plans to invest? Yi Ziqing smiled, 1,300,000. Is that enough? Chapter 99, the third young master who discards people after using them. To come up with such a large sum of money, Yi Ziqing actually took out some gold she had stored in her space. Gold is a currency used in almost every world, and she always kept some in reserve. She hadn't taken it out before for a reason. She couldn't explain where the gold came from. If she told Yi Mingyu, she'd likely have to reveal the existence of her space and her impending departure. So she had to find another way, and she found her excuse in the forest behind the village. As for why she took it out now, it was because Fu Ting'en needed to exchange it for cash. From his behavior, it seemed he already knew she had a space. Yi Ziqing didn't bother hiding it, so she traded the gold with Fu Ting'en for cash. But she didn't need too much yet, so she only exchanged a portion, easily scraping together 1.3 million. Duan Yi, who knew Yi Ziqing's financial situation best, realized that part of that money came from him. The calming incense he had bought was included in the sale. Yu Zhou pondered for a moment. Miss Yi, if you don't mind, I can add some funds to round it up to 1.5 million. Fu Ting'en glanced at Yi Ziqing and gave a slight nod. They all understood what Yu Zhou's decision meant. He wanted to use this investment to prove his earlier words. If he encountered anything that caused trouble for the Yu family, he would show no mercy. Then I feel like giving you 5% of the shares is too little. Fu Ting'en suggested with a smile. It's fine. The company is just launching now. Once it starts selling products, we can increase Yu Zhou's shares to 10%. After all, the company isn't successful yet, so everything is just talk. Third young master's suggestion is good. Miss Yi, what do you think? Yu Zhou asked. Yi Ziqing nodded. I can do that. After discussions between the two parties, the contract was finally signed. Once the contract was finalized, Duan Yi looked at Yi Ziqing with curiosity. We've talked this far, but we still don't know what Miss Yi plans to sell. Duan Yi couldn't help but silently mourn for Yu Zhou. Luckily, they were all acquaintances. Otherwise, it felt like they were selling out a brother. Yi Ziqing nodded and pulled out a document, sliding it in front of Yu Zhou. Considering the approval process, I've decided to go with skincare products. Medicines were too troublesome, requiring at least half a year. She needed to get the company up and running quickly to make money. Moreover, skincare products were a booming industry both now and in the future, especially with women being the largest consumer base. So for now, Yu Zhou would be managing skincare products. They would launch just one product, a face cream, whose effectiveness was among the best of the formulas she had. It was suitable for all skin types, with excellent moisturizing and whitening properties. Duan Yi nodded in agreement. Skincare products are indeed easier to get approved, and the review time is shorter. All right, I'll get the approval as soon as possible. Yu Zhou said confidently. Yi Ziqing smiled. Then I'll leave the product and the company to you. I'm returning to Linjiang City tomorrow. If you have any questions in the future, you can contact me. Yu Zhou was momentarily stunned, having forgotten that Yi Ziqing wasn't from Jiangzhou City. Then where does Miss Yi plan to set up the company? In the provincial capital. I still have some personal matters to deal with, so I'll only be staying in Linjiang City for a year. Next year, I'll come to Ingda High School to study. All right. Yu Zhou nodded. Then let's discuss the company's name first, Miss Yi. Okay. Chapter 100. I don't care if you say I value sex over friends. Yi Ziqing and Yu Zhou were discussing plans for their future company. After several hours of discussion, even through lunch, where they were particular about what to eat, they had talked through and decided on almost everything that needed to be prepared at this stage. The company was temporarily named Yuqing Skincare Products Company, and the facial cream they produced was called Yuji Cream. Fu Ting'en noticed that the teacup in front of Yi Ziqing hadn't been touched at all, and he felt a bit sorry for her. He glanced at Duan Yi, his meaning clear. He wanted to kick them out. Duan Yi's mouth twitched. Using someone and then discarding them, Fu-san really could pull that off. Let's go. You don't know Jiangzhou province well yet. Get familiar with it first before thinking about setting up the company. But Yu Zhou wasn't as perceptive as Duan Yi and was still reluctant. He still had a few more issues to discuss with Yi Ziqing. But how could Duan Yi dare to keep this guy around? He winked and said, what the hell? It's your first time in Jiangzhou province. Let's get together and have a drink. Hurry up. Whether Yu Zhou was willing or not, Duan Yi forcefully dragged him away, leaving Yi Ziqing and Fu Ting'en to enjoy some time alone. With Yu Zhou and Duan Yi, those two 10,000-watt light bulbs gone, Fu Ting'en finally had a chance to care for Yi Ziqing. He poured her a cup of hot tea. You've been talking for so long, your throat must be uncomfortable. Have some tea to moisten it. Yi Ziqing smiled, took the teacup, and downed it in one gulp. She felt much better. That feels nice. Fu Ting'en smiled and joked, leave the rest to Yu Zhou. If he does a bad job, make him pay for it. Yi Ziqing couldn't help but laugh, silently mourning for Yu Zhou. He'll probably cut ties with you. I don't care if they say I value sex over friends. Yi Ziqing paused. Couldn't they just have a normal conversation? She always felt like this guy could kill any chat. I'm leaving tomorrow. After handing over the company matters to Yu Zhou, Yi Ziqing could finally return to Linjiang City with peace of mind. She was in her third year of junior high now, and school would start early. Classes began next Monday, so she needed to prepare. All right, I'll take you back tomorrow. Yi Ziqing took a sip of tea and thanked him. Okay, thank you. Fu Ting'en lowered his head to pour tea again, smiling as he asked, do you want to know how your second uncle's family is doing? Yi Ziqing raised an eyebrow. You know? Well, I know a bit. It seems quite dramatic. Yi Ziqing was a little curious. Tell me about it. Fu Ting'en had actually been keeping an eye on the Yi family situation. Yi Ziqing's second uncle's family was indeed in a terrible state. Yi Ziqing had long guessed her second uncle's character. At first, he tried to find out where Yi Ziqing's house was rented, but no one in the village knew. In the end, he couldn't figure out where to find Yi Ziqing to cause trouble, so he went after Uncle Wang, who had rented Yi Ziqing's house. Uncle Wang didn't give Yi Ziqing's second uncle any face. Since the house belonged to Yi Ziqing and he was now renting it, it was his. Coupled with Yi Ziqing's advice, Uncle Wang actually followed through and sent Yi Ziqing's second uncle straight to the police station, where he spent 2 days in jail. He even suffered a lot of bleeding because of this, and his life was very miserable. After being released, Yi Ziqing's second uncle didn't dare to bother Uncle Wang again. Instead, he went around asking about Yi Ziqing, waiting to find her and cause trouble. Yi Ziqing sneered. If he doesn't come, I'll think less of him. I'm just waiting for him to show up. Chapter 101 Chasing You Again. If you need my help, you can tell me. Yeah, thanks. Don't say thank you to me from now on. Yi Ziqing pursed her lips and said, okay. Fu Tingyan approached Yi Ziqing and said softly and dotingly, take a good rest today. You can read a book or drink tea. I will take you to Linjiang City early tomorrow morning. Yi Ziqing raised an eyebrow. What good books do you have here? There are many, come with me. Fu Tingyan stood up with a smile and took Yi Ziqing to a room on the 3rd floor. When he opened the room, there were rows of bookshelves with many books on them. Seeing so many books, including many rare editions exuding an ancient charm, Yi Ziqing was somewhat surprised. Oh, there are so many books here. There are also some musical instruments, chess, calligraphy, and paintings next door. If you want to play the zither or practice calligraphy, you can go next door. Yi Ziqing's eyes lit up, and she gave Fu Tingyan an appreciative and satisfied look. You've thought of everything, all things I like. Yeah, I'm the only one in this world who knows you best. Fu Tingyan leaned close to Yi Ziqing's ear and said softly and dotingly. Yi Ziqing's cheeks flushed, and she instinctively moved a step to the side, glaring angrily. Can't you just talk properly? All right. Come on, let's read, write, and chat at the same time. Fu Tingyan smiled and pulled Yi Ziqing to the study room next door, which mainly contained a huge desk and all the 4 treasures of the study. Fu Tingyan spread a piece of rice paper on the desk. I haven't painted in a long time. Are you interested in painting one together? Yi Ziqing leaned slightly against the desk, looking at the unfamiliar yet familiar desk, and unconsciously nodded, sure. Fu Tingyan smiled gently, took Yi Ziqing's hand, picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and began to paint. Yi Ziqing bent slightly, letting Fu Tingyan guide her hand, drawing strokes on the rice paper. A familiar feeling, familiar movements, and an image unconsciously flashed through Yi Ziqing's mind. However, the image was all white and hazy, but she could see 2 figures leaning together, also painting something on a desk. The atmosphere around them was filled with a sweet ambience, as if pink mist surrounded them, enveloping them. And this movement of hers seemed to have been done hundreds or thousands of times, making her nostalgic and fond of such movements and feelings. Have we done something like this before? Yi Ziqing looked down at the few light strokes on the rice paper and asked Fu Tingyan. Fu Tingyan didn't stop painting, holding Yi Ziqing's now petite body. This feeling was also quite different now. Any impression? Yi Ziqing frowned slightly, feeling a bit annoyed, a little bit. Damn memory. Why doesn't she have any memory of this man? What the hell is going on? But this feeling was so familiar that she wanted to try hard to recall it. Fu Tingyan chuckled lightly. Just remember that no one or anything can separate us, that's enough. Yi Ziqing turned her head slightly, looked at Fu Tingyan's gentle and handsome face, raised her hand and pinched it, complaining aggrievedly. Why do you have my memory, but I don't have yours? Why? Fu Tingyan ignored the little hand causing mischief on his face, tapped her little nose, and said, because you're being naughty. Yi Ziqing raised an eyebrow and glared fiercely at Fu Tingyan. What? Chapter 102 Very Angry Numbers. Fu Tingyan lowered his head in surrender. Because I have to chase you all over again. Yi Ziqing pursed her lips and tilted her head. It seemed that, given her personality, she really might do something like this. Is this really the reason? So when she came back, she had no memory of this man, but he remembered everything just so he could chase her again? This feeling is actually pretty good. Yi Ziqing looked directly into Fu Tingyan's eyes, a sly smile on her face. Since I asked you to chase me again, you have to do it step by step. After all, I'm very reserved, and it's not easy to catch me. Fu Tingyan nodded seriously. So everything I'm doing now is to meet all your needs. Besides, I'm only 12 now. Do you have the nerve to make a move? And besides, you'd be violating a minor. You'd get arrested. Fu Tingyan choked and looked at Yi Ziqing's petite figure. Although he felt her small appearance had a certain charm, why did it make him so unhappy? 12 years old, what a teeth-grinding number. You're doing this on purpose. Fu Tingyan pinched Yi Ziqing's little nose in frustration, complaining with a hint of grievance. Yi Ziqing wrinkled her nose smugly. So what? Changed your mind about chasing me? How would I dare? Then it's settled. Yi Ziqing puffed out her chest even more arrogantly. You, just wait patiently. Fu Tingyan sighed helplessly, feeling utterly drained. They were already an old married couple, and now he had to start from scratch. How was he supposed to get through this? But what else could he do? The person he wanted to spoil was her. Of course, he had to keep spoiling her. Fu Tingyan tapped Yi Ziqing's little nose and said dotingly, You're the boss. I'll listen to you. Yi Ziqing immediately became even more smug and proud. This man was hers. Then, I'll give you some more advice. Alright, please give me your advice. Recover your memory as soon as possible. Yi Ziqing blinked, a mischievous smile spreading across her young, beautiful face. What if I don't recover? This is fine as it is. Fu Ting'an opened his mouth slightly, but couldn't find the words. She was still as mischievous as ever. I'll listen to you anyway. Yi Ziqing turned around smugly, happily lowering her head to draw. Fu Ting'an stood by, watching her focused expression, lost in thought. It felt like they had returned to those carefree ordinary days. Without Duan Yi and Yu Zhou, Fu Ting'an and Yi Ziqing enjoyed their time alone together. The next day, after having breakfast together, Fu Ting'an and Yi Ziqing headed back to Linjiang City. But this time, only Fu Ting'an and Yi Ziqing returned. Duan Yi stayed behind, tasked by Fu Ting'an to handle some company matters. When do you plan to go back to the village? Fu Ting'an asked Yi Ziqing as he drove into Linjiang City. Yi Ziqing shrugged nonchalantly. I'm fine anytime. When are you free, Brother Fu? I'm free all the time. It's still early. Do you want to go to the village first? Okay. Yi Ziqing nodded, a hint of anticipation and amusement curling at the corners of her mouth. She wondered what kind of drama second Uncle Yi would stir up this time. The car drove into the village again, stopping first outside village chief Tan's house. Don't interfere with anything this time, Yi Ziqing instructed Fu Ting'an as the car came to a stop. Off topic. Please bookmark, recommend, like, and vote for monthly tickets. Mwah. If you like it, add it to your bookshelf and support it. Chapter 103 Second Uncle, Long Time No See. Got it. Yi Ziqing opened the car door, took out a few bags from inside, and gently knocked on the village chief's door. Village Chief Tan opened the door and, seeing Yi Ziqing, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Ziqing, why are you back? Come in, come in. Thank you, no need. Yi Ziqing smiled gratefully and handed the gifts Fu Ting'an had taken from the car to Village Chief Tan. I've been accompanying my brother to school these past few days and just got back today. I bought some specialties from Jiangzhou City for you and Grandpa Tan to enjoy. Village Chief Tan took the gifts with a smile, pleased that Yi Ziqing had thought of them even after returning from her trip. What a good kid. Thank you. This is what I should do. My brother being able to go to college safely is all thanks to your help, Village Chief Tan. Yi Ziqing bowed slightly and smiled as she expressed her gratitude. Village Chief Tan waved his hand. This is what I should do. After all, I'm the village chief, so it's only right for me to help you solve these problems. It's just that you never thought about separating from the family before, so I didn't step in. Indeed, helping these two kids was far better than helping that second son of the Yi family. As for that second son and his family, he looked down on them. They were bound to ruin themselves sooner or later. Well, no matter what, I still owe my thanks to Grandpa Tan and you, Village Chief Tan. Alright. Make sure to come back and visit often. I will. Yi Ziqing, you little wretch, how dare you show your face here? Just as Yi Ziqing was talking with Village Chief Tan, a furious roar rang out. Without even looking, Yi Ziqing knew who it was. It could only be her second uncle, that good-for-nothing who only knew how to gamble. The commotion also caught the attention of the villagers. Seeing Yi Ziqing back, some excited villagers went to inform second Uncle Yi, eager to watch the drama unfold. When second Uncle Yi learned that Yi Ziqing had returned, he stormed over in a rage. Yi Ziqing turned to face second Uncle Yi and sneered, Second Uncle, long time no see? You little bastard, how dare you show your face here? Second Uncle Yi walked up to Yi Ziqing and angrily pointed at her nose, cursing. Yi Ziqing lazily crossed her arms. Even though I've rented out my house, my household registration is still in the village. Why can't I come back? Before second Uncle Yi could continue his tirade, another old man behind him began cursing, You little bastard, it doesn't matter if you don't come see me first when you return to the village, but you actually give gifts to outsiders? You ungrateful wolf. Old Madame Yi had heard from the villagers that Yi Ziqing had gone straight to see Village Chief Tan and even brought gifts. She was furious. She was Yi Ziqing's grandmother, after all, and had raised her for over a decade. Yet here she was, giving gifts to an outsider instead of her. It was a slap in the face. Now, she not only hated Yi Ziqing, but also held a grudge against Village Chief Tan and his wife. Why are we all outsiders from the same village? Yi Ziqing chuckled sarcastically. And why can't I come see Village Chief Tan? He helped me rent out the house and land, and he ran around for me. I know how to be grateful and repay kindness. Old Madame Yi puffed out her chest arrogantly, reminding her, I'm your grandmother. I raised you for over a decade. Did you raise me, or did I raise you and that useless son of yours? Hearing his useless son being mocked, second Uncle Yi flew into a rage, his face turning ashen. You little bastard, what did you say? Yi Ziqing raised an eyebrow and sneered at second Uncle Yi and his family. Did I say something wrong? You and your son, both of you are nothing but gambling addicts. If that's not useless, what is? Chapter 104 I am acting in self-defense. You're the useless one. I'll beat you to death, you little bitch. Yi Haitao, furious, raised a wooden stick he had picked up from the ground and swung it at Yi Ziqing. Fu Ting'an didn't make a move, still lazily leaning against the side of the car. Yi Ziqing wasn't someone who would just let herself be hit. Sure enough, Yi Ziqing looked at the stick swinging down from above Yi Haidao's head, quickly sidestepped behind him to easily dodge Yi Haidao's attack, then spun around again and mercilessly kicked Yi Haidao's knee. With a thud, Yi Haidao stumbled and fell flat on his face, landing on the ground with his limbs sprawled. Yi Haitao lay on the ground, immediately letting out a painful wail. Grandson! My precious grandson! Old Madame Yi, seeing Yi Haidao's agonized cries, rushed over in panic and worry. Turning Yi Haitao over, she saw that his knees were almost dripping with water, and his arms and palms were scratched from the fall. Blood oozed from the wounds, and he looked utterly miserable. Yi Ersha grew even angrier at the sight of his son's pitiful state. He also raised his hand to hit Yi Ziqing. You little bitch, you dare to hurt my son? I'll kill you. Nonsense. What do you think you're doing? Village Chief Tan angrily stepped in front of Yi Ziqing and scolded Yi Ershu and the others loudly. Yi Ziqing had even brought gifts for them when she went out to play, proving that the siblings remembered kindness. Building a good relationship with them, who were bound to achieve great things in the future, was worth offending Yi Ershu now. Now, because Yi Ziqing had come to see him as soon as she returned, the Yi family was causing trouble. Village Chief Tan felt both happy and guilty, thinking that he had caused Yi Ziqing to suffer. So now that Yi Ershu and the others were about to lay hands on Yi Ziqing, Village Chief Tan had to step up. Seeing Village Chief Tan standing in front of Yi Ziqing, Yi Ershu didn't lower his raised hand. Instead, he viciously threatened Tan Feng. Tan Feng, get out of here. The private affairs of our Yi family are none of your business. Yi Ershu, let me tell you, I will protect Yi Ziqing today. Don't you dare lay a hand on this girl. Facing the aura emanating from Village Chief Tan, Yi Ershu felt a bit intimidated. Although Village Chief Tan was only a small village chief and couldn't match the aura of Fu Ting'an and the others, this small amount of presence was enough to deal with ordinary people like Yi Ershu. This left Yi Ershu so angry that he could only glare with wide eyes. You! The painful cries of his grandson and the blood still seeping from his wounds made old Madame Yi's heart ache beyond words. Old Madame Yi glared angrily and shouted through gritted teeth, "Call the police! Call the police! I want to call the police! You little bitch, you hit my grandson! I want the police to arrest you." That's right, Yi Ziqing, you injured my son. We'll call the police. Yi Ershu also remembered the incident a few days ago when he was locked up in the police station by Uncle Wang. Not only did he have to compensate Uncle Wang for his losses, but he also had to pay for Uncle Wang's medical expenses. Even though he was also injured, and more severely than them. Yi Ziqing sneered, unafraid to retort, "Repay me? You were the one who made the first move. I was acting in self-defense. You'll be the ones getting caught." That's right, I can testify. I'm the village chief. The police will believe my testimony. In the end, it won't be Ziqing who gets caught, but you. Fu Ting'an straightened up, smiled, raised his phone, waved it in front of everyone, and said provocatively, "Do you need to call the police?" "I'll call the police. By the way, I can also testify." Chapter 105, Goodbye, Second Uncle. You. Yi Ershu, who had been arrested before, had no idea about such things. Threatened with being caught again, he trembled with rage. Yi Ershu never expected that they would end up in such a sorry state. They had thought that after Yi Mingyu went to school, they could bully Yi Qing as much as they wanted and take revenge however they pleased. Even if they asked for money, she wouldn't dare refuse. Speak with some decency. Old Man Tan walked out with his cane, unable to bear Mrs. Ye's slander against Yi Ziqing. You're the only one who doesn't cherish such a good child like Ziqing. Yes, Aunt Yi, everyone has sharp eyes. If you treat her well, will she really distance herself from you? Village Chief Tan glanced proudly at the gift Yi Ziqing had sent. I just helped her with a small favor, and she remembers it. If you treat her well, she won't ignore you. The uncle and nephew of the Tan family were very satisfied with Yi Ziqing, regretting that she wasn't part of their family. But the Yi family not only failed to cherish her but also slandered her, making it hard for them to stand by. Even though everyone knew the character of Yi Ziqing and her family, they couldn't allow the Yi family to spread such baseless accusations, which would damage the young girl's reputation. Yi Ershu's face flushed red as he retorted, "This is our Yi family's private matter. You outsiders have no right to interfere." Village Chief Tan wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed. "Yes, I'm an outsider, so I'll call the police. If you beat someone in front of my door, I have to call the police to prevent you from falsely accusing me." And Village Chief Tan had learned to threaten Yi Ershu with calling the police. Having experienced time in the police station, Yi Ershu felt utterly humiliated. You. Old Man Tan's face turned stern as he scolded. What's all this noise? Yi Urshu, take your son to get treated. Yes, Yi Urshu, that's your son. Village Chief Tan also supported him, quickly driving the Yi family away to prevent them from bullying Yi Ziqing again. Old Mrs. Yi, heartbroken over her precious grandson, wanted to take revenge on Yi Ziqing and teach her a lesson, but her grandson's well-being came first. Boy, hurry up and go. Yi Ursha glared fiercely at Yi Ziqing and left a harsh warning, just you wait. Yi Ziqing, however, showed no fear and waved her hand with a smile. Goodbye, second uncle. Such arrogance almost made Yi Ursha rush forward to beat the damned girl. But seeing Village Chief Tan standing in front of Yi Ziqing, he could only clench his fists and take his son for treatment first. Yi Haitao, wailing in pain, cursed Yi Ziqing as he left, vowing revenge. Village Chief Tan shook his head helplessly and turned to Yi Ziqing. Ziqing, if there's no reason, don't come back. It'll save you from being wronged. Yi Ziqing smiled and thanked him. Thank you, Uncle Tan. Old Man Tan looked at Yi Ziqing with pity and sighed. Such a good child. It's a pity you're not part of our Tan family. Study hard. Yi Ziqing smiled, but didn't say much. It was already a fact that their branch wasn't of Yi blood, and sooner or later, they would have to sever ties. All right, Grandpa Tan, I'll study hard. Good, good, good. Old Man Tan nodded and waved his hand. If you have nothing else to do, leave quickly to avoid running into the Yi family again. Chapter 106. I'm afraid you'll blow up my kitchen. All right, then I'll come see you again when I have time. Old Master Tan nodded, waved at Yi Ziqing, and watched as Yi Ziqing got into Fu Tingjian's car and drove away. As the car left, Village Chief Tan couldn't help but sigh. These siblings of the Yi family will surely get better and better in the future. Yes, the Yi family, ha ha ha. Old Master Tan nodded in agreement, letting out a cold laugh regarding the other two branches of the Yi family. But they were mistaken. After Yi Mingyu left, it wasn't that Yi Ziqing lost her support. Rather, it was that a shackle restraining Yi Ziqing was removed. Without Yi Mingyu, Yi Ziqing became even more decisive and indifferent toward them, as if they were nothing more than enemies, not family. Yi Ziqing tilted her head slightly and looked at Mrs. Yi teasingly. Grandma, do you still want to call the police? If you call the police again, the person who will be imprisoned this time will be your precious grandson. Mrs. Yi was so angry that her whole body was shaking, as if she would fall apart the next moment. You, white-eyed wolf, white-eyed wolf. How could our Yi family raise a white-eyed wolf like you? Village Chief Tan sighed softly, feeling very regretful. Only the siblings of the Yi family are able to make a living. Even the third youngest of the Yi family can't compare with them. Alas, the eldest brother of the Yi family also died young. It's really hard on the siblings. Although they sympathized with the Yi Ziqing siblings, they were not from the Yi family. They could only watch from the sidelines and couldn't help much, only assisting with renting a house. After leaving the village in the car, Fu Ting'an turned his head to look at Yi Ziqing in the passenger seat and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Yi Ziqing was startled and turned to look at Fu Ting'an in confusion. "What could be wrong with me?" "I'm worried that you might get angry with them." Yi Ziqing proudly turned her head away. "Not at all. They can't make me angry." "Good, as long as you're not angry." Yi Ziqing smiled and turned to look at Fu Ting'an expectantly. "But what if I did get angry? Then I'll cook a meal to comfort you properly." Yi Ziqing's eyes lit up, and she grinned at Fu Ting'an, and then, "I'm angry now. How about you comfort me?" Fu Ting'an glanced at Yi Ziqing with affection, reached out his big hand to ruffle her hair, and said, "All right, let's go buy groceries." After transferring the car to the market, they first went to buy some dishes, including chicken, duck, and fish. The rest could be stored in Yi Ziqing's refrigerator, so there would be no need to go out and buy them in the future. This time, with Fu Ting'an around, he could help her carry things, right? After buying a pile of dishes, the two arrived at the house in Linjiang City. However, they had gone straight to the village as soon as they returned and hadn't been back to the house. Besides, it had been several days since Yi Ziqing and the others had been to Jiangzhou City, so some dust had accumulated on the furniture. Yi Ziqing first cleaned the kitchen, while Fu Ting'an went downstairs to help her move her luggage. Such heavy physical work wasn't for Yi Ziqing. "I'll put my luggage here, and I'll make lunch first." "All right." Yi Ziqing waved her hand. Go ahead. I'll take it to the room." Fu Ting'an nodded, watched Yi Ziqing push her luggage into the room, and then he carried the groceries into the kitchen, preparing to make a hearty lunch for Yi Ziqing. However, since it was just the two of them, Fu Ting'an didn't plan to make too much. He would have more dishes, but smaller portions. Yi Ziqing finished organizing her clothes and walked out, seeing Fu Ting'an in the kitchen, wearing an apron and busy at work. Chapter 107. Is this letting a wolf into the house? At this moment, Yi Ziqing suddenly had the urge to pull out her phone and capture the scene as a keepsake. Fu Ting'an sensed a gaze and turned around to see Yi Ziqing standing in the dining room, staring blankly at him with a smile curling at the corners of her lips. "Sit down and watch TV." It'll be ready soon. Instead, Yu Ziqing walked to the kitchen doorway, leaned against the frame, and said with a grin, I want to watch you cook. I'm afraid you'll blow up my kitchen. Fu Ting'an looked amused and nodded. Fine, but close the door so the explosion doesn't hurt you. Yu Ziqing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Looks like you're not very confident in your cooking. Just SOSO, but at least you don't have to worry about your kitchen exploding. Then I'll wait. Yu Ziqing smiled and watched Fu Ting'an busy in the kitchen from the doorway. Seeing his skillful cooking movements, she knew he must have cooked a lot and his skills were probably decent. Under Yu Ziqing's watchful eye, Fu Ting'an made 3 dishes and a soup. As the steaming dishes were placed on the table, Yu Ziqing couldn't help but nod in approval. Not bad. Smells good, but I wonder how it tastes. Fu Ting'an handed the chopsticks and bowls to Yu Ziqing and said gently, try it. Yu Ziqing picked up a piece of spare rib and put it in her mouth, nodding in appreciation. Not bad. It's pretty tasty. As long as you like it. Fu Ting'an sat down beside Yu Ziqing. Come on, eat up. You must be hungry. Yeah. Yu Ziqing didn't stand on ceremony and picked up her chopsticks to eat. Yu Ziqing hadn't expected Fu Ting'an's cooking to be on par with hers, actually, even better. Why did a man have to cook so well? When did you learn to cook? Fu Ting'an watched Yu Ziqing eat with relish, feeling very satisfied. I cook for you every day, and I just picked it up along the way. Yu Ziqing bit her chopsticks, feeling inexplicably flustered, her heart warming slightly. Let's eat, let's eat. Yu Ziqing quickly lowered her head, trying not to let Fu Ting'an see her blushing cheeks. Fu Ting'an chuckled softly, not calling her out, as he helped her pick up food and ate his lunch at the same time. After lunch, Fu Ting'an went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Yu Ziqing lounged on the sofa, watching TV, occasionally glancing toward the kitchen. Fu Ting'an came out of the kitchen and happened to meet Yu Ziqing's gaze, startling her into looking away immediately. Fu Ting'an sat down on the sofa. All done. Yeah. Yu Ziqing quickly pulled her feet back and sat up straight. When are you leaving? Kicking me out? Is that not allowed? Yu Ziqing raised an eyebrow. I don't have a guest room here. Fu Ting'an leaned close to Yu Ziqing's ear and whispered, I don't mind staying in your brother's room. Yu Ziqing's mouth twitched. Should she be glad Yu Mingyu wasn't around? If he knew about this guy's scheme, he'd probably kick him out. Fu Ting'an looked at Yu Ziqing with a pitiful, resentful expression. Not allowed. Yu Ziqing turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. Does this count as letting a wolf into the house? No. Yu Ziqing nodded and glanced at Fu Ting'an with a grin. At most, you're a wolf in sheep's clothing. Fu Ting'an teased her affectionately. So, will you let this wolf stay here or not? Fine. Yu Ziqing pursed her lips, thought it over, and agreed. She had stayed at his villa before, but that place was bigger, while his apartment was smaller. Chapter 108 Little Brother, what is your name? Fu Ting'an hugged Yu Ziqing into his arms. Ching, thank you. Living at Yu Ziqing's house is a completely different concept than living at his house. This is a good start. Okay, go ahead and change the quilt cover yourself, I don't have the time. Yu Ziqing rolled his eyes angrily. Fu Ting'an immediately stood up happily. Okay, I'll go by myself. As long as he could stay, he would be happy to redecorate this room. Yu Ziqing was lying on the sofa, leaning on his chin with his elbow, smiling as he watched Fu Ting'an leave happily. Fu Ting'an looked for an opportunity and finally stayed. Even if he lived in this small house, he didn't care. Here, there is no difference from the villa in Linjiang City, except that there are not so many things to spend time. But even though it was small, it still made Fu Ting'an and Yu Ziqing feel a little happy. In the meantime, the two of them went shopping again, mainly going to the bookstore to buy some stationery supplies. The stationery also had to be replaced with new ones for the new semester. Yu Ziqing and Fu Ting'an came to Xinhua Bookstore in the city center. As the school year approaches, the Xinhua Bookstore is the busiest. Many students, accompanied by their parents, come to the Xinhua Bookstore to buy things for the new semester. They will all buy a lot of extracurricular homework for the new semester, but Yu Ziqing only plans to buy some stationery. With her knowledge, she can get a perfect score in minutes. Now he is studying in the normal order. Yu Ziqing just wants to experience life. He can just be a simple academic master. There is no need to skip a grade. Yu Ziqing was picking out ballpoint pens and pens next to the stationery rack. Fu Ting'an experienced this feeling for the first time. He walked a little faster and helped Yu Ziqing pick out some other needed things. When Fu Ting'an was checking the brushes, a shy voice came to his ears. Brother, do you want to buy a brush? Fu Ting'an frowned in displeasure and turned around to see a girl about the same age as Yu Ziqing looking at him with a full face. Fu Ting'an was clear about the girl's intentions, so he put down the brush in his hand and turned to leave. Little brother, what's your name? My name is Ma Zhaoan. Ma Zhaoyan ran to Fu Ting'an's side and insisted on introducing himself. Fu Ting'an paused, his gentle face showing an angry look, and shouted, get out. The smile on Ma Zhaoyun's face froze. She didn't expect Fu Ting'an to be so disrespectful to her and actually tell her to get out. However, facing such a handsome guy, the most handsome guy she had ever seen, she couldn't bear to just throw her hands away and leave, feeling angry and aggrieved. Brother, I just want to get to know each other and make friends. Ma Xiaoan looked at Fu Ting'an aggrievedly. Fu Ting'an sneered, his voice chilling to the bone, I don't want to know you, get out. You still have to cut off the peach blossoms yourself, and you can't let Yi Ziqing worry about it. Fu Ting'an's voice and his cold eyes made Ma Xiaoan tremble. Coupled with being intimidated by the handsome boy, Ma Xiaoyun's eyes turned red and he turned around and ran away crying. However, before Ma Xiaoan could take a few steps to turn, he bumped into Yi Ziqing who was walking towards him. Yi Ziqing had a good foundation in Kung Fu and did not fall even if he was suddenly hit. However, Ma Xiaoan seemed to have hit a wall and fell to the ground, causing pain in his butt. Originally, he was already very aggrieved when the handsome boy disliked him and shouted angrily, but now that he had fallen again, Ma Xiaoan felt even more aggrieved and angry and vented all his anger on Yi Ziqing. Chapter 109 What is your relationship? Yi Ziqing, how do you walk? Yi Ziqing looked down at Ma Xiaoan, blinking in confusion. She was also very innocent and confused. She was walking well when Ma Xiaoan suddenly came out and was hit. She didn't complain yet, so why was she blamed? It was obviously Ma Xiaoan who bumped into her when he was running around the corner. If there was any fault, it was also her fault. Yi Ziqing sneered and said sarcastically, you were obviously the one who bumped into me because you were running too fast and didn't look around. If it's your fault, it's your fault. You. Ma Xiaoyan was so angry that he pointed at Yi Ziqing with trembling fingers. At this moment, Fu Ting'an came over and asked Yi Ziqing concernedly, are you okay? Yi Ziqing smiled and shook his head, it's okay. It's okay. Fu Ting'an felt very guilty and dissatisfied. He felt guilty because Ma Xiaoyan was the reason why Yi Ziqing was hit. He was dissatisfied because Ma Xiaoyan actually complained after hitting Yi Ziqing. Seeing that Yi Ziqing had such a good relationship with the handsome guy she had just chatted with, she suddenly turned red with anger, and the jealousy in her heart continued to overflow. Ma Xiaoyan stood up angrily, glared at Yi Ziqing and asked, Yi Ziqing, what is your relationship? Yi Ziqing raised his eyebrows, glanced at Ma Xiaoyan and Fu Ting'an in confusion, and understood instantly. It must have been Fu Ting'an's appearance that attracted Ma Xiaoyan, but Ma Xiaoyan failed to win Fu Ting'an's favor. Now that she sees Fu Ting'an treating her so well, she naturally becomes envious, jealous, and hateful. Fu Ting'an glanced at Ma Xiaoyan dissatisfied. Who are you, and what qualifications do you have to ask about our relationship? Ma Xiaoyun's expression suddenly changed, looking very ugly. Fu Ting'an felt that this woman was very annoying, so he shouted, get out. Ma Xiaoyan felt even more aggrieved and glared at Yi Ziqing angrily. She felt that Fu Ting'an's attitude toward her must be because of Yi Ziqing. How can this little bitch come out to study even though her parents are dead? Shouldn't she be working outside? Yi Ziqing made her embarrassed in front of the handsome guy, and Ma Xiaoyan also wanted to ruin her reputation. Brother, you don't know how bad Yi Ziqing's character is. How dare you attack your elders? Yi Ziqing raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Ma Xiaoyan to know, but when he thought about it, he felt that it was not impossible. After all, Ma Xiaoyan and Yi Zitong were good friends. As Yi Zitong's eldest daughter, how could she not know about the Yi family's affairs? Naturally, she told Ma Xiaoyan, her classmate, about this matter. Yi Zitong probably did this because he wanted to use Ma Xiaoyan to slander her reputation. There will definitely be some rubbish rumors about her in the class. I just didn't expect that Fu Ting'an would start slandering her reputation before school started. Who did you hear this from? Fu Ting'an didn't expect that Ma Xiaoyan actually knew about Yi Ziqing. That's right, Ma Xiaoyan called out Yi Ziqing's name just now when he saw her. He must have known her, but he didn't know how she knew about Yi Ziqing's family. If people don't know about it unless they do something about it, it's impossible for her to do such shameful things to be hidden. Ma Xiaoyan said sarcastically. Yi Ziqing smiled slightly, not caring about Ma Xiaoyun's slander, and turned to look at Fu Ting'an. I wonder what Brother Fu thinks? Chapter 110 You have no shame. Fu Ting'an sneered and looked at Ma Xiaoyan mockingly. What's wrong with me? It seems like I asked you to separate your family and let you deal with your second uncle's family, right? Ma Xiaoyan, who originally had a proud smile on her face, was stunned and looked at Fu Ting'an in surprise. She never expected that Fu Ting'an knew about this. And it seems that Fu Ting'an asked Yi Ziqing to do this. What on earth is going on? Why didn't Yi Zitong tell her about this? Yi Ziqing covered his mouth with a smile and showed off proudly. Oh, it seems to be true. It is only because of Brother Fu's support that I and my brother can leave the Yi family. You have no shame. Ma Xiaoyan pointed an angry finger at Yi Ziqing and cursed. Yi Ziqing's mouth twitched. Why was she so shameless? Isn't it shameless for her to seduce Fu Ting'an in public? The noise here also attracted the attention of customers in the stationery store, and they came over to watch the excitement. After all, it is the nature of the people to join in the fun. Seeing Ma Zhaoan pointing at Yi Ziqing's nose and slandering her reputation, the surrounding customers looked at Yi Ziqing curiously, with strange doctor eyes. Fu Ting'an also noticed the attention around him and sneered, "Miss, please don't slander others. Aren't you trying to seduce me instead of slandering my sister?" "Yeah, I think someone must have seen it just now, right?" Yi Ziqing glanced at the passersby watching the show and spoke with a smile. Everyone looked at Fu Ting'an and Yi Ziqing. Although their appearances were different, there was nothing similar between them. However, the man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. Even if they are not a couple, they are still brothers and sisters. After all, they all look so outstanding. Looking at Ma Zhaoan again, everyone believed Fu Tingjian's words and pointed at her. You can be so vicious at such a young age, falsely accusing other girls of their reputation. Yes, I still seduce men. I see my brother is handsome, so I have to seduce him. Tisk, luckily my daughter is well behaved, otherwise I would have killed her. The sarcastic words of passersby around him immediately made Ma Zhaoan feel aggrieved and angry. His face turned red with anger, and he refuted himself loudly. However, passersby would rather believe what Fu Ting'an and Yi Ziqing said than Ma Zhaoan, which made her crazy. Ma Zhaoan was so anxious that he cried to no avail. He turned around and glared at Yi Ziqing angrily. "Yi Ziqing, just wait for me, I won't let you go." In the end, Ma Zhaoan could only say a few words, turned around and ran away crying, covering his face. Yi Ziqing blinked her eyes innocently. Was she lying on the ground for no apparent reason? Then he turned to look at Fu Ting'an, who looked handsome and exuded a gentle and jade-like temperament next to him. To be honest, how could any woman resist such a man? "Let's go." Yi Ziqing sighed softly and could only turn around and leave to go to another store to buy things. Although Ma Zhaoan left, there were too many patrons watching the theater here, so it was not easy to stay here any longer. Fu Tingjian's heart was a little trembling, and he felt as if he had done something wrong. Yi Ziqing opened his mouth and immediately followed him obediently. On the other side, Ma Zhaoan ran out of the stationery store and was stopped. "Zhaoan, why are you running?" Ma Zhaoan turned around and saw that it was Yi Zitong who came with her to buy stationery. What happened just now was such a shock to her that she forgot who she came here with and what. Chapter 111, All My Good Sisters Like Me. Thinking of what Fu Ting'an said, Ma Zhaoan glared at Yi Zitong angrily. "Yi Zitong, are the things about your family true or false? Did your sister and the others separate the family themselves?" Yi Zitong was stunned, looked at Ma Zhaoan in confusion, and nodded. "Yes, of course they want to separate the family." "What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Didn't you just tell Ma Zhaoan so that Ma Zhaoan can go to school tomorrow to spread the news about Yi Ziqing? Why ask again?" Ma Zhaoan looked angry. "Why didn't you tell me that there was someone else's reason for your sister's separation? Especially that handsome-looking man who actually helped Yi Ziqing. Who else? It's obvious that she coveted my grandma's house, and they separated the family," Yi Zitong said angrily. "Haha, really?" At this moment, there was a burst of mocking voices behind him. When Yi Zitong and Ma Zhaoan heard the sound, they subconsciously stiffened and turned to look in the direction of the sound. Not to mention the embarrassment of being heard when you say bad things about others behind their backs. You can dig out 3 rooms and 1 living room with your toes. "Yi Ziqing, why are you here?" Yi Zitong stared with disbelief on his face. Yi Ziqing raised his eyebrows and sneered playfully. "This is your territory? Why can't I be here?" "You." Yi Zitong pointed an angry finger at Yi Ziqing, and his face turned red with anger. Ma Zhaoan saw Fu Ting'an standing next to Yi Ziqing, with a mixture of admiration and resentment in his eyes. She didn't understand why a man like Fu Ting'an would like a little bitch like Yi Ziqing who was naked. Yes, Yi Ziqing had a bad life in the Yi family and ate rubbish food, which led to Yi Ziqing's lack of nutrition. Although Yi Ziqing was already 14 years old, she looked the same as she was 11 or 12 years old, and her whole body was very thin. It was also after Yi Ziqing came back from rebirth that he had been recuperating his body and regained some of his figure. At least he no longer looked so petite, and he had gained back a lot of fat. But it's not what Ma Zhaoan wants now. Fu Ting'an glanced at Ma Zhaoan with dissatisfied cold eyes, threatening coldly, "If you look again, I'll dig out your eyeballs." Ma Zhaoan suddenly felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and subconsciously took a step back. Yi Zitong looked at Fu Ting'an in amazement. She never expected to see such a handsome man, dressed in a decent suit, exuding an elegant and noble temperament. Her heart seemed to skip a beat. She looked at Fu Ting'an infatuatedly, and for a moment she forgot to confront Yi Ziqing. Yi Ziqing looked at the actions of Yi Zitong and Ma Zhaoan in amusement and sneered. "Don't you like and admire Fu Ting'an very much? Why are you so scared when you see Fu Tingjian's eyes?" This burst of laughter immediately made Ma Zhaoyun's face stiffen, and he glared at Yi Ziqing angrily. "Why are you laughing?" "You're not laughing." Yi Ziqing looked at the 2 people in front of him mockingly. They are indeed good friends. They both look at Brother Fu with the same eyes. Ma Zhaoyun and Yi Zitong came to their senses and turned to look at each other. They seem to see some hostility in each other's eyes. No matter what happens to the men they admire, even if they are not theirs now, as long as they are coveted by others, they will feel uncomfortable. Fu Ting'an let out a burst of magnetic laughter, which seemed to make people's ears pregnant. Both Ma Xiaoan and Yi Zidong felt their cheeks were burning hot. Chapter 112 Lanian's Trouble. You all like me? You are indeed a good sister. It is an honor for me that you all like me. Although this sounds very narcissistic, Fu Ting'an also has the capital of narcissism, who makes him really handsome. The expressions on Ma Xiaoyun and Yi Zitong's faces froze, and they glanced at each other again. A crack suddenly appeared in their direct relationship. Seeing the change in their expressions, Fu Ting'an smiled with satisfaction. Yi Ziqing even glanced at Fu Ting'an speechlessly. This guy was really a roundworm in her belly. He knew what she was going to do. Very good. Even though Fu Ting'an just said a casual word, he successfully broke off the relationship between the two people. Even if they continue to be good friends and sisters, there still has to be a little moisture mixed in. Since ancient times, heroes have struggled with being beautiful, and women have struggled with being handsome. How can the man you covet be coveted by others? Let's go. Now that her goal was achieved, Yi Ziqing didn't want to stay any longer. The two men looked at Fu Ting'an with greedy eyes, which made her feel very uncomfortable. At this moment, Fu Ting'an was already his forbidden love in Yi Ziqing's heart. Fu Ting'an nodded lightly. Okay, let's go. He remembered these two people, and it was best not to do anything to hurt Yi Ziqing, otherwise, he wouldn't mind finding something to do for their parents. Yi Zitong and Ma Xiaoan looked at the backs of Yi Ziqing and Fu Ting'an as they left together with angry, hateful, and jealous eyes. Damn little bitch, I won't let her go. Ma Xiaoan stamped his feet angrily and gritted his teeth. Thinking of what happened in the stationery store just now, Ma Xiaoan felt that his face was slapped twice, and it hurt. Yi Zitong's eyes were filled with jealousy. Who is that man next to Sister Qingqing? Fu Ting'an appeared in front of the Yi family after the family was separated. Uncle Yi took them back, but did not see them. This also led to Yi Zidong not knowing Fu Ting'an at all. Ma Xiaoan suddenly turned his head and glared fiercely. You said they are relatives and sisters, you don't even know. A look of embarrassment flashed across Yi Zitong's face, and she felt aggrieved. She really didn't know. Also, I'm attracted to this man, so don't let him take your fancy. Ma Xiaoan threatened fiercely. Yi Zitong lowered his head, his face turned red. He didn't know whether he was shy or angry. Even if she didn't want to, but Ma Xiaoyun's family had money, she could only swallow her anger and agree, I know, I won't have any thoughts. But even though she said so, Yi Zidong didn't care in her heart. As long as she could seduce this handsome boy, even Ma Xiaoan would be helpless. Ma Xiaoan was satisfied with Yi Zitong's answer and left with a cold snort on his arrogant face. On the way back, Yi Ziqing turned around and glared. It's all you. Yes, if Fu Ting'an hadn't been so handsome, would there have been any follow-up events? It is indeed a disaster for Lanyan. Fu Ting'an felt very innocent and aggrieved. I didn't want to either. Heh. Yi Ziqing grinned and sneered. Fu Ting'an immediately raised his hand and made an oath. Qingqing, believe me. I don't know how I will provoke that female fly. Pfft. Yi Ziqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Are you saying you're shit? You attract flies. You think so? Fu Ting'an said nonchalantly. Qingqing, do you know her? Digression. 6 chapters today. Please recommend. Please collect it. Asking for a monthly ticket. One win is piking. Everyone, please work harder. I will have more motivation to write more words next time. And then some more. 2 more updates tonight. Chapter 113, it's my honor. Yeah, he's my classmate. No wonder. Fu Ting'an understood. Do you need me to do anything? Will it affect you? Yi Ziqing started to settle accounts again, so all this is not because of you. Fu Ting'an laughed dryly. He didn't expect that a random Taohua would be Yi Ziqing's classmate and cause such a big incident. Forget it. Even if today's incident hadn't happened, she and Yi Zitong are good friends. If she could speak about me here today, she would go to school to ruin my reputation, and you would be no more, no less. Yi Ziqing waved his hand indifferently. The second Uncle Ye's family is big-hearted and brainless, but the third Uncle Ye's family are all pretty, as can be seen from the fact that Yi Zitong told Ma Xiaoan about this. However, this time she created a rift in the relationship between Ma Xiaoyun and Yi Zitong, which was a small gain. Fu Ting'an secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried about Yi Ziqing settling accounts with the queen. He would break into a cold sweat every time the queen settled the accounts. Anyway, it would be best for him not to say anything now. After accompanying Yi Ziqing to buy stationery, Fu Ting'an and Yi Ziqing returned to their new house. Originally, Yi Ziqing thought that Fu Ting'an should leave, but in the end, Fu Ting'an stayed for another day. What could Yi Ziqing do? I can only agree. I don't know why, but when faced with Fu Ting'an's aggrieved look, Yi Ziqing couldn't help but agreed. When Yi Ziqing got up the next day, Fu Ting'an was already busy in the kitchen, making breakfast. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Yi Ziqing opened the kitchen door and asked, "Why did you get up so early?" Fu Tingyan turned around and said with a smile, "Celebrating your start of school." "Thank you. Breakfast will be ready soon." Yi Ziqing nodded and went to sit down at the dining table. He supported his chin with both hands and smiled while waiting for the breakfast made by Fu Tingyan. Yi Ziqing found out that after returning to Linjiang City, Fu Tingyan was the one cooking, so she had no chance to step into the kitchen, and she felt very comfortable unconsciously. The feeling of letting the president of a Tang company wash his hands and make soup is something that makes people proud and enviable. Fu Tingyan walked out of the kitchen with breakfast and saw the smile on Yi Ziqing's face. "What's wrong? What makes you so happy?" Yi Ziqing tilted his head slightly and said with a smile, "I just feel proud to have a rich young man like you wash my hands and make soup for me. As long as you marry me, I will never let you cook." Yi Ziqing curled his lips and rolled his eyes in contempt. "Didn't you, the young man, hire a nanny?" "No, it's my honor to wash your hands and make soup." Yi Ziqing suddenly laughed proudly. Judging from Fu Tingyan's cooking skills, it seemed that he was really serious. Yi Ziqing's cheeks turned red, and he lowered his head and urged, "Okay, eat quickly. If you don't eat, I will be late." "Okay." Fu Tingyan went to get the soy milk and fried vegetables. After breakfast, Yi Ziqing picked up his new school bag and walked out of the house with Fu Tingyan. "Just don't send me away," Yi Ziqing said with some disgust. "I don't want to be noticed right after school starts." Fu Tingyan was very sorry. He really wanted to send Yi Ziqing to school. "Okay, it's up to you." Although he was very reluctant, since Yi Ziqing made the request, he had no choice but to agree. "But I have a condition." Yi Ziqing subconsciously became vigilant. "What are the conditions?" Chapter 114. My brother will come back. "Stay here tonight." The corners of Yi Ziqing's mouth twitched, and he narrowed his eyes to be more alert. "What do you mean?" "It's not interesting. I plan to stay with you when I'm in Linjiang City. Is that okay?" "My brother will come back." Fu Tingyan was not afraid. "It's okay. He is in military training now." Yi Ziqing raised his hand to helplessly hold his forehead. Couldn't he drive this man away? "Then how long will you stay?" Fu Tingyan curled up his lips, showing a fox-like smile, and said when Yi Ziqing felt like he was breaking down, "You'll have to stay here until your brother's military training is over at the earliest." "You did it on purpose." Fu Tingyan raised a teasing smile to threaten. "Yes, I did it on purpose. It depends on whether you agree or not, right?" Yi Ziqing took a deep breath and tried to calm down the thought of beating someone. "It's up to you." "Okay, then I'll just take you to the gate." Yi Ziqing waved her hands feebly and could only go to school first and talk about the rest in the evening. Yi Ziqing entered the school, because only students in the 3rd grade of junior high school go to school now, and there are not many students at the gate. The students walking together asked each other if they had finished their summer vacation homework. They even complained about going to school so early and mourned the miserable life ahead for the next year. When Yi Ziqing came to the class, a large number of classmates had already arrived. Many of those who came early came to make up for their winter vacation homework. In addition to these regular winter vacation homework books, they also have some other exam papers. After all, it is the 3rd year of junior high school. Even if you are not here to make up homework, you still have some good grades and want to compare your answers with each other. So, the first thing they did when they came to school was to find other students to copy their homework. They didn't dare to do anything because they would make mistakes if they copied. Even in the critical juncture of the 3rd grade of junior high school, many students are still reluctant to do homework, even in key classes. Among them, there is also Ma Zhaoen, whom I met yesterday. Ma Zhaoen, who was working hard, subconsciously raised his head to check if the teacher was here, but when he saw it was Yi Ziqing, his face darkened. Thinking of what happened yesterday, Ma Zhaoen felt a strong anger in his heart, shook his lips, and secretly vowed in his heart that she would get the retribution she deserved. Yi Ziqing felt a strong gaze and turned around to meet Ma Zhaoyun's angry and resentful eyes, with a disdainful sneer at the corner of his mouth. Ma Zhaoyun's eyes showed no fear in Yi Ziqing. He turned around and walked to his seat without any care, sat down, took out his homework and put it in the drawer. Today is the first day of school. In addition, it is already the 3rd year of junior high school. Most of the courses have been taught in the 2nd year of junior high school. Let's start reviewing now. Although it was only the first day of school, I still followed the normal curriculum. Morning self-study has become the time for all students to hand in their summer homework. Yi Ziqing has already finished his summer homework and handed it in generously. In the past, Yi Ziqing had a relatively introverted personality. In addition, he always kept his head down and worked hard to study and review. He had almost no deep friendship with the classmates in the class. At most, they were just acquaintances. Even though school has started now, Yi Ziqing doesn't want to have too much friendship with them yet, because now everyone is pointing at Yi Ziqing and seem to be discussing something. From a relatively close distance, Yi Ziqing could hear all the talk about her family separation and the seduction of a rich young man. Digression. One win is piking. Dear friends, give it a try. Please recommend. Please collect it. Asking for a monthly ticket. Please praise. If you are rich, you can support me in the front court, and you will be given a 5-point rating. Chapter 6 will be updated tomorrow. Chapter 115 Failure to hand in summer homework. Ma Xiaoyan was the only one who knew about the rich man. Yi Ziqing had stopped thinking about it, so he knew it was Ma Xiaoyan. Because of this, Yi Ziqing became famous among junior high school students and teachers. Yi Ziqing didn't care about the kind of person these classmates believed she was after Ma Xiaoyan casually slandered her. In this case, there was no need for her to interact too much with them. The class time passed quickly, and soon it was afternoon. Lu Zongping, the head teacher and Chinese teacher, came in to teach. When he walked to the podium, he threw the books on the table and glanced at the students in the classroom with dissatisfaction. I know many people didn't finish their summer homework and came to school in the morning to copy it. As soon as Teacher Lu's words came out, the expressions of many students in the classroom changed. Some people with a guilty conscience even lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Teacher Lu. But it's fine if you plagiarize, but some students didn't even turn in their summer homework. What does that mean? Teacher Lu's words caused another commotion, and some students secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least Teacher Lu's words did not cause trouble for them, who were copying homework. Who is it? Who is so brave and refuses to surrender? TSK, copying your homework is better than not turning it in at all. Hearing Teacher Lu's words, Yi Ziqing suddenly felt an ominous premonition in his heart and frowned. Sure enough, Teacher Lu laid his eyes on Yi Ziqing. Yi Ziqing, where is your Chinese homework? All the students subconsciously turned to look at Yi Ziqing, each of them showing surprise, obviously shocked that she failed to hand in her homework. Ma Xiaoyan looked at Yi Ziqing proudly, with a look of gloating on his face. Yi Ziqing secretly thought, and sure enough, her hunch was right. However, she didn't feel guilty or panic at all. She looked at Teacher Lu calmly and said, "Teacher, I handed it in." Teacher Lu frowned and asked dissatisfiedly, "Since you handed it in, why don't you have your homework?" Yi Ziqing could clearly feel from Teacher Lu's tone that he didn't believe it. "How do I know? My homework was given to the study committee member, so I have to ask him." Yi Ziqing turned around and looked at Hong Yong, the Chinese class representative. When his name was called, Hong Yong immediately stood up and said angrily, "Yi Ziqing, what are you talking about? You didn't give me any homework at all." Yi Ziqing tilted his head slightly and looked at the blushing Hong Yong teasingly. "On your behalf, I didn't give you the homework." Hong Yong raised his chin and said confidently, "That's right, you didn't leave it to me." "Class representative, don't blame me for not turning in my homework because you lost it." "Nonsense, I didn't lose your homework." Hong Yong suddenly yelled in a panic and complained to Teacher Lu anxiously, "Teacher Lu, I didn't lose Yi Ziqing's homework. She obviously didn't hand it in, but now she's slandering me." Yi Ziqing turned to look at Teacher Lu. "Anyway, I paid you, but I don't know who Teacher Lu believed." Both Teacher Lu and the classmates in the class looked at Yi Ziqing and Hong Yong suspiciously, wondering who was telling the truth and who was lying. The whole classroom became silent because of the suspicion in his heart. Seeing this situation, Ma Xiaoyan suddenly said, "Being a class representative is naturally the most trusted thing among teachers. Of course, I believe in class representatives." "That's right, Hong Yongka has never lost anyone's homework." Chapter 116 Lost My Summer Homework. Hong Yong has been a class representative for 3 years, and he has never lost any homework. It must be the same this time. Didn't you say that Yi Ziqing fell in love with a rich man? He must have thought that he wouldn't have to study anymore, so he didn't do his homework. That must be the case, otherwise why would there be no Chinese homework? As Ma Xiaoyan started, the students started talking one after another, and everyone believed Hong Yong. The classmates' words made Hong Yong proudly puff up his chest and look at Yi Ziqing provocatively. Yi Ziqing chuckled lightly and asked again, "Oh, since I didn't give it to you, you should ask for it from me." "If I didn't, the whole class would know that you and I wanted the homework, right? Why doesn't anyone know? The classmates around me didn't see it either, right?" Hong Yong was stunned for a moment, a little panicked for a moment, his eyes rolled around, but he quickly thought of a way. "You told me quietly. But I thought the teacher must know, so I didn't hide it for you. I won't shed tears until I see the coffin." Yi Ziqing sneered and looked at Hong Yong mockingly. "In this case, call the police." "Call the police?" Everyone couldn't help but exclaimed when they heard what Yi Ziqing said. "Call the police?" Hong Yong couldn't help but shrink his pupils and looked at Yi Ziqing in disbelief. He nervously grabbed his pants with both hands out of guilt. Teacher Lu also stared at Yi Ziqing. "Calling the police? Isn't it necessary? Why is it not necessary?" Yi Ziqing looked at Teacher Lu matter-of-factly. "I was wrongly accused by my teacher for not turning in my summer homework for no reason. This is related to my reputation. There is nothing wrong with calling the police, right? Besides, if my homework book is lost, it is considered theft, so I should call the police." Teacher Lu frowned and said dissatisfiedly, "If the homework is gone, it's gone. There's no need to call the police. Since you said you handed it in, then you've handed it in and let's forget about it." To be honest, Teacher Lu didn't want to call the police. After all, it was just a summer assignment. He would be the one who would be embarrassed when the police were called. However, Yi Ziqing said unreasonably, Teacher Lu, I'm sorry, this matter must be investigated clearly, otherwise, everyone will think that I am messing around and let the teacher think that I handed in my homework. When the students heard this, they couldn't help but secretly complained in their hearts, isn't this just nonsense? Teacher Lu also had the same idea. He just opened his mouth and changed his words, there is no need to make this matter so big. I don't want to make such a big fuss, but I'm looking for my summer homework. Yi Ziqing said with a slight smile, although the homework is not a valuable item, it involves theft after all, and the police will still take care of it. Hong Yong suddenly became even more flustered and glared at Yi Ziqing angrily. Yi Ziqing, don't bully others too much. You didn't hand in your homework and you made such a big fuss. Do you want the whole school to become a joke? Yi Ziqing shrugged indifferently. It's not my fault. I just want to seek justice for myself. You. Hong Yong pointed at Yi Ziqing with trembling angry fingers. Yi Ziqing chuckled lightly. If you don't want me to call the police, you can. Class representative, if you tell me where my homework is, then it will be treated as if it never happened. Hong Yong suddenly turned red with anger. Yi Ziqing did this on purpose, just to cause trouble for him. Digression. Dear friends, please collect it. Please recommend. Asking for a monthly ticket. Please give me a reward. Those who are rich support a financial field, and those who have no money support a personal field. Recommended PK, please give me some help. Continuing with 6,000 words today. Chapter 117 Yi Famous Detective Ziqing. Let's talk about it after class. Teacher, I think it's better to solve it now. If it's not solved by the end of school, my homework book may not be found. What do you mean? A confident smile appeared on Yi Ziqing's lips, and his answer was sonorous and powerful. It means that my homework book has not been disposed of yet. What? Ziqing, how are you sure you haven't dealt with it yet? Teacher Lu and all the students looked at Yi Ziqing curiously. Yi Ziqing glanced at all the students here. Before I tell you the reason, I would like to ask first, who among you has been with Hong Yong during non-school hours since the assignment was handed in? All the classmates looked at each other, not understanding what Yi Ziqing meant. Another boy raised his hand first. I chatted with Hong Yong after the third period until class started. I had lunch with Hong Yong. I came back after eating and I don't know what happened after that. Hong Yong and I went to the toilet together, and we almost went to class when we came back. Hong Yong never went out. In order to understand Yi Ziqing's reasoning and confusion, he told almost everything that happened to Hong Yong during his spare time. Detective Yi Ziqing smiled and nodded. Thank you for helping me eliminate the time and opportunity for Hong Yong to handle the homework. Teacher Lu was also shocked and looked at Yi Ziqing in surprise. Exclusion method. Detective Yi Ziqing nodded and continued to explain with a smile. There are only two ways to deal with my homework. One is to throw it into the toilet, and the other is to burn it. The classmate who had accompanied Hong Yong to the toilet shouted, Hong Yong and I are in the small class, so he doesn't have time to deal with the homework. The students suddenly understood and nodded, so that's it. Yi Ziqing gave an appreciative look. The second one is fire, but we students don't have any fire sources, so there are only two ways to find two fire sources. The students' curiosity was also aroused, and they looked at Yi Ziqing curiously. What two ways? A flash of light flashed in Yi famous Detective Ziqing's eyes. Teacher's lighter and kitchen. If it is a teacher's lighter, Teacher Lu can ask the teachers if anyone can borrow a lighter, and the teacher will definitely tell them. After all, it is very strange for students to borrow lighters now. Then there's the kitchen. It's definitely too late to go to the kitchen outside of lunchtime. If you go there during lunchtime, the kitchen is full of people and you'll definitely attract attention. It's also the stupidest way. The most important thing is that if you light a fire and burn your homework book, the inevitable black smoke will be easily noticed by others, so the fire can also be eliminated. Detective Yi Ziqing analyzed things so lucidly that all her classmates had to admire her clear mind. Teacher Lu felt that Yi Ziqing's analysis was very reasonable and asked, so you think that the homework book was not destroyed? That's right, so as long as you find my homework, you can prove whether I handed it in or not. If you find it, it will prove that my homework must have been completed and handed over to the class representative. Yi Ziqing curled her lips and looked at Hong Yong confidently. I wonder if the class representative has anything to say now? At this moment, a thin layer of cold sweat broke out on Hong Yong's forehead. His heartbeat was beating like a drum, and he was extremely flustered. Just as Yi Ziqing said, he has not disposed of his homework yet and plans to throw it outside the school after school. Who knows whether he will be found in school. Chapter 118, Don't let the family scandal be publicized. However, now that Yi Ziqing had revealed it, Hong Yong's lips turned pale, and he still refused to admit it. I didn't take your homework book at all. Yi Ziqing couldn't help but look at Hong Yong with admiration, but he still doesn't admit it yet. Class representative, don't think that I would do anything like this. Yi Ziqing's eyes sharpened, and his voice became even colder. You have to think clearly. Are you going to call the police, go to the police station, and leave a note in the file in the end? Or are you admitting it now? This matter can only be a private matter within our class. Hong Yong couldn't bear it anymore and sat down on the chair with a pop sound. No matter how stupid you are, you still know how to choose. Leaving a mark in your file may have an impact on future applications. For the sake of the future, he can only admit that he did it. I took out Yi Ziqing's homework book. Teacher Lu stared at Hong Yong with a look of disbelief on his face. He never expected that Hong Yong was the one who did this. He lost Yi Ziqing's homework, which caused him to misunderstand Yi Ziqing. Teacher Lu angrily slapped his hand on the table and asked, "Why are you doing this?" Hong Yong subconsciously turned to look at Ma Zhaoyan. Ma Zhaoyan was suddenly shocked and glared fiercely, his eyes full of threats, as if to say, "If you dare to speak out about me, I will never let you go." Yes! Hong Yong was startled and closed his eyes, feeling very unwilling but helpless. He had been in love with Ma Zhaoyan before, and another reason was that Ma Zhaoyan's family was rich, so it would be a good choice to be with her. But now that the matter has been revealed, if he reveals Ma Zhaoyan, he will definitely seek revenge on Ma Zhaoyan, and the gain will outweigh the loss. Hong Yong could only close his eyes in pain. I heard that Yi Ziqing did something unfaithful and unfilial, so I wanted to punish her in this way. After hearing Hong Yong's words, everyone also thought of the rumors about Yi Ziqing in the past half day. Teacher Lu also heard that he looked at Yi Ziqing as if he were looking at a criminal. Yi Ziqing sneered and looked at Teacher Lu mockingly. Your reputation is so ruined when your upper and lower lips touch each other. This is really similar to the bad students the teacher says don't hand in their homework. Teacher Lu, who was suddenly struck by the cure, suddenly blushed. What Hong Yong did was slap him in the face. After all, he let him be the class representative because he trusted him. But he did something to frame his classmates, which made him lose face as a teacher. Now Teacher Lu looks at Hong Yong with not only disappointment, but also deep anger and hatred. Yi Ziqing, you mean those rumors are also false? The gossiping classmates heard something was wrong and looked at Ziqing curiously. Yi Ziqing raised an eyebrow and asked, "Isn't it?" The classroom fell into silence again. Suddenly some students spoke up, still unable to bear the gossip in their hearts. There's no smoke without fire, right? Some of the rumors are true, right? Yes, Yi Ziqing, please tell us. Explain it to us. Everyone is gossiping, and there needs to be some topic in the boring life of the third year of junior high school. Yi Ziqing's lips curled up, and a glimmer of success flashed through his eyes. Family scandals must not be made public. I didn't want to talk about it in the first place. Digression. Recommended PK, dear friends, give me some support. Thanks to everyone's support, the author will also provide more updates. Chapter 119 The Reckoning begins. All the students blinked their eyes expectantly and waited for the truth. No one said anything, but their eyes had already proved what they meant. During the summer vacation, I was kicked into the river by my second uncle's son while I was doing housework and almost died. Fortunately, my neighbor sent me to the hospital. However, my grandma and second uncle forcibly took me out of the hospital and demanded all the medical bills my brother paid without giving me a single pill. Hiss. Teacher Lu and the students couldn't help but gasped when they heard Yi Ziqing's explanation, with expressions of shock and disbelief on their faces. How could there be such a grandma and second uncle? For this reason, my brother took me and asked the village committee to make the decision to help us separate our families. Yi Ziqing laughed sadly and glanced at the faces of the teacher and all the students in the classroom. You just think that I am a coward who is greedy for life and afraid of death. For the sake of my own life, I would rather be unfaithful and unfilial and choose to separate our families. Ma Zhaoyan blushed, still unwilling to let Yi Ziqing clear her name like this. He gritted his teeth and retorted, "Who knows whether what you said is true or false?" Yi Ziqing turned his head and looked at Ma Zhaoyan. "Don't believe it? You can ask the people in our village." Oh, by the way, there may not be people from our village in the third grade of junior high school, but there are still some in the first and second grades. But you can go to our village to find out whether the news is true or false. As long as the things are true, I believe that no villager will tell lies. Immediately, a confident smile appeared on Yi Ziqing's face. This kind of thing must not be fake. If it were fake, it would be impossible for the entire village to help Yi Ziqing. Now that things have come to this, what else can the students say? Things must be exactly as Yi Ziqing said. The students closed their mouths again and lowered their heads, feeling guilty again. Sure enough, if you don't understand the reasons for things, you have no say. Yi Ziqing sneered and glanced at Ma Zhaoyan. So who did I offend by slandering my reputation like this? I don't know who the person who spread such news is and why he did this. After clarifying her crime and reputation, Yi Ziqing will naturally not let go of the person who framed her. Yi Ziqing admits that she is not a holy mother. Whether it is Ma Zhaoyan or Yi Zitong, she will not let them go easily. They still have to settle accounts when it is time to settle accounts. Even if it doesn't make them drop out of school, it can still embarrass them in front of the teacher and get a black mark from the teacher, and they may be punished from time to time in the future. Many people turned their heads to look at Ma Zhaoen. Some people who had learned about it from others saw the person who told them looking towards Ma Zhaoen, and they also looked at Ma Zhaoen curiously. In an instant, Ma Zhaoen became the focus. 60 or 70% of the students in the entire classroom looked at Ma Zhaoen. When Teacher Lu saw the students' actions, he also looked at Ma Zhaoen. His face turned dark and he slammed the table angrily. Ma Zhaoen, is it you? Ma Zhaoen opened his mouth and his eyes turned red instantly. Teacher, I didn't know that was the case. Yi Zidong told me. I thought it was true. Ma Zhaoen didn't expect that things would turn out like this. But so, what if it really had nothing to do with Yi Ziqing? She doesn't care. However, now that he was under siege, Ma Zhaoen betrayed Yi Zitong without hesitation. Yi Zidong. Teacher Lu's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth when he read the name. Chapter 120 Apology. What a coincidence. Teacher Lu is also Yi Zitong's Chinese teacher, and he even knows about her relationship with Yi Ziqing, as they are cousins. Yi Ziqing chuckled softly, oh, like father, like daughter. When we separated our families, Uncle Yi ran to the village when he got the news and wanted to separate the families, the houses, and the land. Teacher Lu and all the students were shocked for a moment. Did they not expect such a thing? I really didn't expect that it was for the land and the house. Yi Ziqing's second uncle and third uncle's family were really crazy. However, third uncle's registered residence has been moved out of the village. The village committee did not agree to their request. I just didn't expect that third uncle and the others would not hesitate to slander my reputation for this. They really don't care about any family ties. At the end, Yi Ziqing sneered again, his tone extremely disappointed. What? So that's what it is. No wonder Yi Zitong wants to ruin his reputation. Tisk, it's better not to get close to that Yi Zitong in the future. Yeah, who knows when she will scheme against her. The students were shocked again. They didn't expect that there was such a thing. I really didn't expect that Yi Zitong's family would be such people, slandering Yi Ziqing's reputation just because they couldn't get any benefits. So disgusting. As a teacher, Teacher Lu didn't know what to say, which caused a breakdown in the perception of Uncle Ye's family. Moreover, Aunt Ye is also a high school teacher. Such a person actually teaches and educates people, which is really insulting to the teaching profession. At this moment, Teacher Lu forgot that he had just done something that was not suitable for his status as a teacher. He believed Hong Yong's words indiscriminately, and all he did was accuse Yi Ziqing. Now that my innocence has been proven, there is no need to call the police, but as the person who caused the trouble, should I apologize? Yi Ziqing's words instantly broke the gloomy atmosphere in the classroom. Teacher Lu came back to his senses and nodded in agreement, looking at Ma Zhaoyan and Hong Yong. Ma Zhaoyan, Hong Yong, please apologize to Yi Ziqing quickly. Apology is a must. When the class is over, she still has to educate them well. Now that they're in the 3rd grade of junior high school, they're still messing around, wasting class time, and making him, the teacher, lose face. Although Ma Zhaoyan felt unwilling to do so, he still obediently apologized to Yi Ziqing in the face of Teacher Lu's anger. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have listened to Yi Zitong's words and slandered your reputation at will. Yi Ziqing didn't think Ma Zhaoyan really apologized. If he really apologized, why put the blame on Yi Zitong? She was saying that the reason why she misunderstood Yi Ziqing and slandered her was because of Yi Zitong. She was just implicated. Hong Yong also obediently apologized to Yi Ziqing, keeping his head down from beginning to end, not daring to look at Yi Ziqing. He only felt that the classmates around him were looking at him with hateful and mocking eyes, and his face was filled with shame. Forget it, after all, it's class now, I can't delay the teacher's class. Yi Ziqing raised a bright smile and nodded slightly to Teacher Lu. Teacher Lu, I'm sorry to disturb you in class because of my affairs. No, it's okay. Teacher Lu dared not blame Yi Ziqing again. Although Yi Ziqing had a tough attitude at first and wanted to call the police, if this was not the case, how could Yi Ziqing prove his innocence? All this proved that everything he had done before was a slap in the face. Teacher Lu felt that his old face was a little uneasy and lowered his head. Yi Ziqing, I'm sorry. The teacher misunderstood you. Chapter 121 Trapped in a Cocoon. As Teacher Lu apologized, all the students in the class knew what a stupid thing they had done before. Some students who still had their consciences ajar apologized in low voices. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. As one student spoke, others spoke one after another, expressing guilt or admiration towards Yi Ziqing. They all had mixed emotions. The guilt is that they followed other people's instigation, did not believe in Yi Ziqing's character, and wantonly slandered her reputation. The admiration was Yi Ziqing's clear inference just now, which was simply more exciting than a detective novel. Immediately afterwards, although these 3 words were soft, they kept ringing in the classroom, layer upon layer, continuously. Yi Ziqing smiled and said in a low voice, it doesn't matter. After all, you were also deceived. The blame is on the villains who spread the rumors, not you. I feel guilty towards Yi Ziqing, but I feel dissatisfied and angry towards teacher Hong Yonglu. Okay, this matter is settled. Hong Yong will be relieved of his duties as the Chinese class representative. For the time being, class monitor Du Ku will be in charge. Let's start class now. After hearing his verdict, Hong Yong sat in his seat as if he had been sentenced to death. Although Yi Ziqing did not call the police, for him, this left a bad impression in front of the teacher, and it was impossible to recover from it in the future. The most important thing is that Teacher Lu is still the class teacher. It is impossible for him to serve as any class cadre in the future, and he doesn't know if he will tell his parents. Just thinking about it makes Hong Yong feel cold all over his body. At this moment, he feels extremely regretful. If he had known it, he would not have listened to Ma Xiaoyun's suggestion and not caused trouble for Yi Ziqing. Although class is in session, this class is very quiet compared to the past, with only the sound of Teacher Lu's lecture and the sound of chalk rubbing against the blackboard. Although he and Yi Ziqing apologized, no one dared to talk nonsense. Even Teacher Lu lost the momentum he had when he entered the classroom. The whole class was quiet. In fact, Teacher Lu didn't pay much attention to the class, and it turned into self-study in the end. As soon as the bell rang, Teacher Lu called Hong Yong and Ma Xiaoyun and returned to the office. Yi Qing didn't care how Hong Yong and Ma Xiaoyun would be scolded to death, as long as they could get revenge. It was rare that any of the students in the classroom did not go out. They all lowered their heads and whispered to each other, looked at Yi Ziqing, and then quickly looked away. Before class, Hong Yong and Ma Xiaoyun were let back to class, but their faces were ugly and their eyes were red. Seeing the two people getting their comeuppance, Yi Ziqing's lips raised and he felt very happy. Sure enough, sometimes it felt good to kill someone with a borrowed knife. As luck would have it, Teacher Lu's next class was in Yi Zidong's class. Others couldn't hear the sounds in the class next door, but Yi Ziqing could. Yi Ziqing could clearly hear what Teacher Lu next door was saying to teach Yi Zidong, which made the whole class sigh again. Yi Ziqing didn't have the slightest sympathy for Yi Zidong's fate. This was a trap for himself. Moreover, Yi Zidong was called to the office after class and scolded her in front of everyone. After telling her about slandering Yi Ziqing, all the teachers in the office also knew about it. After hearing this, some students from other classes in the office ran out and spread the shocking gossip. Digression. Please recommend. Please collect it. Asking for a monthly ticket. All kinds of requests. Chapter 122 being followed. It turns out that many of the previous rumors about Yi Ziqing were false. In fact, it was because Yi Ziqing suffered a lot and almost died that she chose to separate the family, and other things that said she was unfaithful and unfilial were all false. During the 10-minute break after class, Yi Zitong was scolded by Teacher Lu in the office. After the scolding, Yi Zitong's head teacher was called over, and he was also scolded severely, telling her to behave herself, otherwise she would be given a negative final evaluation. Yi Zitong felt extremely aggrieved and angry, and hated Yi Ziqing even more. Although she knew that this matter was actually her plan, she did not want this matter to implicate her, so Yi Zitong left it to Ma Xiaoyun. Ma Xiaoyun has always been jealous of Yi Ziqing's appearance, and now that she has the opportunity to take revenge, she will definitely be very happy. But I didn't expect that Ma Xiaoyun failed to succeed, and instead implicated her, and he was filled with resentment in his heart. The day's classes ended soon. Yi Ziqing slowly walked out of the school and saw Yi Zitong standing on the roadside, waiting for her with scarlet eyes. Yi Ziqing raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Yi Zitong with a playful smile. "TSK, are you not afraid of embarrassment?" Yi Zitong clenched her hands into fists and glared at Yi Ziqing angrily. "Yi Ziqing, it's you, right?" Pfft. Yi Ziqing laughed and looked at Yi Zitong mockingly. "What do you mean by this? Didn't you provoke me first and let Ma Xiaoyun ruin my reputation?" Yi Zitong's expression suddenly froze, and he glared at Yi Ziqing fiercely. "This is the truth. Whether it is true or not, for you greedy guys, no matter how much you say, it is just a luxury." Yi Ziqing sneered and turned around, ignoring Yi Zitong's anger and waving his hand. "You have already received your comeuppance." Yi Zitong glared at Yi Ziqing angrily and left without stopping. Yi Ziqing walked forward, feeling Yi Zitong sneaking behind him, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Without having to think about it, she knew that the person following behind was Yi Zitong, and she wanted to know that she lived here now. Now, neither second Uncle Yi nor third Uncle Yi knew where Yi Ziqing lived, so Yi Zitong followed his father's order today to find Yi Ziqing's residence. Haha, it's impossible to find me so quickly. Yi Ziqing knew that his address would not be hidden from them for long, but he had no intention of exposing it so soon. The most important thing is that Fu Ting'en lives in her house. If it were known that they lived together, things would get worse. Moreover, she also wanted Yi Zitong to suffer some more torture. If she received orders from Uncle Yi-san and others to find her residence, then she would definitely be scolded after she returned. If not beaten, she would definitely be scolded. Therefore, Yi Ziqing planned to leave Yi Zitong alone for a few days, leaving her confused, and then scolded by her third uncle and the others for a few days, so that Yi Ziqing would feel better. For this reason, on the way back, Yi Ziqing made many twists and turns, making Yi Zitong feel dizzy and quickly lost sight of him. He could only stand there stamping his feet and cursing. When Yi Ziqing returned home, he smelled the aroma of vegetables and smiled. Unexpectedly, Fu Ting'an had already started cooking dinner. It smells so good. I'm back, and I have one last bowl of soup. It'll be ready soon. Yi Ziqing pulled at the door frame and asked curiously, "You're so early. Are you off work?" Chapter 123. Why are you here? Well, it's time to get off work. Fu Ting'an nodded. I also got some documents back and looked at them. In fact, for Fu Ting'an, there is no need to go to any company. He just needs to ask his assistant to send the documents over. It's just that it's not very convenient here, so Fu Ting'an went to the company's office in Linjiang City and came back with some documents. Thank you for your hard work. This is what I should do. Fu Ting'an chuckled. Go and wash your hands. You can eat it right away. Okay. The days went by like this, with Yi Ziqing studying, Fu Ting'an going to work and being responsible for Yi Ziqing's morning and evening meals. After being warned by the teacher, Yi Zitong and Ma Zhaoan also settled down for a while. They really had to settle down. Because of this incident, they became the target of all the students pointing fingers, which made them feel shameless and could only bury their heads in their own classrooms and sit in their own seats. They also experienced the tragic situation of Yi Qing being criticized by thousands of people before. Yi Zitong failed to find Yi Ziqing's address after returning home on the first day of school, and was severely scolded by Uncle Yi. Then Yi Zitong continued for a few days, just like being played by Yi Ziqing. Unbeknownst to Yi Zitong, Yi Ziqing knew that she was following her. Yi Ziqing knew that she was following her, and Yi Zitong did not intend to continue following her. He planned to follow her again in a few days, when Yi Ziqing relaxed his vigilance. In a blink of an eye, it was time for the first and second grades of junior high school to start, but Yi Mingyi's military training was not over yet, and he could not come back. This gave Fu Ting'an a reason to stay in the house. However, Yi Ziqing feels that this life is quite comfortable. You have breakfast when you get up in the morning, and you have dinner when you come home from school. You don't have to do anything yourself. Don't let this life be too comfortable. Yi Ziqing had to admit that she seemed to be used to this kind of life. The first day off in September was the first day off. Duan Yi happily came to Yi Ziqing's house carrying some food and fruits he bought on the road. Well, bringing dishes as a guest is obviously Duan Yuan and Yi Ziqing's craftsmanship, and it has been for some time. It was just that I had to accompany Yuzhou before, and I also felt that I wanted to leave Fu Ting'an and Yi Ziqing to live in their own world, so it was a little late. Duan Yi knocked on the door happily, and Fu Tingyan's voice came from inside. Who? It's me. Hearing Fu Tingyan's voice, Duan Yi expressed that he was not surprised at all. After all, he went to Fu Ting'an first, wondering if he wanted to take advantage of him. I just didn't expect that Fu Ting'an was not here, so I thought he might be here, and sure enough. Squeak. The door opened, and Duan Yi was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. His eyes gradually widened and he looked at Fu Ting'an in disbelief. Duan Yi never expected that it was Fu Ting'an who opened the door. The most important thing was that Fu Ting'an was holding a mop in his hand. He felt like a thunder struck above his head, which burned him to pieces. He didn't even know that the fruits and vegetables in her hand fell to the ground. Fu Ting'an looked at Duan Yi standing at the door with disgust and dissatisfaction. Why are you here? Master Duan, why are you here? Yi Ziqing also came from behind Fu Ting'an and looked at Duan Yi in surprise. Duan Yi came back to his senses, pursed his lips and suppressed a smile as he watched Fu Tingyan's actions. I thought that Miss Yi would definitely be at home today on Sunday, so I planned to come over for lunch. Chapter 124. The Rich Second Generation Who Indulges in Luxury. Yi Ziqing lowered his head and saw the fruits and vegetables on the ground, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. As for the rich second generation, they have too much money and nowhere to spend it. They can travel from one city to another just for a meal. Only they can achieve this luxury. However, Yi Ziqing glanced at Fu Ting'an and said with a smile, "Come on, I don't cook recently." Yes, she doesn't cook. Recently, Fu Ting'an has been cooking. She doesn't even have access to the kitchen door, so it's impossible to get a meal or something. Duan Yi laughed dryly, but in his mind he had forgotten about the matter of cheating on food. He was only curious about how Fu Ting'an stole the nanny's job. Looking at Fu Tingyan's skill with the mop, Duan Yi seemed to be able to see that Fu Ting'an spent all his time cleaning in Linjiang City. It's okay, I can just eat something. I just stopped by to see you and talk to you about the company, Miss Yi. Duan Yi felt a chill on his back and felt that he had seen something he shouldn't have seen and that his life was in danger. Yi Ziqing pushed Fu Ting'an. Since you're here, come in first. The air conditioner is on inside. It's very cool. Although Fu Ting'an was unhappy with Duan Yi's arrival, he still obediently made way for Duan Yi to come in. Duan-yi pursed his lips and did not dare to speak, fearing that he would laugh if he spoke. The behavior of the two people looked like that of an old married couple, and they were still in strict control of their wives. Duan-yi couldn't help but shudder when he thought of this, and he couldn't imagine it anymore. After entering the house, Duan-yi first put the vegetables and fruits in the kitchen. When he ran out, he saw Fu Ting'an continuing to mop the floor skillfully and standing blankly at the door of the kitchen, not daring to run to the living room. Duan-yi turned around and saw Yi Ziqing reclining on the sofa, holding a book in his hand, reading with gusto, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Looking at Fu Ting'an, who was busy, and Yi Ziqing sitting leisurely on the sofa, Duan-yi covered his face with his hands and rubbed them hard, feeling that his muscles were a little stiff. The living room is not big, and Duan-yi had already dragged a lot of things before he came. Fu Ting'an quickly finished dragging them after Duan-yi came. Fu Ting'an looked at Duan-yi's silly look and was a little dissatisfied. "What are you doing standing in the kitchen?" Duan-yi's body trembled. He came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. "No. It's nothing. Just take a look." "Haha, it's not just a casual look, but this look almost scared me to death." "It's so scary, isn't it?" Yi Ziqing turned around, looked at Duan-yi amusedly, and waved. "Young Master Duan, come over and have a cup of tea." Oh, okay, here it comes." Duan-yi felt that Fu Ting'an's eyes were so scary, as if he was going to eat him alive. Yi Ziqing spoke, and Duan-yi immediately ran to the sofa in the living room and sat down, not daring to wander under Fu Ting'an's gaze anymore. "Ching, I'm going to make lunch." "Okay, Master Duan is here today, please do more." Fu Ting'an glanced coldly at the guy in the way, the 100,000 watt light bulb Duan-yi, and even though he was reluctant, he could only agree, okay. Duan-yi suddenly shrank his neck in fear and felt a chill on his back. What did he hear? Fu Ting'an wanted to cook himself? "No, aren't you making lunch?" Duan-yi looked as if he was about to cry, leaning towards Yi Ziqing, asking weakly. Yi Ziqing picked up the teapot and started making tea. Yes, who else could it be? Digression. Alas. Dear friends, you are not helpful. Just one place shy of qualifying. Otherwise, you can still watch free chapters for a while. If PK fails one, it will be on the shelves. That's it for today's update. Update tomorrow. I hope to continue to receive support from my dear friends. Chapter 125. Is it too late to leave now? No. Why is Fusen cooking? Can he cook? Why haven't I heard that he can cook? Duan-yi looked shocked and unbelievable, his eyes widening as if he was about to pop out of his head. A proud smile appeared on Yi Ziqing's lips. From Duan-yi's words, it seemed that Fu Ting'an had never cooked for anyone else. He never cooked in the Fu family? Duan-yi nodded heavily. Don't touch young Chun Shui with your 10 fingers. Yi Ziqing became even more happy and blinked at Duan-yi. Then I don't know. You can try it later. Duan-yi suddenly showed a bitter look on his face. Could he not try? Why do you always feel that his fate will be very miserable next? Drink tea. Yi Ziqing smiled and picked up the teacup and handed it to Duan-yi. Duan-yi smiled dryly and asked weakly, is it still too late for me to leave now? Yi Ziqing shrugged indifferently. You can go and ask. Forget it. Duan-yi finally sighed and took a sip of tea to calm down his shock. I've never eaten Fu San's cooking. I can try it. Although his heart was trembling, Duan-yi felt that he was quite proud to be the second person to try Fu Ting'an's cooking skills. Well, of course the first person cannot be snatched. It must be Yi Ziqing. Duan-yi subconsciously glanced at Yi Ziqing, who was drinking tea and reading a book, and secretly sighed in his heart. Awesome. The little girl is only 14 years old, and she is already able to treat Fu Ting'an docilely. He had to go back and ask if Fu Ting'an had never cooked for anyone else before. In this case, he would have something to show off. While drinking tea, Duan-yi turned to look in the direction of the kitchen, wondering if Fu Ting'an would blow up the kitchen. However, the kitchen did not explode. Instead, as time passed, the strong aroma of food came out, making him swallow his saliva. Oh my god, am I hallucinating? Why do I smell so fragrant vegetables? Duan-yi turned his head from time to time and looked in the direction of the kitchen, very curious and surprised. This smell was really wrong. How could it be so fragrant? Not only did Fu Sin not blow up the kitchen, but he also made the food so delicious. The smell in the kitchen shocked Duan-yi the most. He never expected that the food cooked by Fu Ting'an was so fragrant. It must be delicious, right? You can try it later. Yi Ziqing suggested with a smile. Duan-yi nodded in agreement. Even if he didn't say it, he would still have a taste. Even if it was time to be beaten by Fu Ting'an, he would still have a taste. This was a rare opportunity. Duan-yi lay on the back of the sofa and looked in the direction of the kitchen until Fu Ting'an's voice came. You can have lunch. Duan-yi was so excited that he jumped up and ran to the kitchen to help get the dishes. But before Yi Ziqing could stand up, she heard Duan-yi's screams in the kitchen. Duan-yi walked out with a dish with a grievance on his face, feeling depressed and innocent. He was so miserable. Fu Ting'an rewarded him with a chestnut just for a meal. Yi Ziqing walked to the dining table and looked at Duan Yi curiously. When he saw a red and swollen patch on his forehead, he couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth and looked at Fu Ting'an angrily. What are you doing? Duan Yi nodded and looked at Yi Ziqing aggrievely, his eyes seeming to say, Look, Fu-san has dealt such a heavy hand to me, you have to make the decision for me. Fu Ting'an glanced at Duan Yi dissatisfied, in the way. Digression. Thanks to the readers who are looking forward to the blooming of flowers for reminding the typos. The author has corrected the previous typos. During the writing period, in order to save and put the manuscript on the shelves, I didn't have time to read the previous content, nor did I have time to read the messages from my friends. The author would correct it if there were typos after reading it. Please help me and give me more support. The subsequent author will also read the comments every once in a while, and if there are typos, they will be corrected in time. Before posting, the author will also make typos, but I can't guarantee that there won't be any typos. I can only try to keep them as few as possible. Chapter 126 Tastes Better Than Mine? Duan Yi rolled his eyes, almost to the sky, feeling very aggrieved. He didn't mean it, who knows? And if he hadn't come back, he probably wouldn't have known that Fu Ting'an could cook. Okay, let's eat first. Yi Ziqing smiled and reminded Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi, and the two obediently went to carry the remaining dishes. In order to entertain Duan Yi, and Duan Yi bought some more dishes, Fu Ting'an made 6 dishes and 1 soup, which was enough for the 3 of them. Duan Yi looked at the delicious dishes and couldn't help but swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He glanced at Fu Ting'an weakly and hesitated. Yi Ziqing looked at Duan Yi with a smile and raised his chin. Try it. Duan Yi subconsciously glanced at Fu Ting'an and didn't see the dissatisfaction on his face. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, stretched out his chopsticks, picked up a mushroom and put it into his mouth. Duan Yi chewed it twice and his eyes widened with disbelief on his face. He never expected that the food cooked by Fu Ting'an would be so delicious. It was truly full of color, aroma, and flavor and could compete with Yi Ziqing's cooking skills. Why didn't he know that Fu Ting'an's cooking skills were so good before? How's it going? Seeing the exaggerated expression on Duan Yi's face, Yi Ziqing couldn't help but ask in a funny tone. Duan Yi pointed at the food with his chopsticks, with a look of excitement on his face. He swallowed the mushroom and shouted, So, delicious, delicious. So delicious. Yi Ziqing supported his chin with one hand and looked at Duan Yi playfully. Does it taste better than mine? Cough, cough, cough. Duan Yi didn't notice and immediately choked on his own saliva. This is a proposition. Duan Yi turned around and glanced weakly at Fu Ting'an, who was looking at him with a playful smile, as if he was also waiting for his answer. Especially the look in Fu Ting'an's eyes seemed to say, if your answer doesn't satisfy me, you will be miserable. The muscles at the corners of Duan Yi's mouth twitched violently. He felt very upset. Why did this pair of men and women have such bad personalities? What a bully. Of course it's you, Miss Yi. Duan Yi gave Yi Qing a thumbs up with a bright smile on his face. Sure enough, after saying these words, Fu Ting'an's eyes became much kinder, and Yi Ziqing also showed a bright smile. Duan Yi breathed a huge sigh of relief. His decision was right. Who told Fu Ting'an to be a strict wife? One look at this posture and one knew that no one would be allowed to belittle Yi Ziqing, and he was no exception. Therefore, he chose Yi Ziqing, and it turned out that he was right. Fu Ting'an was not angry. However, Yi Ziqing seemed not to let Duan Yi go yet. Oh? What's so delicious about me? Duan Yi straightened his chest and said quickly, Everywhere tastes delicious, but I think the food you cooked is so good, Miss Fu Sanmei. After eating your food, my whole body feels warm and comfortable. Hers is medicinal food, so it is naturally good for the body. Fu Ting'an nodded in agreement and spoke for Yi Ziqing. Duan Yi nodded with a look of enlightenment. Medicated diet? Is this like this? No wonder. So Miss Yi is the most powerful. Yi Ziqing looked at Duan Yi's flattering look in amusement. Okay, stop talking and eat quickly. The food is getting cold. Yes, yes, eat quickly, eat immediately. Duan Yi nodded quickly, thinking to himself that he must eat more and not waste it. Chapter 127 You are not welcome here. Duan Yi ate happily, like a starving ghost who had not eaten for several days, which made Yi Ziqing a little blind. This posture really makes it impossible for people to believe that the young Master Duan in front of them is a rich second generation, but a refugee who fled from famine. It's delicious. Fu Ting'an knocked on the table and felt that Duan Yi was too embarrassed. Duan Yi rolled his eyes. It's delicious. Yi Ziqing burst into laughter. Eat slowly, no one will compete with you. Duan Yi blushed, lowered his head in embarrassment, and ate silently. The 3 of them finished eating quickly. Duan Yi had to say that Fu Ting'an's food was delicious, and he ate all the rest. Hiccup, burp. Duan Yi lay almost motionless on the sofa, patting his round belly and burping from time to time, eating until he was full. Take one of the Shaoshi tablets. Yi Ziqing looked at Duan Yi amusedly and handed him a pill. When Duan Yi heard this, he quickly took it and swallowed it. He couldn't help but keep complaining. It's overwhelming me. It's overwhelming me. Fu Ting'en finished washing the pots and dishes and walked out of the kitchen. He glanced at Duan Yi on the sofa with dissatisfaction, raised his foot, and kicked his calf. I'm being pushed to death here. Duan Yi lay motionless and could only roll his eyes. Don't move. I might spit it out if I move. Fu Tingjian's gentle and elegant face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Don't make this place dirty, or you'll lick it clean. This house belongs to Yi Ziqing, and he cleans the floor. How can he let this troublesome guy destroy it? I value sex over friends. No brotherly love. Duan Yi rolled his eyes and complained. Fu Ting'en said without mercy, then don't come here anymore. Duan Yi twitched the corner of his mouth and sat up. Fu San, you will have no brothers if you do this, let me tell you. Fu Ting'en glanced at Yi Ziqing with a gentle and endearing smile on his lips. It's okay, I don't need it. Duan Yi looked away and held his stomach. What should I do? He seemed to be vomiting. He was obviously full just now, and finally took Yi Ziqing's digestive tablets to relieve some relief. Now he is full again. Will feeding him dog food will overwhelm him to death? Yi Ziqing looked at the two brothers amusedly, sitting on a small stool making tea. Young Master Duan, what are you doing in Lijiang City? Didn't you say you came here for a meal? You just came here because you were bored in Jiangzheng City. Fu Ting'en asked Duan Yi disgustedly. Then when will you go back? Duan Yi chuckled, but did not dare to look into Fu Tingjian's eyes. I won't go back for the time being. What are you going back for? How can I not eat the food cooked by Fu Ting'en when I go back? Fu Tingjian's craftsmanship is not easy to taste, and it is estimated that you can only have the opportunity here. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ziqing saw Fu Tingjian's face darken at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Ziqing looked at Fu Ting'en and Duan Yi funny, not knowing whether to sympathize with Fu Ting'en or Duan Yi. You are not welcome here. No, Fu San, we are all brothers, don't be so heartless. Duan Yi stretched out his arm and wanted to put his arm around Fu Tingjian's shoulders, but he easily dodged it. The move failed, and Duan Yi almost fell off the sofa, which also made his teeth itch with anger. Okay, Brother Fu, if Mr. Duan wants to stay, let him stay. I still have some things to ask him. Yi Ziqing was amused and quickly stopped the tense atmosphere between the two people. Chapter 128. You are all business wizards. Duan Yi immediately stood up and said, Miss Yi, what do you want to ask me? I will tell you everything you want to know. I want to ask you about the company. How's it going? When it came to business, Duan Yi also restrained his playful smile and quickly reported to Yi Ziqing. It went smoothly. I had been taking Yuzhou to look at the land in Jiangzheng City to see where it was most suitable for a factory. I just recently decided on it. Seeing that the two of them were talking about business, Fu Ting'en said nothing more and listened to their conversation quietly. Although the entire company's affairs were handed over to Yuzhou, Yi Ziqing was still very concerned and wanted to know the specific situation. However, starting a company is not that easy, and you need to run various departments. Yi Ziqing is not going to get involved in such a headache, leaving it to Yuzhou to handle it. After all, it was Yuzhou's first time to come to Jiangzheng City, and he didn't know much about Jiangzheng City. However, Fu Ting'en deliberately left Duan Yi here to help choose the factory location. Now that one of the most important things has been solved, Duan Yi is relieved to come back. Yuzhou can do other things by himself, also to prove that his ability is not relying on the help of Duan Yi and Fu Ting'en. After learning about the company's situation from Duan Yi, Yi Ziqing felt a little more at ease. The establishment of the company was proceeding in an orderly manner. It's just that Yuzhou has to solve all this alone. Later, Yi Ziqing asked Duan Yi to communicate with Yuzhou in person and wait until he returns. The more he communicated with Yi Ziqing, the more Duan Yi was shocked. The shock in Duan Yi's heart was like a rolling tide, making thousands of waves. He never expected that Yi Ziqing was so proficient in business. Yi Ziqing is only 14 years old, right? How could he know so much about opening and managing a company? It was as if Yi Ziqing was a business giant. Oh my god, Miss Yi, are you really only 14 years old? In the end, Duan Yi couldn't help but exclaimed and asked. Yi Ziqing shrugged and spread his hands. Don't you think I'm 14 years old? Duan Yi curled his lips and wanted to say that his behavior just now really didn't look like he was 14. How did you know about the company's development plan you just mentioned? Duan Yi asked again with wide eyes. Yi Ziqing leaned back on the sofa and glanced at Fu Ting'en with a smile. We discussed this with him. Fu Ting'en, who was lying on the gun inexplicably, blinked in confusion, feeling that he had taken a big blame. Duan Yi glanced at Fu Ting'en and suddenly realized. Fu Ting'en is a pervert, and his management of the company is incredible. He can take control of the company by temporarily accepting it, and it is getting better and better. Especially the recent operations have simply subverted the development of the entire company and brought about earth-shaking changes in the company. However, even so, Duan Yi admired that at least Yi Ziqing also had this ability. Fu Ting'en smiled modestly and gently. A lot of it is Ching Ching's own opinion. I have few opinions. Well, it looks like you are all business wizards. Now, Duan Yi feels that Fu Ting'an and Yi Ziqing are indeed a match made in heaven. Duan Yi, who had suffered a lot, just wanted to leave and stay here any longer. He felt that he was a fool. Duan Yi didn't stay long and just found excuses to leave. But before leaving, I still had dinner, which was cooked by Fu Ting'an. Chapter 129. I will find something for her. Duan Yi was very satisfied that he could eat Fu Tingjian's food twice, and it was considered a worthwhile trip. Miss Yi, I'll go back first and let Fu Sen see me off. Duan Yi smiled and winked at Yi Ziqing. Okay, bye, see you next time. Yi Ziqing waved and sent Duan Yi and Fu Ting'an out. Fu Ting'an sent Duan Yi downstairs and asked unhappily, what's the matter? Duan Yi twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at Fu Ting'an with the look of a betrayed man. He was here to send a message. Why was he so annoying? Can you speak better? I'm sending you a message. Say it. Fu Tingjian's expression remained unchanged, but there were just a few words hanging on his face. If you don't say it, get out of here. Duan Yi raised his hand and patted his head. He really couldn't speak properly and glanced at the stairs. Fu San, there is one thing I want to remind you. Xueling has never given up on asking about Yi Ziqing. While Yi Ziqing was away, Duan Yi immediately told Fu Ting'an about the big trouble in Jiangzhou City. Fu Ting'an frowned slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He knew that Duan Yi would definitely not do anything good if he asked him to come down. Sure enough, Fu Ting'an was very disgusted with Xueling's matter, but he was worried about what Yi Ziqing said about this woman's ability to absorb luck and could not do anything at will. I know, I'll find something for her. This Xueling is indeed troublesome, and this woman can also absorb luck. If he absorbs luck from her, he doesn't know what kind of trouble he will encounter. However, now he has asked people to investigate Xueling's affairs in recent years. Let Xueling find something to do for the time being. I believe she won't cause trouble to Yi Ziqing for the time being. Duan Yi laughed and gave Fu Ting'an a thumbs up. As expected of the cold and ruthless Mr. Fu, except for Yi Ziqing, he showed no mercy to other women. Having said what needed to be said, Duan Yi showed a nasty smile again, teasing Fu Ting'an, but I still admire you. You have already entered the house so quickly. I am still young, so you have to be careful. Judging from Fu Tingjian's demeanor, living in this house is not just a day or two. Duan Yi couldn't help but feel that the stoic Fu Ting'an had turned into a beast, which was too detrimental to his image. Fu Ting'an looked at Duan Yi like he was an idiot. I'm not you. After saying that, Fu Ting'an didn't bother to see Duan Yi off and simply turned around and went upstairs. Duan Yi couldn't help but curl his lips and looked at Fu Tingjian's back upstairs with strange eyes. Back upstairs, Yi Ziqing looked at Fu Ting'an funny. Sent him away? Well, I'm back. Yi Ziqing lay on the sofa, resting her chin on the back of her hands, and asked with a smile, are you coming tomorrow? Fu Tingjian's face darkened instantly. How much this girl wanted that light bulb to come. Not coming. Seeing the change in Fu Tingjian's face, Yi Ziqing couldn't help but laugh. Play with me. Fu Ting'an walked to the sofa and sat down, pinching the flesh that had gradually grown on Yi Ziqing's face. Puh. Yi Ziqing slapped the back of Fu Tingjian's hand away in dissatisfaction and glared angrily. Don't move your hands or feet. Fu Ting'an gently touched Yi Ziqing's pink and tender cheeks with his thumb. The skin is getting better and better. Yi Ziqing touched his cheek proudly. That's necessary. Chapter 130. It's more delicious to be fatter. If she can come up with a formula and open a skincare product company, it means that her skincare products are really good. The one she took out was adjusted to adapt to mass production, so naturally it was not as good as the one she developed herself. The most important thing is that she uses medicinal materials collected from the space to make it, and the effect is 100 times better than those from outside. Before he was reborn, his face was thin due to lack of nutrition, and he often did housework, and his skin was also very rough. After a month of nursing, his skin has gradually returned to the skin of a girl. I believe that it will not be long before it can return to the level of a baby. Well, it feels better to the touch. Fu Ting'an couldn't help but gently pinch the flesh on Yi Ziqing's cheek. This time it was Yi Ziqing's turn to look dark. In addition to turning his head away, he slapped the back of Fu Tingjian's hand hard and said, get out. The quality of food has improved recently. Fu Ting'an cooked the food himself and Yi Ziqing ate more. He also gained a lot of weight. He already weighed 7 or 8 pounds more than when he was reborn. At this speed, Yi Ziqing felt a little panicked. Yes, in the days after a panic attack, it used to be possible to lose weight and eat more to gain weight, but it would not be good to gain weight after the weight reaches the standard. Fu Ting'an seemed to know where he had gone wrong, and his heart suddenly thumped. That's not what I meant. Girls are still growing. Only by eating more can they grow taller. Fu Ting'an quickly apologized and comforted Yi Ziqing softly. What if I develop horizontally instead of vertically? Yi Ziqing wrinkled her cute little nose. I like it all the same. Fu Ting'an nodded, with a deep smile in his eyes, and couldn't help but move his fingers. Actually, if it's a bit fatter, it feels different to the touch. Listening to these words, Yi Ziqing felt very comfortable. However, Yi Ziqing was still a little concerned about her figure and curled her lips in dissatisfaction. Anyway, please control it and make some low-fat meals recently. Fu Ting'an quickly nodded in agreement, but couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth in a funny way. Okay, I'll pay more attention. Yi Ziqing nodded with satisfaction, a happy smile on his face. You know what I mean. Fu Ting'an smiled and picked up a cup of tea and handed it to Yi Ziqing. Drink tea, drink tea. Yi Ziqing picked up the teacup and took a sip. Fu Tingxing was afraid that Yi Ziqing would worry about his weight and embarrass him, so he stopped chatting on this convenient topic. Sunday passed quickly, and Yi Ziqing started school again on Monday. After one day of classes, Yi Ziqing was walking home. When passing by a path, 3 young men with colorfully dyed hair stood in front of Yi Ziqing with a fierce expression. Looking at these 3 young men, Yi Ziqing couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The old routines were all outdated. Yi Ziqing knew that Yi Zitong was not the only one who followed her before, but there were others, but Yi Zitong gave up later. In the lead, a young man with dyed yellow hair tilted his head and raised his chin. He was wearing a gold earring on his right ear, which shone with golden light under the setting sun. Little sister, where are you going? Do you want to accompany your brother to chat? There's no need to chat. I think you can go visit the hospital. Yi Ziqing chuckled and walked forward to approach the 3 young men with his head slightly lowered without fear. Digression. Available today. Please support me. Please give me a reward. The rich support a financial field and a personal field. Please recommend. Please collect it. Asking for a monthly ticket. There will be an update today. Everyone is looking forward to it. Chapter 131 Hit by the Talisman of Life and Death. The yellow-haired young man's face darkened. No matter how stupid he was, he knew what Yi Ziqing meant. Little bitch, what did you say? A bright smile appeared on Yi Ziqing's young and dignified face. You said you would go to the hospital, so don't thank me. The yellow-haired young man snorted coldly. Damn it, little girl, I'm going to let you see how powerful I am today. Yi Ziqing was not afraid of the yellow-haired young man at all. Looking at their rushing figures, a flash of disdain flashed in his eyes. In Yi Ziqing's eyes, these 3 gangsters were really slow. When they rushed forward, her figure also started to move. Yi Ziqing raised his foot and kicked the arms and legs of the 3 gangsters. Bang, bang, bang. There was a sound of physical collision, and waves of painful wails came from the alley. However, the wailing sound was not a female voice, but a male voice. It belonged to the 3 gangsters. The gangster fell to the ground, covering his legs and arms, and screamed. Yi Ziqing waved his hands, and at some point there was a silver needle in his hand, which flew towards these young people. It hurts. It itches so much, it hurts so much. The 3 young men were lying on the ground, screaming in pain. Yi Ziqing took a few steps forward, pulled out all the silver needles from their bodies, and looked down at the 3 young men on the ground with a sneer. How do you feel? The 3 young men stared at Yi Ziqing with ugly expressions, gnashing their teeth. Little bitch, you, what on earth have you done? A wicked smile appeared on Yi Ziqing's lips. Let me let you experience the life and death talisman. My life and death talisman will activate for an hour at 12 o'clock every day. You should experience it well. The 3 young men screamed in pain. They didn't believe anything Yi Ziqing said. They didn't believe in any bullshit life and death talisman. These 3 young men definitely don't know about the life and death talisman. It's only 1995 and televisions are not yet popular. They don't know how to watch TV. They can't watch Dragon Babu, so naturally they don't know what the life and death talisman is. After Yi Ziqing admired his masterpiece, he turned around and went home. Back home, Fu Ting'an asked with concern, it's a little late today. Well, I met 3 cockroaches on the road. Fu Ting'an frowned and immediately asked worriedly, what's wrong? Yi Ziqing waved his hands indifferently and sat at the dining table. Don't worry, it's okay. It's the same old routine. You just want to take revenge on me. Yi Zitong. Yi Ziqing smiled playfully. It should be Ma Zhaoen. Yi Zitong definitely wants to do it, but doesn't have the ability yet. Ma Zhaoen still has a little money and will find those 3 cockroaches to cause trouble for me. Yi Zitong is probably living a very uncomfortable life in her 3rd uncle's house now. After all, she has never been able to find her residence, and she is probably scolded every day. How did you punish those people? A cold light flashed in Fu Tingjian's eyes. If Yi Ziqing didn't deal with it, he would help her take revenge. Give them a life and death charm. Pfft. Fu Ting'an laughed when he heard what Yi Ziqing said. The life and death talisman is very good. He didn't expect that Yi Ziqing could actually use the life and death talisman, which was the favorite life and death talisman of the Tianshan child elder in the legendary Dragon Babu. Yi Ziqing's life and death talisman is a poison she developed herself. It needs to be used in conjunction with the silver needle acupoints. These toxins will remain in the acupoints pricked by the silver needles. The toxins will stimulate the acupoints at 12 o'clock every day, making the poisoned person miserable. Chapter 132, please spare us. Therefore, it is impossible to detect toxins with current technology. This is the best way to deal with those scum. Since Yi Ziqing has already punished them, there is no need for him to take action. I believe those people will definitely not be able to stand the torture of the life and death talisman. Yi Ziqing also smiled proudly. The talisman of life and death is the most suitable for them. Yeah. Fu Ting'an nodded and reminded with concern, don't mention them, they're off-putting, eat first. Well, let's eat. While Fu Ting'an and the others were chatting about the life and death talisman, the three young men in the alley waited until the pain disappeared and then hurried to the hospital to check their physical condition. The doctor checked that there was no problem at all and there was no poisoning. This made the three young men not believe it. They were obviously in pain just now, so they immediately told the doctor that they had been hit by some kind of life and death talisman. When the doctor heard the young man's words, his face turned dark instantly. He thought they must be suffering from mental illness, so he asked them to go to the mental hospital to have their brains checked, and then kicked them out. The three young men who left the hospital also thought that Yi Ziqing might have lied to them, so they planned to wait until 12 o'clock in the evening to see the situation. Sure enough, the 12 o'clock bell rang, and the three young men howled in pain in their own homes. Their family members sent them to the hospital. After a long time of commotion, they could not find out the cause. An hour later, they were as alive and well as normal. It was only now that the three young men believed Yi Ziqing's words. They might have been hit by some bullshit life and death charm. Early the next morning, Yi Ziqing came to the classroom and took a look at Ma Xiaoyan, who had arrived at school early. Ma Xiaoyan looked at the door of the classroom expectantly, but saw Yi Ziqing appear in front of her safe and sound, with a look of shock and disbelief on her face. She clearly arranged for three young men to teach Yi Ziqing a lesson. How could Yi Ziqing appear here safe and sound? What's going on? Yi Ziqing also saw the shock and anger on Ma Xiaoyan's face, and he was even more certain that she was the one who did what happened yesterday. Of course, Yi Ziqing had no intention of telling Ma Xiaoyan what happened the night before, as he had to make her panic. Ma Xiaoyan wanted to go to the three young men to inquire more clearly, but now that class had started, he could only plan to go to them at night. It's just that the three young men don't want to see Ma Xiaoyan now, they just want to see Yi Ziqing again. They wait until school is over and wait for Yi Ziqing's arrival on the original path. Yi Ziqing continued to walk to the path, and when he saw the decadent looks of the three young men, he chuckled, "Hello, you guys." Seeing these three young men, Yi Ziqing felt that he had underestimated them. He didn't expect them to come so soon. He thought they would last a few days. When the three young men saw Yi Ziqing, their first thought was to tremble with fear. Thinking of the pain 3 times, they knelt on the ground with a thud. "Miss, we were wrong, please spare us. Miss, please give us the antidote, we can't stand it anymore. Spare your life. Miss, we didn't mean to cause trouble for you, someone gave us money." Yi Ziqing walked up to the three people and looked down at them. "Who asked you to do this?" "It's Ma Xiaoyan. She gave each of us 50 yuan to teach you a lesson." Yes, it's Ma Xiaoyan. She wants us to destroy your reputation." Chapter 133, Where to go back and forth. Yi Ziqing sneered, "It's her indeed. Miss, it's us who don't know the truth, please go around us." The three of them knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yi Ziqing, not wanting to experience the pain of last night again. Yi Ziqing tilted his head slightly. "It's not impossible for me to give you the antidote." When the three young men heard Yi Ziqing's words, they looked up in surprise. "Miss, what do you want us to do to give us the antidote?" "Tomorrow after school, go to the school gate and pester Ma Xiaoyan. Tell her that the money is not enough. Ask her to pay the price and let all the classmates know about it." The three young men were stunned for a moment, and their expressions became a little ugly. Since they were hanging around here, Ma Xiaoyan's identity was naturally clear. Ma Xiaoyan's family runs a furniture company. Ma Ku is considered a millionaire in Linjiang City. In 1995, he was already considered a millionaire. The muscles on the young man's face twitched slightly, and he asked stammeringly, "Miss, can you change it to another one?" "No, you have to choose one of not giving me the antidote or ruining Ma Xiaoyan's reputation." Yi Ziqing's smile faded, and she refused without mercy. The three young men looked at each other, struggling fiercely in their hearts, and finally gritted their teeth. "Okay, let's do it. This is the antidote, but it can only guarantee you no pain for a month." Yi Ziqing threw 3 pills the size of watermelon seeds towards the ground. When the three young men saw the pills, they quickly picked them up and stuffed them into their mouths, regardless of whether the pills thrown on the ground were dirty or not. Yi Ziqing passed by them and left a message, "I'm waiting for your news." The three young men knelt on the ground and turned to look at Yi Ziqing's leaving figure. A layer of cold sweat broke out on their backs. Even if they regret it now, it's too late. Money is really not that easy to make. After leaving, Yi Ziqing returned home happily, still smelling the strong aroma of vegetables. "Here we come." Fu Ting'an put down the documents and got up from the sofa. Yi Ziqing was surprised and said, well, it's so early today. I came back a little early, so I did it a little early. Fu Ting'an nodded and asked with concern, I see you are in a good mood. What's wrong? Did something good happen to you? I met those 3 gangsters who were hit by my life and death talisman again on the road. Fu Ting'an was slightly stunned when he heard this and couldn't help laughing so fast. I thought they would still be strong for a few days. Yes, it seems that people nowadays can't bear the pain. Yi Ziqing nodded in agreement. In other worlds, she had cast the life and death talisman. The fastest it took was only half a month, but now she probably regretted it in less than a day. If she hadn't been going to school, she would have come long ago. Then how do you plan to punish them? A sly smile appeared on Yi Ziqing's lips. Let them go back and forth wherever they come from. Find the person they need to find. Fu Ting'an nodded in agreement. The moment he lowered his head, a glint flashed in his eyes. Would he like to add some fuel to the fire? That woman always made trouble for Yi Ziqing and would not give up until she was given a serious lesson. How do you plan to take revenge? Yi Ziqing shrugged helplessly. Those 3 gangsters didn't dare to do anything too extreme. I just asked them to go to the school gate to publicize her trouble for me, and then ask her for money. From the hesitant looks of those 3, Yi Ziqing knew that they were not very courageous. Chapter 134 Farce at the School Gate. Just slandering Ma Xiaoyun's reputation does not make them hesitate to take action, let alone other things. I believe that Ma Xiaoyun knew that this was her handiwork and did not dare to mess around. Who told her to initiate this matter in the first place? This is a good idea. She probably won't even have the nerve to come to school. Fu Ting'an chuckled. Look at how thick-skinned she is. At this time, Ma Xiaoyun, who was being discussed, was looking for the 3 gangsters everywhere. However, the 3 gangsters had just taken Yi Ziqing's antidote and were gathering around how to deal with tomorrow's affairs. If Yi Ziqing had given them the antidote directly, it might have been better, but it could only last for a month. They really didn't want to imagine that they would have to experience that kind of pain a month later. The last 3 people had no choice but to bite the bullet. At this moment, they were thinking the same thing as Yi Ziqing. Ma Xiaoyun was the one who instigated the incident. Even if Ma Xiaoyun wanted to call the police, she had to go in. Even if they knew that Ma Xiaoyun was looking for them now, they would not pay attention because they would fall out tomorrow. The next day came in a blink of an eye, and Ma Xiaoyun returned to school dejectedly. As soon as Yi Ziqing came to the classroom, he saw Ma Xiaoyun's angry look and felt funny in his heart. He wondered if he was frustrated by the 3 gangsters. When Ma Xiaoyun saw that Yi Ziqing was safe and sound, he felt extremely angry. Yesterday he looked for those 3 gangsters, but he never found them, as if they had disappeared from the world. If those 3 gangsters don't take action, it means that all her money is wasted, and that is her private money. If she wanted to cause trouble for Yi Ziqing, she couldn't let her father know about it. If he knew, he would definitely not agree, so he could only use private money. But now the money didn't get the results she wanted. How could she not be angry? Ma Xiaoyun has been absent-minded all day because of the gangster thing. Until the school bell rang, Ma Xiaoyun was carrying his school bag and secretly thinking about who to find to take revenge on Yi Ziqing. Knowing what was about to happen, Yi Ziqing carried her school bag and followed from a distance. Looking at Ma Xiaoyun's back, she looked forward and saw the 3 young men who had been given the life and death talisman by her. A playful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. As soon as Ma Xiaoyun walked out of the school gate, he was blocked by 3 young men. Ma Xiaoyun was stunned when he saw these 3 young men, and then his face showed a look of joy, but he quickly came back to his senses. His face became very ugly. Get out of the way. Although Ma Xiaoyun had been looking for the 3 of them for a long time yesterday and complained about them in his heart, but now that he saw these 3 people at the school gate, Ma Xiaoyun did not want to admit that he knew them. However, Ma Xiaoyun was shocked how these 3 gangsters had the courage to come to the gate of their school. The leading young man sneered and said loudly, Miss Ma, hello, the money you gave us before was not enough. We plan to ask for more. Yi Ziqing's intention was to make them cause a scene at the school gate and let everyone in the school know what Ma Xiaoyun had done. Therefore, the young man spoke loudly, trying to be heard by everyone around him. The surrounding students and parents all looked over curiously when they heard what the young man said. Everyone knew clearly by looking at the attire of the 3 young men that they were just gangsters who were not doing their jobs properly, and it would not be a good idea to hang out with them. Chapter 135, Accused by Thousands of People. Ma Xiaoyun's expression suddenly changed, and he glared angrily. Shut up, you are talking nonsense. Why money is not enough? I don't know you. The young man whistled. How can you not recognize us? Why don't you give us brothers 50 yuan each and let me find trouble for a girl named Yi Ziqing? Yes, is there anyone in her class here? Is there someone named Yi Ziqing in your class? Another young man also echoed, waving from the side and asking. Originally, many students didn't know about Ma Xiaoyun and Yi Ziqing, but not long ago, Yi Ziqing's reputation was slandered, and one of the reasons was Ma Xiaoyun, and the students in the 3rd grade of junior high school started to raise their voices. It seems so. Last time Yi Ziqing's reputation was ruined, it seems that it was this Ma Xiaoyun who spread the news. I've heard about it too, but I don't know if Ma Xiaoyun and Yi Ziqing are classmates, but I know that Ma Xiaoyun and Yi Ziqing have a grudge. Isn't it just that I have a grudge? I don't know what kind of grudge it is, but I want to slander Yi Ziqing's reputation. Now it's good, even if Ma Xiaoyun refutes it, no one will believe it. The 3 young gangsters knew the names of Ma Xiaoyun and Yi Ziqing, and everyone believed that Ma Xiaoyun might really be looking for these 3 people to do something to Yi Ziqing. However, it seemed that these 3 young men were not satisfied with the price and came to Ma Xiaoyun to ask for money. I have to say that Ma Xiaoyun's luck was really bad. When he met such 3 greedy gangsters, he failed to get things done and made himself embarrassed. How can you be so vicious at such a young age? She is indeed a femme fatale. It's enough to slander the reputation of that little girl named Yi. Why are you looking for gangsters in society? Tisk, whose little girl is this? How can she be so cruel? Looking at Ma Xiaoyun, the parents around her showed dissatisfaction and anger, and looked at her with vigilance and disgust. It would be better not to let their children have contact with such girls. Yi Ziqing stood in the crowd, admiring her masterpiece. The voices of criticism and ridicule from all around reached Ma Xiaoyun's ears. His expression kept changing, and he stared at the 3 young men in front of him with anger and hatred. The 3 people in front of her were found by herself in order to destroy Yi Ziqing, but now it was not Yi Ziqing who was destroyed, but herself. Shut up, that's not the case, I didn't do it at all. Ma Xiaoyun shouted angrily towards everyone, trying to defend himself. The young man shook his head. You came to the bar just to find us a few days ago. Why did you forget about it? Classmate Ma, at least we got to know each other. We can work together more in the future. Shut up. Shut up. Ma Xiaoyun glared at the young man. Even if he wanted to find someone in the future, he would never find these bastards for cheating her like this. This is not helping her, it is destroying her. If I say no, I won't, so don't spit on me. The young gangster immediately frowned in dissatisfaction and complained, Miss Ma, this is wrong of you. We helped you take revenge, but now you don't admit it. How is this allowed? If I say no, then I don't. If you continue to say so, I will sue you for defamation. I don't care, you go and file a complaint. Go call the police, we have evidence. When Ma Xiaoyun heard this, he suddenly became flustered and his voice trembled. Wah, what evidence? I can't tell you this. What if you ruin it? The young man smiled proudly. Digression. Thanks to Xinghe Tuyue and Queen Adult for the reward. I love you so much. Update 2 chapters first. There's more to come. Chapter 136, The Uninvited Police Uncle. Ma Xiaoyun was so angry that his body was shaking. He just felt that he was being fooled. They couldn't have any evidence. Nonsense. What kind of evidence? I don't believe it. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to call the police and arrest you. Ma Xiaoyun pointed angrily at the noses of the 3 gangsters and threatened them fiercely. Not long after Ma Xiaoyun finished speaking, a harsh sound sounded. Beep woo beep woo beep woo. A police car stopped at the school gate, making everyone look stunned. Many people turned stiffly and looked at Ma Xiaoyun, who had just called the police. Could it be that she had called the police? Yi Ziqing looked at the police who appeared in front of him in surprise, a little confused and curious. Who called the police? And it came so timely. I didn't expect that someone would call the police. The person who called the police is really talented. This is going to muddy the water. However, at this moment, Ma Xiaoyun also looked confused. She was just talking and threatening, but she didn't expect the police to actually come. In fact, she didn't want to call the police. Who called the police? Damn it. The police car stopped at the school gate, and 2 uniformed police officers got out of the car. They glanced around and saw the 3 maverick young men and Ma Xiaoyun opposite them. You can tell who is causing trouble from where you stand at the school gate. We received a call that someone was making trouble at the school gate. It could be you. The first middle-aged policeman glanced at Ma Xiaoyun and the 3 young gangsters. Ma Xiaoyun and the 3 young men looked at the police who appeared in front of them in shock. They did not expect that the police would be called in for the trouble. Uncle policeman, they slandered me. Arrest them quickly. Ma Xiaoyun pointed angrily at the 3 young men and complained. What do you mean by slander? It's obviously true. Don't tell me that you didn't slander Yi Ziqing's reputation at school, and then you were scolded by the teacher. You couldn't swallow it, so you asked us to help you take revenge. The yellow-haired young man snorted coldly and explained to the police. Brother policeman, although we are little gangsters, we still have principles. Everything is done because of money. We will only do it if we have money. Yes, we did it because this woman gave me too little money. By the way, she still had 2 of the $10 she gave me for 5. Can't you check the fingerprints? You can take them for inspection. A young man quickly took out the money from his wallet and handed it to the police. These young people are regular visitors to the police station, so they naturally know some of the police's methods of handling cases. They have also committed a burglary before, and they had their fingerprints on them, so they were imprisoned for a period of time. Therefore, it was time to counterattack Ma Xiaoyun with what he had learned before. Looking at the money the young man took out, Ma Xiaoyun's pupils suddenly shrank, his heart thumped, and an ominous premonition spread throughout his body. Although she didn't know if the money was the money she gave them, but if it was, it would really be over. Nonsense. This is not my money. Ma Xiaoyun, feeling guilty, rushed forward angrily and wanted to throw away the money. With quick eyesight and quick hands, the policeman grabbed the wallet from the young man's hand and said, "Sorry, classmate, you can't touch these things." Ma Xiaoyun was not allowed to touch the money in the wallet. If Ma Xiaoyun was allowed to touch the money, there would be no way to convict him if his fingerprints were found. Yes, the young man and the others did not lie about this matter. It was Ma Xiaoyun who ordered them to do bad things. Chapter 137. I called the police. What do you mean? Do you believe these little gangsters and not me? Ma Xiaoyun suddenly became angry and pointed at the police angrily. The policeman smiled and said, "Of course not, this classmate, I don't let you touch it, but it's for your own good. As long as it proves that there are no your fingerprints on the money, it means they have wrongly accused you." These words immediately made Ma Xiaoyun speechless, and his pretty face turned red with aggrievedness. However, Ma Xiaoyun continued to argue, "Who knows if they stole my money and deliberately wronged me? We will decide for ourselves. This classmate, why don't you go to the police station with us?" Ma Xiaoyun's face was very ugly, and he glared at the three young gangsters angrily. It was all them. If it hadn't been for them, she wouldn't have ended up like this. But these three young gangsters were not afraid of this at all. Anyway, it was common for them to enter the police station, and they followed the police into the police car. Looking at the police car, Ma Xiaoyun took a step back, not daring to get in. However, because a police car arrived and there was not enough room for one more person, the middle-aged policeman ordered the young policeman to call a taxi and go to the police station. The young policeman agreed and took Ma Xiaoyun to the police station, leaving behind a group of students and parents who had watched a good show. Looking at the rear of the car as it left, Yi Ziqing touched his chin and couldn't help but sigh that the scene of dog eating dog in front of him was really wonderful. There was a look of anticipation on Yi Ziqing's lips. She wondered if Ma Xiaoyun could escape safely after going to the police station. Although she was curious, Yi Ziqing had no intention of going to the police station to take a look. She just didn't know if the police station had surveillance. If so, she could hack into the internet and take a look. However, this was all after returning home. Yi Ziqing watched a good show and went home happily. After returning home, Fu Ting'an opened the door for Yi Ziqing early and said, "You're back." "Yeah." Yi Ziqing smiled and nodded. "Do you know I'm back? There's a big show at school today." Yi Ziqing tilted his head. His eyes seemed to see through Fu Ting'an. "Did you do it?" Fu Ting'an stretched out his knuckled fingers and gently scratched Yi Ziqing's nose. "Well, I called the police." "Tisk, it's you." Yi Ziqing suddenly felt bored. Fu Ting'an's heart skipped a beat and he asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Yi Ziqing glanced sideways at Fu Ting'an, and sure enough, her guess was absolutely correct. Still couldn't help but complain, "No, I just feel like I can't guess what you're thinking, but you can always guess what I'm thinking, which is very unpleasant." "Huh." Fu Ting'an chuckled fondly, as long as he wasn't angry with him for calling the police. He touched Yi Ziqing's head comfortingly. "There will come a time when you know everything about me." Yi Ziqing knocked off Fu Ting'an's hand and sighed helplessly. He felt so powerless in this day. I want to know even more, what is the relationship between her and Fu Ting'an? Well, actually, Yi Ziqing is 90% certain in her heart. With such understanding, what else can the relationship be other than that kind of relationship? It's just that she is still young and not suitable for romance yet, so she can only take advantage of the fact that she has no memory and has reason not to respond for the time being. "Okay, don't think too much. Let's have dinner first, okay?" Yi Ziqing glanced at the delicacies on the table and nodded, "Okay." The two of them ate their dinner happily. Chapter 138. Who will be next? The next day, Yi Ziqing came to school early in the morning and did not see Ma Xiaoyun. Moreover, he had not seen Ma Xiaoyun since self-study had already started. This situation was not only noticed by Yi Ziqing, but also by other students in the class. Thinking of what happened after school yesterday, the students started talking again. "Do you know what happened after school yesterday?" "I know, it made a big fuss, and the police even came. I wonder if Ma Xiaoyun will drop out of school because of this incident. I didn't expect Ma Xiaoyun to be so vicious and let those gangsters bully Yi Ziqing. Yes, I should have been stimulated by Yi Ziqing's counterattack before. Didn't you let the little gangsters bully Yi Ziqing? I wonder if Yi Ziqing..." At the end, many students looked at Yi Ziqing, who was sitting in his seat reading a book. It seemed that, judging from the situation, he didn't look like he was being bullied. They should have approached Ma Xiaoyun before they did anything to Yi Ziqing. Otherwise, why would nothing happen to Yi Ziqing? According to Ma Xiaoyan, no matter how he is bullied, Yi Ziqing will show it at some point, but not now. The students know it, and of course, the teachers also know it. Although Teacher Lu, the head teacher, didn't see it with her own eyes yesterday, she also learned about it from other teachers. After learning about it, Teacher Lu was completely confused, with a look of disbelief on his face. He never expected that such a thing would happen, and he quickly called Yi Ziqing to ask. Yi Ziqing, the teacher wants to ask you, did those three gangsters do anything to you? Yi Ziqing spread his hands. No, it's probably because they didn't think it was enough after taking the money, so they haven't taken action against me yet. Really not. Yi Ziqing turned around and said, don't worry, teacher, do you think I look like I'm being bullied? When Teacher Lu saw that Yi Ziqing was really safe and sound, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. Perhaps as Yi Ziqing said, the three gangsters took the money and played around for a while without touching Yi Ziqing. Then they ran out of money and asked Ma Xiaoyan for money again. Okay, it's okay, you can go back. Yi Ziqing lowered his eyes and curiously asked Teacher Lu, then, where is Ma Xiaoyan now? I don't know. I didn't know since she entered the police station after school. Teacher Lu's face darkened when he heard the name Ma Xiaoyan. He really didn't want to hear this name again. It was so irritating and embarrassing. This was a black spot in his educational career. So let alone taking the initiative to inquire, Teacher Lu didn't want to teach Ma Xiaoyan anymore. Oh, okay. Thank you for the answer, teacher. Yi Ziqing smiled, said not to leave, and went to the bathroom first. Coming out of the bathroom, Yi Ziqing saw Yi Zitong standing on the stairs, looking down at her who had just walked out of the bathroom, with deep hostility in his eyes. Yi Ziqing just paused for a moment, with a playful smile on his lips, walked up to Yi Ziqing, and whispered in her ear, Ma Xiaoyan has gone in. Who will be next? Yi Zitong glared at Yi Ziqing with fierce eyes. It's you, right? Yi Ziqing spread his hands innocently. That's wrong. It's not me. It's Ma Xiaoyan himself. I'm not that capable. You. Although Yi Zitong also knew that Yi Ziqing was not that powerful, she just felt that it was Yi Ziqing who harmed Ma Xiaoyan. Chapter 139. Ma Xiaoyan is back. I have to say that sometimes a woman's sixth sense is quite effective, and that's Yi Ziqing's arm. However, the current Yi Ziqing is really unbelievable that she has this ability. Don't try to take away what belongs to us, brothers and sisters. Yi Ziqing only left one sentence and went back to his classroom. When the students in the classroom saw Yi Ziqing coming back, they all cast curious eyes. The classmates who were gossiping approached Yi Ziqing curiously. Yi Ziqing, is the teacher because of Ma Xiaoyan? Yi Ziqing nodded, yeah. How is Ma Xiaoyan doing now? Yi Ziqing shrugged. I asked the teacher, but the teacher didn't know either. The students were all very sorry for Yi Ziqing's answer, but they did not dare to ask the teacher. However, at this moment, the class bell rang, and the students could only temporarily shut up and stop asking. Although Ma Xiaoyan didn't come in the morning, he came in the afternoon and still had a proud attitude. Ma Xiaoyan is here. Didn't you say she was locked up? Why did she come back to class? Is that thing false? Ma Xiaoyan is back. Wasn't she locked up? Looking at Ma Xiaoyan's appearance, the students lowered their heads and started talking. Ma Xiaoyan walked up to Yi Ziqing and raised her chin arrogantly. Yi Ziqing, do you think I can't come back? Yi Ziqing looked at Ma Xiaoyan's arrogant look in amusement, but from the dark circles under her eyes and the slight swelling on her left cheek, he knew that she was holding on. How could it be? Who told you to have a rich father? I had guessed it a long time ago. Ma Xiaoyan glanced at the classmates in the classroom and said loudly on purpose, Humph, I didn't do this at all, so I came back naturally. What she did was actually no different from Yi Ziqing's previous explanation, deliberately letting everyone know that she had been wronged. I don't know whether you did this or not, but the three gangsters you sent to the police station will never let you go like this. Yi Ziqing put his elbow on his chin and said with a smile. Ma Xiaoyan's arrogant expression suddenly froze, and he glared at Yi Ziqing fiercely. After she was taken to the police station yesterday, the police found a lot of Ma Xiaoyan's fingerprints, so they believed what these three young men said. Although Ma Xiaoyan only instigated the crime, it was not a trivial matter, so he called Ma Xiaoyan's father. Ma Xiaoyan went to the police station immediately after learning about this incident. His first reaction when he saw Ma Xiaoyan was to give her a slap in the face. He told the police that he would educate her well when he returned, and asked for bail to take her home. The three young gangsters were not released on bail, so they were naturally locked up in the police station and could not get out, but because the matter was not serious, they could not be locked up for long. Ma Xiaoyan tried to stay calm, and spoke loudly to cover up her guilt. I was wrongly accused. Yi Ziqing still had a teasing smile on his lips. Oh, then you can try. When they come out, will they come to the school gate to chat with you every day? Just saying hello and chatting with you all day long, even if they call the police, it will be useless. Ma Xiaoyan screamed angrily, his teeth chattering, and he glared at Yi Ziqing with a ferocious expression. It's you. It's you, isn't it? Ma Xiaoyan had a rare IQ and figured out that the three young men would suddenly ask her for money, and even come to the school gate. Chapter 140 Mingyu's phone call. After all, those gangsters were not fools. They would not ask for money so blatantly at the school gate. They would only do it in the alleys. Just like when she asked the three gangsters to attack Yi Ziqing, they would do it in hidden places. Yi Ziqing had a "you're so smart" smile on his face, but he was saying, "Classmate Ma, trying the same old trick doesn't work anymore. If you say it was arranged by me, you have to have evidence." Ma Zhaoyan was so angry that he really wanted to slap Yi Ziqing. "Just wait for me, you won't end well." Holding back the anger and hatred in his heart, Ma Zhaoyan gritted his teeth and spoke. After Ma Zhaoyan returned, he was taught a lesson by Ma's father, and even asked about the reason for the matter. After knowing what Yi Ziqing had done, he told her not to do anything, and he would handle it for her. Now that his father is handling it, Ma Zhaoyan is waiting to watch the show, making Yi Ziqing unable to stay in school. There was a slight smile on Yi Ziqing's lips, not caring about Ma Zhaoyan's threats at all. Just a little girl, what does she have to be afraid of? In early September, Yi Mingyu's military training ended. Yi Mingyu said he would come back. Really, Yi Ziqing didn't wait for Yi Mingyu to come back, only waited for his call. "Qingqing, I'm sorry, brother can't come back. I originally wanted to come back to see Yi Ziqing, but school also started." Yi Ziqing didn't care about this and comforted Yi Mingyu with a smile. "It's okay. Brother, just take care of yourself at school. I'm fine here. Brother Fu will come to see me from time to time." Fu Ting'an was leaning sideways to listen to Yi Mingyu's words on the phone. If Yi Mingyu didn't come back, he would have an excuse to continue living at Yi Ziqing's place for a while. "Really? Then I have to thank Mr. Fu." "Okay, I know. Have the second uncle and the third uncle come to trouble you?" Now that he is not in Linjiang City, Yi Mingyu is most worried that the two uncles will bully Yi Ziqing. "Don't worry, brother, I didn't go back to the village. If I don't go back, they won't dare do anything to me. I'm just a two-pointer at school and home, nothing will happen." Yi Ziqing did not intend to explain to Yi Mingyu the matter of second uncle Yi returning to the village to cause trouble and slandering Yi Zitong's reputation. Even if he said it, Yi Mingyu wouldn't be able to catch up. Moreover, now that the matter has been resolved, saying it would only make Yi Mingyu worry, so it would be better not to say it. Even if Yi Mingyu knows about it, Yi Ziqing can push Fu Ting'an out. With his help, the two uncles can't do anything to her. "Well, that's fine. Okay, brother, don't worry. I'll be fine. Just study in peace and complete your studies as soon as possible. Come and help me as soon as possible." "Okay, brother will study hard." After chatting for another 10 minutes, Yi Ziqing hung up the phone. He glanced at Fu Ting'an, who was smiling so hard that he could not see his teeth. He rolled his eyes angrily. "Are you still planning to stay here?" Fu Ting'an smiled with a look that said, "You still know me best. Qingqing still knows me best. As long as Yi Mingyu doesn't come back, he will have nothing to do living here, and he can still be responsible for Yi Ziqing's 2 meals a day. Yi Ziqing is no longer able to resist this old lair, and he doesn't have to cook by himself, so there's no harm in it, right? As you wish." Not long after the two of them chatted, the door was suddenly knocked hard with bang bang bang. Digression. There will also be updates tomorrow, but definitely not as many as today. There are still 4 chapters left. But I need to tidy it up and check for typos before I can post it. I wonder if I can check for typos. Just try to have as few typos as possible. Chapter 141 Sudden Uninvited Guest. Yi Ziqing looked at Fu Ting'an in confusion. "Who is here?" Fu Ting'an stood up and saw the person outside through the peephole. He exuded an aura of indifference. He turned to look at Yi Ziqing, your grandma, second uncle, and third uncle. Yi Ziqing also looked gloomy. He didn't expect them to find out her address so quickly. "Do you want to open the door?" Fu Ting'an asked Yi Ziqing with concern. "Of course, open the door. How can we drive them away without opening the door?" "I'll open it." Yi Ziqing sneered, turned off the air conditioner first, and opened the window. Fu Ting'an knew what Yi Ziqing meant. The air conditioner was for his own enjoyment, not for trash like them, so he raised his hand to disperse the cold air in the room, and the coolness in the room instantly dissipated. After finishing everything and opening the door, before Yi Ziqing could ask how they knew where she lived, she slapped Yi Ziqing in the face to greet her. The sudden slap did not scare Yi Ziqing, but the person who reacted faster than Yi Ziqing was Fu Ting'an. Fu Ting'an stepped forward with his thigh and stood in front of Yi Ziqing. He raised his hand and grabbed the wrist of the slap, shook it away, and gave it a hard slap with his other hand. A crisp slap sounded at the door. Second Uncle Yi was slapped away by Fu Ting'an's backhand, and his body fell backwards. He fell on his back and let out a painful wailing sound from his mouth. "Dick! Dad!" When the old ladies saw the scene, they couldn't help but exclaimed. Uncle Yi covered his lower back with one hand and his face with the other, wailing in pain, and layers of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Yu Haitao immediately stepped forward, wanting to teach Fu Ting'an a lesson, but when he saw Fu Ting'an's eyes as cold and sharp as an eagle, he was so frightened that he froze and did not dare to move forward. "You little bitch, how dare you hurt your second uncle?" Mrs. Yi immediately raised the bill in her hand angrily and tried to swing it at Yi Ziqing. Also seeing Fu Ting'an standing in front of Yi Ziqing, he paused and could only stare. It was Fu Ting'an who attacked Uncle Yi just now. She was not afraid of Yi Ziqing, but Mrs. Yi was still a little scared when facing Fu Ting'an. Yi Zitong stood at the back of the crowd, his face filled with shock and disbelief when he saw Fu Ting'an. She never expected that she would see Fu Ting'an here. This was Yi Ziqing's rental house, right? Why is there another man here? What is the relationship between Yi Ziqing and this handsome guy? Who is this man? Until now, Yi Zitong doesn't know Fu Ting'an's name or who he is. Yi Ziqing crossed his arms and curled his lips in mockery. Grandma, look at what you said. Why did I hurt my second uncle? It was obviously my second uncle who wanted to hit me, but Brother Fu just stopped me. Second Uncle Yi originally wanted to give Yi Qing a slap in the face at the beginning. Now, Yi Mingyu left Linjiang City because he was going to study, leaving Ziqing alone at home. He thought that he could slap Ziqing when he opened the door, which would not only vent his anger, but also give Ziqing a deterrent. However, Uncle Yi never expected that it was Yi Ziqing who opened the door, but Fu Ting'an was also there and gave him a big slap. Mrs. Ye's old face was very fierce. You fight me instead. Chapter 142, I should return this to you. So you came here specifically to beat me? Yi Ziqing crossed his arms and looked at Uncle Yi and the others mockingly. You are really capable. You actually know that I live here. It was impossible for her to invite these people into her home. She wanted to beat them out with a broom. Yi Haitao raised his chin proudly and said sarcastically, who told you to have bad character? Of course someone will tell us where you are. A flash of light flashed in Yi Ziqing's eyes. Someone who told them. It seems like you formed a group to beat people. Oh. You broke into private houses without permission and even hurt others, so there's nothing wrong with us beating you up in self-defense. Fu Ting'an looked down at old Madame Yi and the others, exuding a majestic and inviolable aura of a king, and the cold light shining in his dark eyes made people shudder. Blocking Fu Ting'an's strength, Yi Zitong glared at Yi Ziqing angrily and jealously. Why would a man who takes such action defend this little bitch like this? Old Mrs. Yi stared angrily at her old eyes, and the skin on her face trembled slightly. Her old face was full of confidence. What are you talking about, trespassing on a private house? This is my granddaughter's house, and I am her grandmother. Yi Ziqing looked at Mrs. Yi coldly and said mockingly, sorry, I would rather not have such a partial grandma like you. Mrs. Yi almost fainted from anger at Yi Ziqing's words. She pointed an angry finger at her with trembling fingers. Yi Ziqing, is this the etiquette, justice, and integrity you learned in school? Yi Ziqing looked up and saw a middle-aged woman wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses and a professional suit, scolding him like a dean. Seeing that old Mrs. Yi was out of breath, Aunt Yi immediately stood at the top and scolded Yi Qing. Third Aunt, I think you should return what you said. Yi Ziqing chuckled. I wonder if Third Aunt has ever been to our school. Now all the students and teachers in the school are very suspicious of your education. As a teacher, I can't teach my own children well. It's really embarrassing. Yi Zitong's face suddenly froze, and he tightly grasped the corners of his skirt with both hands, and his palms were covered with sweat. Uncle Yi asked her to do things at school, and she did it. However, they did not tell Uncle Yi Sanchu and his wife about the reaction in the school. They probably did not expect that Yi Ziqing would be able to clarify this matter so quickly. He also asked Yi Zitong to follow Yi Ziqing to find out where she wanted to live, but Yi Zitong failed to find it, which made Uncle Yi and his wife very dissatisfied. Although Uncle Yi Sanchu and his wife were suspicious of Yi Ziqing's words, did she know what they were doing secretly? But this kind of thing must not be admitted. Aunt Yi looked dignified and scolded in a low voice, Yi Qing, what do you mean by saying this? I'm just reminding you. Ma Zhaoan, who helped your daughters publicize my separation and unfaithfulness, has been arrested by the police. If you don't believe it, you can ask your daughters. Yi Zitong's heart suddenly thumped. Sure enough, Uncle Yi and his wife suddenly turned their heads to look at her. Her face turned pale, and her eyes were full of anger and dissatisfaction. If they were at home, they would have already served her with a stick. Although Aunt Yi is a teacher, she is still a bit patriarchal in her heart, so she gave birth to a son. Chapter 143, I can sell the house. It's okay that Yi Zitong failed to complete their mission, and now he has torn off the only fig leaf they had. What? Uncle Yi and the others didn't know what Uncle Yi and the others were doing in private, and they looked confused at this time. A wicked smile appeared on Yi Ziqing's lips. What else could it be? Of course they want to destroy me. When I'm desperate, they can use my support as an excuse to defraud me of the house and land. Uncle Yi, who was forced to show his foxtail, suddenly turned black. He pointed an angry finger at Yi Qing and cursed, fart. Yi Ziqing, don't spit on me. Uncle Yi and Uncle Yu have never given up on the house and land that Yi Qing has. They are much smarter than Mrs. Yi and Uncle Yi. They knew they couldn't do it openly, so they could only do it secretly to ruin Yi Ziqing's reputation. When they were desperate, they could take action and get those things easily. But unexpectedly, their plan failed just after it started. Yi Ziqing tilted his head and looked at second Uncle Yi, who had almost forgotten the pain in his arm because of what third Uncle Yi and the others had done. Don't believe it? Second uncle, you can go to school and ask. Is it true? Although Yi Ziqing planned to make the two uncles turn against each other, it was not enough. After all, it had not been realized yet. However, Yi Ziqing did not intend to give them the house and land in her hands. She wanted the entire house and made everyone in the Yi family homeless. Shut up. Yi Ziqing, you are really vicious and keep stirring up dissension. Damn girl, you actually called me, your third uncle, such a villain. Uncle Yi and his wife suddenly looked like cats whose tails had been stepped on, pointing at Yi Ziqing's nose and meowing. Yi Ziqing shrugged innocently. Oh, believe it or not, it's not me who has the final say. It's the second uncle who has the final say. After all, in their hearts, the second uncle is the kind of person who has no brains and can be manipulated by you at will. Although Uncle Yi-san and Uncle Yi came together, Yi Ziqing knew that they were not of the same mind, so he deliberately destroyed the alliance between the two of them one by one. Sure enough, when Uncle Yi looked at Uncle Yi and his wife, his face turned dark. Yi Zitong immediately stood up and argued, Second uncle, don't listen to Yi Ziqing's nonsense. She talks sharply and we are in the same boat. Yes, second brother, don't forget that we are together. Uncle Yi reminded with his eyes, as if to say, we are a blood family, Yi Ziqing and the others are not. Second Uncle Yi snorted coldly. How could they not know the meaning of each other's eyes as they were brothers? It's not like they had bad intentions first, taking advantage of their knowledge and intelligence to plot against him everywhere. Yi Ziqing looked at the eyebrows of the two brothers from the Yi family. What else could he not understand? Isn't it because she was not a bloodline of the Yi family? Do you really think she doesn't know? Huh. Third uncle, third aunt, even if you covet my house, you are not qualified. In the village, the only one who can take my house is the second uncle. After all, third uncle, you have already transferred your residence registration. Uncle Yi felt relieved when he heard this. Yes, now only he is eligible to inherit that half of the house. Without the Yi Ziqing brothers and sisters, it is actually enough for them to live in half of the house. They can also rent out the half of the house like Shui Ziqing and still have a monthly rent. Chapter 144, that's the Yi family's house. At this time, Uncle Yu had already begun to figure out how much it would be appropriate to rent that half of the house. Before Uncle Yu could be proud for a long time, Yi Ziqing changed the topic and said sarcastically, Besides, who said that my reputation has been ruined, so you think I will give the house to you? Yi Ziqing sneered and looked at Uncle Yu and his wife mockingly. Uncle Yu Sanchu and his wife's eyes suddenly shrank, and they secretly exclaimed, What do you mean? I won't sell my house and land. I can take the money to find my brother in Jiangzhou City. When the time comes, I will change to another city. Who knows what happens between me and you? The muscles on the faces of Uncle Yi and his wife couldn't help but twitch. They didn't expect that Yi Qing would be so ruthless and directly sell the house and land without anyone getting anything. How dare you? Hearing that Yi Ziqing was going to sell the house, Mrs. Yi and Uncle Yi pointed at Yi Ziqing's nose angrily and started to drink. Why don't I dare? Yi Ziqing looked at these self-righteous Yi family members with disdain. This house belongs to me and my brother. I can sell it if I want. You have no right to take care of it. It's treason. It's treason. Old Mrs. Yi was so angry that she pointed at Yi Ziqing with trembling fingers. I don't allow it. That's the Yi family's house. You have no right to sell it. Yi Ziqing raised his eyebrows and a teasing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Heh, the Yi family's house. Are you saying that the blood flowing in my body is not the Yi family's blood? Mrs. Ye's angry face froze, and her eyes flickered guiltily. Uncle Yi and the others also glanced at Mrs. Yi guiltily, not wanting her to spill the beans. However, Mrs. Yi still glared at Yi Ziqing with a stern look. Fart, you belong to our Yi family, you are underage and not qualified to sell. Haha, Grandma still knows that she is underage. Yi Ziqing chuckled and said sarcastically, I am a minor, but my brother is an adult, so he is qualified to sell. You. Mrs. Yi was so angry that she was speechless. Yi Ziqing chuckled lightly and looked at Uncle Yi's second and third Uncle Yi mockingly. If you are willing to go to Jiangzhou City specifically to take revenge on me, I don't care. At worst, we will change places. But you will get nothing from the beginning to the end. You. This time it was Uncle Yi and his wife's turn to stare in anger. At this time, they were at their wits' end. In fact, what Yi Ziqing said was right, and they all believed that Yi Ziqing would definitely not leave the house to them. It is better to sell some money and go to Jiangzhou City to find Yu Mingyu. After all, Yi Ziqing is not alone, but also has an older brother. Even if I go to Jiangzhou City and endure hardship, it will only be for a few years. I believe that with my brother, he can support his second uncle and his family while he is studying. After graduating from college, he will be able to support a younger sister like me. Compared to the 2 or 3 years of crying and the more than 10 years of hardship in the Yi family, everything is worth it. Fu Ting'an glanced at Yi Ziqing appreciatively. This threat was very good. So what if your reputation is ruined? Even without him, Yi Ziqing could go to other cities to develop. In other cities, no one knows about her affairs, and this matter is not her fault in the first place. People like the Yi family just went for the house and land that Yi Ziqing had on hand. They had all sold their things. Why did they put so much effort into it? What a waste of money. It can only be said that the Yi family's plan is unachievable. Digression. Update is coming. I tried hard to find the typos before I dared to post them. Please recommend. Please collect it. Please give me a reward. All kinds of requests. By the way, I would like to recommend the completed old book. Chapter 145. Do you want to give it a try? Yi Ziqing would rather endure hardship than give benefits to the Yi family. The old ladies of Yi were also angry that their faces were as red as pig liver. Yi Ziqing finally said something that was so irritating that it cost one's life. Are you very angry after hearing my plan? Damn little bitch, we raised you so much, but you don't know how to be grateful and you still slander us like this. Mrs. Yi roared angrily. Seeing the evil smile on Yi Ziqing's face, Yu Haidao felt his anger rising. Ever since the brothers Yi Mingyu and Yi Ziqing left home, they didn't need him for many things at home, but sometimes they would often come to him. For example, when there were only him and Mrs. Yi at home, even if Uncle Yi was there, he would sometimes be asked to do it. As a son, he had no way to resist Uncle Yi, so he could only do it obediently. In the past, he could leave this kind of thing to Yi Ziqing and the others. Thinking of his recent life experiences, Yi Haidao became furious and said, Yi Ziqing, don't be too arrogant. Yi Haidao wanted to threaten Yi Ziqing, but Fu Ting'an swung his sharp eyes and stopped him from moving. The originally aggressive words turned into a sick cat that could only roar like a tiger. Yi Haidao, who had been beaten by Fu Ting'an, was really scared and did not dare to mess around in front of him. Otherwise, Yi Haidao would not be so calm after arriving here. I'm so arrogant. Yi Ziqing made a pleading gesture. I'm going to kick you out. This is my house, and I don't want garbage to pollute my land. The muscles on Mrs. Ye's and others' faces trembled slightly, and Yi Ziqing actually called them trash. Who do you think you are? You don't respect etiquette. Is this your attitude when talking to your elders? Do you believe that I will prevent you from studying even if you go to another city? Aunt Yu-san's face was also gloomy, and she threatened Yi Qing angrily. Yi Ziqing laughed and shrugged. Okay, third aunt, go ahead and do it. I don't know what reason you are using. If you dare to destroy me, I can destroy you too. It's not a matter of educating your parents. I can also go to your school to promote what you have done. Believe it or not, your job will be ruined soon. Although Yi Ziqing had a bright smile on his face, it was so harsh in Aunt Ye's ears that she felt a chill running from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Yi Zidong disagreed. Who do you think you are? My mother's job is not something you can ruin. Oh really? Do you want to give it a try? Yi Ziqing raised a wicked smile on his lips and looked at Yi Zidong playfully. If you want to ruin Aunt Ye's reputation, it's easy to ask those 3 gangsters for a little help. Let 3 gangsters go find students from Aunt Ye's school. There must be a few gangsters in the school. Let them go in and spread the word. Parents who care about the teacher's moral character will definitely complain. Aunt Yi will definitely not be able to keep her job as a teacher. Yi Zitong still spoke arrogantly and confidently. We don't believe it. If you have the ability, just do it. However, as soon as the words fell, Aunt Yi just shouted, shut up. Mom. Yi Zidong turned around, wondering why Aunt Yi stopped her words. Aunt Yi-san saw Yi Ziqing smile. She didn't know why, but she always had a hunch that what Yi Ziqing said was right, and it was really possible. Oh, this is what you said. When did your mother lose her job? It's not my fault. Chapter 146 Seducing Men on My Territory. Third Aunt Ye's eyes sharpened, and she reprimanded seriously. Yi Qing, I am your third aunt, and this is your attitude towards your elders. You're going to stop me from going to school, so I'll treat him the same way I did. I'll personally go to your school to persecute my niece, and we can die together. Believe it or not, you can try it. You. Aunt Yi was so angry that her eyes widened, and she raised her hand to attack Yi Ziqing. Yi Ziqing didn't make a move. Fu Ting'an beside her didn't want her to get her hands dirty, let alone give them a reason to point at Yi Ziqing's nose and scold her. Now it was Fu Ting'an who broke off Aunt Ye's hand, used the same method as he used on Uncle Yi, and slapped Aunt Yi on the face with his backhand, causing her to stumble and sit on the ground. Everyone was stunned by this move, and Yi Haitao even subconsciously took 2 steps back, not daring to get close to Fu Ting'an. Fu Ting'an flexed his wrists and looked at Aunt Yi coldly. Although I don't hit women, I will still do it when I can't bear it anymore. In fact, Fu Ting'an, the third Aunt Yi, was a little gentler so as not to make the second Uncle Yi bleed. The muscles on Uncle Ye's face twitched slightly. Looking at Aunt Yi, whose face was as red and swollen as him, he suddenly felt that his face no longer hurt. Yi Zitong stood up angrily, looked at Fu Ting'an with red eyes and asked, "Why are you helping Yi Ziqing?" Fu Ting'an looked down at Yi Zitong with disdain. "If you don't help Qingqing, will you help a piece of trash like you?" Even though Fu Ting'an looked as elegant and gentle as jade, no one challenged his bottom line. Fu Ting'an would definitely be killed in a rage, otherwise he would not be able to control the entire Fu family. The two words trash were like two sharp arrows piercing Yi Zitong's heart, causing her body to sway slightly, and she looked at Fu Ting'an pitifully. Crack. At this moment, a crisp slap sounded. Yi Zitong covered her face in disbelief and stared at Yi Qing. "Bitch, how dare you hit me?" Yi Ziqing lightly dusted off the dust on his palms, raised his eyebrows with a sneer. "You seduced a man on my territory. Do you think you don't take me seriously?" A flash of light flashed in Fu Tingyan's eyes, and he suddenly felt like something was falling from the sky. He looked at Yi Ziqing with a smile. The little girl regarded him as her forbidden love. "Not bad, this is a good development." Yi Zitong shed tears of grievance, revealing her red and swollen cheeks. "You saw, Yi Ziqing is so cruel. You still want to help her?" Fu Ting'an ignored Yi Zitong and instead asked Yi Ziqing with concern, "Does your hand hurt from the beating?" "You." Yi Zitong was so angry that he gritted his teeth. His face turned red and white, and his fingers felt like they were pinching into his flesh. She wasn't an idiot, so how could she not know the implication of Fu Tingyan's words? Yi Ziqing waved his hand. "I dare to hit you, and even more dare to ruin your mother's work. If the rest of you dare to ruin me, I won't mind dying with you." "You." Mrs. Yi and the others could only stare, helpless. "If you have nothing to do, you can go away. You are not welcome here." Yi Ziqing had already spoken, and Fu Ting'an began to drive away the people and stood in front of them. He had the oppressive aura of a superior person on his body, and his dark and deep eyes shone with a cold light. Chapter 147. The third young master doesn't know this time either. The Yi family just felt that Fu Ting'an in front of them seemed to be 2 or 3 meters tall, and they could only look up. It seemed as if a huge mountain was pressing on their shoulders, and they were a little breathless. Facing Fu Tingyan's threat, Uncle Yi and Aunt Yi, who had already experienced it, dared to act recklessly. Aunt Yi hid directly next to Uncle Yi. Second Uncle Yi glared at Yi Ziqing fiercely and gritted his teeth. "Yi Ziqing, wait. If you dare to hit him, he will definitely get this place back." Yi Ziqing smiled nonchalantly and closed the door with a clean bang, shutting out the Yi family. The Yi family could only curse Yi Qing outside, and then left angrily. After seeing off the Yi family, Fu Ting'an turned to look at Yi Ziqing, and it was rare that he didn't know what this girl was thinking. "What are you going to do? Why don't you deal with them?" Yi Ziqing closed the window, turned on the air conditioner, and sat on the sofa again. "I'll wait for them to die." "Seek death? What are you going to do?" Fu Ting'an became curious again. Yi Ziqing showed a mysterious sneer. "I have other purposes." "What purpose?" Yi Ziqing tilted his head slightly and looked at Fu Ting'an. "Funny, you don't know." Fu Tingyan's face darkened. "How would I know? Don't you know me very well? Why don't you know this time?" Yi Ziqing looked at Fu Ting'an amusedly, with a playful look on his face. Fu Ting'an sighed softly. This time he really didn't know. He didn't know what Yi Ziqing's purpose was. "Can you tell me?" Fu Ting'an asked Yi Ziqing curiously. Yi Ziqing shook her head. She didn't want to talk to Fu Ting'an about this matter. All of this happened in the past life. Even though Fu Ting'an might know the existence of space, he couldn't let him know about her rebirth. Therefore, she could not let him know that she did this to lure the Yi family to commit crimes and abduct her. Not only can she solve the Yi family, but she can also solve a group of human traffickers. How great! Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Even if it wasn't the group of human traffickers who abducted her in the first place, it was still worth it. If I could save more children and women, everything would be worth it. Fu Ting'an looked at Yi Ziqing's silence and his expression became a little dull. He knew he couldn't ask any more questions and touched her head. "If you need anything, just tell me. No matter what you do, I can help you." "Okay, thank you." Yi Ziqing showed a bright smile on his face and nodded gently. "In that case, there is something that you need to investigate." This time Fu Ting'an saw through Yi Ziqing's thoughts and asked with a smile, "Want to know who told them you live here?" Yi Ziqing smiled and nodded. "Well, it's just you." She didn't feel that anyone was following her, but since someone knew where she lived, she definitely needed to check. Although she is not afraid of others harming her, she is also worried that someone will do something unfavorable, especially Yi Mingyu. Now she doesn't have the power to investigate who it is, so she can only rely on Fu Ting'an. Since this man will be her man, let's use it to our heart's content. Okay. Fu Ting'an nodded, called his assistant, and asked him to handle it. When the Yi family left Yi Ziqing's rental house, they were all angry at Yi Ziqing's threats. They never expected that Yi Ziqing would be so ruthless, which also cut off their chance of obtaining the house and land through other means. Chapter 148. Selling Yi Ziqing. The 2 families returned to Uncle Ya's house in the village. They saw that the house was half the size of before and was still a bit old. Uncle Yi felt sad and dissatisfied, especially compared to the house where Yi Ziqing lives now. Although I didn't go around Yi Ziqing's house and take a good look at it, I could still see that the house was very new. Although the house is smaller than the one they live in, it is much more comfortable than theirs. Third Aunt Yi covered her red and swollen face and hurried into Uncle Ye's house, fearing that others would see the slap marks on her face. Damn little bitch. Uncle Yi slapped the table angrily, his face full of dissatisfaction and anger. Uncle Yi also had an angry look on his face and nodded in agreement. We must find a way to kill that little bastard's energy. And you, third uncle, you did it behind my back. Second Uncle Yi angrily pointed at Uncle Ye's nose and cursed. Uncle Ye's face darkened. What happened? Why are you the only one taking over the house? Second Uncle Yi said confidently, who asked you to move out? But I am also my mother's son, so I am qualified to inherit it. Uncle, you had a full reason anyway, I don't care, why can't it be given to me? I just want it. You. Uncle Yi wanted to hit Uncle Yi, but Mrs. Yi stopped him. Old Mrs. Yi knocked the ground with her cane angrily, that's enough. You are brothers, why do you do anything? The two brothers stopped targeting each other, but both looked at each other with hostile eyes. Although Yi Ziqing's sewing dissension did not make them turn against each other on the spot, it made them quarrel after they came back. Uncle Yi looked at Mrs. Yi very complainingly. Mom, she is going to sell the house, how can we rob it? The old lady was also incompetent. She let Yi Ziqing take away the house so easily, and now she couldn't get it back. Mrs. Yi made the final decision, then sell her. Sold? Annie looked shocked. Mom, is there still business going on? It's normal in our village. There is a wife buyer in the next village. The old man is in his 50s or 60s and is alone, so he bought a wife. Mrs. Yi said matter-of-factly. In Mrs. Ye's time, it was very popular among young people, even now. You can have this. Uncle Yi slapped the table. Isn't she going to sell the house? Then we will sell her. If Yi Ziqing can sell the house, then they will sell her. When the time comes, Yi Mingyu will no longer bother with the house for the sake of his sister, and it will not be done as he pleases. In addition, the third family has already moved out of their registered residence, so even if they want this house, it is impossible. Therefore, at this moment, Uncle Yi wants to do his best to promote this matter. Seeing Uncle Ye's eagerness to try, third Aunt Yi sneered disdainfully. I don't think it's that easy. Uncle Yi glared at Aunt Yi with dissatisfaction. What do you mean? Third Aunt Yi sneered. You can see when we targeted Yi Ziqing just now that that girl is not someone to be easily bullied. Do you think selling her will solve the problem? Sure enough, third Aunt Ye's words immediately left Uncle Yi speechless. They thought that if Yi Mingyu was not here, they could bully that dead girl at will, but little did they know that it would be even more difficult to deal with Yi Mingyu's absence. Chapter 149. The Yi family was exploited. A look of cruelty flashed across Uncle Ye's face. If you don't want to sell it farther away. Uncle Yi also nodded in agreement, with excitement and anticipation on his face. Okay, knock her out and throw her into the ravine. No one will know. Sell to the poorest place. Second Aunt Yi also suggested from the side. Uncle Yi turned to look at Mrs. Yi curiously. Mom, you said you want to sell it? Do you have a way to sell it? Since Mrs. Yi knows about selling Yi Ziqing, there must be a way. I don't have a way to sell it farther away, I can ask. Mrs. Yi also felt that if she wanted to sell Yi Ziqing further away, not in this province or city, it would be very troublesome for Yi Mingyu to cause trouble. Then sell it. You can still make some money. Uncle Yisun took one look at Uncle Yer and the others and knew about money. But he didn't say much. When the time comes, he can share some of it, and he can't let the second child have it all. Aunt Yi reminded from the side, we can't let Yi Mingyu know about this matter, and we can't let them notice it. It will be very troublesome then. Yes, we have to take advantage of Yi Mingyu's absence before we can take action. Several people began to discuss how to do it better. Of course, this will not happen overnight and can only depend on the timing. On the other side, without the support of the Yi family, Yi Ziqing continued to go to school safely, and Fu Tingjian's investigation quickly found out, and the investigation came out the next day. The investigation revealed that he is Ma Xiaoyun's father. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, your third uncle and others went to the village, and he sent someone to reveal your address to them unintentionally. Ma Xiaoyun's father? Yi Ziqing was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth raised with a sarcastic smile. It seems that this is my daughter's fault. I'm here to help avenge her. Ma Xiaoyun was sent to the police station. For the businessman's father, Ma Xiaoyun was a slap in the face and made him lose face. Therefore, Ma's father definitely wanted to seek revenge from Yi Ziqing, but compared to Ma Xiaoyun's petty quarrel, it was not on the table at all. Although Ma Xiaoyun's father investigated some things about Yi Ziqing and knew that she had a bad relationship with her uncles, he planned to kill her with a borrowed knife. Of course, Father Ma could only investigate Yi Ziqing's residence and did not know that Yi Ziqing bought the house. The one who concealed this was naturally Fu Ting'an. This was not only to guard against them, but also to guard against Xueling. People with Xue Ling's family background couldn't find some information about Yi Ziqing, let alone Ma's father. Well, judging from his methods, he probably knows your situation, so he won't take action against you personally for the time being. Yi Ziqing sneered and said mockingly, it's just that he overestimated the IQ of the Yi family. Fu Ting'an couldn't help laughing when he thought of the Yi family's frustrated appearance and said, yeah, I guess he didn't expect that you would get rid of them so easily. It's relatively easy to deal with greedy guys like them. Yi Ziqing smiled softly and turned to look at Fu Ting'an. However, looking at the situation of the Yi family, it doesn't seem like they knew it was me who bought the house. Don't worry, I've concealed this matter for you. All others found was the house you rented. Yi Ziqing gave Fu Ting'an a satisfied look. This man really thought everything through. Well done. Yi Ziqing gave him a compliment. Fu Ting'an approached Yi Ziqing's ear and asked with a low smile, is there any reward? Chapter 150 Waste Utilization. Yi Ziqing's ears turned red. He glared at Fu Ting'an angrily and pushed Fu Ting'an away, thinking too much. Fu Ting'an sighed softly. Sure enough, you can't deceive a smart little girl. So, he quickly changed the topic and asked, then how do you plan to take revenge on the father and daughter? Haha, he's causing trouble for me, so I don't mind giving his precious daughter some fun. Yi Ziqing turned to look at Fu Ting'an. Have those 3 gangsters been released? Well, it's almost over. In fact, they didn't do anything, and they were instigated by Ma Xiaoyan, so they will only be detained for a few days. Then let them say hello to Ma Xiaoyan. Since we are friends, we should keep in touch, right? When Fu Ting'an heard this, he laughed softly and finally nodded lovingly on Yi Ziqing's nose. Clever. Of course. I'll have someone bail them out and let them find you. Yi Ziqing nodded, with a bright smile on his face. Okay. Now that he knew who was behind it, Yi Ziqing was no longer worried and was waiting for the 3 gangsters to come to his door tomorrow. When school was over the next day, Yi Ziqing came to the alley where he met the gangsters again, and sure enough he saw that they were already there. When the 3 gangsters saw Yi Ziqing, they all smiled apologetically. Miss Yi. Come out. Yes, thanks to Miss Yi. Yes, thank you Miss Yi. The smiles on the faces of the 3 gangsters were a bit flattering, and they had long secretly despised Ma Xiaoyan in their hearts. Yi Ziqing is said to be an orphan girl that no one wants. Can an orphan girl come up with the poison of a life and death talisman? Can the orphan girl get them out of the police station? Although it would take a few days for them to be released, releasing them early also proved Yi Ziqing's ability. Yi Ziqing nodded lightly. I'll give you a task. As long as you complete it, I will give you the complete antidote to the talisman of life and death. The complete antidote is what the 3 gangsters are looking forward to. They had only received the antidote for a month before, and the complete antidote meant that they could completely get rid of the life and death talisman. The leader, the young man with yellow hair, patted his chest and promised, Miss Yi, as long as you ask us to do it, we will complete the task perfectly. I want you to go find Ma Xiaoyan again. What? The 3 young men were slightly stunned, with shock and hesitation on their faces. Yi Ziqing smiled. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to cause trouble. I'm just asking you to say hello and chat with her every day to show that you and her have a very good relationship. The 3 young gangsters looked confused as to why Yi Ziqing did this. Ms. Yi, they will call the police. Yi Ziqing sneered and said sarcastically, call the police? What did you do? You and Ma Xiaoyan know each other. We just said hello and chatted. Why did the police arrest you? The 3 gangsters were stunned and seemed to be doing the same. Miss Yi, how long will it take for us to do this? The yellow-haired young man asked Yi Ziqing worriedly. Yi Ziqing muttered, let's wait until the effect of your medicine ends. Let's see your results. If it's good, I'll give it to you then. Thank you, Miss Yi. Then I'm waiting for your good news. Yi Ziqing left calmly, leaving the 3 young gangsters alone looking at each other. The matter was left to 3 gangsters, and Yi Ziqing was waiting for the excitement that would follow. Chapter 151, Just Believe in Yi Ziqing. The 3 young gangsters have to say that no one can compare to them in the society, and they show how good Ma Xiaoyan's relationship is in various ways. In addition to the previous incident at the gate of Ma Xiaoyan's school, the police came and also revealed the fingerprints of the police station. Every time after school, she said that she gave the money and that they were in the same boat. When the parents saw it, they all pointed at her and despised Ma Xiaoyan. Ma Xiaoyan was so annoyed by these 3 gangsters that he threatened to call the police, but failed to scare them away. What Yi Ziqing said was absolutely correct. They just came to say hello to Ma Xiaoyan and to get closer to each other. The police officers were not qualified to take care of them, right? After being besieged for 2 days and again on the morning of the 3rd day, Ma Xiaoyan was so angry that he went to Yi Ziqing directly. As soon as he came up, Ma Xiaoyan was about to hit Yi Ziqing, but Yi Ziqing got up quickly and easily dodged, leaving Ma Xiaoyan in the air. Ma Xiaoyan was unwilling to give in and wanted to attack Yi Ziqing again, but Yi Ziqing could easily dodge every time he attacked and missed several times. The tables and chairs around him became a little messy because of Ma Xiaoyun's flying attacks, which frightened the surrounding students to avoid the circle of battle. Yi Ziqing looked at the angry Ma Xiaoyun in a funny way. "You are so enthusiastic, but I don't like you." Pfft. The classmates who arrived early in the classroom couldn't help laughing when they heard Yi Ziqing's words. In fact, everyone could see that Ma Xiaoyun wanted to hit Yi Ziqing, but Yi Ziqing said that he wanted to hug him. This was so annoying that it cost him his life. Ma Xiaoyun turned his head angrily and glared fiercely. "Yi Ziqing, you bitch, it's you, isn't it? It's you." Yi Ziqing had a puzzled look on his face, but with a contemptuous smile on his face. "What am I?" "Ma Xiaoyun, can you speak human language? I can't understand you." Ma Xiaoyun pointed an angry finger at Yi Ziqing's nose and roared. "Did you do what happened to those 3 gangsters? Did you let them surround me? Ma Xiaoyun, please don't slander others. I don't know those 3 religions. You are so familiar with them. What does it have to do with me if they reminisce about the past?" Ma Xiaoyun still stared and said angrily, "It's you, it's you." Yi Ziqing shrugged, spread his hands and sighed. "Your friend is just saying hello to you, but you want to forcefully accuse me, and there's nothing I can do about it. Do whatever you want." Pfft. Everyone who stretched their heads curiously couldn't help laughing when they heard Yi Ziqing's words. "You still have to blame others for making friends. Although those people are not good people, what does this have to do with Yi Ziqing? Will people listen to Yi Ziqing and come to her to reminisce about the past? What are you doing this for?" Compared with these students who are still in school, they don't think much, so everyone thinks that Ma Xiaoyun is making trouble unreasonably, just like when he first slandered Yi Ziqing's reputation. This is the story of the boy who cried wolf. It happened once, but no one believed it again. The laughter of her classmates made Ma Xiaoyun blush, and she glared angrily at the classmates who were laughing at her. "Don't laugh. Cut. I'm messing around with those gangsters, and we're not allowed to laugh." Haha, I believe what Yi Ziqing said anyway. You are just hanging out with them. Chapter 152. It feels good to be beaten, right? You are so domineering. No wonder you can do that kind of thing. A few boys couldn't help but curl their lips and mock with disdain. "You." Ma Xiaoyun was so angry that he pointed at the students. Finally, he stamped his feet and ran back to his seat angrily to sit down. His eyes were red and tears fell down. "You saw it too, no one believed it." Yi Ziqing spread his hands innocently, with a teasing smile on his lips, which made Ma Xiaoyun feel aggrieved and angry. Ma Xiaoyun now not only hates Yi Ziqing, but also hates those classmates who mocked him, and wants to teach them a lesson. However, Ma Xiaoyun's misfortune didn't stop there, but got worse. Some parents went directly to the teachers and asked them to deal with the matter. What should they do if they can't let these gangsters hang around the school every day and spoil their children? Many teachers felt aggrieved after being criticized by their parents, so they approached Teacher Liu and asked him to resolve the matter. Teacher Liu only felt his face burning with pain. Ma Xiaoyun was causing trouble again. Ma Xiaoyun had previously slandered Yi Ziqing's reputation, causing an uproar throughout the 3rd year of junior high school. Fortunately, he later explained it clearly. But who knew that this dead girl was still trying to find those gangsters in society to ruin Yi Ziqing's reputation, but unfortunately she failed and was even arrested at the police station. If the dean hadn't come later, she would have thrown this hot potato away long ago. This time the incident was so big that Teacher Liu couldn't bear it any longer. So she called Ma Xiaoyun to her office, yelled at her, and threatened that if Ma Xiaoyun continued to make trouble, she would not only give her a negative review at the end of the semester, but also give her a demerit, or fire her outright. How could this be allowed? Ma Xiaoyun also felt aggrieved and wanted to prevent them from coming. She also used money to induce them to stop coming to her. However, the 3 gangsters seemed determined to come and cause trouble for her. What could she do? Being laughed at by his classmates and threatened by his teacher, Ma Xiaoyun couldn't bear it anymore and had no choice but to go find his father. Originally, Ma Xiaoyun didn't want to tell Ma's father about this matter. After all, the previous incident at the police station had angered Ma's father, and she was beaten. However, now Teacher Liu wants to tell the school leaders that she should be expelled, which is no longer possible. When Ma Xiaoyun heard what Ma Xiaoyun said, he was so angry that he slapped Ma Xiaoyun in the face. If Ma Xiaoyun hadn't stopped him at the side, Ma Xiaoyun would have been beaten to pieces. Although Ma Xiaoyun felt aggrieved, after all, this was beyond her control and she couldn't get rid of those gangsters. Father Ma didn't expect that the 3 gangsters would be released so quickly and that they would go looking for his daughter. Was this because they accepted Yi Ziqing's instructions, or were they simply taking revenge on their daughter for putting them in jail? I will deal with this matter. However, this matter still needs to be dealt with, and Father Ma plans to handle it personally. Unexpectedly, before he could cause any trouble for Yi Ziqing, his daughter would already be in big trouble. Soon, the 3 young gangsters did not appear at the school gate the next day, which made Ma Xiaoyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ma Xiaoyun looked at Yi Ziqing proudly. Do you really think that letting those 3 young gangsters surround her can embarrass her? She is not alone, she also has a rich father. However, Yi Ziqing sneered disdainfully and asked playfully, haha, does it feel good to be beaten? Digression. I updated 8 chapters at once today, but I didn't check for typos specifically. Please recommend. Please collect it. Please give me a reward. Asking for a monthly ticket. Arrange an additional update mode. Reward 1,000 for an extra chapter. There are 50 monthly tickets and 1 chapter added per day. If you guys help me, I will update more. Chapter 153 Father Ma's courtesy first, then attack. Ma Xiaoyun's face suddenly turned red and he glared at Yi Ziqing angrily. He didn't understand how this little bitch could tell that she had been beaten. What a beating. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Ziqing pouted. Although the mark on your slap has disappeared, the scar on the corner of your mouth has not disappeared. The slap marks on the face disappeared easily after being treated overnight, but there were no traces on the corners of the mouth. Ma Xiaoyun subconsciously covered her mouth, remembering that her father had beaten her so severely that the corners of her mouth were broken. The Ma Xiaoyun who was mentioned did not have the arrogance to confront Yi Ziqing, so he could only stamp his feet and turn around to leave. How could she laugh at her when her enemies saw that she had been beaten? It would be nice not to be laughed at. Yi Ziqing didn't bother to pay attention to Ma Xiaoyun's unreasonable troubles and started class seriously. After school, Yi Ziqing was walking home. Before she even entered her neighborhood, she was stopped by someone. A young man in a suit who looked to be in his 30s or 40s stood in front of her, looking down at her with an arrogant expression. Are you Yi Ziqing? Yi Ziqing tilted his head slightly, looked at the young man, and chuckled. Did Ma Xiaoyun's father ask you to come? The originally arrogant young man was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Yi Ziqing to be so smart, and he immediately guessed who arranged for him to come here. How come you don't know? How do I know this is not what you should know? I just want to know why you came to me. To be honest, looking at this person who came on behalf of Ma Xiaoyun's father, Yi Ziqing felt a little envious in his heart. It was too late for her to be reborn. If it had been earlier, she would have been able to save her parents from the car accident so that they could be reunited as a family. Unfortunately, everything is just a luxury. The young man snorted coldly and looked at Yi Ziqing with disdain. He also knew about Yi Ziqing's family situation and had read her information, some of which he had sent to Father Ma. I am Mr. Ma's secretary Sichuan. I came to see you today about the young lady. We, Mr. Ma, want you to explain to your teacher that you ordered those 3 gangsters to surround the young lady. Sichuan spoke in a very arrogant and commanding tone. Although Ma's father could let the school handle the matter by giving him money, doing so would not stop Yi from talking, and it would be of no benefit to Ma Xiaoyun. The investigation of this matter lies with Yi Ziqing, so if he wants to remove the stain on Ma Xiaoyun, he can only go to Yi Ziqing. Ma's father planned to be polite before fighting, so this scene happened. Yi Ziqing couldn't help laughing and looked at Sichuan mockingly. Do you think I'm that stupid? Sichuan had a calm look on his face and a arrogant. I'll reward you, look. As long as Ms. Yi can agree, we can give you a sum of money. Yi Ziqing's eyes turned serious and he said coldly, you want me to admit it? I am the one whose reputation has been ruined. Are you sure you are not daydreaming? Sichuan looked at Yi Ziqing dissatisfied and was very dissatisfied with her lack of understanding. We Ma always care about the friendship between you and Miss Yi, so we plan to pay Miss Yi a mental compensation. Don't you ask how much it will cost. A cold light flashed in Yi Ziqing's eyes, and he shouted coldly, get out. You? What did you say? Sichuan's face froze, and he stared at Yi Ziqing in disbelief for daring to talk to him like this. Chapter 154 Like daughter, like father. If it were someone else, after hearing that they could get a certain amount of mental compensation, they would definitely care more about money and ask how much they could give. If you are satisfied, I will definitely do it. But Yi Ziqing was different. He refused without even hearing the price. In Sichuan's heart, Yi Ziqing was a fool who could do anything if he had money, yet he refused such a good offer. Are you deaf? I tell you to get out. Yi Ziqing said the last word, get out, which contained a coercive aura. Sichuan felt a strong pressure coming towards him, and his heart suddenly pounded. He didn't expect that Yi Ziqing would give him such a strong feeling, and he also felt that he was really embarrassed, being shocked by a dead girl's words. Sichuan suppressed the fear rising in his heart, his face darkened, and he threatened with a stern expression, Yi Ziqing, Mr. Ma thinks highly of you when he gives you money, don't be so shameless. TSK, I won't give you face, so what? Yi Ziqing didn't think Ma Xiaoyun's father would let her go like this. The upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked, dragons and phoenixes are born, and the mouse's son can dig holes. Ma Xiaoyun will cause trouble for her afterwards, so her father will be no exception. In this case, why should she give them face? Just tear your face apart. You. Sichuan was immediately furious. He had never been treated like this by a little girl. He raised his hand to slap Yi Ziqing. Yi Ziqing stepped back and easily avoided Sichuan's slap, then raised his leg and kicked Sichuan's calf hard. With a pop sound, Sichuan knelt directly on the ground, grinning in pain. You little bitch, how dare you hit me? Yi Ziqing lowered his head and looked down at Su Chuan mockingly. Looks like he hasn't beaten enough. After saying that, Yi Ziqing kicked Su Chuan's chest again, knocking him to the ground and falling to the ground in pain. Su Chuan covered his chest and gritted his teeth in pain. Bitch, you will not end well. Ma will never let you go. Then I'll wait. Yi Ziqing sneered, gave Su Chuan 2 more feet, and stepped on his body to leave. Su Chuan stared. He never expected that Yi Ziqing would be so arrogant. Until he returned home, the air conditioning on Yi Ziqing's body had not completely dissipated. Fu Ting'an looked at her suspiciously and seemed to have a bad expression, as if his anger was still lingering. He asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. I met someone who doesn't have eyesight." Yi Ziqing threw his school bag on the sofa and took a sip of water. "Who? Do you need my help?" Yi Ziqing tapped her fingers lightly on the table. "Help me keep an eye on Ma Xiaoyun's father. If he takes action against my brother, tell me." What she was most worried about was actually Yi Mingyu. She really didn't care about the others. If she could really cause trouble for the Yi family because of her, she might be able to avenge him. Fu Ting'an was stunned and nodded, okay. He knew Yi Qing's character best, and asking him to help take care of Yi Mingyu's affairs was her bottom line. If it was to cause trouble for herself or something else, Yi Ziqing would never let him interfere. Yi Ziqing likes to take revenge on his own. He just needs to fan the flames for her from behind and help her deal with the aftermath. Isn't it like this every time? With Fu Tingjian's help, Yi Ziqing felt a little more at ease. If it were to deal with herself, she really wasn't afraid. After all, she had experience traveling in all the worlds, so why should she be afraid of them? Chapter 155. It came so fast. When Su Chuan returned home, he would inevitably give arrogant explanations to Yi Ziqing, exposing the scars on his body. Father Ma was also very angry at Yi Ziqing's arrogant attitude. He never expected that a little girl whose parents were dead and her brother and sister depended on each other would be so arrogant and take him seriously. Since she doesn't want to settle it so peacefully, let him see the dangers of society. In this day and age, being able to create such a family business is not just the right path. Bang, bang, bang. On Sunday, Yi Ziqing's door was knocked heavily, making a deafening sound. Listening to this battle, Yi Ziqing guessed who the visitor would be. Fu Ting'an sneered, "It came pretty fast. You are not allowed to interfere." Yi Ziqing turned around and ordered Fu Ting'an. Fu Ting'an smiled fondly and made a gesture of invitation. "Don't worry, I won't do anything. If Yi Ziqing wants to do it himself, he can just skim the formation nearby. He will only do it if he is needed." Yi Ziqing opened the door and saw a group of young gangsters in slutty clothes standing arrogantly outside the door. Looking at these gangsters, Yi Ziqing raised his eyebrows and said, "There are so many guests." The leader was a sturdy young man in his 30s with a beard on his chin and a dragon-shaped tattoo on his upper body. He raised his chin arrogantly and said, "Your name is Yi Ziqing, right? So what?" The dragon-marked young man was slightly startled, surprised by Yi Ziqing's calm demeanor. He never expected that the 13 or 14-year-old girl in front of him would not be afraid of their aura at all. The young man with the dragon pattern couldn't help but look at Yi Ziqing and said appreciatively, "Young girl is very courageous. I think your eyes are quite blind." Yi Ziqing's face was as dark as water, and he looked at the dragon-marked young man coldly. "You little bitch, how dare you scold our brother Long?" Before Brother Long, the young man with the dragon pattern, could say anything, the gangster following him started shouting, pointing at Yi Ziqing's nose and shouting threats. Yi Ziqing still looked disdainfully at Brother Long, who was showing off his strong muscles, and taunted, "Brother Long, are you sure you're not Brother Chong?" Brother Long was also angry at Yi Ziqing. This little bitch dared to laugh at him like this. Brother Long had a sullen face and threatened sinisterly, "Little girl, do you know the consequences of offending me?" "Really? I really want to know." Yi Ziqing had a bright smile on his face. "Then I'll show you what the consequences will be." As the words fell, Brother Long stretched out his hand to grab Yi Ziqing's collar. However, Brother Long's hand was empty, and Yi Ziqing leaned to one side to avoid his hand. Moreover, Yi Ziqing's small hand directly grabbed Brother Long's wrist, and raised his other hand, and hit Brother Long's arm with his swollen hand. Crack! Brother Long never expected that Yi Ziqing would be so good, so fast, and so ruthless. Even Brother Long couldn't stand the pain from the broken bone in his arm, and he let out a painful roar. Yi Ziqing let go and raised his foot to kick Brother Long's calf. With a pop, Brother Long fell to his knees and cursed in pain. "Brothers, beat this little bitch to death." Brother Long didn't have any sympathy for her at this time. Not only was he beaten in the face, but his arm was broken now. How could he let Yi Qing go like this? Chapter 156. Brother Long or Brother Chong. A group of gangsters who followed Brother Long were furious when they saw Brother Long's appearance. 7 or 8 young men rushed into the house and wanted to beat up Yi Qing. At this time, the restaurant had been cleared by Fu Ting'en, leaving an open space in the restaurant just for Ziqing to beat someone up. Fu Ting'en took a stool, sat on it, and watched Yi Ziqing teach others. Even though there were nearly 10 of these gangsters, they were no match for Yi Ziqing when they besieged him together. Therefore, Fu Ting'en was not worried at all and followed Yi Ziqing's orders to sit aside and watch the fight. Yi Ziqing sighed softly. Since you want to die so much, then I will give you a ride. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ziqing clenched his fists and rushed towards the group of gangsters who were running over. Bang, bang, bang. The gangsters besieged Yi Ziqing, but they were all attacked by Yi Ziqing with punches to the flesh and very hard. Each gangster was hit by Yi Ziqing's fist, making a dull impact, and the gangsters let out a painful scream. Brother Long, who had been beaten to the ground by Yi Ziqing early and was wailing in pain, couldn't help but stop wailing when he saw the scene. He stared at everything that happened in front of him with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Brother Long initially thought that he was injured because he neglected Yi Ziqing's skill, but now he doesn't think so. He really had real skills and was able to teach the brothers he brought here a lesson easily. Even he couldn't solve it as easily as Yi Ziqing. Now Brother Long also knows that he may have offended someone he shouldn't have offended, and he begins to regret it in his heart. If he had known better, he would not have taken this business. Yi Ziqing stepped hard on the last gangster's back, causing the gangster who fell to the ground to scream in pain. Now, let alone the leader, Brother Long, even the other gangsters feel extremely regretful. None of them expected that such a little girl of 13 or 14 years old could be so powerful. Even though so many of them were besieging her, she was no match for her. On the contrary, they were all very miserable. Pa. After the battle was over, Fu Ting'en smiled and clapped while picking up a cup of tea on the table. Ching is amazing. Yi Ziqing took the teacup and drank it in one gulp, then glanced disdainfully at the group of gangsters on the ground. It's nothing to deal with these rubbish. Trash. These two words from Yi Ziqing were like two sharp swords piercing the hearts of Brother Long and his younger brothers. They felt like they were losing all their face. They were somewhat famous, but in Yi Ziqing's eyes, they were treated like garbage, and he felt very aggrieved and depressed. However, they were speechless because this was the truth. To Yi Ziqing, they were indeed rubbish. There were so many grown men who couldn't beat Yi Ziqing, a 13 or 14-year-old girl. It was simply embarrassing and humiliating. Yi Ziqing threw the teacup to Fu Ting'en, then walked up to Brother Long and stepped on his back. Brother Chong, right? The muscles on Brother Long's face twitched slightly. He was disgusted by the name and wanted to refute, but he didn't have the ability or courage, so he could only admit in frustration, yes. Brother Long's gangsters all lowered their heads and even lowered their hums, for fear of being stared at by Yi Ziqing. Their boss admits that he is Brother Chong. What can they say? Digression. Please recommend. Please collect it. Please give me a reward. Asking for a monthly ticket. All kinds of requests. Chapter 157 Familiar, fairly familiar. Tell me, who asked you to come? Where could Brother Long hide anything? He immediately betrayed the other party. It's Ma Wenwei, the boss of Yaoi Furniture. Sure enough, it's him. Yi Ziqing sneered. Except for Ma Xiaoyun's father, there was no one else there. Yi Ziqing tilted his head slightly and asked curiously, what does he want you to do? He asked us to destroy you and let you see the dangers of society. At the end of the sentence, Brother Long's voice became smaller and smaller. In fact, Brother Long now wants to complain. Want to let Yi Ziqing see the dangers of society? Who knows? When Fu Ting'en and Yi Ziqing heard this, they both looked down at Brother Long on the ground in a funny way. Their thoughts were the same. Who knew this? Yi Ziqing smiled and teased Brother Long. Then did you let me see it? Brother Long wanted to cry and immediately begged for mercy. Miss Yi, we were wrong. Please go around us. If we knew you were so powerful, we would never come to trouble you. If I had known earlier, he should have inquired first. If I had known earlier, he would not have come. No matter how much money I gave him, he would not have come. Yi Ziqing snorted coldly and put a little force on his feet. The pain made Brother Long grimace, but he did not dare to scream out loud. Now, Brother Long and the others are no longer as fierce as they were when they arrogantly threatened the neighbors to stay out of their own business. Now they are like sick cats. They dare not even make a sound when they bark. It's so embarrassing. Are you familiar with that Ma Wenhui? Brother Long nodded quickly. It's familiar. It's pretty familiar. Then do you know if he's doing anything inappropriate? The reason why Ma Zhaoan was so arrogant was not because of her father's influence, so she extinguished her arrogance and destroyed his father's company. Brother Long's face was filled with confusion as he asked Yi Ziqing, Miss Yi, are you planning to attack Ma Wenhui? No. Yi Ziqing raised his eyebrows and looked down at Brother Long coldly. Brother Long immediately shook his head. No, it's not impossible. It's just that the evidence we have is of little use. Every time Ma Wenhui asks his secretary to come to us, he always comes to find someone else. You're quite smart. Yi Ziqing glanced at Brother Long slightly, knowing that they couldn't destroy him unless Ma Wenwei came to them in person. Brother Long laughed dryly. They are just gangsters, and they have reached their status. How can they do it without any evidence or handle? Is his secretary named Su Chuan? Yes, that's Su Chuan. Brother Long nodded quickly and said that Su Chuan said he wanted us to give Missy a good beating. Yi Ziqing sneered. Looks like he hasn't been beaten enough. Hiss. Brother Long couldn't help but gasp, and he also cursed the 18 generations of ancestors at that bastard Su Chuan. So Su Chuan wanted to take revenge after being beaten by Yi Ziqing, so he asked them to help him take revenge through Ma Wenwei's order. Damn Su Chuan, they will definitely make him look good. Yi Ziqing kicked Brother Long in the chest. I'll give you a mission to find out the evidence of Ma Wenwei's crime. Brother Long looked shocked. That's right, I don't care whether you kidnap Su Chuan for questioning or follow Ma Wenwei to investigate. I only want criminal evidence. Okay, we will definitely find the evidence. Brother Long nodded, a calculating light flashing in his eyes. It was their business to leave here to investigate or not, and it was impossible for this woman to keep an eye on them. Chapter 158 Sharing the Blessings and Sharing the Hardships. Yi Ziqing seemed to have read through the meaning in Brother Long's eyes. He raised a smile on his lips, put his hand into his pocket, and pretended to take out a porcelain bottle from his pocket, but he actually took it out from the space. I poured out a few yellow mung bean-sized pills from the porcelain bottle. To prevent you from fooling me, I will give each of you a pill of poison. Looking at the pills in Yi Ziqing's hand and hearing her words, not to mention Brother Long, all the other gangsters trembled. The little gangster who was near the gate was so frightened that he stood up and ran out, rolling and crawling. Poison, this is for them to eat. How is this possible? Yi Ziqing glanced at the young bastard coldly. Fu Ting'an had already reached the door in one step and stepped on the young bastard's back, trampling him to the ground, unable to move. The little gangster let out a scream of pain and tried to stand up but was unable to do so. Yi Ziqing threw the medicine bottle to Fu Ting'an. Feed them all. Okay. Fu Ting'an nodded with a smile, bent down and turned the little gangster over. Then he pinched the little gangster's chin, and with a click, he simply removed the little gangster's chin, dropped a poison into his mouth while he opened his mouth, then reinstalled it, and slapped the little gangster on the chest to make the little gangster swallow the poison. Others followed suit and fed Brother Long's men poison. The gangster stuffed his fingers into his mouth and tried to pull them out, but to no avail. Yi Ziqing lowered his head and looked at Brother Long at his feet with a smile. You are the only one left. Open your mouth and share the blessings and hardships with your brother, otherwise your brother will not recognize you. Brother Long was really about to cry. The man looked so gentle, but he was so ruthless. The little girl in front of him also looked delicate and frail, but he was so skilled and so ruthless. Yi Ziqing was so threatening, Brother Long could only open his mouth and swallow the poison. Let's not talk about whether he will be besieged by his brothers after he returns without taking the poison. Let's talk about Yi Ziqing first. She will definitely not allow him to leave without taking the poison. In this case, it is better to take the poison obediently and suffer less. That's good. Yi Ziqing smiled and patted Brother Long on the head. Don't worry, this poison won't kill you, but you will feel itchy all over your body from time to time every day. Brother Long put on a forced smile, but this smile was uglier than crying. At this moment, Brother Long and his gangsters felt in their hearts that Yi Ziqing was simply a little witch, so terrifying that they must not be offended in the future. Fu Ting'an looked at Yi Ziqing's little appearance, playing with Brother Long in amusement, and thought it was very cute. Yi Ziqing said in a low voice, in 1 month, if you don't get the antidote, your whole body will fester and die. What do you think? Do you like this ending? Miss Yi, we know we were wrong. Please spare us. We will never dare again. Please, Miss Yi, please go around us. We will never dare to do it again. How dare these little bastards dare to do so? Every one of them was almost scared to death. Humph. Yi Ziqing snorted and glanced at the gangsters. Clean this place for me. Except for Brother Long, who was stepped on by Yi Ziqing, the gangsters immediately got up and took brooms to clean up. Fu Ting'an took out a few rags from nowhere and handed them to them, asking them to wipe the spit on the floor. Chapter 159 Taking Someone to Gamble. A few people worked together to clean up quickly. The gangsters stood in a row and looked at Yi Ziqing with dry smiles. Ms. Yi, you have cleaned everything for us. Yi Ziqing glanced with disgust. Okay, you can go. When Yi Ziqing spoke, the younger brothers turned around and ran away one by one. Even their eldest brother Long brother was forgotten. Then, can you and I leave? Brother Long, who was stepped on, quickly begged Yi Ziqing. Get up first. Feeling the feet on his back move away, Brother Long quickly climbed up with one hand. His other hand was crippled by Yi Ziqing's first move. The pain now caused cold sweat to break out on his forehead. After leaving, Brother Long still had to think about going to the hospital to get his arm treated. Wait a minute. Yi, what do you want Miss Yi to do? Brother Long bowed his head and smiled apologetically at Yi Ziqing. I want to ask, have you ever gambled? Brother Long's body trembled, and he subconsciously shook his head in denial. No, we didn't gamble. However, Yi Ziqing glanced sideways at Brother Long. I'm not reporting you, but I want you to help me and take someone to gamble. What? Brother Long was slightly startled, with a look of confusion on his face. Taking someone to gamble? What's the meaning? Yi Ziqing tapped his chin with his finger, and the smile on his face was as bright as spring. My second uncle likes gambling. You take him to play. The muscles in the corner of Brother Long's eyes trembled violently. Second uncle likes gambling. Take him to play? Is this for the second uncle to win? Or lose? Miss Yi, what do you mean by this? Brother Long looked at Yi Ziqing with an apologetic smile, not understanding the meaning of her words. Because I had never investigated Yi Ziqing before coming here. After all, when dealing with a little girl, there was no need to investigate anything. I didn't know that something was wrong, but I just didn't know what was going on with her second uncle. A bright smile appeared on Yi Ziqing's young and beautiful face. Let him lose hard and lose everything. Since Brother Long and the others were asked to investigate Ma Wenwei's affairs, they might as well kill two birds with one stone and let them take Uncle Yu to gamble. I believe there will be a better way for these little gangsters. Brother Long's heart trembled. Although he didn't know who the second uncle Yi Ziqing was talking about, to be able to call him second uncle must be related by blood, right? However, now he has to lose everything. Is this the rhythm of killing the opponent? Although Brother Long didn't know the reason, he still nodded and smiled. Okay, Miss Yi, don't worry. I have a brother I know who gambles. I will ask someone to take him to gamble and let him lose everything. I don't want anyone to know about this. Yes, I will definitely not let anyone know about this. A wicked smile appeared on Yi Ziqing's lips and he asked, how do you plan to get back to Ma Wenwei after you go back? I will never tell the truth. Brother Long straightened up quickly and replied with a trembling heart. Well, you can hold off for a while if you can. Brother Long quickly patted his chest and promised, yes, I will definitely complete the task you asked Miss Yi as soon as possible. A month later, he still didn't want to die, and he still died from ulcers all over his body. Yi Ziqing waved his hand, and Brother Long quickly turned around and ran away. Fu Ting'en stepped forward and closed the door. Looking at the house, which was still a little messy, he started to clean it carefully. Are you going to let them handle it? Chapter 160, I want to eat you. Yeah. Use waste, don't waste it. Yi Ziqing sat on the sofa and said with a smile, it would be more appropriate to use them to solve the problem. You can do whatever you want, I support you. Fu Ting'en nodded. He knew that another big reason was that Yi Ziqing didn't want to use his power, and she wanted to solve it by herself. Moreover, if you threaten Brother Long with poison, I believe that Brother Long will not act recklessly. Besides, Brother Long was still here under the instigation of Ma Wenwei and the others, but he failed to bully him and was instead used by Yi Ziqing. As for the matter of second Uncle Yi, Yi Ziqing only told Brother Long. Even if everyone thought about it afterwards, they felt that Brother Long might have caused trouble for second Uncle Yi in order to take revenge on Yi Ziqing. Although second Uncle Yi is Yi Ziqing's second uncle, if someone makes someone have a bad relationship with Yi Ziqing, it is estimated that Yi Iriya's second uncle Yi Ziqing will not have any objections to someone who bullies him. And it can be regarded as revenge. Not bad. Yi Ziqing gave Fu Ting'en a satisfied look. I'm in a good mood today. Let's go out and buy groceries and then come back for a big meal. I was still thinking about how to set a trap for Uncle Yi and the others. The main reason was that there was no one around and I didn't want to trouble Fu Ting'en, so I could only delay it. Unexpectedly, Ma Xiaoyun's father was so helpful that he sent someone to her. I believe there will be news from Uncle Ye's side soon. Okay. Fu Ting'en nodded, quickly cleaned up, and then went out to buy groceries with Yi Ziqing. There is a short distance between the food market and the community. There is no place to park when driving to the food market. It is more convenient to walk there, and it only takes about 10 minutes to walk, which is not too far. Fu Ting'en still felt that this distance was not bad, and he could cross the road with Yi Ziqing, but the sun was a bit poisonous and hot. Looking at the beads of sweat on Yi Ziqing's forehead, he asked with concern, would you like to buy some ice cream? Okay. It was indeed a bit hot, so Yi Ziqing didn't refuse and nodded. Fu Ting'en took Yi Ziqing to a roadside shop and bought ice cream for 1 yuan each. Yi Ziqing licked the ice cream and turned to look at Fu Ting'en. You don't want to eat it? I want to eat you. Fu Ting'en turned his head and lowered his eyes, with a sly smile on his lips. Yi Ziqing immediately moved the ice cream in his hand and glared at Fu Ting'en. What a beautiful idea. This dog man really thinks too much. Fu Ting'en chuckled, not angry, but looked at Yi Ziqing amusedly and dotingly. The two of them slowly walked to the market and bought a lot of vegetables to go home. Of course, Fu Ting'en was the one who carried things along the way, and Yi Ziqing didn't take anything. However, only halfway back, Yi Ziqing felt something was wrong with his body. Yi Ziqing suddenly felt a pang of pain in his stomach. He could bear it at first and didn't pay much attention to it, but after not walking much, he felt more and more pain. What's wrong? Fu Ting'an asked with concern when he saw Yi Ziqing stop. Yi Ziqing supported the tree trunk with one hand and pressed his stomach firmly with the other. No, it just hurts. Stomach hurts? Very painful. Fu Ting'an was startled, and sure enough he saw that Yi Ziqing's little face was pale, and a look of worry immediately appeared on his face. Yi Ziqing took a deep breath and waved his hand. It should be fine if you slow down a little. Fu Ting'an didn't think so he put the dishes on the ground and helped her into his arms with concern, letting her lean on his chest to feel more comfortable. Are you really okay? Digression. Please collect it. Please recommend. Please give me a reward. Asking for a monthly ticket. Please give me a 5-star review. All kinds of requests. Chapter 161 Lady's Bread. It should be fine, but I suddenly feel a stomachache. Yi Ziqing frowned and took a deep breath to relieve the pain. However, the pain did not subside much as he clenched his small hands into fists. Let me take a look for you. Fu Ting'an quickly asked Yi Ziqing with concern. Yi Ziqing nodded, but suddenly felt hot in his lower body and smelled a faint smell of blood at the tip of his nose. He instantly understood what was going on. A blush appeared on his cheeks, and he subconsciously covered his crotch. Now Yi Ziqing understands that this is her first time visiting her aunt. Maybe it was because of the bad life of the previous 10 years and the lack of nutrition that it was only at the age of 14 that I became pregnant. Yi Ziqing didn't care just now because the aunt in the previous life would be delayed by a year or two. He didn't expect that the aunt would come so soon after rebirth, and it would be so painful for the first time. But thinking about it, Yi Ziqing also understood that her aunt's late arrival in the past was entirely due to malnutrition, but her body had been recuperating after her rebirth, which was why her aunt arrived so quickly. In addition, I just ate an ice cream not long ago, and I may have caught a cold, which is why I feel so painful now. After knowing his situation, Yi Ziqing quickly stopped Fu Ting'an. Let's go back quickly. What's wrong? Fu Ting'an looked at Yi Ziqing in pain and asked in confusion. Yi Ziqing lowered his head slightly, not knowing how to tell him. After all, he was another man, not his biological brother. Fu Ting'an was still a little confused and puzzled at first, but he still saw some signs. He looked down and saw the faint blood stains under Yi Ziqing's crotch, and immediately understood that this was the girl's aunt. It's okay, I'll take you back right away. Fu Ting'an looked around and took off his short-sleeved t-shirt, revealing his strong muscles. Yi Ziqing was stunned and asked, "What are you doing?" "Take you back," Fu Ting'an said, covering Ziqing's butt with his clothes, and then directly picked up Princess Ziqing. Yi Ziqing's face turned redder, not sure whether it was because of shyness or stomachache, so he buried his head in Fu Ting'an's chest, trying not to let anyone see his face. Fu Ting'an actually used his clothes to cover her butt, which was really embarrassing. Fu Ting'an walked back quickly and comforted in a low voice, "I'll go back and make you some brown sugar and ginger water. It should ease the pain." Yi Ziqing's cheeks turned even redder. How could this man know this so clearly? It seemed like he had done this kind of thing more than once or twice. Vegetables. Yi Ziqing couldn't help but remind him dully as he looked at the vegetables thrown behind him on the road. "It's okay, let's go home first. What else do you want?" Judging from Yi Ziqing's condition, he probably wouldn't be able to eat anything at night, so he could just cook some porridge then. As for him, he could do whatever he wanted, as long as Yi Ziqing was comfortable. Yi Ziqing was speechless. He really didn't know what to say. He could only bury his head in Fu Ting'an's arms and didn't dare to say anything more. "Do you have any bread at home?" Yi Ziqing suddenly raised his head and stared. He did not expect that Fu Ting'an would actually say the word bread. It seems that it is not a term of this era, right? Well, as for sanitary napkins, some men will call them women's buns to cover up their unnaturalness in order to be easier to talk to, but now they are mostly just sanitary napkins. Moreover, Yi Ziqing felt like his face was turning red when these two words came from a grown man's mouth. Chapter 162 The body's reaction is the most realistic. Yi Ziqing grabbed the corner of the quilt, covering half of his face, and said dully no. No. She also didn't expect that her aunt would come back so quickly, and then she would be miserable. It seemed that she had to rely on Fu Ting'an to buy it. "Then I'll go back and boil brown sugar water for you first to relieve the pain in your stomach, and then I'll buy it for you. Do you want a hot water bottle?" "I'll buy you one." Fu Ting'an asked again with concern. "It's still so hot, I can't buy a hot water bottle." "It's okay, I'll take care of it." Yi Ziqing lowered his head and remained silent. It seemed like this man had done this kind of thing not once or twice. Although Fu Ting'an did not run, he quickened his pace and walked home. Yi Ziqing in his arms was relatively reserved and shy at first, but the pain in her stomach made her eyes feel dizzy. This kind of aunt's pain has its own level, and Yi Ziqing can tolerate it relatively well, but in the face of this kind of aunt's pain, she can only surrender. "Does it hurt?" Fu Ting'an lowered his head and asked Yi Ziqing gently as he walked into the community gate. Yi Ziqing just groaned and was speechless in pain. "Did you just eat ice cream?" Fu Ting'an asked, blaming himself. Yeah, the ice cream was just an inducement and would aggravate some of the pain. Yi Ziqing actually didn't expect her aunt to come back so early. It was too early. It's okay, I'm here. Fu Ting'en lowered his head and kissed Yi Ziqing's hair, which was a little damp from sweat, and hugged her tighter. Fu Ting'en quickened his pace again, returned home, kicked open the door, and put Yi Ziqing on the bed. Yi Ziqing, who was a little bit black from the pain, grabbed Fu Ting'en's chest with both hands. Old Fu, it hurts so much. Fu Ting'en, who had not yet put Yi Ziqing on the bed, trembled slightly. He looked down at Yi Ziqing in his arms, and the corners of his sexy and thin lips raised in a slight arc. Although the memory is sealed, it still cannot change the subconscious reaction. In the past, when Yi Ziqing was in pain, she would lie in his arms, call him coquettishly, hold him, and not let him leave. Sometimes when she was slightly injured, she would roll around coquettishly and act cute to be comforted. This was when he felt happiest. Now, when Yi Ziqing's consciousness was a little confused, his body and mind still had a subconscious reaction, and he began to rely on him and act coquettishly in a soft voice. It's okay, don't worry, you'll be fine soon. Fu Ting'en gently placed Yi Ziqing on the bed, but still held her tenderly and comforted her softly. Fu Ting'en wanted to let go of Yi Ziqing, but he was tightly held on. It hurts. Old Fu, you are not allowed to leave. Facing the childish and domineering Yi Ziqing, Fu Ting'en couldn't help crying or laughing. He could only gently pat her back and comfort her softly. Okay, I won't leave. I'll stay with you. Fu Ting'en was not in a hurry to leave. Although he put Yi Ziqing on the bed, he did not let her go. He sat on the bed and let her lean into his arms. His big hands gently attached to Yi Ziqing's belly and rubbed it gently. Yeah. Yi Ziqing felt the comfort of Fu Ting'en's massage and let out a comfortable moan, letting Fu Ting'en massage her. Seeing that Yi Ziqing's expression had softened a little, Fu Ting'en let go of his hand to put her on the bed. Yi Ziqing clung to her again, raised her cute face like a slap, pouted her cute pink mouth, revealed her hazy eyes, and called out softly and coquettishly in a childish voice, Old Fu. Chapter 163 Bought for your girlfriend? The sound of Old Fu made Fu Ting'en's whole body tense up. It was really killing him. He didn't have any resistance at all. Sure enough, no matter where he went, he could never escape this little girl's woozishin. Ching, be good, don't move, I'll make you some brown sugar ginger water. Fu Ting'en grabbed Yi Ziqing's little hand, kissed the back of Yi Ziqing's hand, and comforted her softly. Yi Ziqing pouted and rubbed Fu Ting'en's chest with his furry head. Then you have to hurry up. Okay, I'll be quick. Lie down first, otherwise you'll get a stomachache. Fu Ting'en gently touched Yi Ziqing's head. Fortunately, the air conditioner was turned on and the sweat on Yi Ziqing's body had dried, otherwise it would not be good for her body. Fu Ting'en gently placed Yi Ziqing on the bed and finally got out of the room. As soon as he walked out of the room, Fu Ting'en made a phone call and asked someone to buy a hot water bottle. First, he cooked a bowl of brown sugar ginger water. Ching, wake up. Fu Ting'en gently pushed Yi Ziqing, who was sleeping in confusion, and then helped her into his arms. Yi Ziqing directly hugged Fu Ting'en's strong chest with a pair of lotus arms, rubbing his head coquettishly. Old Fu. Fu Ting'en looked at the little girl's cute behavior in amusement. Come on, let's drink sugar water. Yi Ziqing closed his eyes and shook his head. Don't drink. Be good, your stomach won't hurt if you drink it. If you don't drink it, I'll be angry. Fu Ting'en persuaded Yi Ziqing in a low voice. Although he was angry, you could not hear the anger in his words, but more of a deep affection. Yi Ziqing pouted her pink lips. Okay? Hey. Okay. Fu Ting'en laughed, scooped up a spoonful of brown sugar water, blew it, and gave it to Yi Ziqing to drink. After taking a sip, Yi Ziqing smacked his mouth and drank. After drinking, he lay down in Fu Ting'en's arms and continued to sleep. Fu Ting'en put Yi Ziqing away again before running out to buy lady bread for her. He ran to the small shop at the door and quickly came to the bread shelf. He often came to the shop to buy some seasonings, so he knew the location of the bread very well. How much? Fu Ting'en threw a bag of bread on the table. The shop owner was a fat aunt in her 50s. Seeing Fu Ting'en's actions, she raised her head slightly with a bright smile on her face. Young man, did you buy this for your girlfriend? Well, why not my wife? The fat aunt thinks that Fu Ting'en is quite young. At this age, he should not get married so early. At most, he is his girlfriend or fiancé. Fu Ting'en nodded. Well, auntie, hurry up. Okay, it's rare for a boy to buy something like this for a girl these days. You are a good boy. The fat aunt felt that Fu Ting'en was very satisfied. Although it was 1995, there were still boys in this era who felt it was a bit embarrassing to buy bread for girls and were unwilling to touch it. Therefore, it makes me jealous to see such a handsome boy buying bread for a girl. Fu Ting'en just smiled, gave the money to the fat aunt, and left. However, the fat aunt looked at Fu Ting'en's leaving back with envy on her face. Oh, My family is not as handsome as this little guy, nor as considerate and gentle as this guy. If I were 40 years younger, I would definitely marry such a man. Fu Ting'en, who was running away quickly, felt a gust of cold wind blowing from his back, and his body shivered, but he still didn't slow down and ran home quickly. Chapter 164. The Fu family is bankrupt? After returning home, Fu Ting'en came to the room full of warmth and called Yi Ziqing softly, "Ching Ching, I bought it." However, Yi Ziqing was still sleeping peacefully, and he responded vaguely. Fu Ting'en smiled helplessly, put the things on the bedside, and then went to the kitchen to prepare some porridge for Yi Ziqing. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Fu Ting'en went to open the door. A middle-aged man in a suit raised his fist as if to knock on the door. "Mr. Fu." When the middle-aged man saw Fu Ting'en, he quickly showed a bright smile and handed the bag in his hand to Fu Ting'en. "This is the hot water bottle you asked me to buy." "Yeah." Fu Ting'en took a look and nodded. Without saying anything else, he closed the door. The middle-aged man wiped his sweat and looked around curiously, feeling very confused. "I don't understand why Mr. Fu lives in a place like this. Didn't he live in a villa before? It feels a bit embarrassing for the dignified third Master Fu to live in a place like this. People who don't know better think that the Fu family is bankrupt. Moreover, it feels a bit strange to buy a hot water bottle on such a hot day." In order to buy this hot water bottle, he also traveled half of Linjiang City. After all, he could not find a hot water bottle in any supermarket or warehouse. Fu Ting'en poured the boiled water into the hot water bottle, poured cold water into the hot water bottle, and checked that the temperature was not very hot before taking it to Yi Ziqing in the room. "Here comes the hot water bottle." Fu Ting'en put the hot water bottle inside the quilt and gently placed it on Yi Ziqing's lower abdomen. Yi Ziqing was still a little confused, holding Fu Ting'en's arm and acting coquettishly. "Old Fu, let's go together." Fu Ting'en tapped Yi Ziqing's nose in a funny way and let him join him now. He didn't know if she would kick him down when she came to her senses. It seems that this is very possible. It's a pity that there is no recording equipment at this moment, so that it can be used as evidence when the time comes. However, even so, Fu Ting'en still sat for a while, because there was still porridge to cook. While Fu Ting'en was making porridge, Yi Ziqing also fell asleep for a while. Coupled with a hot water bottle in his life, it was still a little warm, and he woke up from the heat. Yi Ziqing woke up and blinked, rubbed his eyes, touched his belly, felt the hot water bottle on his belly, and a smile appeared on his lips. Feeling that her stomach was much better now, Yi Ziqing turned her head and saw the lady's bread lying next to the bed, with a blush on her cheeks. I didn't expect Fu Ting'en to actually buy it. I didn't know what people who bought it would think of him. Thinking about it, the smile on Yi Ziqing's lips got bigger. However, Yi Ziqing didn't think much about it. Thinking of his current situation, he quickly got up and went to the bathroom. Fu Ting'en, who was in the living room, heard the noise and saw the back of Yi Ziqing entering the bathroom. He got up with a smile and went to Yi Ziqing's room to take out his clothes. He didn't know how long Yi Ziqing was going to sleep, so Fu Ting'en put a plastic bag underneath the mattress. As expected, the mattress was not stained red, but there were already a lot of blood stains on his clothes. After Yi Ziqing was busy for a while, he returned to the room and found that Fu Ting'en's clothes were gone on the bed. He immediately blushed and knew that Fu Ting'en must have come in and taken them away. Thinking that his blood was on Fu Ting'en's clothes and that he had to wash it, Yi Ziqing felt so embarrassed that he was almost embarrassed to see others. Digression. Please recommend. Please collect it. Please give me a reward. Asking for a monthly ticket. All kinds of requests. Chapter 165. What age are you now and you are still poisoned? Yi Ziqing's face was originally pale, but after Fu Ting'en's care, he felt much better and his face did not look too pale. Instead, it was a little reddish, indicating shyness. Fu Ting'en walked into the room, looked at Yi Ziqing who was still lying on the bed, walked to the bed and sat down, and asked with concern, "Does your stomach still hurt now?" "Much better." Yi Ziqing pulled the quilt up by the corner, covering half of his face, only revealing a pair of big, watery eyes. As for clothes and whatnot, I forgive Yi Ziqing for not being able to ask. She feels so ashamed just thinking about it, let alone saying it. Fu Ting'en was also aware of Yi Ziqing's current mood. After all, they were still friends. Without saying anything, he said with concern, "I've made porridge for you. You can drink porridge when you're hungry." Yi Ziqing was stunned and asked with concern, "Where are you?" "Same, I also drink porridge." Fu Ting'en laughed and said nonchalantly. Yi Ziqing frowned. A grown man would be hungry if he drank porridge at night. "You are not full." "It's okay. I still have some steamed buns at home. I can steam a few when the time comes." Fu Ting'en comforted with a smile. These buns were all made by Fu Ting'en before, just to make breakfast for Yi Ziqing. He will make some more at once and freeze them to keep them for a few days. Today is just the right time for him to fill his stomach. Yi Ziqing nodded with relief, but actually felt a little embarrassed. Well, then you can take care of it yourself. Don't starve yourself. Fu Tingyan touched Yi Ziqing's cheek tenderly and looked at her slightly pale face, feeling very distressed. You should have a good rest first. If you need anything, just call me. Okay. Yi Ziqing nodded, with deep warmth in his eyes. Here, Yi Ziqing was taking some rest under Fu Tingyan's care, but Brother Long and the others ran to the hospital for a while. Especially Brother Long, who went to the orthopedic department and was immediately admitted to the hospital. Yi Ziqing was not merciful at all. His bones were broken and he needed surgery. However, fortunately, none of Brother Long's gangsters were in serious trouble. They only needed to paint some bruises and bruises. After Brother Long was hospitalized, he asked his younger brother to find out more about Yi Ziqing. In fact, even if Brother Long didn't say it, the younger brothers all had the same plan. Who made Yi Ziqing so scary? Who would have thought that such a little girl could be so skilled and could also use poison? They went to draw blood to test whether they were poisoned, but the doctor laughed at them. They were still poisoned at this age and could not find out at all. However, they felt itchy all over their bodies from time to time, almost every hour for a minute or two, which confirmed that they were poisoned. If the hospital can't find out, it must be because they are not capable enough, and they don't dare to look down on Yi Ziqing anymore. At this moment, Yi Ziqing's status in their hearts was higher than that of Brother Long. Brother Long wants to investigate, and they also want to find out who this big boss is, and they must not offend him in the future. Moreover, Brother Long asked his younger brothers to arrange an investigation into Yi Ziqing's uncle. After all, Yi Ziqing wanted to persecute her second uncle. The younger brothers started investigating Ma Wenwei's daughter and soon learned the identity of Yi Ziqing. Then they went to Yi Ziqing's village to investigate and learn about the situation of the Yi family. Yi Ziqing, who woke up after taking a break at this moment, didn't know the situation on Brother Long's side. After a long sleep, I woke up and it was already dark. Chapter 166. Why are you okay? Wake up. Fu Tingyan moved a stool into Yi Ziqing's room and kept reading documents while waiting for Yi Ziqing to wake up. Seeing Fu Tingyan's handsome face, Yi Ziqing smiled and nodded. Yeah. How do you feel after a good sleep? Does your stomach still hurt? Yi Ziqing touched his lower abdomen and felt that the pain was much lessened. It's much better. Fu Tingyan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Are you hungry? I'll help you prepare porridge. Okay. Yi Ziqing nodded and watched Fu Tingyan hurried out to prepare porridge. Yi Ziqing got up and went to the bathroom first, and then went to the restaurant to drink porridge. Did you drink it? Yi Ziqing asked with concern, holding a bowl of warm white porridge. Fu Tingyan nodded. Well, eat, don't worry. You can go to rest after eating. Go to bed early today. Yi Ziqing bit her chopsticks. She wanted to say that she couldn't sleep after sleeping so much just now. However, she didn't plan to talk too much to Fu Tingyan, for fear of getting involved in her aunt's affairs. Yi Ziqing didn't know anything about her coquettish behavior towards Fu Tingyan just now, so when she faced Fu Tingyan now, it was relatively normal. After dinner, Yi Ziqing went back to rest. Fu Tingyan also cleaned up and went back to Yi Mingyi's room to continue working. Yi Ziqing returned to her room and did not sleep. As she had just thought, she had actually slept a lot, so she entered the space. After arriving at the space, enter the medicine room, grab some medicine, boil it and drink it to condition your body. He didn't expect it before, but after experiencing his aunt's pain once, Yi Ziqing planned to take care of it again, at least to ensure that it wouldn't be so painful every time her aunt came. After all, it was a special period. After wandering in the space for a while, I felt a little tired and my stomach hurt, so I went back to rest. When he woke up the next morning, Yi Ziqing felt that his stomach pain had completely disappeared, but he still drank a bowl of medicine in the space before going out for breakfast. Fu Tingyan glanced at the rosy-cheeked Yi Ziqing with concern. Qing, does your stomach still hurt today? It's okay, don't worry, my stomach hurts mainly because of the ice cream I ate yesterday. Yi Ziqing smiled and comforted Fu Tingyan. Fu Tingyan nodded. He also noticed it, but couldn't help but want to care. Do you want me to see you off today? Yi Ziqing immediately shook his head and refused. No, I don't want to be the target of public criticism. Okay. Fu Tingyan sighed with regret. When will his reputation be justified? After breakfast, Yi Ziqing went to school. Not long after entering the school gate, by chance, I bumped into Ma Zhaoan. Ma Zhaoan stared at Yi Ziqing's unharmed appearance. Why are you okay? She also knew about Ma Wenwei's arrangements for people to deal with Yi Ziqing, just yesterday. But why did Yi Ziqing show no signs of being bullied today? Because it is still summer, Yi Ziqing is still wearing short-sleeved shirts, and the exposed skin is very intact, with no trace of being bullied. This made Ma Zhaoan very unbelievable. Has Yi Ziqing been taught a lesson? What should I do? Yi Ziqing blinked, looking innocent and confused. Brother Long will definitely not disobey her instructions, so he will never tell the Ma family that he has caused trouble. Chapter 167. That's what Miss Yi ordered. Now Ma Zhaoan saw that Yi Ziqing was safe and sound, so he looked shocked. Ma Zhaoan gritted her teeth and wanted to tell her about Brother Long's trouble with her, but she couldn't. In this way, not only would they not expose themselves, but they might also have informed Yi Ziqing of their plan. Therefore, Ma Zhaoan just stamped his feet and left angrily, secretly thinking that he must tell his father when he returned home. Looking at Ma Zhaoyan's leaving figure, Yi Ziqing's lips curved into a playful sneer. Let you be proud for a while first. In the afternoon, Brother Long's men in the hospital asked almost everything they needed to know. The enmity between Yi Ziqing and Ma Zhaoyan and Yi Ziqing's life experience were revealed in detail. When Brother Long heard the stories of the younger brothers, his face was very confused and shocked. Brother Long never expected that Yi Ziqing, who was so skilled, had such a simple identity. Yes, it's very simple. Both parents are dead, and there is only one brother who depends on each other. However, this brother Yi Mingyu is currently studying in college in the provincial capital and is not in Linjiang City. Now only Yi Ziqing is in Linjiang City. As for why Yi Ziqing was the only one, it was because the rest of the Yi family did not have a good relationship with her. How did second Uncle Yi and third Uncle Yi treat Yi Ziqing? How Yi Ziqing fought back, asked to separate the family, and now rents a house by herself outside. The younger brothers couldn't find out who Yi Ziqing learned her skills from, nor her poison-making skills, but Brother Long, who was hospitalized, had a clearer understanding. Especially his injured arm, which was covered in a plaster cast, felt sore and itchy that he could scratch it, but he couldn't move the plastered area, which tortured him greatly. Looks like I have to treat this Yi Ziqing well in the future. With that skill, that ability, and the man with her, Brother Long couldn't help but shiver. The younger brothers also nodded in agreement. Even if they could not investigate the source of his skills, they still regarded Yi Ziqing as an insurmountable mountain. With this understanding, Brother Long immediately asked people to arrange and design Uncle Ye's affairs. Since it was arranged by Yi Ziqing, he had to do it immediately. The younger brother was very puzzled. Brother, why do you want to set up Yi Ziqing's second uncle? Brother Long glared fiercely. Can I take revenge? But that's Miss Ye's second uncle. The younger brother couldn't help but remind him. Brother Long snorted coldly. Do you think Miss Ye will care about this second uncle? He was secretly proud of himself. That's what Miss Ye ordered, to deal with this second uncle. I just can't let you know. The younger brother nodded matter-of-factly. Yes, we'll make arrangements right away. The eldest brother said so, and they followed it obediently, and this was considered a good revenge. Who asked his niece to beat him? By the way, regarding Miss Ye's second uncle, you can't let others know the specific reason. Just find a brother to set it up. Brother Long still warned worriedly. Yes, brother. The younger brothers went down and quickly arranged what Yi Ziqing had done. How could they remember what the Ma family asked them to do? Ma Zhaoyan hurried home after school, but when he got home, Ma Wenwei hadn't gotten off work yet, so he was very anxious. Ma Wenwei didn't go home until dinner time. After dinner, he had time to sit down and talk. To be honest, when facing Ma Wenwei, Ma Zhaoyan was still a little flustered. Dad, I have something to tell you. Chapter 168. Injured while fighting for territory. Ma Wenwei nodded and sat on the sofa. Tell me. Ma Zhaoyan told Ma Wenwei the news that he met Yi Ziqing at school without any incident and was a little angry. He didn't expect Brother Long to fail to complete the task he assigned. In order to avoid some trouble, he specifically asked Brother Long and the others to go to Yi Ziqing's house on Sunday to find her trouble, not near the school. Therefore, it stands to reason that we can see the results today. Knowing that Yi Ziqing was fine, Ma Wenhui immediately asked Su Chuan to inquire about the situation. Su Chuan also hated Yi Ziqing for beating him, so he immediately went to find Brother Long. When he went to Brother Long's territory, he was told that Brother Long was hospitalized. Su Chuan looked confused. Why did he go to the hospital? Soon, Su Chuan thought about the fact that he was beaten by Yi Ziqing. Could it be that Yi Ziqing beat him to the hospital? Su Chuan quickly ran to the hospital to see Brother Long. Seeing that his arm had been put in a plaster, he looked shocked and said, Brother Long, what's wrong with your arm? Oh, I was accidentally injured yesterday while fighting for territory. Brother Long moved his arm easily. Oh, Xiaosu, I know what you are here to do, but there is nothing you can do about it. I happened to be involved in a land-grabbing incident, so I couldn't do what you told me to do. You see, I was injured and even hospitalized. There is really nothing I can do. Yi Ziqing wanted him to delay, so Brother Long directly brought up the matter of his injury. Of course, Brother Long was not that stupid and said that he was injured by Yi Ziqing and that he was trying to grab territory. According to Su Chuan's urine, he would never investigate where they were grabbing the territory and got injured. Therefore, Brother Long said without blushing or out of breath. The muscles on Su Chuan's face twitched violently. What could he say? There's nothing we can do about it. Su Chuan gritted his teeth bitterly in his heart, but there was an apologetic smile on his face. Brother Long, are you okay? It's okay. I've been injured for 100 days and my bones are all broken. I'm still in the hospital with a plaster on. I won't be able to do anything for a month or two. Brother Long sighed, looking like he was sorry that I didn't want to help you. When Sichuan heard that it would take a month or two, his face darkened and he felt unhappy. How could this be done? He was beaten. It would be best to see Yi Ziqing in bad luck now. Especially now, Ma Wenwei's intention is to deal with this matter as soon as possible so that Yi Ziqing's reputation can be ruined as soon as possible, so that Ma Xiaoyun's reputation can be restored. Sichuan thought for a while and asked Brother Long, can Brother Long on Yi Ziqing's side send someone else to deal with it? Brother Long rolled his eyes angrily. I, the eldest brother, have been injured, but all my little brothers can be intact? Sichuan opened his mouth and couldn't say a word. It seemed that it was really true. The elder brother was like this, and the younger brother probably wouldn't be much better. Even if Brother Long was not admitted to the hospital, he probably wouldn't be able to deal with it for a while. In the end, Sichuan could only ask one thing, Brother Long, when will you destroy Yi Ziqing's reputation? My brothers will recover the fastest, but it will take a week or two. Brother Long thought for a while and gave a time, so Xiaosu, do you think you should tell Mr. Ma about this matter? How did he decide? Our brothers on the road do what they say, but the current situation does not allow it, so we don't need the money later. In half a month, we will finish what Mr. Ma told us. Chapter 169. This is such bad luck. As for whether he would remember to teach Yi Qing a lesson half a month later, he couldn't guarantee it. Brother Long wouldn't remember this every day. When Ma Wenhui asked, he could just put it off with other things. Okay, I will talk to Mr. Ma about this. Sichuan gritted his teeth in anger. To be honest, if he could, he really wanted to punch Brother Long's arrogant face. Is there anything he doesn't understand about this? We've taken the money, and we'll help you with the matter, but when we do it depends on when we have time. He didn't care whether the money was given to Sichuan or not. He just wanted to seek revenge from Yi Ziqing. Brother Long smiled and waved his hand, looking very embarrassed. Then it's troublesome, Xiaosu. Look, I'm injured, so I won't send it away. Sichuan snorted coldly, turned around and left the hospital. Seeing Sichuan's leaving figure, the smile on Brother Long's face disappeared instantly, and he spat at the ground. What's so arrogant about a dog? You no longer have the right to be arrogant. Although Brother Long doesn't know Yi Ziqing's identity yet, Brother Long feels that Ma Wenhui won't be arrogant for long. After leaving the hospital, Sichuan explained Brother Long's matter to Ma Wenhui. When father and daughter Ma Wenhui and Ma Zhao heard the reason, they thought it was too dramatic. He asked Brother Long to teach Yi Ziqing a lesson, but he didn't expect that Brother Long was injured and hospitalized. Knowing that Brother Long and the others were temporarily useless, Ma Zhao was very dissatisfied. What should we do then? Even if we wait until Brother Long recovers, it will be too late to ruin Yi Ziqing's reputation. The effect will not be very great by then. Ma Wenhui also frowned, feeling very depressed. This was such bad luck. He didn't expect that he happened to be injured when he happened to be grabbing territory from Brother Long. The money was given, but nothing was accomplished, which was quite frustrating. Ma Wenhui's purpose is to deal with it as soon as possible. If Yi Ziqing's reputation is ruined by Brother Long, then he can use this to threaten Yi Ziqing and make her admit that she did what happened to Ma Zhaoyun. After Ma Xiaoyun's matter is resolved, he can publicize it and add fuel to the fire, causing Yi Ziqing's reputation to be ruined again. By then, Yi Ziqing's reputation has been ruined again and again, and he has been criticized by thousands of people. How can he still have the dignity to stay in the school? But, unexpectedly, Brother Long happened to be involved in a land grab and was injured. Even his younger brother was injured. Now, even if Ma Wenhui wants to do anything, he has given up on it for the time being. Fortunately, the three gangsters who were threatened by Yi Ziqing and pestered Ma Zhaoyun were moved to other places by him, preventing them from getting close to Ma Zhaoyun. Mr. Ma, what should we do next? Should we find someone else? Sichuan asked Ma Wenhui softly. If possible, Sichuan still wanted Ma Wenhui to find someone else to teach Yi Ziqing a lesson, so that his revenge could be avenged. Spending the boss's money to avenge oneself feels quite satisfying, but Brother Long may not be able to get his money back. Ma Zhaoyun also looked at Ma Wenhui expectantly. Dad, shall we find someone else? Then find someone else. Ma Wenhui nodded and looked up at Sichuan. Do you know anyone else on the road? Yes, there is a one-eyed wolf in the west of the city, but the price may be much higher than Brother Long. The only thing you need to get those on the road to take action is money. Chapter 170. Mr. Fu was forced to move out. Ma Wenhui's face darkened. He didn't expect that it would cost so much to deal with a little girl. It was really not cost-effective. After all, not everyone's money comes from the strong wind, and it's still to deal with such a little girl. Ma Zhaoyun turned to look at Ma Wenhui aggrievedly, and opened his mouth, but no sound came out. She knew that she was the cause this time, and that Ma Wenhui had already spent a lot of money. Now that the matter had not been completed, and he wanted money again, he would definitely not let her go. Let it go for a while. In the end, Ma Wenhui couldn't help but waved his hand directly. When Ma Zhaoyun heard Ma Wenhui's words, he immediately cried out aggrievedly, Dad. It's better if you don't open your mouth, but it's like poking a hornet's nest when you open your mouth. Ma Wenhui suddenly turned his head and glared at Ma Zhaoan fiercely. You are the cause of all this. Get out of my room. You won't have a penny for living expenses from today on. Ma Zhaoyan was startled and quickly lowered his head, not daring to say anything more. Although Ma Wenhui doted on her, that was when she brought him honor and benefits, but now Ma Wenhui is very dissatisfied with her. Su Chuan also glanced at Ma Zhaoan with regret. If Ma Zhaoan could have a higher status, then his revenge would be avenged. It seemed that he could not take revenge for a while. It was impossible for him to spend money to help his boss teach Yi Ziqing a lesson. It can only be said that the people around Ma Zhaoan are selfish, which makes her revenge not so quick. It was also because Ma Wenhui was reluctant to spend any more money to get into trouble, which gave Yi Ziqing some buffering time, and on the other side of the Yi family. Uncle Yi was taken to gamble by Brother Long's people and forgot to find a way to sell Yi Ziqing's matter, so he didn't bother Yi Ziqing. Yi Ziqing also lived a stable life for a period of time, except for having to face Ma Zhaoyun's fierce glare every day when he went to school. Soon, the time came for the National Day. On the National Day, Yi Ziqing and the others didn't have much time off because they were in the 3rd grade of junior high school, but Yi Mingyu had a lot to do during the holiday. Before the National Day, knowing that Yi Mingyu was coming back, Fu Ting'an cleaned the room 2 days in advance and gave Yi Mingyu a new quilt cover, which was naturally the same color so as not to find anything wrong. Yi Ziqing crossed his arms and leaned against the door. Looking at Fu Ting'an's actions, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Is it really okay to blatantly change things? Looking at the restored room, which was no different from when he first moved in, Fu Ting'an packed his suitcase and pulled it out. Looking at Yi Ziqing's playful smile, what are you laughing at? Yi Ziqing shrugged. I'm not laughing at anything. I just think your deception is quite funny. Fu Ting'an stretched out his slender fingers, curled them slightly, and gently tickled Yi Ziqing's nose. I really want to kidnap you away. Yi Ziqing puffed up his chest proudly. Do you dare to try? Fu Ting'an pursed his lips. He really didn't dare. Now Yi Ziqing has close relatives by her side, and she values this brother the most, so she will never fight against him for her. Therefore, he must first obtain Yi Mingyu's approval. You win. Yi Ziqing immediately laughed proudly, and Fu Ting'an could only pinch her cheeks helplessly and lovingly. Okay, let's go quickly, lest brothers see anything. Yi Ziqing pushed Fu Ting'an's arm and urged. Chapter 171. You haven't paid my food bill yet. Fu Ting'an stood still. You really want to drive me away? Yes. Yi Ziqing had a bright smile on his face and answered crisply. Fu Ting'an patted Yi Ziqing's head gently. Little white-eyed wolf. Haha, you live here and I haven't confiscated your rent. Fu Ting'an raised his eyebrows and counterattacked with a smile. You haven't paid me for food yet. Yi Ziqing narrowed his eyes. What did you say? Fu Ting'an secretly yelled and nodded quickly with a smile. No, I didn't pay. Humph. Yi Ziqing suddenly snorted arrogantly. Let's go. Although Yi Mingyu's class will end tomorrow, and he will be back tomorrow at the earliest, it is best for Fu Ting'an to leave today. Fu Ting'an glanced at Yi Ziqing reluctantly, feeling even more aggrieved and depressed. This girl was really confident without her memory. She was so bullying. I have to get it back later. I will come back. Yi Ziqing kept talking, and once again admired Fu Ting'an's shamelessness. Okay, I understand. You can leave first. If you don't want to leave, just buy the house next door, and we can live door to door. As soon as these words came out, Fu Ting'an's eyes lit up and he gave Yi Ziqing an admiring look. Ching is still smart. Yi Ziqing's mouth twitched. This man didn't really intend to do this, did he? Well, although Fu Ting'an had been living here with her before, the house here was really inconsistent with Fu Ting'an's identity, and she really couldn't accept the image of him living here. You don't really mean that, do you? Fu Ting'an gave Yi Ziqing a look that said you understand, I understand, everyone understands. What do you think? Yi Ziqing rolled his eyes towards the sky. Just pretend I didn't say. I closed the door. After saying that, Yi Ziqing pushed Fu Ting'an out of the door, and then closed the door with a bang. Fu Ting'an looked at the closed door with a funny look on his lips. He turned to look at the house next door with a glint in his eyes. He carried the suitcase in one hand and took out his mobile phone to dial a number. Although Fu Ting'an has been sending people to keep an eye on Yi Mingyu recently, and he will get the news as long as he comes back, Fu Ting'an has not passed Yi Mingyu. Leaving extra time for Yi Ziqing to prepare to wait for his brother to come home, he left first and went back to his villa. Brother Long, who had been recuperating for more than a week, came to Yi Ziqing's rental house in a hurry. Brother Long hung one hand around his neck and held a bag of documents in the other hand. He handed the information he investigated to Yi Ziqing. Miss Yi, these are my brother's investigations into Ma Wenhui for more than a week. Yi Ziqing nodded with satisfaction, took the document and looked at it, frowning slightly. Nothing more serious? After reading Massachusetts Wenhui's information, I found that the criminal evidence was not very serious. They were all general evidence. If Yi Ziqing took action, there would be no serious consequences. No, this Ma Wenwei is very careful. He doesn't know how to do many things himself. He didn't have many confidants at the beginning, so he did some actions by himself. Brother Long quickly explained with a smile on the side. Yi Ziqing nodded and tapped the document with his fingers. Brother Long was frightened and his heart beat like a drum. He was worried that Yi Ziqing would not be satisfied. Since there are not too many charges, then send these to Ma Wenwei's business enemies. Yi Ziqing handed these documents to Brother Long and ordered. Chapter 172, Using a Knife to Torture Someone. Ma Wenwei's business enemy? Yi Ziqing raised his eyebrows and asked Brother Long, don't you know who his enemy is? Brother Long quickly took the documents and nodded, I know, it's useless just giving these documents to them. Who says it's useless? Yi Ziqing curled his lips. Give it to the enemies who are currently in a stalemate. I believe they will be happy to see this information. A little carelessness can give them the upper hand. If multiple parties join forces, even if the matter is small, having too many things will be troublesome. Brother Long was stunned for a moment, and he immediately realized that Yi Ziqing was planning to kill someone with a borrowed knife. It would be effortless for Ma Wenwei's business enemies to deal with her. I believe that Ma Wenwei's enemies need this information very much, and it is possible to defeat them and give up the projects they compete with together. As long as Ma Wenwei loses so many projects, it will be difficult for his furniture company to survive. It is estimated that he will not have time to care about Yi Qing's affairs in the next time, let alone urge him. He may forget about the money in the end. After thinking about everything, Brother Long couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Yi Ziqing to express his praise. Miss Yi is still smart. These words are definitely a sincere compliment from Brother Long. A 14-year-old girl can actually get along with her so well. Yi Ziqing could destroy Ma Wenwei without doing it himself, but he didn't have the ability. Yi Ziqing smiled confidently. I'll leave this matter to you, is that okay? No problem, don't worry Miss Yi, there will be no problem if you leave it to me. Brother Long immediately assured him by patting his chest. Well, okay, let's go. Brother Long did not leave, but hesitated for a moment and said, Miss Yi, I have arranged for someone to take your second uncle to gamble. Yi Ziqing nodded and asked with a bit of curiosity, well, how is the situation now? Your second uncle has already lost a lot. He has borrowed thousands of yuan. I believe it will soon exceed 10,000 yuan. When do you think it will be better to take action? Brother Long asked Yi Ziqing with some uncertainty. Although Brother Long knew the situation of Yi Ziqing and Uncle Ye's family, he didn't know her attitude. Yi Ziqing thought for a while and said with a smile, then just do whatever you want. Don't treat him as my second uncle. Just think of him as the person I beat you in revenge for last time. Take revenge. Brother Long's eyes twitched fiercely. Although this was the reason he explained to his younger brother, he didn't expect that this was the reason Yi Ziqing wanted. All I can say is that second Uncle Yi was really miserable and had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. Brother Long quickly bowed his head and said, okay, then I'll go down and talk to my brother right away. Yi Ziqing waved his hand and asked Brother Long to leave. Brother Long really had nothing to do and left this time. Only by forcing Uncle Yu to a desperate situation can they arouse their vicious thoughts. Only by breaking the law can we truly get rid of them and have a legitimate reason to get rid of them. They wanted to kidnap Yi Ziqing so that, even if they sued them later, no one would blame Yi Ziqing. Knowing that the other party is not of the Yi family's blood, but still abducting her, this is a deliberate provocation of the law, which will definitely make them stay in prison for several years. With better arrangements, Yi Ziqing can wait for the follow-up development with peace of mind. However, I believe that the Yi family will not let Yi Mingyu know about this matter. Yi Mingyu took the bus back the afternoon before National Day and opened the door to his house. Chapter 173 Yi Mingyu returns. Brother. Seeing Yi Mingyu carrying a suitcase with a backpack on his body, his face red with sweat as big as beans, Yi Ziqing was a little shocked. Ching ching. Yi Mingyu showed a gentle and bright smile to Yi Ziqing. Yi Ziqing flew towards Yi Mingyu happily, but Yi Mingyu raised his hand to stop him. Don't move. Brother is covered in sweat now and it stinks. My sister doesn't mind my brother's stink. Yi Ziqing, however, pulled away Yi Mingyu's hand without caring and hugged Yi Mingyu's solid chest. The sudden hug made Yi Mingyu's heart feel extremely hot, and he gently touched Yi Ziqing's soft hair. Yi Ziqing leaned in Yi Mingyu's arms, raised his cute little face, and said with concern, Brother, why didn't you tell me when you came back? Just tell me what time the ticket is, and I can pick you up. It's okay, no need, I can do it alone. Besides, it's still a little hot outside, so it would be better to go out less. Although it was already the National Day, the weather outside was still a bit hot, and Yi Mingyu was carrying a heavy suitcase, so he was naturally sweating. Yi Ziqing let go of Yi Mingyu, pulled off his backpack, and reminded him with concern, Brother, you go take a shower first, and I'll help you pack it up. Okay. Yi Mingyu didn't refuse. He gave Yi Ziqing his backpack and suitcase and asked her to push the suitcase to the room. Yi Mingyu also entered the room and didn't pay much attention to the situation inside the room. He opened his suitcase and took a change of clothes before taking a shower. Yi Ziqing looked at Yu Mingyu's back with some guilt and quickly helped him pack his clothes and hang them in the closet. However, in Yi Mingyu's suitcase, there were more other things, including some specialties from Jiangjing City that he bought for her, and she ate the most. Looking at the half-big box of specialties, Yi Ziqing squatted on the ground, his eyes gradually turning red. As expected, her brother loved her the most and knew how to buy her favorite food. Yu Mingyu took a quick shower and came out within a few minutes. When he walked his room, he saw Yi Ziqing squatting motionless next to his luggage. What's wrong? Yi Ziqing came back to his senses, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and smiled brightly. It's nothing. Are you crying? Yu Mingyu knelt down and touched Yi Ziqing's head. Did the Yi family bully you when my brother was away? Brother, I will avenge you. It's okay, brother, don't worry. They can't bully me yet. Yi Ziqing grabbed Yu Mingyu's arm and smiled coquettishly. I was touched by brother. Brother, you came back and brought me so many delicious food. I'm very happy. Yu Mingyu smiled and tapped Yi Ziqing's nose. As long as you like it, my brother will buy you more food in the future. Although he has money now, Yu Mingyu plans to take advantage of his free time in college to go out to work part-time to earn some more money. By the way, he will also understand the market demand, which will be very useful for his development after graduating from college. But Yi Ziqing shook his head. No, I'll be satisfied as long as my brother comes back. He'll be tired of taking so many things. It's my brother's honor to be able to buy delicious food for my sister. It's not tiring at all. Yi Ziqing smiled and rubbed his head against Yu Mingyu's arm, cooing, brother is the best to me. Chapter 174 Mr. Fu is so generous. Yu Mingyu smiled and patted Yi Ziqing's head lovingly. Okay, it's going to be dinner soon. I'll buy vegetables and cook dinner for you. Yi Ziqing laughed. No, there's some in the refrigerator. I knew my brother was coming back today, so I had already prepared it. Of course, Yi Ziqing picked the vegetables in the refrigerator early from the space and put them in the refrigerator. Today, in order to wait for Yu Mingyu, not only did he not let Fu Ting'an come over, he also didn't even take a step out of the house. Yu Mingyu broke out in a sweat trying to bring her special snacks. How could Yi Ziqing let Yu Mingyu get tired from going out again? Okay, then I'll let you try my brother's craftsmanship. Yu Mingyu touched Yi Ziqing's head and said lovingly. Yi Ziqing hurriedly followed Yu Mingyu to the kitchen. I'm also here to help brother and sister cook together. Okay. The two of them were busy in the kitchen for a while, preparing 3 dishes and 1 soup, and ate them happily. After dinner, the 2 brothers and sisters sat on the sofa, watching TV and chatting. Yi Ziqing made a cup of tea using the tea set given by Fu Ting'an and handed it to Yu Mingyu. Brother, drink tea. Yu Mingyu picked up the small teacup, took a sip, and looked at the tea set on the coffee table curiously. For this kind of thing, I can forgive Yu Mingyu, who grew up in the village and is now in college, for not recognizing the value of this tea set. I was very surprised just now when I saw how smoothly my sister was making tea. I thought that my sister would like to do this very much. Did you buy this yourself? Yi Ziqing said with a normal smile. No, it was given by Brother Fu. He said that this place is empty, and you can put a tea set there so that you can make tea and relax. Master Fu is so generous. Yu Mingyu nodded and couldn't help but sigh. Thanks to Master Fu for taking care of you. Next time he comes, treat him to a meal as a thank you. Okay, let's cook and treat them to a meal ourselves. We don't have the intention to cook for them outside. Yu Mingyu put down the teacup in his hand and asked with concern. Qingqing, did Grandma and the others bully you? Yi Ziqing leaned on Yu Mingyu's shoulder and shook his head. They can't bully me. Brother, don't worry, I'm not you. I still have some kindness left. Yu Mingyu was stunned and asked, who said I was merciless? Isn't it? Yu Mingyu's face turned cold and he said resolutely, that's because when you were in the Yi family before, you restrained yourself because you were worried that you would be bullied. Now that we have come out, I will not show any mercy to them. If they bully you, even if I call the police to arrest them, I will not hesitate. Yeah, me too. Yi Ziqing smiled. The brother and sister looked at each other, all thinking about each other. In the past, Yi Mingyu was underage, had no money, and had no energy to take care of his sister, so it was difficult to separate the family. But now it is different. With money, Yi Ziqing also bought a house. Without the pressure, he will not have any worries. Therefore, whether you have confidence is in contrast to the actual situation. If they come looking for you in the future, you don't have to open the door and call the police first. Yeah, I know. I will. Yi Ziqing nodded in agreement, but he didn't think so in his heart. People from the Yi family had already come, but they were all blocked by her. Originally, when Yi Mingyu came back, the Yi family might come over. However, the current plan is to sell Yi Ziqing, and I hope Yi Mingyu doesn't come back. Digression. 6 updates today. Please collect it. Please recommend. Please give me a reward. Please review. All kinds of requests. I hope everyone will support me. There will be 6 more updates tomorrow. Chapter 175 The Scheming Mr. Fu. Therefore, now they will not take advantage of Yi Mingyu's return to cause trouble, and simply stay at home peacefully. For example, Uncle Yi, who was arranged by Brother Long, was spending all his money in the casino. Day by day, Uncle Yi was able to win some money at first, and then he lost a lot. Recently, he began to secretly steal money from home to gamble. The family's savings have almost bottomed out, and a family war is expected to break out soon. So there is no time to trouble Yi Qing. Now Uncle Yi only has gambling in his mind. Yi Mingyu patted Yi Ziqing's head lovingly. Then, brother, I'll spend some time with you these days. Okay. After being reborn, he finally reunited with Yi Mingyu. However, because Yi Mingyu was going to college, the brother and sister had to separate. Yi Ziqing still cherishes the rare vacation now and plans to wander around Linjiang City with Yi Mingyu in these 2 days. Although Linjiang City has not yet developed, there are still some places of interest. In her previous life, she didn't have much time. She had winter and summer vacations to study, but Yi Mingyu couldn't study. He had to work every day and overtime at night, with almost no rest. Therefore, taking advantage of this national day, Yi Ziqing planned to visit Linjiang City first. While drinking tea and chatting, the tea brewed a few times and the taste became weak. Yi Ziqing looked at the time and saw that it was already late, and asked with concern, "Brother, you have worked hard all the way back, so go to bed early today." Well, okay, you should go to bed early. In fact, Yi Mingyu doesn't feel tired. He has been doing heavy work since he was a child. This kind of fatigue is nothing at all. However, for the sake of his sister's health, Yi Mingyu also plans to go to bed early. On the morning of National Day, there was a knock on the door. Yi Mingyu went to open the door and saw Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi standing at the door with smiles and surprise on their faces. Master Fu, Master Duan, why are you here? Duan Yi smiled and waved the breakfast in his hand and said, "You probably haven't had breakfast yet. We brought it to you." Thank you. Mr. Duan and Mr. Fu, please come in. Yi Mingyu was a little flattered and quickly let Duan Yi and Fu Ting'an in. Duan Yi smiled and placed 2 large bags of breakfast on the table. I didn't know what you wanted to eat, so I bought soy milk, tofu curds, fried dough sticks, sesame cakes, and rice dumplings. Yi Mingyu quickly thanked him again. Thank you. By the way, where is Miss Yi? Have you gotten up? Already up. Yi Ziqing walked out and looked at Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi in surprise. You guys are so early. It's okay, it's okay. Duan Yi said with a smile. Don't you know that Brother Yi is here and come to join in the fun and give me breakfast? Yi Ziqing looked at Fu Ting'an. This was Sima Zhao's intention, but he still smiled and thanked, thank you. With the breakfast brought by Duan Yi, the 4 of them sat on the dining table and had breakfast while chatting. Brother Yi, how many days will you have off during the Mid-Autumn Festival? Yi Ziqing glanced at the scheming Fu Ting'an. This guy's purpose was to find out Yi Mingyu's whereabouts. I guess I want to move in again and live with her. Duan Yi pursed his lips. Fu-san was starting to find out about the enemy. Yi Mingyu, however, had no clue and said with a smile, 2 days, but I plan to come back on Saturday night. Brother, do you have a holiday for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Yi Ziqing looked at Yi Mingyu in surprise. Chapter 176 The Neighbor is Moving. Yi Mingyu nodded and explained with a smile, well, yes, although there are 2 Mid-Autumn Festivals this year, we still went to military training during the last Mid-Autumn Festival, so the school arranged to have a Mid-Autumn Festival break this time. That's good. Yi Ziqing suddenly realized. There are only 2 Mid-Autumn Festivals in 1995, which makes this holiday a bit strange. Yeah. Will Mr. Fu go home for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Yes, I'll go back and leave on Sunday. Fu Ting'an nodded and glanced at Yi Ziqing with a look of reluctance in his eyes. What should I do if I really don't want to be separated from Yi Ziqing? Yi Ziqing noticed Fu Ting'an's eyes and grinned, Brother Fu, please walk slowly. Without holding back at all, Fu Ting'an felt like an arrow had been stabbed in his heart and showed a forced smile. I will come back. Duan Yi saw Yi Mingyu's somewhat puzzled look and quickly explained with a smile, yes, there are still a lot of company matters that have not been dealt with here, and I need to come back. Yi Mingyu nodded, knowing that they had something to do. Well, welcome. Yi Ziqing looked at Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi in a funny way. These 2 people were seriously trying to fool people. Yi Mingyu has only half-footed his way into society now and is not their opponent yet. It is estimated that he will be able to discover the crooked thoughts of these 2 people in a few years. Brother Yi, what are your plans for the next 2 days? Duan Yi asked Yi Mingyu very lively, so this is why Fu Ting'an wanted to call Duan Yi. We plan to visit the scenic spots and historic sites in Linjiang City. Yi Mingyu laughed. To be honest, none of us locals have been to those places. Although Linjiang City has just begun to develop slowly, some places full of ancient culture can still be visited. When Duan Yi heard this, he quickly said with great anticipation, okay, we haven't seen the scenic spots in Linjiang City yet. We're driving a car and we can take you with us, which is a lot more convenient. Fu Ting'an also nodded in agreement. The corners of Yi Ziqing's mouth twitched slightly, and he gave Fu Ting'an a look. Don't mess around. Fu Ting'an blinked innocently. I'm not messing around. I just want to play with you. Yi Ziqing rolled his eyes angrily and simply ignored the man. The four people were chatting when they suddenly heard the sound of ping ping pong pong outside. It was relatively small at first, so they didn't care about it, but then the sound became louder and louder. What's the noise outside? It's so loud. Yi Mingyu frowned and opened the door. If the noise was always so loud, it would affect his sister. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a lively scene outside, with a group of people moving things outside. What are you doing? A young man opposite who was directing the moving workers apologized quickly. We are from a moving company and we are moving. I'm really sorry for disturbing you. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Since they are moving, nothing will happen in the future, and Yi Mingyu is relieved. At least they will not disturb his sister's study. After all, my sister is now in her 3rd year of junior high school, so it would be better to have a quiet environment. Yi Ziqing inside heard the conversation outside and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He turned to look at Fu Ting'an, who was sitting on the sofa next to him. Fu Ting'an raised his head and met Yi Ziqing's eyes. The corners of his sexy lips were slightly raised, revealing his white teeth. Chapter 177. Sima Zhao's heart is known to everyone. Yi Ziqing glared at Fu Ting'an angrily. In order to have a reason to live closer, he was really resolute, but he didn't know how much money this guy spent. I was also very curious and wanted to ask, aren't you afraid that if you live here and run into my brother, it won't be easy to explain in the future? This is really Sima Zhao's intention and everyone knows it. Duan Yi on the side looked at this posture and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. In order to chase Yi Ziqing, you really do everything you can. How could he not know why the family next door moved, and why someone specially came to move it for them? In order to move in as soon as possible, Fu Ting'an sent someone to find the next door and directly arranged a new house for them, which was a model house in the new campus. The house is brand new, much better than the current house and much bigger. Why wouldn't the next door owner be willing to do so? So, he immediately agreed to transfer the household. Taking advantage of today's National Day, all his family members were at home, and Fu Ting'an even sent someone over to help them move. Even on the National Day, as long as they had money, people would come and move the house clean. These were the people arranged by Fu Ting'an. Their quality was not ordinary, so they treated Yi Mingyu with a smile. After the move next door is completed today, the decoration master will arrive in the next few days. The floor will be replaced with a new layer of floor tiles, and the walls will be repainted. Of course, just like Yi Ziqing and the others, the wall is covered with a layer of wall covering, and then the furniture is put in, which can be settled very quickly. Of course, Fu Ting'an lives here only when Yi Mingyu doesn't live there. If Yi Mingyu comes back, he will definitely not be able to live here. Avoid being seen by Yi Mingyu, who will not be able to explain clearly when the time comes. After all, according to Fu Ting'an's status, it is easy to live in a villa. Living here makes people want to live a little more. In the end, it may affect Fu Ting'an's speed in pursuing Yi Ziqing, which is not cost-effective. Yi Mingyu closed the door and came back, sitting on the sofa again. The people next door are actually moving. Yes, it must be because everyone at home is at home during the National Day. There is no one at home on weekdays. Duan Yi laughed and laughed, looking for excuses for being next door. Yi Mingyu was easily deceived and nodded in agreement. Well, it should be so. Duan Yi chuckled, feeling more or less sympathetic to Brother Yi, hoping that he would not be angry with him if he found something was wrong in the future. Originally, Fu Ting'an had no intention of buying it, because after buying it, there would be no reason to live in Yi Ziqing's house. However, don't buy it. Yi Mingyu suddenly comes here in the future, and it's hard to explain. You can only buy it first, at least to reduce some risks. And for Fu Ting'an, it doesn't matter whether he buys this house or not. It only costs so little money. It's just a drizzle. It's convenient to put things in it. Since the next door neighbor is moving, there will be a lot of noise, so why don't we make some preparations and leave? Okay. Yi Mingyu nodded, but first prepared some water and sunscreen for Ziqing, followed Duan Yi and the others downstairs and left in the car. There are not many parking spaces in the community. Duan Yi's car is a short distance away, so the moving car next door is parked at the door downstairs. The move next door is different from the move by Yi Ziqing and the others. After all, there is a family of 5 next door, and the family has a lot of stuff. Although the house there is very good, the furniture needs to be purchased separately. Chapter 178. Too small, not suitable. They were more economical. Although Fu Ting'an gave them some money, they planned to keep it for their children and move the rest of the furniture that could still be used, so there was a lot of furniture to move. After taking a look at the truck next door, Yi Ziqing and others got into Duan Yi's car and headed to Linjiang City's attractions. Yi Ziqing and the others went to all the scenic spots that had been developed in the east, west, south, and north and took a tour. On the way home, Yi Mingyu wanted to treat Duan Yi and the others to a meal, so he bought a bunch of rich ingredients at the market and took them home. In order to thank Duan Yi and Fu Ting'an, it was Yi Mingyu and his sister who cooked together without asking them to help. Duan-yi leaned on the sofa, turning his head to look at the kitchen from time to time, and then at Fu Ting'en, who was slowly making tea. Duan-yi approached Fu Ting'en and said in a low voice, Fu-san, it seems that Brother Ye's attitude towards you is pretty good. Do you want to make it clear now? Fu Ting'en glanced at Duan-yi coldly. Don't meddle in other people's business. TSK. I'm doing this for your own good, so that you can change your name to be more legitimate. Now, just to get closer to Miss Yi, I bought the house next door. Duan-yi reminded, suppressing a smile. Fu Ting'en washed the tea set and said softly, Qingqing is still young now. Yes, the main reason was that Yi Ziqing was still young. If she was over 18 years old, even if she had just entered college, he would have said so. But now Yi Ziqing is only 14 years old, too young to be suitable. It is estimated that Yi Mingyu will be even more opposed to Fu Ting'en and Yi Ziqing being together, so now it is better to fight in the tunnel to prevent Yi Mingyu from knowing. Duan-yi clicked his tongue and looked at Fu Ting'en with admiration. He really thought a lot. However, what Fu Ting'en thought was not impossible, and it would be better to take it slow. As expected, the emperor was not as anxious as the eunuch, but he, the eunuch, looked a little anxious. Fu Ting'en made tea and entered the kitchen with 2 small teacups. Brother Yi, Qingqing, have a cup of tea. Yi Mingyu and his sister took the teacups and thanked them. Thank you. Everyone is treated equally when giving tea, but Yi Mingyu can't see anything out of it. Looking at the cup in his hand, Yi Mingyu thanked him again. Thank you, Mr. Fu, for giving my sister such a tea set. It's nothing. I have it as a gift. This set is gathering dust. Since Qingqing likes it, I'll give it to her. Fu Ting'en smiled and said politely, I just hope you don't mind. It's nothing I don't mind. I still have to thank Mr. Fu. If it were someone else, someone with status, and hearing Fu Tingjian's words, I would give it to you if I don't want it. This is insulting. But for Yi Mingyu and the others, they feel that people think of them and think highly of them before giving them anything. After all, these things are not garbage. Even if Yi Mingyu doesn't understand the value of these things, the value of the whole set should not be low. Therefore, people with different statuses have different ideas. Fu Ting'en glanced at Yi Ziqing casually and said with a smile, we are all friends, so we should treat each other as courtesy. No matter what, thank you. Yi Ziqing stood aside with his head lowered, holding the teacup in both hands and sipping the tea, feeling very amused in his heart. The serious and deceptive Mr. Fu. Brother Fu, we are cooking. There is oil smoke in it. Please get out. Yi Ziqing finished drinking the tea and handed the cup to Fu Ting'en as a reminder. I can also help in the kitchen. Chapter 179, I can't hold you back to death. However, Yi Ziqing did not give Fu Ting'en a chance and refused mercilessly. My brother and I are inviting Brother Fu and young Master Duan today, so Brother Fu can go out first. Yi Mingyu also nodded and urged Fu Ting'en to leave the kitchen. Yes, Mr. Fu, you and Mr. Duan can just wait outside. Qingqing and I will cook. Fu Ting'en glanced at Yi Ziqing with resentment and could only nod. Okay, I'll go out first. We won't be able to eat much if we don't need too much. Okay. Yi Ziqing nodded and made a gesture of invitation. Fu Ting'en sighed helplessly, left the kitchen, returned to the sofa and sat down. Duan-yi lowered his head, covering his mouth with both hands, but his shoulders were shaking. I can't hold you back to death. Fu Ting'en glanced at Duan-yi with disgust and said coldly. Duan-yi felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He quickly sat up straight and smiled awkwardly. No, I didn't laugh. Just now when Fu Ting'en entered the kitchen with 2 cups of tea, Duan-yi lay on the sofa and watched, wanting to see what was going on inside. I just didn't expect that Fu Ting'en would be kicked out. Duan-yi wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Fu Ting'en was angry now, but Duan-yi didn't dare to laugh, for fear that he would become the target of Fu Tingjian's anger. The kitchen was hot inside, but it was freezing outside, as if it was in an ice cellar. The 2 brothers and sisters cooked to treat guests, so the dinner was very sumptuous, which made Duan-yi move his fingers. Duan-yi felt that the most delicious food he had ever tasted was from Yi Ziqing and Fu Ting'en. Fu Ting'en might not have the chance to taste it, but Yi Ziqing's food definitely could. No, did you eat it again today? I'm so grateful to Brother Yi and Miss Yi today. Duan-yi thanked them anyway. Yi Mingyu smiled and thanked Duan-yi and the others. Thank you very much, Mr. Duan, for taking us brothers and sisters for a tour today. Duan-yi waved his hand. I should. Anyway, I have nothing to do every day. If I work as a driver for you and can have such a sumptuous meal, it will be worth it. Since Mr. Duan likes to eat, you can eat more. Yi Mingyu reminded from the side with a smile. Duan-yi nodded quickly and urged, okay, eat. Because Yi Ziqing was the main cook, the dishes were really delicious. Duan-yi and Fu Ting'en also ate a lot and enjoyed themselves. It was already late after dinner. After playing at home all day, Fu Ting'en felt sorry for Yi Ziqing and wanted her to go to bed early. After dinner, he washed the pots and dishes and left. Yi Mingyu and his sister went to bed early after washing up. because Yi Ziqing and the others went out to play yesterday and didn't know anyone had been at home. The next day, Yi Ziqing and the others had just finished breakfast when there was a knock on the door. Hearing the heavy knock on the door, Yi Mingyu was a little dissatisfied. Was he going to smash the door? Who is it? Me, your second uncle. Uncle Ye's voice came from outside. Yi Mingyu paused slightly when opening the door, then turned to look at Yi Ziqing. He said nothing, but the meaning in his eyes was clear. How did the second uncle know that we live here? Yi Ziqing never told Yi Mingyu about the last time Mrs. Yi and Uncle Yi came here, so Yi Mingyu was confused. Open the door first. Otherwise the door will be smashed. Yi Ziqing didn't want to say anything yet, so he reminded him. Chapter 180 Borrowing money, no money. Yi Mingyu could only nod, open the door, and saw Uncle Yi raising his fists and preparing to start fighting again. However, Uncle Yi is a little different today. There are some scars on his face and he looks very embarrassed. Mingyu. Seeing Yi Mingyu, the arrogance on Uncle Ye's face was obviously much lighter. Yi Mingyu asked Uncle Yi very dissatisfied, "Second uncle, what are you doing here?" Uncle Yi had a somewhat embarrassed look on his face, and the muscles on his face pulled at the wound, and he couldn't help but let out a slight breath of air. When I started knocking on the door, I still had some confidence, but I didn't expect Yi Mingyu to be here today. If Yi Ziqing was alone, second Uncle Yi would directly threaten her. After all, what could a girl do, no matter how powerful she was? Now facing Yi Mingyu, Uncle Yi could only smile and said, "Mingyu, I have something to discuss with you. Can you go in and talk?" "No need, second uncle. If you have anything to do, just say it here." Yi Ziqing came over and stood beside Yi Mingyu with his arms folded. Uncle Ye's face suddenly darkened, and he wanted to go up and give Yi Qing a slap, but today Yi Mingyu was here, and he came to ask for money, so he could only suppress the anger and dissatisfaction in his heart. "Well, second uncle, just tell me if you have anything to do. There's no need to go in," Yi Mingyu said coldly, not wanting Uncle Yi to come in. Uncle Yi was extremely angry but could not deliver the goods. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I won't go in. Then you lend me some money, give it to me and leave. If you go in, Uncle Yi may just roll around." At the entrance of the stairs, Uncle Yi still wants to show some face. "Borrow money," Yi Mingyu exclaimed when he heard Uncle Ye's words. Not long after the separation, Yi Mingyu didn't expect Uncle Yi to come to borrow money so soon. Yi Ziqing sneered, "No money." She didn't know anything about Uncle Ye's affairs, but she was responsible for this masterpiece. Uncle Yi has been having a hard time lately. After Brother Long's people took Uncle Yi to gamble, Uncle Yi was able to win some at first, but later he lost more, and the money became more, and he borrowed a lot from the casino. Because Brother Long greeted him, Uncle Yi didn't care how much he owed at first. Now that the other party started to ask for debt, he realized that he already owed 10,000 yuan. Yes, the casino directly paid it to Uncle Yi. In less than half a month, Uncle Yi owed 10,000 yuan after adding interest. 10,000 yuan is not a small amount. Now people from the casino came to Ye's house to ask for money, and asked Uncle Yi to pay back the money. However, where does Uncle Yi have money? All the money he had hidden at home was stolen by Uncle Yi and went out to gamble. Uncle Yi couldn't give him the money, so the gangsters smashed up the Yi family and beat Uncle Yi. Therefore, the injuries on Uncle Ye's face were caused by beatings. But it's not that the little gangster can be beaten up for 10,000 yuan, but he is forced to go even further, causing trouble for the entire Yi family. Uncle Yi didn't go gambling these days, so he just borrowed money from everywhere. Don't even think about it in the village. When I heard that Uncle Yi had borrowed 10,000 yuan, no one gave it to him. Coupled with Uncle Ye's character in the village, no one is willing to give it to him. So he could only target Uncle Yi-san and Yi Ziqing. Digression. Update is coming. Please recommend. Please collect it. Please comment. Please give me a reward. All kinds of requests. Chapter 181. I don't think the beatings were enough. The third Uncle Yi only gave a little, just 200 or 300 yuan. If he didn't give more, the two brothers almost fought. Finally, the third Uncle Yi asked the second Uncle Yi to find Yi Ziqing. If she could rent a house, she must have a lot of money, so the second Uncle Yi came to find Yi Ziqing. They originally came yesterday, but they didn't expect that Yi Ziqing and the others were going on a trip. Uncle Yi, who had been waiting for most of the day, went back without waiting, so Yi Ziqing and the others didn't meet Uncle Yi when they came back. Originally, according to Uncle Ye's character, he wanted to sleep in, but in order to borrow money, he came early today, but he didn't expect to see Yi Mingyu. When second Uncle Yi heard these two words from Yi Ziqing, he immediately became angry. How can it be possible that you don't have money? Don't you just have money when you rent a house? Yi Ziqing spread his hands with a look of helplessness on his face. You also said that it was a rental. All our money was given to the landlord. For 1 year, all the money was given to us. We have no money. You. Second Uncle Yi heard Yi Ziqing's words, and his fingers trembled with anger. Seeing second Uncle Ye's angry look, Yi Mingyu felt very happy. Second uncle, we brothers and sisters don't have much money now. Now we brothers and sisters have to study and don't have time to make money. You should go find third uncle. Third uncle and three aunts work, and we can make a lot of money every month. Yi Ziqing also nodded in agreement and said very pitifully, yes. Does the second uncle know about our brother and sister situation? Our living expenses are only paid by my brother's part-time job, which is only enough for the two of us. Second Uncle Yu was so angry that his face was livid when the two brothers and sisters Yi Mingyu sang, and his heart was filled with rage. Finally, Uncle Yu started to act rogue and angrily ordered, I don't care anyway, you must lend me money today. Yi Ziqing's eyes turned cold. Money? Don't even think about it. Since Brother Long was asked to take action, he had no intention of lending him money, just to force them into a desperate situation. Second uncle, if you don't want me to beat someone, get out of here. Yi Mingyu clenched his fist and threatened fiercely. Uncle Yi saw Yi Mingyu's fist and his fingers trembled with anger. You. Second uncle, do you still think the beatings you received were not enough? Yi Ziqing sneered and looked at second Uncle Yi mockingly. Uncle Yi was so angry that the muscles on his face were trembling slightly, and he glared at Yi Qing angrily. This little bastard was simply too abominable. Yi Ziqing snorted coldly and said sarcastically, what am I? I call you second uncle because you are my elder. If there was no blood relationship, I would have beaten you out long ago and sent you to the police station to spend a few days in jail. Second uncle, you heard it too. What my sister means is what I mean. Yi Mingyu also looked determined. You. Uncle Yu was so angry that his fingers trembled. He glared at Yi Ziqing fiercely and gnashed his teeth. Just wait for me. Now he wanted to sell Yi Ziqing even more. After returning, he quickly asked the old lady to find someone to sell this bitch, and then he would have money to return to the casino. Although he was very reluctant, Uncle Yi could only leave first and think of other solutions. If it didn't work out, he would discuss it with the casino and allow him to sell Yi Ziqing in 2 days. Watching second Uncle Yi leave, Yi Mingyu closed the door and turned to look at Yi Ziqing. I didn't expect second uncle to have found this place. I can't hide it. Yi Ziqing smiled and didn't say much. Chapter 182 Fu-san is also ambitious. Yi Mingyu sighed softly and looked at Yi Ziqing worriedly. Qing, my brother is going back to school tomorrow evening. Is it okay with you? Yi Mingyu was still worried when he thought that Yi Ziqing was alone at home. He was afraid that Uncle Yi would come suddenly and bully Yi Ziqing when he was not at home. He would not be able to protect Yi Ziqing when he was not around. Yi Ziqing smiled confidently. Brother, don't forget, I learned Wu Qinshi. He alone can't hurt me. That's right. Yi Mingyu smiled and nodded. However, Yi Mingyu was still a little worried and wondered if he should think of other ways. It wasn't until the arrival of Fu Ting'an and Duan Yi that Yi Mingyu finally found hope. Master Fu, how long do you plan to stay in Linjiang City? Yi Mingyu asked Fu Ting'an with concern. Fu Ting'an glanced at Yi Mingyu doubtfully. Our company's project here is not ready yet, and it needs to be monitored in the future. It won't be completed in a year or so. This is just a small project, most of them are in provincial capitals. However, when facing Yi Mingyu, Fu Ting'an always felt that it was something related to Yi Ziqing, which should be a good thing for him, so he turned a corner. Yi Mingyu hesitated. That's right. You also know that we don't have a good relationship with our two uncles. Today the second uncle came to our place and wanted to ask us for money, but we didn't give it. I'm worried that the second uncle will come to trouble Qingqing in the future. Fu Ting'an nodded and asked with a smile, Brother Yi, do you want me to take care of Qingqing more? Duan Yi was listening on the side, and couldn't help but twitching the corner of his mouth slightly, looking at Yi Mingyu in surprise, how much he looked up to Fu Ting'an. Still can't you see Fu Ting'an's little thoughts? Are your eyes too bad? That's what I planned, but I don't know if you, Mr. Fu, have such time. Yi Mingyu smiled sheepishly. Fu Ting'an smiled and said, Brother Yi, don't worry. You only need to check on my project from time to time. In fact, there is quite a lot of time. I can come here often and won't let Qingqing be bullied. After hearing this, Yi Mingyu immediately rubbed his hands happily and was very grateful. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Fu. As he listened, Duan Yi felt a little depressed. His brother-in-law didn't even know that he was sending his precious sister into the wolf's mouth. I wonder if I will regret my current decision in the future? This is what I should do. Whoever saved my life was saved by Qingqing. Fu Ting'an glanced at him with a smile. The eyes of the two people conveyed a meaning that was unknown to others. Yi Ziqing pursed his lips and wanted to remind Yi Mingyu that Fu Ting'an was actually ambitious. However, she was also afraid that it would be difficult to explain why she and Fu Ting'an were together so often in the future, so she could only keep her mouth shut. If Yi Mingyu asks in the future, she can have a reason, right? Even when facing Uncle Yu and the others, I can directly block him with my brother. My brother, please, I am afraid that you will come to me for trouble. How easy it is. In the end, Yi Mingyu didn't know at all. At this age, he didn't know what a big mistake he had made. With Fu Ting'an protecting Yi Ziqing, Yu Mingyu felt a lot more at ease, so he left peacefully on the afternoon of the 3rd. After returning, it was naturally Duan Yi who sent him back. Duan Yi said that he was going to the provincial capital to buy things, and he could just go back on the way. Chapter 183. The secretary is also very busy. After seeing Yu Mingyu off, Yi Ziqing turned around and walked upstairs first. Fu Ting'an walked behind, lowering his head and smiling softly. Yi Ziqing looked at him in confusion. What are you laughing at? It's nothing. Thinking that after Brother Yi leaves, we can be together again. Fu Ting'an said happily. Yi Ziqing glared angrily, walked to the door of his house, turned to look next door. How is the decoration of your house? The walls should be painted and tiled and laid out in the next 2 days. Fu Ting'an said with a smile. Would you like to take a look? Forget it, painting walls stinks. Yi Ziqing waved his hand quickly. Although it is a wall covering, it still needs to be painted, so these 2 days are the smelly days, so Yi Ziqing will not go there for the time being. Okay, then I'll go to your house. Mine won't work, it's too smelly. Fu Ting'an smiled and followed behind Yi Ziqing. Yi Ziqing rolled her eyes and pouted in front of her. Even if she didn't allow it, this man probably wouldn't agree. Where are you staying today? Fu Ting'an closed the door, approached Yi Ziqing, and asked jokingly, You care so much about where I live? Do you want me to move here? A blush appeared on Yi Ziqing's cheeks. In fact, she regretted it when she first asked. How could this guy live here after all his things were taken away? Now that Fu Ting'an asked this question, Yi Ziqing really wanted to scratch his ears. He spoke too quickly and sloppily. Get out. Fu Ting'an smiled and circled around Yi Ziqing. If you don't want to leave, what should you do? I'm going to rest and sleep. You go back. Yi Ziqing glared at Fu Ting'an fiercely and gritted his teeth. Fu Ting'an said confidently, I don't have a car. You only have to believe what he said. Yi Ziqing kindly suggested, Don't you have a secretary? You can ask your secretary to pick you up. The secretary is also very busy. A nasty smile appeared on Yi Ziqing's face, and he said even crueler words, Then you go back. The smile on Fu Ting'an's face froze. He raised his hands in surrender obediently, and shouted coquettishly, Ching Ching. Yi Ziqing couldn't help but shiver, and goosebumps appeared on his arms. Stop screaming, I won't drive you away, okay? I was really disgusted by this man. He would do anything to not leave. Fu Ting'an's lips curved into a fox-like smile. That's just right. I'll put my luggage next door. I'll go get it. You. Yi Ziqing opened her mouth slightly, never expecting that this bitch was already ready. She thought she should go back or ask someone to send it over, but she didn't expect that she had prepared her luggage when she came and put it next door. When her brother left, he could move here legitimately. Seeing Yi Ziqing's shocked look, Fu Ting'an was even more happy and proud. He felt even cuter and nodded at Yi Ziqing's little nose. I'll get it. Yi Ziqing stared at Fu Ting'an's actions and wanted to say something bad, old fox. Fu Ting'an is simply too sinister and bullying. Even in other worlds, she has never met such a cunning and shameless guy. Looking at the luggage that Fu Ting'an was dragging, Yi Ziqing rolled his eyes. I want to live on the sofa instead of my brother's room. Okay. Fu Ting'an didn't care. As long as he was with Yi Ziqing, he could live anywhere. Chapter 184. Uncle Yi actually paid back the money. It's not like I've never slept on the floor before, and I've even been locked out of the house to drink the northwest wind. Now I can sleep on the sofa, which is pretty good. Yi Ziqing snorted arrogantly and turned around to go to her room, not bothering to pay attention to the foxman. Fu Ting'an chuckled lightly and didn't say much. It was better to put the luggage in Yu Mingyu's room first. It was better not to let Yu Mingyu see the clothes. Especially underwear, it is not good to put it in the living room, lest Yi Ziqing see it and feel embarrassed. Yu Mingyu went to university, and Yi Ziqing and Fu Ting'an lived a very comfortable life. Fu Ting'an felt that their life was happy even if he slept on the sofa. But Uncle Yi and the others had a hard time these 2 days, but they soon turned around. Brother Long knew that Yi Ziqing wanted to study, but he didn't dare to go to school to find Yi Ziqing, so he waited for her to come after school. After dinner, Brother Long came. Fu Ting'an glanced at Brother Long. Although he was dissatisfied, he knew that Yi Ziqing was taking advantage of them, so he let him in. I'm going to wash the dishes, Fu Ting'an said and went to the kitchen. Brother Long looked at Fu Ting'an's back in shock as he entered the kitchen. The emotions in his heart were like the waves of a river. It was really shocking. This man actually went to the kitchen to wash dishes. Miss Yi is indeed Miss Yi. Yi Ziqing asked Brother Long to the living room. What do you want from me? Brother Long came back to his senses and quickly showed a grimace. Miss Yi, it's like this. Your second uncle paid back all the 10,000 yuan today. What? Yi Ziqing was stunned, with a look of surprise on his face. Why do they have 10,000 yuan? To be honest, I was still shocked that Uncle Yi could pay back 10,000 yuan. It's true. My brother who runs the casino told me that he paid it back early this morning. It's 10,000 yuan in cash. It's true. Brother Long nodded, with a solemn look on his face. Yi Ziqing touched his chin, surprised and curious. How did they get the money? I don't know the details, but my brother said that his younger brother saw your second uncle going out with the old lady, and then he went to the bank to withdraw money not long after, and withdrew 10,000 yuan in cash. Yi Ziqing was even more surprised. He didn't expect Uncle Yi and the others to get 10,000 yuan easily. Did they sell the house? Brother Long immediately shook his head. No, even their house doesn't cost 10,000 yuan. No one will buy it. He also felt strange. He really didn't know who they were looking for, but they suddenly took out 10,000 yuan. That's not 1 or 2 yuan or 10,000 yuan. If the family doesn't have hundreds of thousands of millions, it probably won't be that fast, right? He didn't find out whether second Uncle Yi's family knew that kind of rich person. In fact, let alone Brother Long, not even Yi Ziqing knew. Even before Yi Ziqing was kidnapped and trafficked in her previous life, she didn't know when there were any rich people in the Yi family. This made Yi Ziqing think deeply. Since the Yi family had money, why did they sell her? I can't figure it out. Yi Ziqing touched his chin and told Brother Long, go and investigate what's going on. Find out what my second uncle says. This money should be an unexpected windfall. When Uncle Yi came here before, Yi Ziqing didn't see any windfall that he would make recently. Why would he suddenly have 10,000 yuan to repay the loan? As for the windfall, Yi Ziqing's only idea was to sell her, but Uncle Yi and the others didn't do it. Chapter 185 The Old Lady Knows a Rich Man. In fact, what Yi Ziqing didn't know was that after returning home, Uncle Yi's first thought was to encourage Mrs. Yu to sell Yi Ziqing. But this kind of thing is not something that can be done if you want to, and since Yi Mingyu is still there, Mrs. Yi is determined and uses other methods to get money to help pay off the debt. Yes, I will ask my brother to investigate when I get back. Brother Long nodded quickly and bowed. Yi Ziqing nodded and looked up at Brother Long. Aren't you leaving yet? Brother Long looked embarrassed and looked at Yi Ziqing with an apologetic smile. Then, Miss Yi, the poison on my body. Oh, wait. Yi Ziqing nodded, got up and went to his room. Watching Yi Ziqing go to the room, Brother Long knew that he was going to get them the antidote. To be honest, it is so painful to experience the unbearable pain and itching feeling every day. I really don't want to experience it again. Although Yi Ziqing said she was going to her room, she was just pretending and couldn't take it out casually. After all, she was wearing a skirt with no pockets. After taking a porcelain bottle and walking out, Yi Ziqing was not in a hurry to give it to Brother Long. Although I gave you the antidote, as long as you are still in Linjiang City, I can still poison you again. Brother Long quickly patted his chest and assured, yes, Miss Yi, don't worry, how dare I disobey your order. In the future, if you ask me to go east, I will never dare to go west. Yeah. Yi Ziqing nodded with satisfaction, then finish the things I entrusted to you as soon as possible. I'll find someone to fool my second uncle. You should be able to smell it after a few glasses of wine. Brother Long nodded quickly and agreed, yes, I will. Wake up, let's go. Yi Ziqing threw the antidote to Brother Long and let him go. Brother Long quickly took the antidote and left, fearing that Yi Ziqing would regret it and let him suffer for a while longer. It is impossible for Yi Ziqing to worry about whether he is not doing his best to help him investigate. Brother Long knows that Yi Ziqing cannot be offended, so he must handle things properly. Fu Ting'en came out of the kitchen after washing the dishes and asked with concern, what's wrong? I didn't expect that my second uncle would return all the money. What a miracle. Yi Ziqing touched his chin and said in surprise, I have never heard of anyone knowing a rich person in my previous life. 10,000 yuan is quite a lot. Being able to come up with 10,000 yuan so quickly is impossible without a deposit of hundreds of thousands. If this happened 10 years later, she would probably be able to hack into the back end of the bank to see who sent the money, but the internet is not working now. Do you need me to help you investigate? Fu Ting'en sat next to Yi Ziqing and asked with concern. Yi Ziqing shook his head and refused. No need for now, I have asked Brother Long to investigate. Well, if you need anything, you can come to me, I will be your backing. Since Yi Ziqing doesn't want him to interfere too much now, Fu Ting'en won't do too many things to avoid making her angry. The matter was left to Brother Long, and Yi Ziqing was not in a hurry and lived her own life. Brother Long investigated Uncle Ye's affairs, and of course, he did not give up helping Yi Ziqing to deal with Ma Xiaoyun's father, Ma Wenwei. Ma Wenwei has been having a hard time recently, as Yi Ziqing sent those criminal materials to his business enemies. After these few days of fermentation, Ma Wenwei's life was not easy, and Ma Xiaoyun's life was not that easy either. Chapter 186 Sure enough, it was you who did it. Ma Xiaoyun was filled with deep hatred when she saw Yi Ziqing. Although her affairs had gradually faded away due to the passage of time, her hatred for Yi Ziqing only increased every day and did not weaken. Yi Ziqing, however, didn't care about Ma Xiaoyun's glare. Instead, he could tell from her face that the Ma family was in a bad situation recently and would soon be in trouble. Seeing Ma Xiaoyun's misfortune, Yi Ziqing felt happy and entertained himself. It was another day after school. Yi Ziqing was walking home, but he met Ma Wenwei's secretary Su Chuan again halfway. Su Chuan stood by the car and still said proudly to Yi Ziqing, "Miss Yi, our boss Ma wants to see you." "No," Yi Ziqing replied coldly. "The Ma family is about to go bankrupt and yet she is still so arrogant. Do you think she doesn't know and can still pretend to be powerful?" At this moment, the rear door opened and Ma Wenwei, dressed in a suit, stepped out of the car. He looked at Yi Ziqing, who was dressed in casual clothes. He looked pretty and gave off a strong youthful atmosphere. Ma Wenwei was a little surprised at first glance. Yi Ziqing gave him a very different feeling, not like a girl who grew up under the bullying of the Yi family. Yi Ziqing glanced at Ma Wenwei lightly. "Is this why I want to cause trouble for my daughter?" Ma Wenwei stopped looking at Yi Ziqing and said, "Yi Ziqing, let's get in the car and talk." Yi Ziqing chuckled and crossed his arms. "What about me? What we are going to say is not appropriate to say here." Ma Wenwei reminded him as he glanced at the people walking around him. Yi Ziqing laughed and asked sarcastically, "Why is it inappropriate? Is it true that I guessed that I helped my daughter find a place?" Su Chuan glared and pointed angrily at Yi Ziqing's nose to threaten. "Yi Ziqing, don't be so shameless." An evil smile appeared at the corner of Yi Ziqing's lips. "It's very arrogant. But it seems that you are no longer qualified to be arrogant, right?" Ma Wenwei's face darkened, and his breath became much heavier. "Sure enough, you did that." "What? I don't know what you are talking about." Yi Ziqing tilted his head slightly and said innocently. Ma Wenwei was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He didn't know who did those things. Since he is always in trouble, and the charges are relatively troublesome, Ma Wenwei naturally wants to know who is attacking him. So, under Ma Wenwei's investigation, it turned out that this matter was related to Brother Long. Thinking that he asked Brother Long to do things for him, but instead of helping him, Ma Wenwei was very angry and went to find Brother Long. But Brother Long didn't give an answer, and the answer was ambiguous, which made him very angry. Brother Long had no grudge against him, so only Yi Ziqing did. But he never believed that Yi Ziqing had this ability, but thinking about Su Chuan's injuries, Yi Ziqing might be very powerful behind him, so he defeated Brother Long. He investigated and found that Brother Long was not trying to grab territory at all that day, but actually went to find Yi Ziqing and then went to the hospital. Therefore, Brother Long was beaten by Yi Ziqing, and what happened next should be done by Brother Long on behalf of Yi Ziqing. This was to help revenge. Although he came here to confirm, now Yi Ziqing has almost admitted it, but is pretending to be stupid. Ma Wenwei glared at Yi Ziqing fiercely and gritted his teeth. "Yi Ziqing, what on earth are you going to do?" Digression. 6 more updates will continue. If you think Wen is pretty good, give it a good review. Please vote for recommendation. Asking for a monthly ticket. Please give me a reward. Please collect it. All kinds of requests. Chapter 187. Didn't I get internal injuries from your anger? Yi Ziqing looked innocent. "I don't know what you are talking about. Aren't you and your daughter chasing after me?" Ma Wenwei was so angry that he couldn't refute. Since Yi Ziqing did this, she also knew that it was useless to deny that he asked Brother Long to teach her a lesson. He really underestimated this little bitch. If he had known better, he should have killed her and spent money on the school. "Why do you have to kill them all?" Ma Wenwei glared angrily, still gritting his teeth. Yi Ziqing lowered his head and played with his fingers. "I don't know what you are talking about. I only know that you blocked my way home." "You!" Ma Wenwei almost ran out of breath and fainted. It was like a fist hitting cotton. Yi Ziqing smiled and took 2 steps forward, stood beside Ma Wenwei, tilted his head slightly and lowered his head and said in his ear, "I can cripple people like Brother Long. Do you think I will be afraid of you? If you want to blame your daughter. She provoked me first." Although Yi Ziqing spoke calmly, it still gave him a bone-chilling chill. Ma Wenwei's face turned pale, and he felt a chill running from his back to the top of his head, and his whole body was icy cold. What kind of people did he and his daughter offend? After leaving his words, Yi Ziqing and Ma Wenwei passed by and waved, "Uncle, bye. See you again." Yi Ziqing was left alone as he walked away gracefully. Ma Wenwei and Su Chuan just stood there desolately, a little shaky. Yi Ziqing came close to Ma Wenwei to talk. Su Chuan stood a little further away. In addition, the surroundings were relatively lively. He did not hear what Yi Ziqing whispered and looked at Ma Wenwei in confusion. "Mr. Ma." Su Chuan called out hesitantly. Ma Wenwei closed his eyes and said, "Go back." Now, there are only 2 endings for Ma Wenwei. One is to let it develop and endure an unacceptable outcome, and the other is to spend all the money and die together with Yi Ziqing. It depends on how Ma Wenwei chooses. After leaving, Yi Ziqing returned home, and Fu Ting'an asked with concern, "Why are you back so late?" Although it seemed that Yi Ziqing and Ma Wenwei only communicated verbally, a lot of time had passed. For Fu Ting'an, Yi Ziqing came back late, and something must have happened. Yi Ziqing smiled disdainfully. "The man named Ma is here." "You're not so angry that you're internally injured, are you?" Fu Ting'an asked funny. To be honest, Fu Ting'an was not worried at all about whether Yi Ziqing would be wronged or injured, but he was more worried about whether Ma Wenwei would be angry to death. Yi Ziqing smiled proudly and said in a show-off, "I'm angry enough, but not to the point of being angry to death. It's quite smart to think that you did this." Fu Ting'an couldn't help but praise him. Yi Ziqing curled his lips and said disdainfully, "That's because I beat Su Chuan first and thought I was capable. I didn't expect that I would be so powerful. Brother Long was even crippled by me. It must be what I just said to him in the end." Ma Wenhui was not sure when he approached her at first. After all, who would have thought that a 14-year-old girl could have such good skills? Just because he didn't expect it, he was tricked by Yi Ziqing. After all, it was Ma Wenwei who despised his opponent and caused the current tragic solution. However, even if he did not despise, he was definitely no match for Yi Ziqing. Chapter 188 Grandpa's Sister. Fu Ting'an snorted and sneered disdainfully, "TSK, so what if I know? I'm still no match for you. Tisk, he's just a selfish guy. He won't be able to settle down after returning this time." Yi Ziqing snorted and said disdainfully. Fu Ting'an let out a surprised sound. "What did you see?" Yi Ziqing smiled confidently. "The hexagram doesn't count for oneself, but it counts for others. I can tell from the look on Ma Wenwei's face that he is selfish. After being threatened like that by me yesterday, he will definitely not sit still and wait for death. Then is this considered revenge? Do you need to teach that Ma Wenwei a lesson?" Fu Ting'an asked Yi Ziqing with concern. If Yi Ziqing wants revenge, he can help. Even if Ma Wenwei escapes to the ends of the earth, he can help find him. Yi Ziqing waved his hand indifferently. "No, my main hatred is against Ma Zhaoan. I believe that this Ma Wenwei will not think of revenge against me. His future has no achievements and no threats. This is what she can see. Ma Wenwei is not only selfish, but also hates evil. In addition, she gave Ma Zhaoan some eye drops before leaving. If Ma Wenwei couldn't seek revenge from her, he would definitely find someone else to vent his anger. After returning, he would settle the score with his daughter." Yi Ziqing didn't know what would happen to Ma Zhaoan, and she didn't need to know. That was the price she had to pay. Okay. Since Yi Ziqing has talked about Ma Wenwei's future, it means that he will not be Yi Ziqing's trouble in the future, and Fu Ting'an will not meddle in other people's affairs. Okay, it's time for dinner. Yes, eat. Fu Ting'an nodded and helped Yi Ziqing to serve dinner. Yi Ziqing and Fu Ting'an would not care about what would happen after Ma Wenwei returned, because not long after dinner, guests came to the house. Brother Long came to Yi Ziqing's house with the investigation information. "Miss Yi, my brother got your second uncle drunk and asked some questions. She should be your grandfather's sister, Miss Yi." "My grandfather's sister?" Yi Ziqing blinked, a look of confusion on her pretty face. Why doesn't she know that Grandpa has a sister? She has never heard of it. Moreover, when Grandpa died, no Grandpa's sister came to offer him a stick of incense. Yes. I don't know whether it's her biological sister or a cousin. Brother Long nodded quickly. "I heard that Mrs. Yi made a phone call and said that if I don't help her, what she did back then will be made public." Yi Ziqing raised his eyebrows and sat up curiously. "What happened back then? Did you find out anything?" "No, because Mrs. Yi only said one thing on the phone, and the other parties seemed to agree." Brother Long was also very curious. Mrs. Yi must have known a secret of rich people, so she was able to get so much money. A wicked smile appeared on Yi Ziqing's lips. "Well, very good. I didn't expect that we have such a rich relative. I didn't even know." Brother Long couldn't help but trembled when he saw the smile on Yi Ziqing's lips. I don't know why, Brother Long always thinks that Yi Ziqing's smile is scary, and he always feels that someone is going to be in trouble. Sure enough, Yi Ziqing looked at him and said, "Go and fool my second uncle again." Chapter 189, Fool Second Uncle Again. Brother Long was stunned for a moment, with a look of confusion on his face. "Ah, are you trying to fool me again? Keep lying. You and your brother can continue to cheat my second uncle out of his money. Anyway, my grandma knows the crimes of the rich, and I believe they will give it to my second uncle for their own lives." The more Brother Long listened, the more the muscles on his face twitched. He had to shed tears of sympathy for Uncle Yu. It was really miserable to meet such a niece who cheated his uncle. However, thinking that I could get a lot of money, it was worth sharing it with my brother. I asked with concern, "How much will you prepare this time?" 100,000, a little more this time. Brother Long's mouth twitched fiercely. He didn't know what to say. Miss Yi is indeed Miss Yi. She is really cruel. If he can be so cruel to his second uncle, he is definitely not a small role, so it is the best choice for him to perfectly complete what Yi Ziqing arranged. However, Brother Long still asked worriedly, 100,000. "Miss Yi, are you sure you can make it?" Yi Ziqing glanced confidently. "Since my grandma said that the secret cannot be exposed, then for this secret, my rich relative will not want to disclose it. You can definitely instigate my second uncle to master this secret. Isn't the money easy to get?" As for whether Uncle Yi and her wealthy relative would call the police in the future, she didn't know. Moreover, at this time, gambling in casinos was not as strictly controlled as in later generations. Even the rich man could only hold his nose and admit it. The corner of Brother Long's mouth twitched fiercely. After cheating his uncle, he also cheated his rich relatives to help them make a lot of money. I don't know why, but it feels so good. Okay, I'll make arrangements right away. Brother Long looked excited. Yi Ziqing nodded and kindly reminded, well, you should be able to do it, right? First, praise my second uncle. If you praise me high, people will be easy to float and can do anything. Yes, I will definitely listen to Miss Yi. Brother Long bowed his head and did not dare to look at Yi Ziqing. He only felt that his eyes were hallucinating. Why do you feel that the 14-year-old girl in front of you looks like a 100-year-old fox? When it comes to scheming people, he is so familiar with it. It feels like he has already schemed thousands of people. Yi Ziqing smiled and waved his hand. Okay, let's go make money. Yes, yes. Brother Long quickly turned around and left. I don't know if he was scared away or if he thought he could really make a lot of money and left happily. After Brother Long left, Yi Ziqing wanted to call Yi Mingyu, but Yi Mingyu didn't have a mobile phone, which made Yi Ziqing very helpless. Want to call your brother? Fu Ting'an asked Yi Ziqing with a smile. Yi Ziqing nodded slightly. To be honest, I am very curious about this rich relative, but I don't know anything about it. In her previous life, she had finished college, but she still hadn't seen that rich relative. Now that he suddenly appeared, she was still a little curious. I'll send someone to find your brother. Let him give you a phone call. Yi Ziqing suddenly laughed happily. Thank you. Is there any reward? Do you want me to send you to sleep next door? No. The smile on Fu Tingjian's face fell, and he quickly begged for mercy. The little girl knew that threatening him was so unlovable. A little later, Yi Mingyu called. As soon as he called, he asked with concern, Qingqing, are you being bullied? Chapter 190 Auntie doesn't like us. Hearing Yi Mingyu's first words were worry and anxiety, Yi Ziqing laughed. No, I was not bullied. That's good. Yi Mingyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and asked with concern, then why did you ask someone to ask me to call you? Yi Ziqing didn't hide anything and asked Yi Mingyu, I have something to do, brother. Do you remember when my second uncle came to borrow money during the National Day? Remember what happened? It's like this. My second uncle took a loan of 10,000 yuan, but now he has paid back all the money. What? Yi Mingyu suddenly exclaimed when he heard Uncle Ye's number. 10,000 yuan. Although Yi Mingyu could not afford this amount of money, he never thought that Uncle Yi would owe so much money outside. What's more, it's even online. When did your family have so much money? Now that he is no longer a labor force in the family, and Yi is left alone. It would be good to have a few hundred yuan in savings. How could there be 10,000 yuan? When Yi Mingyu heard this number, he felt incredible and a little unbelievable. I made some inquiries, and it was Grandma who made the call. She seems to be Grandpa's sister. Yi Ziqing asked with a puzzled look on his face, Brother, do you know that our grandpa has such a relative? There was silence on the other side of the phone for a while, which made Yi Ziqing very confused. Finally, Yi Mingyu said solemnly, I know this. She is our grandfather's biological sister. But when the educated youth went to the countryside, she married an educated youth and went out. She rarely came back. I also met her once or twice when I was very young, but I haven't seen her since. Yi Ziqing heard the dullness in Yi Mingyu's words and asked with concern, Brother, judging by your tone, is there something I don't know? I don't know the details, but I know that the second grandma doesn't like us very much. She used to be very bad to our parents. I don't know the specific situation. Oh. Yi Ziqing nodded. I know, brother. Is this what you're doing today? Yi Ziqing touched his nose a little stiffly, as if he was making a fuss out of a fuss, and quickly explained, Absolutely. I'm not worried that something like this will suddenly happen. I'm more worried. Well. Yi Mingyu laughed. Don't pay attention to them. They rarely come. You haven't seen them since you were a child. Even when Grandpa passed away, they didn't come. They probably don't want to contact us. I understand, brother. Then study hard. Okay, then you should take good care of yourself, and if you have any difficulties, you can tell me. Okay. Bye-bye, brother. Yi Ziqing didn't hesitate and quickly hung up the phone. Yi Ziqing hung up the phone and tapped her fingers on the table. I didn't expect she was my grandfather's biological sister. I didn't expect you to have such a relative. Fu Ting'an was also a little surprised. Yi Ziqing shrugged. Well, I didn't expect that either. Not to mention Fu Ting'an, even a reborn person like him didn't know there was such a rich relative. But as Grandpa's biological sister, why didn't she come to his funeral? Even if my sister doesn't come, her children should still come, right? Do you look down on their poor relatives? Thinking about it, Yi Ziqing also felt that it was natural. In this era, there were many people who worshipped those who were superior and disdained those who were inferior. Chapter 191 Will you miss me? Looking at the characters of second Uncle Yi and third Uncle Yi, Yi Ziqing felt that, even if they were in their blood, it was possible that they would not come. I just don't know. I don't know what secrets Mrs. Yi and that great aunt have that can make that rich great aunt give so much money. Do you need me to help you investigate? Fu Tingyan asked Yi Ziqing with concern. Yi Ziqing just pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Okay, help me investigate. Although I have never met that aunt, she has never been one to sit still and wait for death. From what his brother said, he knew that the aunt was very unkind to them. From this point, Yi Ziqing guessed that she might also know that they were not from the Yi family. Yi Ziqing always had a hunch that this aunt's relationship with her was not normal and there might be some trouble. Yi Ziqing is still very concerned about his premonitions. After traveling in so many worlds, Yi Ziqing often avoids troubles because of this sixth sense. Even if the trouble this time is not serious, this aunt must be inextricably linked to her. Okay, I'll help you investigate. Hearing that Yi Ziqing finally had something for him to do, Fu Tingyan laughed and felt better. Fu Tingyan said that he was always unable to help Yi Ziqing, which made Fu Tingyan feel very upset and felt that some heroes had no place to play. Moreover, Fu Tingyan also wanted to help Yi Ziqing investigate clearly so that he would not have no response plan in the future. Thank you. But don't rush, take your time. This is not the internet information age of later generations. If you want to investigate something quickly, the telephone network is not common now. Plus, if you want to investigate an old man, it may not be that fast. Yi Mingyu will be back tomorrow, and Yi Ziqing plans to inquire with his brother again to learn more about this aunt. Fu Tingyan also thought about it, because as soon as Yi Mingyu came back, he would have to leave, and he would have to go back to the Fu family. Staying for one night today, Fu Tingyan packed his suitcase and prepared to leave early the next morning. After all, Yi Mingyu was coming back and he had to move out quickly. After having breakfast, the two of them left together. This time Fu Tingyan took his suitcase downstairs. Qing, will you miss me? Fu Tingyan looked at Yi Ziqing reluctantly. Yi Ziqing smiled and said without blushing, yes. I'll wait for you to come back and be my chef. Fu Tingyan pinched Yi Qing's nose lovingly. Okay, I will be back as soon as possible. Even just thinking about him being a chef is worth it. Everything is hope. After saying goodbye to Fu Tingyan, Yi Ziqing went to school, but when he came to the teacher, he didn't see Ma Zhaoen. The students were surprised at first and talked to each other curiously, but this was what Yi Ziqing had expected. I just don't know if Ma Zhaoen will come to school in the future. Ma Wenwei knew that Yi Ziqing was behind the scenes, and he would not end well if he persisted. After beating his wife and daughter again, he gave up on them, donated money and fled by himself, leaving behind his wife and daughter. Of course, in the end, the debt he bears must be his wife and daughter's turn. Ma Zhaoyan must not be in the mood to go to school, and he must work hard to make money to pay off his debts. However, because this incident only happened yesterday, it had not reached the school yet, and Ma Zhaoyan had no chance to come to the school to find the teacher, so no one knew. Everyone thought that Ma Zhaoyan was asking for leave or something. Chapter 192, Why don't you like it? We are not yet in the future, there are no telephones or mobile phones, so Teacher Lu can't ask even if he wants to. The day's class passed by just like that, and there was no sensation caused by Ma Zhaoyan's absence. Because of what Ma Zhaoyan did some time ago, the whole class was not interested in her, so since she didn't come, no one was interested, so they just asked and that was it. Yi Ziqing didn't care. She was looking forward to going home after a day of classes because her brother came home today. Because of the holiday, the university has also made adjustments. Therefore, Yi Mingyu will not have classes this afternoon, so he will take his luggage and go home in the afternoon. When Yi Mingyu returned home, Yi Ziqing had not returned home from school. When Yi Ziqing walked to the door of his house, there was already a faint smell of vegetables coming from the house, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Brother! Yi Ziqing screamed happily as soon as he opened the door. Yi Mingyu stuck his head out from the kitchen and greeted with a smile. Brother, you came so early. Yi Ziqing walked to the kitchen and asked excitedly. Yi Mingyu nodded. We have no classes in the afternoon, so we came back early. Come back early and make dinner for you. That's good. Yi Ziqing smiled happily, being able to eat with her brother again. The two brothers and sisters spent another holiday together. They had a comfortable dinner, and the two brothers and sisters washed the dishes and cleaned together. Yi Ziqing sat on the edge of the sofa and made a cup of tea for Yi Mingyu. Yi Mingyu also drank a cup of tea comfortably, with a comfortable look on his face. These tea leaves were collected by Yi Ziqing from inside the space. They were much better than the tea leaves outside and could relieve physical fatigue. Comfortable. Yi Mingyu laughed. Now I finally understand why Mr. Fu gave you this tea set. When you come back and feel tired, you can make a cup and it will dissipate a lot of fatigue. Yi Ziqing nodded in agreement. Yeah, I think so too. It's actually a habit of hers. She likes to make tea and drink it like this. When she's free every day, she feels uncomfortable all over if she doesn't drink a cup. The Yi family didn't bother you, did they? Yi Mingyu asked Yi Qing again in a concern. Don't worry, brother. They can't hurt me yet. Yi Ziqing smiled confidently and hugged Yi Mingyu's arm. Brother, how much do you know about that aunt? Yi Mingyu paused for a moment. I don't know much about it. After all, I've only seen it once or twice in my memory. That's right. Yi Ziqing nodded clearly. No wonder she didn't know about it in her previous life. However, it stands to reason that if the Yi family is short of money, can they turn to this aunt? Why did they sell her to collect the bride price in the previous life? Yi Mingyu touched Yi Ziqing's head and said comfortingly, don't worry. Now that we have moved out, we don't have to worry about them. Even if this aunt comes back, don't worry. I'm just curious. We are all from the Yi family. Why doesn't this aunt like us? Yi Mingyu shrugged. I don't know about this. I asked my parents back then, but they didn't know either. Dad said he was like this when he met his aunt when he was a child. My aunt didn't like him, so she doesn't like us either. Yi Ziqing lowered his head and frowned, thoughtfully, TSK, we are all grandpa's sons. Why don't you like my dad? Digression. Continue to provide 6 more updates. Such an awesome update, dear friends, be helpful too. All kinds of requests. Chapter 193, a bit big of an idea. Who knows? Yi Mingyu smiled nonchalantly. This aunt got married a long time ago. Judging from the situation this time, she should be marrying a good person. Yi Ziqing asked curiously, brother, do you know who you are marrying? Yi Mingyu shook his head. I've only seen her once or twice, and since she doesn't like us, I don't care. I only know that he married an educated youth who came to the countryside. After getting married, he rarely comes back, so we rarely see him. No, Grandpa died and he hasn't come yet. Forget it if she doesn't come, not even her children. Yi Ziqing clicked his tongue and joked, isn't it possible that she can't give birth? After hearing this, Yi Mingyu couldn't help but burst into laughter, and tapped Yi Ziqing's forehead, don't talk nonsense, you can't spread these words. I know. Yi Ziqing stuck out her tongue playfully. It has nothing to do with us whether he likes us or not. We don't want his money. That's right. Yi Ziqing smiled, but she didn't agree in her heart. If she doesn't like them or their father, is it because she knows that they are not of the Yi family's blood? Or maybe the reason why their father became the son of the Yi family has something to do with this woman. Thinking of this, Yi Ziqing couldn't help but tremble. Thinking of the secret that Mrs. Yi said, she couldn't help but think more. Could it be that their father is the son of that aunt who married an educated youth? Otherwise, why would my aunt not like them? When Mrs. Yi told the secret, was she worried that if this matter was exposed, what her aunt did back then would be known to her educated youth husband, and a family war over property might break out? Even if there is no dispute over the property, his father's status alone is enough for this aunt to lose the shame to live with her educated youth husband. There will definitely be a period of house fighting in the future. Thinking about it, Yi Ziqing feels as big as a head. In the end, Yi Ziqing didn't dare to think any further, feeling that his imagination was a bit too big. I just hope it won't be the situation she thinks, otherwise, it will be really troublesome. Yi Mingyu smiled and patted Yi Ziqing's shoulder to comfort him. Okay, don't think too much, just watch TV and rest first. Yi Ziqing nodded, yeah. Because of the opening of his mind just now, Yi Ziqing just wanted to empty his mind, so the two siblings sat on the sofa watching TV and drinking tea. By the way, brother, let's make some mooncakes tomorrow and send some to Grandpa Tan and Village Chief Tan, shall we? Making mooncakes? Okay. Yi Mingyu nodded and added, I'll deliver them. Yi Ziqing smiled nonchalantly and said, it's okay, we have to go together for this rare mid-autumn festival. She brought up the matter of making mooncakes just because she wanted to go back. She wanted to see the situation of the Yi family. Although she heard Brother Long say it, she wanted to see the situation of the Yi family with her own eyes. I'm afraid it will be troublesome to meet people from the Yi family. Yi Mingyu reminded him worriedly. Yi Ziqing waved his hand. What's there to worry about? Brother, don't forget. Now that my second uncle and the others have that rich aunt, there will definitely be a second and third time for them to contact each other. Why would they care about our little money, don't you think? Yi Mingyu nodded in agreement and really said, okay, let's go together. Well, let's go buy materials tomorrow morning. Chapter 194 Mr. Fu is very good at his craftsmanship. Yi Mingyu smiled and touched Yi Ziqing's head. Okay, rest early today. The two siblings had a break at 90 o'clock today. The next morning, Yi Ziqing and Yi Mingyu went out together to buy ingredients for making mooncakes. Yi Mingyu doesn't know much about it, but the materials are all there, and with Yi Ziqing beside her, she knows what to buy, so she can just follow it. Not long after returning home to make mooncakes, guests came to the house. It was Duan Yi and Fu Ting'an. The two of them came to Yi Ziqing's house carrying mooncake gift bags. Master Fu, Master Duan, why are you here? Yi Mingyu asked in surprise. Duan Yi smiled and shook the mooncake in his hand, showing off, come to give gifts. I'll give you mooncakes. Master Fu, Master Duan, didn't you say you were leaving today and haven't gone home yet? Yi Mingyu asked with concern. It's still early for our afternoon flight. Duan Yi saw the things on the dining table and asked in surprise, Miss Yi, are you planning to make mooncakes? Yi Ziqing smiled and nodded, yes. Duan Yi looked at Yi Ziqing expectantly, if you have more, give us some. Yi Ziqing smiled nonchalantly, okay, we've already prepared a lot. Yu Mingyu also said quickly to the side, yes, we brothers and sisters can't eat too much. Third young Master Fu and young Master Duan like it, so they can take more. Okay, let's get some, just to reciprocate. We will give you mooncakes and you will give us mooncakes. Duan Yi laughed and suddenly felt that he had really taken advantage of it. Sure enough, it was absolutely right to follow Fu San. Yu Mingyu said with a smile, then take more, and the first batch we bake will be given to you. There is also an oven at home, which Fu Ting'en bought specially. He will bake some egg tarts for Yi Ziqing for breakfast. Yu Mingyu thought it was Yi Ziqing who bought it, so he didn't ask much. There happened to be an oven, so he could make mooncakes. Okay, thank you. Duan Yi rubbed his hands happily, with excitement on his face. Let me help too, it will be done faster. Okay. Yi Ziqing didn't mind and gave the model to Duan Yi and asked him to make it. As for Fu Ting'en, Yi Ziqing doesn't care. Just let him do whatever he wants. He will definitely do it. He will always make some snacks for her. Mooncakes, it's a joke. Fu Ting'en really knew how to do everything. He stood next to Yi Ziqing and made mooncakes with her. They looked like a couple. If 4 people do it together, it will go much faster. Especially Yu Mingyu was surprised and admired when he saw Fu Ting'en's skillful movements. Master Fu, have you ever made mooncakes? Yeah, I've done some. Fu Ting'en nodded. Actually, it's not much different from making steamed buns. Duan Yi also nodded quickly. Yes, our Fu San's craftsmanship is really good. Next time, I can ask Fu San to cook a meal for you to try, Brother Yi. It's really delicious. Yu Mingyu said again in shock and admiration. I didn't expect someone like Mr. Fu to have such good cooking skills. Yes, Fu San rarely makes anything. He will only let me taste it when he tries it. The finished product will only be tasted by his future wife. Duan Yi smiled and looked at Yi Ziqing with meaning. Fu Ting'en glared at Duan Yi with dissatisfaction and scolded. I want you to talk too much. Chapter 195 I am happy to be married to Mr. Fu. Hehe, I'm just talking. Duan Yi chuckled. So, Brother Yi, do you think a girl who marries Fu San will be happy? Yu Mingyu nodded in agreement. Yes. Duan Yi glanced at Yu Mingyu meaningfully, not knowing that what Yu Mingyu was thinking about did not include his sister. Other girls are happy to marry Fu Ting'en, but my sister is still not good enough for Mr. Fu. Yu Mingyu didn't feel that his sister was not qualified, but that their family background was not worthy of Mr. Fu. He was worried that his sister might be bullied if she married Mr. Fu, so it would be better not to marry Mr. Fu. Because he was thinking about things in his mind, Yu Mingyu didn't pay much attention to what was wrong with Duan Yi. Duan Yi didn't notice the change in Yu Mingyu's expression, but Fu Ting'en did. When Duan Yi tried to say these words, he paid attention because he wanted to see too much of Yu Mingyu. Seeing Yu Mingyu frown slightly, Fu Ting'en felt that maybe in Yu Mingyu's heart, he and Yi Ziqing were not the best match. Tisk. Fu Ting'en couldn't help but smack his lips. Having a brother-in-law who dotes on his younger sister is a bit over the top. It seems that their status must be improved so that they can match up with Yi Ziqing. Fu Ting'en looked at so many people, and naturally, he could tell what Yu Mingyu was thinking. He just felt that their family backgrounds did not match. Therefore, only by improving Yu Mingyu's status can the two of them have a chance. It's just that idiot Yugo is too slow and he can't help. It's really a bit of a trap. Yi Ziqing looked at Yu Mingyu and then at Fu Ting'en, feeling very amused in his heart. He was very proud to have such a brother who protected his sister. Sure enough, her brother still loves her the most and is the one who considers her the most. Like Fu Ting'en, Yi Ziqing also saw the worry in Yu Mingyu's heart. Marrying into a wealthy family is the dream of many people now and in the future, but this is not the case for Yu Mingyu. Instead, he is worried about being wronged by marrying into a wealthy family. However, Yi Ziqing disagrees. If you truly love each other, there is no status difference. If she wants to have status, it will be easy. Everything depends on the future development. The first batch of mooncakes was completed with the different thoughts of 4 people. Duan Yi drooled when he smelled the fragrance. He took a piece and ate it first. The 5-nut mooncake tasted very delicious. This time Yi Ziqing made 4 flavors: fresh meat, 5 kernels, bean paste, and egg yolk mooncakes. It smells good. Yu Mingyu and Fu Ting'en also tasted 1 each, and both gave thumbs up and praised it. As long as everyone likes to eat it. Yi Ziqing laughed. Yu Mingyu smiled and said to Fu Ting'en and the others, pack these up and bake the next batch. Third young Master Fu and young Master Duan can take them away. Thank you so much, Brother Yi. You are so generous. Next time I come back, I will bring you specialties. Duan Yi was very happy and liked the mooncakes very much. It is different from the mooncakes they buy. The outer skin is crispy, and it tastes very good. It is just different from the mooncakes they buy. Then thank you very much, Mr. Duan. Yu Mingyu smiled and thanked. He doesn't eat specialties, but it's okay to give them to his sister. After getting familiar with Duan Yi and Fu Ting'en, Yu Mingyu also felt that there was nothing wrong with giving each other gifts, and it was very normal. Yi Ziqing also glanced at Yu Mingyu with a smile. It seemed that his brother was also adapting to the future. Chapter 196 Mr. Fu returns home. Now at least when facing Duan Yi and Fu Ting'en, he is not as cautious as he was at the beginning, and he knows that courtesy should be reciprocated. This is a good sign. Everyone got along very harmoniously and cooperated with each other. After working for a long time, they took the time to make a lunch. After eating, Duan Yi and Fu Ting'en said goodbye and set off. After sending Fu Ting'en and Duan Yi away, they both took a lot, nearly half of it. For the rest, Yi Ziqing and Yi Mingyu made some more, and then let the oven continue to bake. After baking, let them cool before going to the village tomorrow. On the other side, it was already evening when Fu Ting'en returned home. Everyone had already had dinner and were watching TV in the living room. These days, the TV series shown on TV are still very attractive. Unlike in later generations, people tend to play more on mobile phones. Daodu, uncle. The two little ones, who were only 3 or 4 years old, screamed excitedly when they saw Fu Ting'en coming back. Fu Ting'en watched the two little guys rush to his legs, each occupying one of his legs and sitting on his instep. He said funnily, "Xiaorui, Guogua, let me go, or I won't give you the good food." The boy Shirui, named Fu Jingrui, is the son of Fu Tingjian's eldest brother. He is 4 years old this year. A year ago, his parents were killed in a plane crash when they returned from abroad. Xiaorui was left alone and is now taken care of by Mrs. Fu. The other 2-year-old girl in a pink dress is Tanggua, the daughter of Fu Tingjian's second sister Fu Yuka, whose nickname is Guogua. What good stuff. The two little guys looked up at Fu Ting'en expectantly with their fat little faces. "You two little devils, let go of your hands." Second sister Fu, a woman who looked somewhat similar to Fu Ting'en, sternly scolded the two little guys in a low voice. Hearing Sister Fu's scolding, the two little guys reluctantly let go of their chubby little hands and stood obediently beside Fu Ting'en. The situation of the Fu family is actually quite simple, but the situation is not good either. 10 years ago, Fu Tingjian's father died of illness. At that time, Brother Fu was about the same age as Fu Ting'en and took over the family at the age of 19. Because Brother Fu was young, Mr. Fu could only go out to help, and his body was exhausted. After finally stabilizing the Fu family situation, Mr. Fu could retire and recuperate. He has been in a nursing home in recent years. Unexpectedly, Master Fu had another plane crash a year ago. Mr. Fu was in poor health, which put the Fu family in crisis again, and they almost fell into decline. During this period, second sister Fu even gave birth to a daughter because she suffered severe bleeding during the birth and her uterus was removed. She could no longer have children. Her husband's family did not allow her to have only one daughter in the family, so she wanted to find another woman. This angered second sister Fu and the Fu family, and they divorced them directly. Therefore, the second sister Fu also lived in the Fu family with her daughter Tanggua. Fortunately, Fu Ting'en later returned and took charge of the Fu family to turn the tide and resolve the crisis. "You're finally back." Mrs. Fu stood up and scolded Fu Ting'en angrily in a low voice. Fu Ting'en was finally liberated and walked to the coffee table to open the box. "Am I back? Don't I want a gift? Come here quickly." "Coming." The two little guys immediately ran to Fu Tingjian's side, lying on the coffee table on the left and right, watching Fu Ting'en open the box with a pair of curious eyes. "Daodu, what is it?" "Uncle, what good things did you get?" Chapter 197 Brother and sister return to the village to deliver mooncakes. Fu Ting'en smiled softly. "This is the mooncake I bought for you. It's delicious. Try it." "I came all the way to buy mooncakes," second sister Fu said speechlessly. Fu Ting'en smiled and did not say that he was also involved in these mooncakes. "You will know after you try them." "Yummy." The two little guys had already grabbed the mooncakes and stuffed them into their mouths to eat. They were nodding their little heads excitedly, and their mouths were full of crumbs. "Ritu. Shirue has eaten Ritu. The Guogua ones are sweet. They taste better than the ones Mom buys." The two little guys talked excitedly about the mooncakes they ate and expressed their feelings. Second sister Fu's mouth twitched. She said this and expressed that she was very sad that she even disliked the mooncakes she bought specially for them. "Everyone, let's eat some." Mrs. Fu smiled and saw that her two grandsons and granddaughters liked to eat, but they would snatch it from them. "It's okay, we won't eat. If the two little guys like to eat, let them eat. Eat slowly, no one will fight with you. It's all fallen off." Second sister Fu quickly helped them hold it. The mooncake skin was very crispy, and a bunch of it would fall off after one bite. Yeah. Although the two little guys nodded, they were still eating very enthusiastically and had no time to speak. Mrs. Fu pulled Fu Ting'en to sit on the edge and asked angrily, "You went to the south and came back so late this time. You were injured in a car accident before. Why didn't you come back to heal?" "It's nothing, don't worry, I'm fine." Fu Ting'en smiled gently. "The main reason is that the company plans to expand its territory in the south, so it is a bit busy, and it will be troublesome to come back." Mrs. Fu looked at her 18-year-old son and felt very distressed. You can take care of it anyway, and you have to take care of your own body. Don't be tired. Mom, don't worry, I will take care of myself. That's good. I'm tired. It's okay if I don't expand the territory. As long as everyone is safe. For Mrs. Fu, her life was full of twists and turns. First she lost her husband, then her son, leaving behind a daughter and a young son. Therefore, Mrs. Fu feels that as long as her son is alive, it is better than anything else. She doesn't care if life is a little worse. I know, don't worry, it's okay. Fu Ting'en waved his hand confidently. Mrs. Fu quickly pushed Fu Ting'en with concern. You're tired after driving all the way. Go wash up and sleep first. Okay. Fu Ting'en nodded, glanced at the two little guys, and went upstairs to rest. The next day is the Mid-Autumn Festival. In the morning, Yi Ziqing sat on the back seat of Yi Mingyu's bicycle, holding Yi Mingyu's waist with one hand, and carrying a basket of mooncakes made yesterday with the other hand, back to the village. Naturally, when I return to the village, I don't go to the Yi family, but to the Tan family. Along the way, when the villagers in the village saw Yi Ziqing and the others coming back, they all said hello, Mingyu and Ziqing are back. Well, I'm back. Yi Mingyu greeted everyone one by one and rode to Tan's house. When the villagers saw the actions of Yi Mingyu and his two brothers, they couldn't help but lower their heads and started talking. The Yi family brothers and sisters didn't go to the Yi family. It seems that I went to Tan's house. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival and I'm going back to Ye's house under my protection. As expected of brother and sister, no wonder village chief Tan is willing to help them. Are they coming back to give gifts? Yes, it should be. Look at what Yi Ziqing is holding. Everyone could see that Yi Mingyu and his sister did not plan to go to the Yi family, but to the Tan family. This was a way of repaying a favor. Chapter 198 The Drama at Uncle Ye's house. Yi Mingyu parked his bicycle, walked into the door of Tan's house with Yi Ziqing, and saw Mr. Tan and Aunt Tan in the yard. Grandpa Tan, Aunt Tan, the two siblings shouted with a smile. When Aunt Tan saw Yi Ziqing and the others coming back, a bright smile appeared on her face. Oh, Mingyu and Ziqing are here. Although Yi Ziqing and the others didn't give them much substantial benefits, it was a shameful thing for people to remember their good deeds and always come to give them something. Compare it to the Yi family. They have no blood relationship, but they're remembered like this by other siblings. It makes me feel proud just thinking about it. Mr. Tan said with a smile. Mingyu is home? Yes, the university has the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, so I came back to see everyone. These are the mooncakes my sister and I made at home yesterday. I will send some to Grandpa Tan for you to try. Yi Mingyu smiled, carrying the basket and placing it on the stone table in the yard. Mr. Tan looked at the Yi brothers and sisters lovingly, smiled and waved his hand. Haha, what mooncakes are you sending? You can just eat them yourself. It's okay, we've done a lot, and we sent it specially to Grandpa Tan and Uncle Tan. Thank you for your help. Yi Ziqing said with a smile and thanks. Yi Mingyu also smiled and nodded. Yes, we will have to rely on Uncle Tan's help for the houses and land here in the future. We should. We are all from the same village. Mr. Tan laughed. The two brothers and sisters both repaid their kindness and were good children. Aunt Tan also smiled and praised. What a good boy. Your Uncle Tan is the village chief, so he should help you. It's just a little mooncake, not worth much. Yi Ziqing said with a smile. Grandpa Tan, you can try it. Okay. Mr. Tan nodded happily, and he and Aunt Tan took the mooncakes and started eating them. Only those with a little money in the village can make mooncakes for the Mid-Autumn Festival, but there are definitely not as many varieties as Yi Ziqing and the others. The two of them ate the mooncakes made by Yi Ziqing and the others and praised them repeatedly. Where's Uncle Tan? Yi Mingyu glanced around and asked with concern. Aunt Tan paused while eating the mooncake and sighed. It's not your family yet. Your second uncle's family is really, I don't even want to say it anymore. Yi Ziqing asked curiously, what's wrong? Your second uncle went out to gamble all day long. Your second aunt wouldn't let him go out. He even beat people and made the situation uneasy. Your Uncle Tan went over to try to make peace. Yi Ziqing raised the corner of his mouth slightly, with a bit of expectation. I'll go take a look. Yi Mingyu was worried that Yi Ziqing would be implicated, so he quickly said worriedly, I'll go with you. Brothers and sisters, don't get involved, lest you get hurt. Aunt Tan read the delicious mooncakes in her hand and quickly reminded Yi Mingyu brother and sister. Yi Ziqing turned around, waved his hands, and hurried over. It's okay, we won't be so easy to bully. Seeing Yi Ziqing's excited look, Yi Mingyu shook his head helplessly and could only follow behind. The closer you get to Ye's house, the louder the noise you hear. When the two brothers Yi Mingyu and Yi Ziqing arrived, they saw that Uncle Yu had already walked away, leaving only a hurried figure behind. Aunt Yi looked distressfully at the scars on her son Yi Haidao's face. Uncle Yu was really merciless and beat Yi Haitao just for gambling. Old Mrs. Yi could only sit on the ground with a look of pain on her face, her ravaged old face full of tears and sadness. Digression. 6 more updates will continue. Please vote for recommendation. Please collect it. Please give me a reward. Please comment. All kinds of requests. Yeah. Chapter 199 Dogs Can't Change Eating Shit. Oh, you deserve it. Yeah, I used to just gamble in the village, but now they're all in the city. Haha, you haven't learned well since you were a child and you know how to gamble. You deserve this. Many of the surrounding villagers had no sympathy at all. Originally, everyone was from the same village, but when faced with people like Uncle Yi, no one could sympathize with him. Especially the comparison between the two brothers Yi Mingyu and Uncle Yi. There is only disgust, but no sympathy. Old Mrs. Yi was so bad to Yi Mingyu's brother and sister, but her character was so good, and she was so kind to Uncle Yi, but they did not dare to compliment her on this character. Yi Ziqing felt very happy as he listened to the comments of passers-by around him. It seemed that Brother Long had done a good job. I didn't expect the second uncle to make such a big fuss this time. Yi Mingyu frowned and sighed regretfully. Yi Ziqing sneered, a dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Sooner or later, the Yi family will end up like this. That's right. The villagers nearby also agreed with Yi Ziqing's words, but when they turned around, they saw the two brothers Yi Mingyu exclaiming, Yi Mingyu, Yi Ziqing. Yi Mingyu and Yi Ziqing smiled at them and greeted these uncles and uncles. Hearing the commotion here, village chief Tan also looked over and was surprised when he saw Yi Mingyu and his sister, Mingyu. Ziqing, why are you here? My brother and I made mooncakes and we specially gave some to Grandpa Tan and Uncle Tan. Yi Ziqing explained with a smile. When village chief Tan heard Yi Ziqing's words, he immediately became happy and patted Yi Mingyu's shoulder as he walked up to him. Okay, you are all good children. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Brothers Yi Mingyu and Yi Ziqing know how to be grateful and send mooncakes. The courtesy is light but the affection is heavy. Some people may think that the mooncakes made by Yi Mingyu and his two brothers are too awkward to give. However, everyone in this village knows what life is like for Yi Mingyu and his sister. Being able to send them mooncakes made by themselves is considered very luxurious and truly dedicated. Village Chief Tan was no exception. He felt that Yi Mingyu and his sister were thinking of him, and sighed in his heart that everything she had done was not in vain. Look at this group of white-eyed wolves in the Yi family. They still have to worry about their affairs every day and do not support his work at all. Uncle Tan, what did you do just now? Yi Ziqing asked Village Chief Tan knowingly. Village Chief Tan also glanced at Mrs. Yi and second Aunt Yi with disgust. Your second uncle went gambling again. He took away some money from the family again. Tisk. Yi Ziqing couldn't help but smacked her mouth in disgust. Grandma, second aunt, don't sit on the ground. It's cold on the ground. Although the words were expressed as concern, everyone could tell that they were deliberately teasing. Old Mrs. Yi and her mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were no exception. Old Mrs. Yi turned her head and glared at Yi Ziqing angrily. You little bastard, it's you. It's all you. When dealing with second Uncle Yi, Mrs. Yi hated iron and was reluctant to hit him, but when dealing with Yi Ziqing, she was fierce and cruel, and would hit anyone if she didn't go her way. Get out. Get out of here. You are not welcome here. Yu Haidao also roared angrily at Yi Ziqing and the others. However, he accidentally pulled a wound on his face, and he grinned in pain, but the anger and ferocity in his eyes were still clearly revealed. Chapter 200 The ground is cold, don't sit down. Yi Ziqing blinked his eyes. Why are you angry at me? What does this have to do with me? It's not like I asked your son to be trash. Grandma, don't accuse me unjustly. Yi Mingyu stood in front of Yi Ziqing, angrily defending his sister. If you hadn't separated, things like this wouldn't have happened at home. Mrs. Yi angrily pointed at Yi Ziqing's noses and cursed, placing all the blame on their heads. As soon as these words came out, the villagers who had lowered their heads to discuss were instantly stunned and fell into silence. They were all a little confused, and their minds were a little confused. They couldn't keep up with the old lady's thinking. What does the current situation of the second son of the Yi family have to do with the separation of Yi Qing's family? Village Chief Tan was also stunned, and then angrily defended Ziqing and the others. Aunt Yi, the problem with your son is that you didn't raise him well. What's wrong with Ziqing and his siblings? The villagers watching the show all nodded in agreement. What they said was absolutely correct. What does it have to do with Yi Ziqing and the others? Yi Ziqing crossed his arms and sneered. The three-character sutra says that if you fail to educate your parents, your current fate has nothing to do with me. Grandma, the second uncle has the character he has now because he is doted on by you, right? Yi Mingyu also snorted and said sarcastically. You guys. Mrs. Yi was so angry that she pointed at Yi Ziqing and the others with trembling fingers. But if she still had the strength, she really wanted to go forward and beat them up. Yi Ziqing curled his lips. I think we are the koi of the Yi family, right? Without us, Uncle Yi would be such a loser. It's because we left that we can't suppress the evil spirit of Uncle Yi. Yi Ziqing was deliberately adding insult to injury. However, few people could hear the implication of the words. On the contrary, the villagers who watched the show also felt the same way, but no. Without them, life would be getting worse and worse. The difference is huge. When Yi Mingyu and Yi Ziqing were at home, at least Uncle Yi was still gambling in the village. However, after they separated and left, Uncle Yi went out to gamble. Not long ago, I lost 10,000 yuan, and the casino came to visit me. I didn't know how to learn my lesson, and went out to gamble. Now in 1995, everyone still believes in this kind of fortune-telling. As for what Yi Ziqing said, 80 to 90% of the villagers believe it. Looking at the Yi family brothers and sisters, despite the poor living and learning environment, they are still able to achieve their current achievements. Many old people think that they may be Wensu stars descended to Earth. They are Wenkuxing, but the Yi family treats them like this. Now that they are gone, it is natural that they will end up miserable. As a result, many villagers looked at old Mrs. Yi and others with even more disgust, and felt that they should not get too close to them in the future to avoid being affected by bad luck. It's better to stay away from the Yi family in the future. No, the Yi family has been really unlucky recently. It's better to stay away. If you gamble every day and take money from home, you must lose. It's better not to get close to them, so as not to come to our house to borrow money. As the villagers talked, they stepped back, and the center of the theater unconsciously expanded a lot. Shut up. You're the ones in trouble. Yi Haita roared angrily at everyone around him, and then glared at Yi Ziqing, bitch. You've caused us such misery, so you're not afraid of retribution.